In the city of Tianyang, the Lin family's martial arts arena was on the verge of commencing the adult ceremony. This rite of passage marked the initial step for the Lin family's young scions to make their names known across the realm. One could observe a throng of eager youths, readying themselves to showcase their prowess on the stage, alongside significant members of the Lin family. The city lord and representatives from various prominent families of Tianyang were also in attendance to witness the event. However, among them was a youth, seemingly around 15 or 16, who was engrossed in playing with mud, muttering to himself with a grin, "Come, transform into a dragon. Now, turn into a grand tree. Come, eradicate these gods and demons." This peculiar boy elicited whispers of disdain from the onlookers. "This lad is truly mad. I wonder why the family head chose to adopt him. What choice did the family head have, lacking children of his own? Surely, that is preferable to adopting a simpleton." The simpleton they spoke of was none other than Lin Tian, the adopted son of the current head of the Lin family, Lin Yao. It was rumored that he had been rescued from a forbidden zone within the Yun Yao mountain range over a decade ago. Lin Tian had exhibited eccentric behavior since childhood, with an intellect akin to that of a 3 or 4-year-old. His words often bordered on the nonsensical, frequently proclaiming grandiose intentions of annihilating heaven and earth. Yet, Lin Yao cherished him as a treasure, providing him with various herbs and seeking out renowned physicians. Despite the investment of over a decade, no improvement had been observed. "Lin family head, your son has reached adulthood, has he not?" inquired a middle-aged man clad in white armor, his brow furrowed with concern as he directed his gaze towards a man in blue seated nearby. The man in blue, sporting a distinctive mustache, was none other than Lin Yao, the head of the Lin family. He momentarily lost his train of thought before responding. "Indeed, city lord." The white-armored man, Tian Wu, the city lord of Tianyang, frowned and shook his head in resignation. "Given your son's condition, how can I bear to betroth my daughter to him?" City Lord Tian, Lin Yao, was acutely aware that Lin Tian was unworthy of Tian Wu's daughter, who was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tianyang and regarded as a prodigy of a millennium. How could she possibly marry a foundling? However, Lin Yao had raised Lin Tian as his own for over a decade. To claim there were no feelings involved would be disingenuous. "Very well. I do not wish to jeopardize our decades-long friendship over this matter." Tian Wu, clearly not intending to undermine Lin Yao, chose to remain silent thereafter. Unfortunately, the Lin family's elder, Lin Wang, stroked his long white beard and, with a playful flick of his eyelashes, remarked, "City Lord Tian, many years ago, you merely jested about marrying your daughter to that simpleton. Do not take it too seriously." Tian Wu remained silent, yet it was well known that Lin Wang had always been at odds with the family head, even attempting to exploit the adult ceremony to challenge Lin Yao's authority and force his abdication. However, understanding the deep bond between Tian Wu and Lin Yao, Lin Wang felt compelled to administer a potent dose of pressure today. Noticing the city lord's lack of response, he continued with a smile, "City Lord Tian, my grandson, Lin Yin, has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement, just a step away from establishing his foundation. Refining qi to the 9th level." Tian Wu's expression shifted, and the surrounding elders of the Lin family, who had been swayed by Lin Wang, began to stir with excitement. Indeed, Lin Yin reached the 9th level of qi refinement half a month ago, making him the only individual in Tianyang City to achieve such a feat before adulthood in nearly a century. One elder concurred. Another elder chuckled. With his abilities, he would be a perfect match for the city lord's daughter. This statement was like a dagger to Lin Yao's ears. While Tian Wu remained silent, had he the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly select Lin Yin instead of a fool. Yet, Tian Wu wished to avoid a rift with Lin Yao and could only manage an awkward smile. Matters of marriage should be decided by the younger generation themselves, rather than dictated by us. This remark ignited a glimmer of hope in Lin Wang regarding his grandson, prompting him to smile. "I presume the daughter has arrived." "She has, right over there." Tian Wu gestured towards Lin Tian in the crowd. At that moment, Lin Tian was playing with mud, and beside him knelt a veiled woman, observing her fiancé. "You are Lin Tian?" the woman inquired, revealing herself as Tian Wu's daughter, Tian Luo. Her luminous eyes blinked with curiosity as she sought to discern Lin Tian's identity. But Lin Tian merely grinned foolishly. I want the sky to turn dark, it shall not dare to shine. I wish for the heavens to lick, they shall not dare to close. Tian Luo's expression grew solemn, while onlookers initially mistook her for merely a maid accompanying the city lord. However, upon realizing she was the city lord's daughter, a flurry of discussions erupted among the young men present. Some even contemplated approaching to behold Tian Luo's beauty up close, with a few wishing to tear off her veil. Yet with the city lord present, they could only suppress their desires. Lin Wang, however, cautioned Tian Wu, "City lord, perhaps it would be wise to call your daughter back, lest she gets dirty from the mud." Tian Wu stole a glance at Lin Yao, who appeared despondent, his eyes filled with sorrow, yet he could not voice his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, Tian Wu remarked, "It's fine, let him play." Seeing that the city lord had not changed his mind, Lin Wang turned to Lin Yao and smiled. "Patriarch, it seems everyone is nearly gathered. Shall we commence the Comingafage ceremony?" Exhausted, Lin Yao reluctantly stood and addressed the crowd. "Let the Comingafage ceremony begin." One by one, individuals queued to approach a massive black stone, channeling a surge of qi into it. Moments later, a voice called out the results. Lin Feng, 5th level of qi refinement. Lin Shan, 4th level of qi refinement. Lin Shan, 8th level of qi refinement. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and even members of other families on the stage displayed expressions of envy. After all, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement upon adulthood was exceedingly rare, with such occurrences almost unseen in a century. Yet here stood Lin Shan, a mere girl, having achieved this remarkable feat. In addition to Lin Shan, the Lin family's extraordinary talent, Lin Yan, showcased his mastery at the 9th level of qi refinement, leaving members of other families envious. Some approached Lin Wang to extend their congratulations, saying, "Old Lin, your grandson has a boundless future ahead." Lin Wang beamed with delight, while others turned to another silent, bearded, middle-aged man with a grin. "Third Master Lin, your daughter is quite impressive." Third Master Lin, Lin Yao's brother, Lin Xiong, was affectionately referred to as Third Master due to his birth order. Yet he had long cast a covetous eye upon the position of the family head, even coldly remarking alongside Lin Wang, "But what does it matter? My elder brother is given all the resources to a fool." The tension in his words was palpable, and the onlookers from other families merely observed the unfolding drama. Lin Yao, however, turned to Lin Xiong with a grave expression, saying, "Third brother, the cultivation materials I provided are the same for everyone." "The same? But he is a fool. You still provided for him?" Lin Xiong immediately protested. Before Lin Yao could respond, Lin Shan, a woman in the audience, smirked and declared, "Father, I can surpass that fool without any materials." Lin Xiong, wishing to undermine Lin Yao rather than showcase his daughter's bravado, shot her a glare. "If you and Lin Yan had received his resources, you both would have likely established your foundations by now." Many present found his argument compelling, and numerous elders began to voice their criticisms of Lin Yao, clearly intent on pressuring him to step down. At that moment, Lin Yan, with his golden hair and an air of arrogance, laughed and said, "I say, family head, look at you childless, and considering that your cultivation has regressed by half due to him over a decade ago, perhaps it is time for you to abdicate." Initially, the elders hesitated to voice such sentiments, but Lin Yan's boldness prompted a chorus of agreement from others. Lin Yao's countenance darkened, while Lin Wang feigned concern, saying, "Yinner, do not jest." Everyone was aware of Lin Wang's insincerity. Yet Lin Yan continued, grinning, "The position of family head is not to be trifled with, but surely my privileges can be discussed." Privileges? Some in attendance were unfamiliar with the term, but Lin Shan, who had heard of it before, smirked and explained, "Whoever demonstrates the highest cultivation during the Comingafage ceremony has the right to challenge anyone." Suddenly, realization dawned upon the crowd, and Lin Yao felt a foreboding sense as he inquired, "Whom do you wish to challenge?" "That one." Lin Yan pointed at Lin Tian. The surrounding disciples erupted in chatter, while Lin Yao's expression soured. "You." Lin Yan smiled broadly. "This is a family rule." Lin Yao's face grew increasingly grim, as many Lin family disciples were aware of Lin Yan's long-standing disdain for Lin Tian. However, within the Lin family, there are rules against private combat, with exceptions made for the comminglage ceremony or special arenas. This was precisely why Lin Yan had chosen this moment to challenge the so-called fool, intending to cripple him, perhaps even kill him, knowing that the family head would dare not object, lest he disrupt the family's regulations. Family head, my grandson simply wishes to challenge that fool, Lin Wang said with a strange smile, observing Lin Yao. Lin Yao understood that the consent would be tantamount to sending Lin Tian to his demise, yet to refuse would mean breaching family protocol, resulting in the forfeiture of his own position as head. Just then, Lin Tian suddenly hurled a clump of mud into the air, followed by a piercing scream. His eyes turning crimson. Tian Luo, standing nearby, was startled, while Tian Wu quickly rushed her side, pulling her away. Be careful. Lin Yao, in a panic, hurried to Lin Tian's side, placing a pill in his mouth, urging, quickly, the Qingling pill. Swallow it. The Qingling pill, crafted by the divine physician Nie Qingling, demands a substantial amount of rare herbs for each creation. Thus, whenever Lin Tian succumbs to his frenzy, Lin Yao administers the pill to him. However, while it proved effective in his youth and recent years, its potency has diminished such that he now requires 2 or even 3 pills. This translates to an exorbitant expenditure for treatment, leading to considerable resentment among the elders, particularly from Lin Wang, who coldly remarked that the Qingling pills consumed over the past decade could very well amount to several years' worth of income for the Lin family. If these resources had been allocated to Lin Yin and others, who knows what realms they might have attained. Some even sought to ingratiate themselves with Lin Wang and Lin Yan. Lin Yao, unfazed by such concerns, promptly lifted the unconscious Lin Tian and departed, intending to cultivate his energy to ensure the pill's absorption. Is he simply leaving? Lin Wang sneered, then turned to the other families and the city lord, stating, allow me to preside over the proceedings. Half an hour later, an arrival shattered the stillness. A figure clad in purple, bearing a golden sword, approached the assembly with a cold gaze, exclaiming, what a lively scene. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned to look. Tian Wu, recognizing him first, immediately bowed in respect. It is the Taoist master Ziyun. The name Ziyun Taoist sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, particularly among those from other families who were aware of his status. Lin Wang stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Taoist master Ziyun, welcome. I have come to inform you that 1 month from now will be the day of selection for disciples of the Tianyang sect, Ziyun Taoist proclaimed. His expression devoid of emotion, resembling an immortal sage untouched by earthly affairs. Despite his aloof demeanor, his words ignited fervor among those present. After all, the Tianyang sect is the foremost sect near Tianyang City, yet the annual selection is exceedingly rigorous, with barely 1 in 10 candidates gaining entry. Thus, becoming a disciple of the Tianyang sect has long been a benchmark for competition among the various families in Tianyang City. Even Tian Wu, the city lord, expressed his enthusiasm. I will announce this widely. Let everyone prepare to try their luck in a month. Ziyun Taoist nodded, his gaze sweeping across the attendees until it was drawn to Lin Yan. He observed Lin Yan's icy expression crack with surprise. Who is this? Lin Wang promptly introduced. This is my grandson, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who has just come of age today. Even Lin Xiong, who had remained silent until now, hurriedly brought forth Lin Shan, pushing her towards Ziyun Taoist with a respectful gesture. My daughter, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Seeing the two, Ziyun Taoist nodded in approval, stating, if either of you is interested, you may accompany me to the Tianyang sect to become inner disciples. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with some families displaying envious expressions. Lin Wang, glowing with pride, urged, Lin Yan, do not forget to express your gratitude to Taoist Master Ziyun. Thank you, Lin Yan replied, elated, before glancing at Tian Luo, the stunning daughter of the city lord. Miss Tian, with your talent, why not join me? Tian Luo turned silently away, offering no response, while Ziyun Taoist, unable to discern her cultivation level, regarded her with curiosity. This young lady is. Oh, is he truly the once-in-a-millennium genius? The purple cloud Taoist immediately expressed his interest. Tian Wu responded, and the purple cloud Taoist engaged in conversation with him, while Lin Yin glared at Tian Luo's retreating figure, secretly cursing. I shall not allow you to fall into the hands of that fool. Yet, everyone was aware that Lin Tian and Tian Luo were bound by a marriage contract. and Tian Luo had repeatedly rejected countless talented suitors, citing her engagement as the reason. This infuriated Lin Tian, who even contemplated becoming an inner sect expert at Tianyang's sect, intending to return and pursue Tian Luo. Meanwhile, other clan leaders harbored jealousy, particularly upon realizing that the Lin family now boasted 2 inner disciples. They promptly approached the Purple Cloud Taoist, eager to bribe him. Taoist, would you care to visit our Su family? We have several promising talents. And we from the Bai family. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, seemingly ready to make substantial offers. However, the Purple Cloud Taoist merely waved his sleeve and gestured, I am simply passing through. If there are any worthy disciples, we shall discuss it in a month. The clan leaders displayed disappointment but dared not voice their grievances. After all, the Purple Cloud Taoist word was final. In contrast, Lin Yin and Lin Shan exhibited a haughty demeanor as they followed the Purple Cloud Taoist, disappearing amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. In a secluded chamber of the Lin family, Lin Yao felt utterly exhausted, yet upon seeing Lin Tian, whose breath had stabilized and was now out of danger, he took a deep breath and said, rest easy. Everything will be well soon. With that, Lin Yao turned to leave, intending to check on the progress of the coming-of-age ceremony. However, after Lin Yao departed, Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and suddenly he opened them wide, as if seeking to pierce through the heavens. This black dragon has not even kept watch over me? Lin Tian sat up, voicing his complaints. Reflecting on this, he felt disheartened. He had sacrificed his cultivation to re-establish the reincarnation slaying heaven technique, returning to the small world, only to have the demon dragon vanish while he was accidentally freed by Lin Yao. Curse that wretched dragon. He must be off seeking the mother dragon again. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I shall sever your precious root. Lin Tian's expression was one of indignation. Just as he attempted to rise, he found his body unsteady and let out a wry smile, realizing that after being a fool for over a decade, even his body had become uncoordinated. Nevertheless, Lin Tian took a deep breath and glanced at the object before him. Thankfully, I possess this jade pendant. He produced a black jade pendant from his robes, shaped like a black dragon, inscribed with 2 characters, Lin Tian. It was this very pendant that Lin Yao had seen, which inspired him to name Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian clutched the pendant, murmuring, at my current cultivation level, I cannot yet wield the soul-devouring technique, but this treasure can assist me. He then infused the pendant with spiritual energy, causing it to shimmer with black light. This pendant, once refined by Lin Tian, remained connected to him. Even though his physical form had been destroyed and he had rebuilt a new body, his soul remained the same. Thus, upon sensing its master's intent, the pendant sprang to life. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Lin family converged into Lin Tian's body, leaving those who were in seclusion wondering why the concentration of spiritual energy had diminished. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's grand hall, Lin Wang sat there, smiling as he addressed Lin Yao, saying, Patriarch, the coming-of-age ceremony has concluded. My grandson and Lin Xiang's daughter have been taken away by Master Ziyan, directly becoming inner disciples. Inner disciples? Lin Yao's face registered surprise, for any inner disciple of the Tianyang sect was a remarkable figure in Tianyang City. Even the Lin family had seen fewer than 5 individuals enter the inner sect over the past millennium. Thus, the sudden emergence of 2 candidates left Lin Yao astonished. Observing Lin Yao's astonishment, Lin Wang chuckled. If it weren't for you wasting resources on that fool over the years, they would have established their foundations long ago. Regarding this matter, Lin Yao sought to explain himself, but Lin Xiang interjected, Eldest brother, 20 years ago, when father passed the position to you, he stated that whoever among the family possesses the capability may assume the role of clan leader. Am I not worthy now? Lin Yao had long since lost interest in the position of clan leader, and just as he intended to withdraw voluntarily, Lin Wang remarked with a smile, Patriarch, you now have 2 choices. Either you continue as clan leader, but that fool shall no longer have access to family resources, or you step down, and we will allocate a certain amount of resources to him each month. What do you think? As Lin Wang's words echoed in the hall, the elders present regarded him with keen interest, while Lin Xiang coldly asserted, Eldest brother, do not claim I am forcing you to relinquish your position. This is merely a choice offered to you. Everyone knew Lin Yao's Achilles heel was Lin Tian, and at that moment, Lin Wang and the others fixed their amused gazes upon Lin Yao, awaiting his response. Had it been over a decade ago, Lin Yao might have acted without hesitation, confronting these individuals directly, even overpowering them if necessary. However, his considerable energy had been depleted during his time at Yunyao Mountain. Even after all these years, He had yet to reclaim his former peak, and should he clash with them now, he would stand no chance. Thus, after a prolonged hesitation, just as he was about to step down, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Why retreat? It was Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian strode in from outside. His eyes clear and imbued with a regal aura that dismissed everyone present with ease. This was the first time the assembly had witnessed Lin Tian in a normal state, and it rendered them somewhat disconcerted. Look, this lad has finally returned to his senses. He is not playing in the mud anymore. The younger generation laughed heartily, while Lin Yao excitedly approached Lin Tian, scrutinizing him. Are you truly all right? Lin Tian felt gratitude towards this adoptive father. Without him, he might still be trapped in a vast array awaiting death. However, acknowledging him as a father was beyond Lin Tian's capacity. For he was a legendary figure from millennia past, a chaotic demon whose mere sneeze could shake the divine realm. Therefore, Lin Tian refrained from calling him father and simply smiled. I am fine. You're genuinely all right? Lin Yao was utterly stunned, while the others exchanged bewildered glances. However, the elder Lin Wang sneered condescendingly. Regardless of your situation, today your father must make a decision. Lin Xiong echoed disdainfully. Indeed, you must either forfeit the resources or abdicate. Choose one. Resources? No need for them. The Lin family possesses little of value. Lin Tian's words incited anger amongst several elders. What do you mean? Are you claiming the Lin family is impoverished? Another elder retorted. Do not forget, it is the Lin family that has afforded you your current standing. Just as Lin Yu was about to interject, Lin Tian chuckled. I will be grateful to him, but not to you worthless individuals. What? You dare to call us worthless? The elders erupted in outrage, their tempers flaring. Lin Tian merely remarked, Lin Yao, look at him. I dare say he is no better than a fool. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Lin Xiong scoffed. A mere novice in cultivation dares to boast? Do you believe I cannot crush you with a single strike? You? Spare me. You are too weak. Lin Tian shook his head dismissively. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity to belittle Lin Xiong, who rose to mock him. You dare declare me weak? Indeed, you are weak. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiong was poised to strike, but Lin Yao stepped protectively in front of Lin Tian, stating, Third brother, family rules prohibit violence. But he has disrespected me. Lin Xiong fumed. Let him come. Lin Tian replied calmly, surprising everyone with his boldness and provoking Lin Xiong. Lin Yao was equally astonished, while Lin Wang and others exchanged amused glances. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiong advanced and struck at Lin Tian, having absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Tian had already cultivated to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Although this level was modest, it sufficed to deal with these elders. He executed an unusual footwork, moving with a grace that seemed to ignite the ground beneath him, causing Lin Xiong to miss wildly and nearly stumble. The onlookers were awestruck. How did he, at the 6th layer of qi refinement, evade the initial stage of foundation establishment? Lin Xiong, already at the initial stage of foundation establishment, believed he had merely made an error and bellowed, I was careless. Lin Tian, however, remained composed, stating, no matter how many chances you receive, you shall never touch me. You. Lin Xiong, now enraged, attempted once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He could not land a blow on Lin Tian. Even Lin Wang, seated calmly, felt his composure waver, silently marveling at the speed of this young man. Lin Yao was equally astonished, while Lin Tian, having played around briefly to limber up, declared, I am warmed up now. It is my turn. Warmed up? The crowd looked on in confusion, only to witness a shocking spectacle. Lin Tian extended his right hand, gradually coalescing a sphere of flames, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged into the fire. Lin Xiong, standing there, sensed the flames were extraordinary, but for the sake of pride, he scoffed. Do you think I would fear a mere flicker of flame? Lin Tian regarded the flames, acknowledging their current diminutive size, but adding, once they are well fed, they will grow. Well fed? Laughter erupted among the crowd, with some remarking that it seemed he could not shake off his foolishness. Even Lin Wang, present at the scene, lamented, Lin Yao. It appears he is yet to recover. He remains a fool. Lin Yao, unable to accept this, shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Tian secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, the Fire King is not someone you can mock. At that moment, Lin Xiong could no longer contain himself and scoffed, go to hell. However, with a mere push of his right hand, Lin Tian unleashed a flame that had absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, which shot forth with a resounding bang. The fire struck Lin Xiong, sending him flying, engulfed in flames. "Ah, I'm burning. Help, help me," he screamed, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Wang leaped to his feet, attempting to extinguish the flames, only to discover the fire was unquenchable. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at Lin Tian, while Lin Xiong writhed in agony until the flames finally subsided. Lin Tian smiled, thinking, "You're fortunate. There's not enough spiritual energy around." The crowd, bewildered by Lin Tian's words, was filled with dread at the sight of the earlier flames. The once arrogant Lin Wang fell silent, casting anxious glances at Lin Xiong, who understood that he must remain quiet to avoid a gruesome fate. Who else wishes for the head of the family to step down? "Step forward." Lin Tian scanned the crowd, asking with a smirk. No one dared to speak. After confirming that no one would come forward, Lin Tian lazily turned to Lin Yao and declared, "I am going to the trial tower." The crowd gasped. The trial tower was a facility used by the Lin family for punishment or assessment, and it had been nearly a decade since it had last been opened. Lin Tian was drawn to it by an unusual power emanating from within. "Are you truly going to that perilous place?" Lin Yao observed the change in Lin Tian's demeanor, growing increasingly concerned. "Yes, open the door for me," Lin Tian commanded before stepping out, prompting Lin Yao to hastily follow, while the others gathered to watch. Lin Wang turned to Lin Xiong and inquired, "How are you?" Lin Xiong, already weakened, replied, "Let's go. We must leave quickly." "Leave? Not yet. I cannot bear to walk away from this grudge." Lin Xiong's eyes flashed with resolve. "What do you intend to do?" "I will first take you to a nearby town. Leave this to me." Lin Wang promptly arranged for Lin Xiong's departure before heading towards the trial tower. The trial tower, consisting of 9 levels, possessed a window for each, though the interiors were cloaked in darkness, as if abandoned for years. Lin Yao explained to Lin Tian, "Each level of the trial tower houses different spiritual beasts. They are merely small creatures and pose no significant threat," Lin Tian remarked, prompting whispers among the crowd. Is he truly unafraid of death? Does he believe his flames can contend with the beasts within? Lin Yao expressed his concerns. "No need for hesitation. I'm going in now," Lin Tian declared, stepping directly into the first level, vanishing from sight. Lin Wang grunted in the shadows, thinking, "Let us see how you meet your demise in there, you arrogant fool." Lin Yao's expression darkened as the second layer of the window illuminated, signifying that Lin Tian had ascended to the second level. "Look, he has actually reached the second layer," someone exclaimed in admiration. However, Lin Wang scoffed. "So what? He shall meet his demise shortly." Following this, the younger generation began to scream, "Look, the third layer." How is this possible? Lin Yin could only reach the third layer. How did he ascend beyond that? Lin Wang began to feel a flicker of doubt. Yet, as the fourth layer lit up, some individuals stood in stunned silence, as if stricken by fear. Standing beside him, Lin Yao exclaimed with delight, "I knew you were extraordinary." The crowd was perplexed by Lin Yao's words, while his mind wandered back to events from over a decade ago. At that time, Lin Tian was but an infant. Yet even the spirit beasts of Yun Yao Mountain would flee at the sight of him. Lin Yao had always believed Lin Tian to be exceptional, and now, witnessing him surge to the 9th layer, he stammered, "The 9th layer." Lin Wang and others looked on in astonishment, with some even shouting, "The 9th layer? Could he be the new head of the family?" The ancestral teaching suggested as much. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd as they began to murmur among themselves. Clearly, this was beyond comprehension. Only Lin Tian remained unfazed, standing at the 9th layer, gazing at a spirit beast. This creature bore a resemblance to a cat, but was the size of a leopard, adorned with purple fur. Lin Tian chuckled after a brief glance. "In such a diminutive world, one can find a sacred-level spirit beast like you." This spirit beast, accustomed to perceiving itself as king, now regarded Lin Tian with terror in its blue and red eyes, trembling in fear, lacking even the courage to stand. Lin Tian gazed at the cat, hesitating before inquiring. "You are a holy-level spiritual beast. You must possess a unique skill and can speak human language, correct?" The cat indeed spoke, trembling as it replied, "My lord, my inherent skill is swift running." "Swift running?" Lin Tian echoed. "Yes, it allows for rapid movement." The cat quivered with fear, anxious that it might meet the same fate as the other beasts, especially upon witnessing the fallen spiritual creatures around Lin Tian, which made its throat tighten with dread. Lin Tian continued, "Spiritual beasts can be categorized into ordinary, mutated, super, and holy-level beasts, with celestial and divine beasts beyond that." "My lord, you are indeed correct." The cat acknowledged, having inherited a wealth of memories due to its holy lineage, thus harboring no doubts about Lin Tian's statements. After a brief smile, Lin Tian inquired about the source of power within the tower. The cat, unable to conceal the truth, began to explain. Through its revelations, Lin Tian learned that the ancestral figure of the Lin family was a formidable individual from a millennium ago who, in a bid to foster talent among his descendants, commissioned the creation of this trial tower and ensnared several powerful spiritual beasts to inhabit each level. Furthermore, he placed a celestial stone, which sustains the tower's array of power. At the very top, the energy contained within this celestial stone surpasses that of any spiritual stone or herb in this world. This was why Lin Tian could sense its presence, and he deftly extracted the stone from a recess in the wall, its violet glow illuminating the space. Instantly, the power within the tower seemed to dissipate, yet the spiritual beast had already been dealt with by Lin Tian. Only the holy level beast remained, which Lin Tian deemed valuable. Thus smilingly proposed, "You shall accompany me from now on." "Thank you, my lord." The cat demon sighed with relief. Lin Tian then retrieved a jade pendant, intending to absorb the celestial stone, only to discover that the pendant could not absorb it. "I almost forgot. My current cultivation can only absorb spiritual energy, not celestial energy." Lin Tian chuckled helplessly before storing the celestial stone. After all, celestial stones are exceedingly rare in this small world. Once enlightened, Lin Tian and the cat spiritual beast descended the stairs. Upon witnessing the plethora of spiritual beast corpses scattered around, the cat trembled and asked, "My lord, how did you manage to slay these beasts despite your seemingly low cultivation? Do you truly wish to know?" Lin Tian regarded the cat demon with a smile. The cat, its dual-colored eyes quivering, stammered, "I was merely curious." Lin Tian offered a peculiar smile, unleashing an unusual force that rendered the cat powerless, as if its cultivation were regressing. This startled the cat, which exclaimed, "My lord, please, do not cripple me." Lin Tian ceased his exertion, and the cat's energy swiftly returned. "This technique is called the beast binding art," Lin Tian explained. "It is effective against both demons and beasts. Given your weakness, a mere flicker of my will could render your cultivation into nothingness, ultimately leading to your demise." The cat, terrified, felt as though its very voice might escape it. "My lord, you truly are formidable. Follow me closely, and I shall ensure that you do not suffer any losses. In fact, I shall elevate you to a level of celestial and divine prowess, which will be but a minor feat," Lin Tian declared with a confident smile, before continuing his descent down the stairs. Though the cat spirit beast was unaware of Lin Tian's true identity, it was stirred to fervor by his words, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord." At the base of the tower, a throng had already gathered, eagerly awaiting Lin Tian's arrival. This caused Lin Wang's expression to sour, while Lin Yao wore a beaming smile. As soon as the door swung open and Lin Tian emerged, a multitude of voices erupted in unison, welcoming the new family head. The crowd's adulation was met with an inward chuckle from Lin Tian, who mused on their remarkable flattery skills. Even Lin Yao stepped forward with a grin, congratulating him on his new position. "Being the family head is not my preference. You may continue in that role," Lin Tian stated, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Lin Yu hesitated, reminding him of the ancestral decree. The decree is a relic of the past, while we are living beings. Moreover, should I assume the role of family head, I could promptly designate a successor, could I not? Lin Tian's words rendered Lin Yao speechless. The sycophants immediately turned to Lin Yao once more, but Lin Wang, though displeased, quickly regained his composure. "Family head, since you remain in your position, it is time for you to select a disciple to compete in the grand tournament." "The grand tournament?" Lin Yao furrowed his brow, while Lin Wang continued, "In Tiannong City, the grand tournament occurs once every decade, and it commences in 3 days. The winning family will gain the right to occupy a street on the eastern side of Tiannong City." Lin Yao nearly forgot this matter and glanced at the crowd, only to realize that few were capable participants. His expression turned grave as he pondered, "I wonder if Lin Yin and Lin Shan could participate? Regrettably, my grandson and Lin Shan have already accompanied Taoist Ziyun to the Tiannong sect and are unavailable for this event." Lin Wang feigned disappointment. Lin Yao understood that only those at the Qi refinement stage could participate in the tournament, and currently, Lin Yin and Lin Shan were the strongest in that regard. However, they were both absent, while the remaining members of the Lin family were all below the 7th level of Qi refinement, making defeat against other families inevitable. "If it proves unfeasible, we may forfeit. It matters little," Lin Wang casually remarked, casting a glance at Lin Tian. In truth, everyone was aware that Lin Wang hoped for Lin Tian's participation. He even added, "As I understand it, aside from the reward of a street, There is also an additional prize of a piece of 1,000-year-old mysterious iron from the city lord's mansion, a splendid material for weapon crafting. The mention of 1,000-year-old mysterious iron drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd, for it was indeed a treasure, virtually priceless in Tianyang City. 1,000-year-old mysterious iron. Do you have any that is 1,000,000 years old? Or perhaps one that is 100,000 years old? Lin Tian inquired unexpectedly. The crowd assumed Lin Tian had lost his senses, but they dared not mock him, silently enduring their amusement. Lin Wang, however, wore a wry smile. 1,000-year-old mysterious iron is already exceedingly rare. What are the chances of finding 100,000-year or even million-year variety? Lin Yao patiently explained to Lin Tian. 1,000-year-old mysterious iron is indeed very rare and holds no set price. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian sighed. Then I shall make do with what is available. Make do? The crowd remained oblivious to the true meaning behind Lin Tian's words. Once a master craftsman, he possessed the remarkable ability to forge anything he desired, never lacking in materials. Yet, the realization that this was merely a small world, scarce in resources, necessitating a gradual accumulation of materials, led Lin Tian to declare, I shall participate. But the 1,000-year Shin iron will belong to me afterward. This statement was directed at Lin Yao, yet the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Although Lin Wang refrained from voicing his thoughts, he was inwardly elated, for he had finally ensnared his target. Lin Wang understood that as long as Lin Tian participated, his demise was inevitable. However, Lin Tian turned to the still-dazed Lin Yao and said, I'm going shopping. No need to look for me. I will return in 3 days. Just as Lin Yao was about to respond, Lin Tian called out to the tower, Little one, come out and take me for a ride. At that moment, the cat spirit beast appeared, causing everyone to retreat in fear. Even Lin Wang was sweating from the shock. The mere presence of the cat spirit beast exuded such an aura that not even Lin Wang, nor the collective assembly, could withstand it. Yet, Lin Tian treated it as a mount, effortlessly leaping onto its back and commanding, let us go have some fun. The cat spirit beast leaped as if it were flying. Landing several steps away, and upon taking off again, it accelerated even faster, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were left in a daze. And as Lin Wang recovered from his fright, adjusting his attire, he turned to Lin Yao with an air of superiority and remarked, Master, with only 3 days until the competition, you should choose wisely, for relying solely on your foolish son will not lead to victory. After delivering his condescending words, Lin Wang swaggered away, but inwardly he was unsettled. How could that beast be tamed by this young man? Not only Lin Wang but many others were intrigued by how the cat spirit beast had been subdued. Witnessing Lin Tian's remarkable feat, Lin Yao couldn't help but recall the incident at Yuanyao Mountain, marveling internally at the extraordinary nature of the young man. The cat spirit beast moved with astonishing speed, darting out of the Lin residence like a fleeting shadow, leaping across the rooftops. By the time everyone regained their senses, Lin Tian and the cat spirit beast had long disappeared. This event quickly spread throughout the city, with some people engaging in lively discussions. Was that a fool riding a spirit beast? Indeed, news from the Lin family claimed that the fool had ridden away on a cat. Outside the city, Lin Tian sat beneath a tree, gazing at the cat's spirit beast, expressing his discomfort. Your back is truly hard to sit on. It's making my backside ache terribly. The cat spirit beast looked embarrassed and replied, My lord, I apologize. Noting its sincere attitude, Lin Tian sighed. I'll make a cushion for you next time. It would be more comfortable. Yes, my lord, the cat spirit beast responded, not daring to defy him. Lin Tian waved his hand. Go play. I will call for you when needed. The cat spirit beast scampered off, and Lin Tian reclined beneath the tree, stretching lazily before closing his eyes, reflecting on events from millennia past. In those days, Lin Tian was also a part of this small world, and he had swiftly risen to become its strongest being, cultivating numerous disciples and grappling with many talented individuals. Ultimately, he transcended into the celestial realm, and after a millennium, he became a dominant force in the divine realm, feared by both gods and demons alike. Yet, Lin Tian lamented that after reaching the pinnacle of divine power, he could not break through until he discovered the reincarnation slaughtering heaven technique, which prompted him to consider a fresh start. However, during this rebirth, he was ambushed by the so-called righteous alliance of the divine realm, forcing Lin Tian to retreat to this small world to evade their pursuit. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Tian felt a surge of anger rise within him. He abruptly sat up and found himself face to face with a woman standing before him. Clad in azure attire and wielding a blue sword, her fair hand poised to strike, she appeared ready to thrust it at Lin Tian. However, upon seeing her, Lin Tian's irritation swiftly dissipated, and he chuckled. My dear lady, ambushing someone is rather unbecoming. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing alluring red lips and long, flowing black hair that exuded an aura of both beauty and maturity. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance, she declared with fervor. Lin Tian, intrigued, inquired, Do you know me? I am Tian Bing, the eldest daughter of Tian Wu and the sister of Tian Luo. Now you are acquainted, I presume? She retorted, her icy demeanor fixed upon Lin Tian. The realization dawned on him, and he laughed. I thought you were someone else entirely. So, you are the sister of my fiancée. Fiancée? Lin Tian had never fathomed that he had been betrothed as a child. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart, considering that in the divine realm, he was surrounded by countless goddesses, not to mention other divine beings, such as saintesses, demonesses, and the most beautiful woman in the realm, whom he had encountered. The notion of choosing a wife was utterly foreign to him. Yet, Tian Bing glared at him, exclaiming, It seems you are truly feigning ignorance. What difference does it make between being genuinely foolish and pretending? Lin Tian retorted. Tian Bing pointed her sword at him, insisting, There is a difference. What difference, you ask? My sister refuses to marry anyone but you. She has turned down countless suitors. If she discovers that you are merely pretending, I will promptly inform her, revealing you as a hypocrite. Lin Tian was taken aback that Tian Luo had resolutely chosen him as her spouse. He replied helplessly, I say, Miss, what does it concern me if your sister insists on marrying me? You think you have a right to complain? Tian Bing's sword trembled with fury, while Lin Tian regarded the weapon with growing seriousness, as it struck him as remarkably familiar. Tian Bing boasted, This is the legendary spirit sword forged by Master Qingyu. Master Qingyu? Lin Tian recalled the youngest disciple from a millennium ago, stirring feelings within him. What do you mean, young girl? She has ascended. Ascended? Indeed. She became an immortal a century ago. Lin Tian was astonished to learn that Qingyu had achieved immortality, responding with a smile. I always believed she had exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Tian Bing assumed he was being foolish again and retorted, I care not whether you are genuinely foolish or feigning. Today, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson. With that, Tian Bing lunged forward with her sword, and Lin Tian, recognizing the familiar technique, exclaimed, This is the water flow sword technique. The sword energy surged toward him like rippling water, yet Lin Tian adeptly evaded it. Tian Bing was taken aback. How do you know this technique? I not only know it, but I also recognize that you are employing it incorrectly. Impossible. This technique was learned from the Tian Shui sect. The Tian Shui sect? What is its current status? Is it still the foremost sect? Lin Tian inquired with palpable excitement. Due to the Tian Shui sect, established by one of my disciples, Shui Lu, I have come to recognize his remarkable management skills. He is wholly devoted to elevating the Tian Shui sect to the pinnacle of all sections, particularly later, with Lin Tian's assistance. The Tian Shui sect indeed ascended to become the foremost sect for a time. However, Tian Bing misconstrued Lin Tian's intentions as an affront, indignantly proclaiming, Although the Tian Shui sect may currently be considered insignificant, you cannot insult me in such a manner. Lin Tian, upon hearing the term unremarkable, immediately exuded a different aura, so potent that even Tian Bing felt a moment of disbelief, nearly staggering backward in fright. Stammering, she remarked, Why, you are only at the 6th level of qi refinement. How can you possess such formidable presence? However, Lin Tian's demeanor suddenly darkened as he skeptically inquired, What is the situation with the Tian Shui sect? Why has it fallen? Tian Bing was puzzled by Lin Tian's questioning, but felt compelled to share the illustrious history of the Tian Shui sect. With pride, she recounted, The Tian Shui sect was the foremost sect a millennium ago, and many who attained immortality emerged from this prestigious lineage. Her tone then softened as she continued, however. The Tian Shui sect was ambushed by a faction known as the Tiangu Alliance. The founder, Shui Lu, vanished under mysterious circumstances, and although his senior disciples endeavored to assist, their efforts proved futile. Some went missing, while others chose to retreat into seclusion. Tiangu? Lin Tian mused, the name striking a familiar chord within him. After a moment of reflection, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. It was that wretched old man. A millennium ago, Lin Tian had trampled this so-called prodigy beneath his feet and rendered him powerless. Little did he anticipate that, upon his departure, this individual would conspire with other forces to exact revenge upon his disciples. It seemed that Lin Tian had business to attend to in this realm. A sinister smile crept across his face, prompting Tian Bing to exclaim, Hey, Have you lost your mind again? Lin Tian rose abruptly and asked, "Where is the Tianshui sect located now?" "Right near a stream, but the sect has since fallen from grace, resulting in fewer visitors. And the number of disciples has dwindled to less than 10,000, she replied. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Lin Tian turned to Tian Bing and commanded, "Lead the way." "Lead the way? Excuse me, young man. I am here to mend your ways, not to serve as your lackey." Tian Bing's temper flared. For she was accustomed to being the one in command as the daughter of the city lord. It was unthinkable for her to be ordered about. Lin Tian, however, gazed at her for a moment before asking with a smile, "Do you desire the complete Shui Lu sword technique?" "Complete? That is impossible. After the disappearance of the ancestor Shui Lu, the technique was never fully passed down. How could you possibly have it?" Tian Bing expressed her disbelief. Lin Tian extended his hand and requested, "Lend me your sword." "What for?" she replied, her mood sour. "Just for a moment," he insisted. With a peculiar expression, Tian Bing handed over the sword, and Lin Tian seized it, effortlessly executing a sword technique using merely the power of the 6th level of Qi refinement. The sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, causing Tian Bing to retreat in alarm, though it was merely an illusion. As it approached her, the sword energy dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian acknowledged, "My cultivation is too weak to unleash its full potential, but this is the correct technique." Tian Bing, utterly bewildered, asked, "Who are you? How can you execute the final move of the Shui Lu sword technique, the tsunami sword wave?" "I have seen the complete version before." Lin Tian casually spoke, yet internally he lamented, "This sword technique is of my own creation. How could I possibly be unaware of it?" Upon hearing this, Tian Bing immediately perked up. You have truly seen the complete version?" "Yes. Tell me, what reward do you seek? I am willing to offer anything." "If you wish to become my disciple, first take me to the Tianshui sect." Lin Tian suddenly revealed a peculiar smile, as if waiting for the bait to be taken. However, Tian Bing, momentarily stunned, quickly grew wary. "Become your disciple? Do you think I am as foolish as you? This complete sword technique is coveted by countless individuals. Do you truly not desire it?" Tian Bing's heart raced with urgency, unsure of how to weigh her options, especially since she had come here to mend matters. But the thought of Lin Tian possessing the complete sword technique stirred her emotions. Noticing Tian Bing's keen interest, Lin Tian teased further, "If you do not divulge, I will investigate on my own, and then I shall no longer need you." Realizing the validity in his words, Tian Bing hastily approached and whispered, "If I take you there, will you tell me? You must also be willing to heed my commands." Lin Tian suddenly grinned mischievously, causing Tian Bing to bristle with irritation. "Is this a threat? You wish to learn without making sacrifices? Do you believe such opportunities abound?" Lin Tian countered, clenching her teeth. Tian Bing resolutely declared, "As long as you do not ask me to harm others or engage in disgraceful deeds, I will comply with your wishes." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, concerned that Lin Tian might request something embarrassing. Lin Tian, however, dismissively remarked, "Rest assured, with your physique and appearance, you do not meet my standards." "What?" Tian Bing felt as if she had been doused with cold water, standing there, stunned. Lin Tian, maintaining a serious demeanor, said, "Now, call me Grandmaster for me to hear." "Grandmaster? Why should I call you that? Is there a reason needed?" Tian Bing, biting her lip, finally relented, "Grandmaster. Is that sufficient? Good, lead the way. But you must tell me the sword technique. That depends on your performance." Lin Tian did not immediately reveal the sword technique, and Tian Bing, frustrated, muttered under her breath. Unable to challenge him, could only guide him to the Tianshui sect. The Tianshui sect, after millennia of evolution, had transformed from a premier sect to one of little repute, with scarcely 1,000 members, most of whom were elderly, weak, or infirm. When Lin Tian arrived at the foot of the Tianshui mountain, it bore no resemblance to a spiritual peak. Rather, it appeared as an ordinary hill. Moreover, at the base of the mountain, he observed a group of people by a stone staircase, bidding farewell to those ascending, offering various words of encouragement. "Child, although the Tianshui sect is insignificant, at least you can learn some skills here, which will give you the strength to work and sustain yourself upon your return. Child, while you may not have the opportunity to cultivate in the Tianyang sect, the Tianshui sect is a viable option. Go and train, at the very least. You will return capable of performing manual labor and finding something to do." Watching the elderly converse and witnessing those ordinary youths devoid of spiritual roots, Lin Tian felt a pang of sadness. Had the Tianshui sect truly fallen to such depths? Were they accepting anyone? Though Tian Bing was unaware of Lin Tian's motives for visiting the Tianshui sect, she attentively listened to his concerns regarding the sect, particularly captivated by the gleam in his eyes at that moment. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Are you perhaps the disciple of a significant figure within the Tianshui sect?" "Disciple?" Lin Tian retorted with a disdainful glance. "They wouldn't even qualify to consider me their disciple." Tian Bing was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes in disbelief. "You're just boasting. Do you really think the Tianshui sect lacks worthy individuals? Oh, who else is there?" She continued, her pride swelling. Despite its current decline, the Tianshui sect has boasted formidable leaders throughout its history. Even the current master and some elders are far superior to the heads of the families in Tianyang City. "And what are those family heads?" Lin Tian mused, initially expecting her to present a more formidable comparison, but soon dismissed them as inconsequential. Yet Tian Bing was undeterred, exclaiming, "What do you mean by those family heads being inconsequential? They are all local overlords." "Overlords? Have you ever encountered an overlord who needed to heed the whims of a minor sect?" Lin Tian scoffed. "Minor sect? Are you referring to whom?" She challenged. "The Tianyang sect. A dilapidated cultivation sect that has everyone treating them like deities," Lin Tian retorted dismissively. Tian Bing was taken aback by his derision of the Tianyang sect and exclaimed, "Do you even understand the standing of the Tianyang sect? It is a lower-tier sect among the top 100 cultivation factions. It is the largest sect near Tianyang City, vastly more powerful than the Tianshui sect. Even one of their elders could easily obliterate the Tianshui sect." Rubbish. Lin Tian's two-word dismissal nearly incensed Tian Bing to the point of fury, prompting her to defend her stance. Observing her reaction, Lin Tian countered, "Tell me, is this how you converse with someone of your master's stature? You haven't even taught me swordsmanship yet, and you expect me to address you as such?" Tian Bing huffed, her irritation unabated. Lin Tian shrugged confidently. "One day, you will be begging to call me that." "Impossible. Unless you force me, I will never plead with you," Tian Bing declared with spirited resolve. Lin Tian chuckled in resignation. "Let's continue up the mountain." With a huff, Tian Bing quickly matched his stride, while onlookers whispered at the sight of the foolish Lin Tian accompanying the city lord's daughter. "Look, why is the city lord's daughter walking with a fool? Does she intend to learn from him as well? It seems likely. After all, he is just a simpleton, unwanted by any major sect." Lin Tian paid no mind to their chatter, yet Tian Bing was irked, saying, "Look at what you've done. You've made me the subject of their ridicule." Lin Tian simply smiled in silence, which only deepened Tian Bing's frustration. "You just wait and see how long you can hold your tongue." Ignoring her, Lin Tian continued his ascent. After approximately half an hour, they reached the mountain summit, where they encountered numerous disciples. However, these disciples were not engaged in cultivation. Instead, they were tending to fields or planting medicinal herbs and trees. This caused Lin Tian to furrow his brow in confusion. What were they up to? Cultivating herbs or fruit trees, which could fetch a good price in the coming year. Tian Bing explained with a smile once Lin Tian finally spoke to him. Lin Tian was taken aback by the decline of the Tianshui sect, now reduced to planting fruit trees, and he shook his head in resignation before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Tian Bing seethed inwardly, thinking, "This kid always pretends to be profound, making himself seem like an unparalleled master." As Lin Tian approached the grand entrance of the Tianshui sect, he noticed the characters on the gate were nearly faded, and the steps leading up to the stone door were cracked and in disrepair. Moreover, once inside, he saw a scant number of disciples sitting in meditation, while others wielded wooden swords, practicing the so-called water flow sword technique. Among them was a portly man, brandishing a wooden whip, who directed his words at those practicing swords, saying, "You are the hope of our sect. With diligent training, you will surely achieve success one day." At this moment, someone could not help but ask, "Brother Mu, can we go to Tianyang sect?" Others also displayed expressions of anticipation. The portly man, with wide eyes and an irritated tone, replied, "You all come here and still wish to go to Tianyang sect?" The disciples, unwilling to accept this, responded, "We came here to grow stronger and then try our luck at Tianyang sect. Indeed, we would gladly settle for a menial position at Tianyang sect," they added. The man known as Brother Mu was infuriated, lashing out at them. "Do you all despise Tianshui sect so much?" The disciples jumped up in protest, hurling complaints. And some even threatened, "If you hit me again, I'll leave the mountain and never return." "Exactly, we might as well not come back," they echoed. Subsequently, the group became lethargic, sitting aside and chatting, leaving Brother Mu speechless in frustration. It was then that Tian Bing called out, "Brother Mu." Upon recognizing her, the portly man immediately perked up. "Little junior sister, What brings you here? He gestured towards Lin Tian, saying he insisted on coming up, so I brought him along. Tian Bing responded with disdain. Seeing Lin Tian, Brother Mu displayed his true merchant nature, smiling. Young brother, are you here to learn the sword technique? No. Lin Tian shook his head. Brother Mu then asked, are you here to learn cultivation? Not that either, Lin Tian replied. Then what brings you here? Brother Mu was perplexed. While Tian Bing interjected, ignore him. He is just a self-important fool. Lin Tian then inquired of the portly man, what is your name? I am called Mu Dong. He replied. However, someone in the crowd shouted, he is called Mu Donghua. At this comment, laughter erupted among the disciples, leaving Mu Dong visibly embarrassed yet unable to retort. Lin Tian was astonished to witness a senior disciple being bullied by a group of newcomers, prompting him to reflect on the true extent of the Tian Shui sect's decline, which allowed such disrespect. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Tian extended his hand, asking, may I borrow your whip? I would like to teach these juniors a lesson. He spoke without hesitation, but this immediately drew a chorus of ridicule, especially from those who recognized him, mocking, aren't you just the fool from the Lin family? Indeed, he is a fool. Some individuals chuckled at Mu Dong, saying, Brother Mu, he is a fool. Surely you cannot take his words seriously. Just as Mu Dong was about to retrieve his whip, he hesitated, glancing at Tian Bing with an expression of bewilderment and inquired, Junior sister, is this truly the Lin family's fool? At that moment, Tian Bing found herself at a loss for words. After all, throughout their journey, Lin Tian did not resemble a fool, although his speech could be quite audacious at times. Lin Tian, however, turned to Tian Bing and said, I would like to borrow your sword. You wish to use my sword again? Tian Bing immediately concealed her weapon, refusing to relinquish it. If you continue this way, I shall truly not allow you to become my disciple, Lin Tian chuckled. Disciple? Upon hearing Lin Tian refer to Tian Bing as his disciple, everyone gasped in astonishment. While Mu Dong stammered, Junior sister, this. Tian Bing's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, you impertinent boy, do not speak recklessly. What? Do you not acknowledge it? Very well, I shall seek out others to impart the sword techniques. Infuriated, Tian Bing clenched her teeth and reluctantly handed over her sword, exclaiming, here, you insufferable rogue. Lin Tian took the sword, while the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Particularly, those seated and engaged in jovial conversation mocked, fool, do you even know how to wield a sword? Fool, what are you attempting to do? Fool, do you think that brandishing a sword will instill fear in our hearts? Their taunts grew louder, yet Lin Tian approached them, fixing them with a steady gaze and declared, I shall now demonstrate the sword techniques of the Tian Shui sect. The water-flowing sword shadow. Upon hearing this, the crowd dismissed his words. Some even jested, this technique? I have practiced it for half a year. And it is nothing remarkable, merely a fade. Indeed, it is utterly useless. Mu Dong, however, was incensed and glared at them. How can it be of no use? The others remained unconvinced, failing to regard the Tian Shui sect with any seriousness. Meanwhile, Lin Tian looked at them with a peculiar smile and urged, open your eyes wide and witness whether this sword technique is merely a fade. Subsequently, Lin Tian executed the sword technique, unleashing waves of energy akin to a tsunami, leaving the seated spectators in a state of astonishment. Mu Dong, too, gaped in disbelief until Lin Tian sheathed his sword. It was then that Mu Dong, perplexed, asked, how? How could you? Lin Tian tossed the sword back to Tian Bing, who reluctantly accepted it. The onlookers, one by one, stood up. Fool, your sword technique is far superior to Mu Dong's. Indeed, fool, how have you mastered this technique so profoundly? Mu Dong appeared awkward, while Lin Tian addressed the crowd, stating, as long as you are earnest in your studies, you too can cultivate to this level. Otherwise, you should hastily descend the mountain. What? Descend the mountain? Some were taken aback, while Mu Dong pulled Lin Tian aside and whispered, these are all rare talents, do not send them down the mountain. Or else the Tian Shui sect will be left without anyone suitable to practice the sword techniques. Better to have none than to have the unworthy, Lin Tian decisively proclaimed. Mu Dong, apprehensive, could only helplessly concede, if we can nurture even one, it will be sufficient. Lin Tian, observing Mu Dong's cowardice, shook his head in resignation. He then turned to the gathering and announced that those wishing to learn the sword techniques should stay, while those who considered themselves above it could leave immediately. Some individuals, who had initially intended to depart, were quick to discard their wooden swords and scoffed, declaring the sword techniques worthless. Others, having only recently arrived, were reluctant to leave without having learned anything, so they reluctantly remained. A few, adopting an air of superiority, demanded money for their departure, threatening to remain seated unless compensated. Among them, a youthful gentleman led a group of similarly arrogant individuals. He was clearly a spoiled rich kid, surrounded by admirers who reverently addressed him as young master Bai. This young master Bai smirked at Lin Tian and provocatively requested him to demonstrate the sword technique once more for his amusement. Surprised that this individual assumed he was merely a performer, Lin Tian grinned and replied, "You truly wish to see it again?" "Indeed." With that, Lin Tian seized Tian Bing's sword and, with a swift motion, unleashed a blade of energy that struck the arrogant youth squarely in the face, leaving a crimson streak across his visage. The young man screamed, "Ah, my face." The crowd gasped, particularly those sycophants surrounding him, who began to shout in disbelief. "Do you know who he is?" Lin Tian remained unfazed, coldly responding, "It matters not who he is. Anyone who is dissatisfied can either leave or defeat me." The crowd was taken aback. Some, leaning toward a more theatrical perspective, chimed in, "Young man, he is Bai Chiefing, the heir of the Bai family. And his mother is from the Su family, one of the 3 great clans of Tian'an City. Is the Su family truly formidable?" Lin Tian scoffed. However, Mu Dong was visibly shaken, exclaiming, "The Su family is the most powerful among the 3 clans, even stronger than your Lin family." Lin Tian chuckled disdainfully, "Trash." The spectators were astonished by the audacity of this seemingly foolish boy, while Tian Bing, as the daughter of the city lord, had not anticipated Lin Tian's boldness. Furious, Bai Chiefing grit his teeth and commanded, "Someone, eliminate him. I will reward you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Given that most present were impoverished, typically using only a few stones for cultivation each month, the promise of such a sum invigorated the young sycophants, who rushed forward with zeal. However, Lin Tian executed a swift maneuver, darting through the throng like a fleeting shadow, evading all attempts to touch him. Tian Bing watched in astonishment, wondering how this fool, merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, could possess such astounding agility. Not only Tian Bing, but even Mu Dong, at the 9th level of qi refinement, believed she could not match Lin Tian's speed. Bai Chiefing, seething with rage, shouted, "Waste him! Waste him!" Yet, before he could react, Lin Tian surged through the crowd, pressing his sword against Bai Chiefing's neck, and smirked, "You, the spoiled scion, what can you do besides shout?" Bai Chiefing trembled in fear, stammering, My mother is." With a swift stroke, Lin Tian's sword drew blood from Bai Chiefing's abdomen. The young man screamed, "My cultivation." The crowd fell into stunned silence, while Mu Dong, in shock, felt her legs weaken. Even in the face of incredulity, Tian Bing found it difficult to believe, while Lin Tian remained unfazed, retorting, "If you wish to leave, do so swiftly. Otherwise, it may cost you dearly." This statement sent a shiver down Bai Chiefing's spine, prompting him to hastily depart, but as he exited the door, he shouted, "Wait, I shall exact my revenge." Lin Tian merely scoffed, casting a commanding glance at the wavering individuals around him, declaring, "Those who wish to depart still have the chance. Otherwise, you shall remain here and diligently cultivate." Subsequently, he managed to persuade a few more to leave, until only a mere 10 remained, leaving Mu Dong visibly distressed. Lin Tian turned to Mu Dong and remarked, "They have become considerably more obedient now." However, upon realizing that they had dwindled from dozens to less than 10, Mu Dong's expression soured. Lin Tian then glanced back at Tian Bing and instructed, "Take me to meet the current leader of the Tianshui sect." Tian Bing paused momentarily, then, after a brief look at Mu Dong, led Lin Tian down a narrow path ahead. Those who remained stared curiously at Lin Tian's retreating figure, whispering amongst themselves, "How can this Lin family fool be so terrifying?" Indeed, it was quite alarming. Mu Dong remained in a daze, pondering the true nature of Lin Tian. Tian Bing eventually brought Lin Tian to a grand hall, and Lin Tian surveyed the ancient and dilapidated furnishings, shaking his head in resignation. "Where is everyone?" Tian Bing quickly regained his composure and glanced at a large clock outside the hall, stating, "The leader and the others are likely in seclusion. Only by striking this bell can we rouse them." "Call them," Lin Tian said, finding a seat and reclining as if he were a distinguished guest. Tian Bing, taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity, responded, "Are you truly going to summon them?" "Yes," Lin Tian affirmed. Tian Bing, now anxious, cautioned if they become enraged, "I cannot save you. Do you require my assistance?" Lin Tian countered, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Upon seeing that smile, Tian Bing recalled Lin Tian's earlier imposing demeanor and awkwardly approached the bell, muttering, You said it. Don't blame me later. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry. Lin Tian urged. Reluctantly, Tian Bing gritted his teeth, grasped the wooden beam beside the bell, and struck it forcefully. The resonant sound echoed throughout the mountains, piquing the curiosity of those practicing in various locations. Not having spotted anyone yet, Lin Tian continued to call out with closed eyes, "Keep going." Frustrated, Tian Bing struck the bell again. After a short while, the sound of rapid footsteps approached, akin to the sound of water being tread upon. Lin Tian's ears perked up, and he chuckled. Their cultivation level is likely at the mid-stage of Golden Core. Am I correct? Tian Bing was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the sight of an elderly man with white hair standing not far away, clearly over a century old. Remarkably, the old man's skin was well preserved, resembling that of a youthful visage despite his flowing white locks. What are you doing? The old man barked at Tian Bing, causing him to startle and release the bell. Tian Bing, upon recognizing the elder, bowed respectfully and replied, "Great Elder." Elder Su Bai of the Tianshui sect, renowned for his striking handsomeness, indeed lived up to his reputation. I inquired about his purpose, and Su Bai's expression turned grave as Tian Bing promptly gestured towards Lin Tian, stating that it was he who sought an audience with them. Subsequently, two more figures emerged, a hunchbacked old woman and an elderly man missing an arm. Upon recognizing them, Tian Bing greeted, "Grandma Fong, Grandpa Tai." Although Tian Bing was unaware of their true names, he knew them by these affectionate titles, and it was from Grandma Fong that Tian Bing had learned her swordsmanship. "What brings you here, child?" Grandma Fong asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Tian, slowly opening his eyes to observe the three of them, replied languidly, "I asked her to summon you." Su Bai scrutinized Lin Tian intently, unable to detect any hint of fear, and skeptically remarked, "I believe I have seen you before." "Seen me?" Lin Tian expressed surprise. Su Bai continued, "The former head of the Lin family brought you here once for medical treatment, though you were merely 10 years old at the time and rather naive." Lin Tian was taken aback to learn that Lin Yao had once brought him to this place. Grandma Fong chuckled. Who would have thought that the foolish child of yesteryear would awaken to clarity now? Grandpa Tai added with a smile, "In the past, you even promised to craft me a clay prosthetic arm." Lin Tian, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter, realizing their familiarity, and said, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." Su Bai, confused, inquired about his meaning, while Tian Bing, aware of the temperaments of the three, quickly approached Lin Tian and whispered, "They are the three oddities of Tianshui. Their moods can be quite unpredictable, so tread carefully with your words." Disregarding the caution regarding the three oddities, Lin Tian scanned the three and boldly asked, "Which of you is the sect master?" "The sect master is away on a journey, and I am responsible for all matters pertaining to the sect," Su Bai replied coldly. Lin Tian responded with a smile, "In that case, you may address me as Ancestor." The three were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, while Tian Bing assumed Lin Tian was acting foolishly and admonished him, "Young man, don't play with fire. They're elders, not like me who can be easily swayed by your words." Yet, Lin Tian remained calm, smiling as he asked, "Do you have any objections?" Su Bai immediately unleashed his formidable aura, causing nearby tables and chairs to tumble violently, even sweeping Tian Bing away. She found refuge behind a stone pillar, exclaiming in alarm, "Elder, he is acting foolishly again. Please, do not be angry. Young man, out of consideration for your past folly, I shall not hold this against you. But you must leave at once and cease causing trouble. Otherwise," Su Bai's serious demeanor suggested he could unleash destruction. Meanwhile, Grandma Fong and Grandpa Tai began conversing beside them. "This lad has become even more deranged in our years apart," Grandma Fong remarked with a shake of her head, while Grandpa Tai sighed, "Perhaps he has succumbed to madness." Yet, amidst the turbulent winds, Lin Tian advanced step by step towards Su Bai. Grandma Fong and Grandpa Tai initially believed Su Bai was relenting, but Su Bai's expression shifted as he noticed that the very gales he commanded seemed to part in front of Lin Tian, allowing him to approach unimpeded. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, "Do not underestimate it. This is the art of dividing qi. Surely, you have records of it in your Tianshui sect?" "What? The art of dividing qi?" Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Not only Su Bai, but even Granny Fong and Grandpa Tai were taken aback. For the art of dividing qi and the water flow sword technique were renowned as the most formidable spells and sword techniques during the peak of the Tianshui sect. Lin Tian gazed at the three with a smile. The art of dividing qi allows one to split any incoming flow of air or wind into two, diverting them to either side as they approach. How do you know this?" Su Bai could hardly contain his excitement. while Granny Fong and Grandpa Tai were equally flabbergasted. Tian Bing, dumbfounded, murmured, "Could it be? He even knows this ancient spell of the Tianshui sect?" Lin Tian chuckled at Subai. "You may put away your aura now." Subai immediately retracted his imposing presence, while Tian Bing, regaining his composure, breathed a sigh of relief, thoroughly startled. Yet Subai, still suspicious, fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. "Who exactly are you?" "I am your ancestor." "Our ancestor, Shui Lu, has long been missing. How could it possibly be you?" Subai assumed Lin Tian was jesting. Lin Tian contemplated saying more, but realizing the ancient power of Tian Gu still existed, he feared that if his identity were revealed before he became powerful, his disciples would be slaughtered. Thus, he concealed his secret further, stating, "You need only to know that I can restore the Tianshui sect to its former glory. Refrain from asking more." "Why should we trust you?" Subai still held reservations. Lin Tian turned to Tian Bing with a smile. "May I borrow your sword?" "Borrow again." Tian Bing replied dejectedly, tossing the sword over. Lin Tian then demonstrated the complete sword technique before the three. When they witnessed this authentic swordplay, they were all dumbfounded, for they only knew the first half of the technique. The latter part was entirely foreign to them. Lin Tian returned the sword to Tian Bing and looked at the trio, smiling. "I possess sword techniques and can impart spells. Do you have any further doubts?" Granny Fong exclaimed with excitement. "Could it be that you have received the true inheritance of our Tianshui sect's ancestor?" "Indeed, it must be so," Grandpa Tai concurred. However, Su Bai's expression grew solemn. "How exactly did you come to learn this?" Lin Tian smiled at the three. "Do not concern yourselves with how I acquired this knowledge. Simply understand that I am here to rejuvenate the Tianshui sect." The notion of revival had crossed the minds of the three, yet reality often dealt harsh blows. After a brief private discussion, Su Bai fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. "As long as you can fulfill my next request, we will be willing to heed your words, even to the extent of calling you our ancestor." "Speak," Lin Tian inquired with calm assurance. "First, within a year, you must ensure that our sect has an additional 100 individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Second, we must rise from being a low-ranking sect. And then we will follow your lead," Subai stated resolutely. Tian Bing was left in utter shock. "What? 100 individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement within a year? That is utterly impossible. If you cannot achieve this, how can you lead us to revival?" Subai remarked coldly. Granny Fong added, "Indeed, we do not wish to be deceived." Old Master Tai fixed his gaze upon Lin Tian and said, "Young man, if you wish for us to entrust our fate to you, you must first prove your worth." Lin Tian, however, simply chuckled. "A year is too lengthy. Let it be a month. As for how one might be deemed inferior in a lower-tier sect, what does it take?" The crowd, upon hearing Lin Tian propose a mere month, was taken aback, with Tian Bing questioning incredulously, "Fool, are you jesting? A month?" "Indeed, a month," Lin Tian affirmed. Yet, Tian Bing still regarded Lin Tian's words as mere folly. It was then that Su Bai interjected. "The criteria for classifying a sect as inferior is quite straightforward. It requires at least one individual from our sect to have attained the Yuaning realm." "Yuaning? Is that not merely above the Golden Core stage?" Lin Tian mused, initially perceiving it as a daunting challenge, but a smile soon graced his face upon realizing its simplicity. "Indeed," Su Bai confirmed. Lin Tian shrugged lightly. "Very well. I shall devise a way for you to break through to the Yuaning realm." "What?" Su Bai and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, while Lin Tian continued with a grin. "You are the closest to Yuaning, so facilitating your breakthrough would be the simplest approach." Yet, Su Bai furrowed his brow. "Young man, we are not jesting with you. Nor am I jesting. Simply await my return," Lin Tian replied before asking Tian Bing to lead him down the mountain. As Tian Bing awkwardly passed by the three elders, he remarked, "Sirs, please continue to regard him as a fool, but do not take his words too seriously." Su Bai, however, remained fixated on Lin Tian's retreating figure, pondering. "Just how did you acquire that mastery in both spells and swordsmanship?" Lin Tian, aware that the moment was not opportune for explanations, paused briefly to smile before continuing his departure. Tian Bing chased after him, exclaiming, "You fool! In the future, could you refrain from speaking so recklessly? You nearly brought about my demise." Lin Tian walked ahead in silence, which frustrated Tian Bing, causing her to chatter incessantly behind him. It wasn't until Mudong saw the two emerge that he curiously inquired, "Were you the ones ringing the bell?" Tian Bing, slightly irked, replied, "Yes." Mudong assumed Tian Bing had been reprimanded, so he comforted her, "Junior sister, don't take it too much to heart. I'm leaving now." Feeling dejected, Tian Bing matched her pace with Lin Tian, while Mudong followed them down the mountain. Once they departed from the summit of Tianshui Gate, Lin Tian suddenly inquired curiously. As the daughter of a city lord, you should have no trouble reaching Tianong's sect. Why then do you come to this small sect? Tian Bing was taken aback by his question, but stubbornly decided not to reveal anything. Why would I tell you? She retorted. Do you truly not desire the sword technique? You have been using this to tempt me, yet you refuse to share it. She exclaimed in frustration. Lin Tian, however, smiled with a glint of determination. Very well. I shall teach you now. Whether you grasp it depends on your own fortune. With that, he ventured into a grove, retrieved a small twig, and began to demonstrate the sword technique in slow motion. Initially, Tian Bing thought he was merely flailing, but after a while, she became entranced. The technique encompassed hundreds of movements. Once Lin Tian completed his demonstration, he asked, Did you take note of that? So many movements. How could I possibly remember? Tian Bing immediately complained. Lin Tian shook his head in exasperation. I will perform it a few more times. And then you must practice diligently until you can connect these hundreds of movements within 3 breaths. Only then can you unleash the strongest move, the tsunami sword wave. This notion intrigued Tian Bing, yet the thought of mastering hundreds of movements within 3 breaths left her bewildered. Over 100 movements in a single breath? How is that even feasible? Thus, you must practice extensively. After saying this, Lin Tian demonstrated the movements a few more times before discarding the twig. Now, can you tell me why you came to Tianshui Gate? Tian Bing, drenched in sweat, responded, I fell ill as a child. And it was Granny Fong's medicine that saved me. That's why I learned swordsmanship from her. Is it really that simple? Lin Tian asked. Indeed. Understanding her now. He glanced up at the sky and noticed it was beginning to darken. I must return now. You should practice slowly. Upon hearing Lin Tian's intent to leave and glancing around at the encroaching darkness of the forest, Tian Bing immediately quickened her pace to follow. Hey, wait for me. Lin Tian ignored her, instead quickening his steps. Initially, Tian Bing did not find it difficult to keep up, but as time passed, she began to pant, inwardly cursing. How can this guy move so swiftly? That girl has some tenacity, Lin Tian thought, recalling his own disciple, Qingyu, who had relentlessly pursued him to become his student, never pausing until her shoes fell apart. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian's thoughts, Tian Bing shouted from behind, Stop. He paid her no heed, and as the darkness thickened, they finally spotted Tianyang City, only to be confronted by a group of disheveled men emerging from the side of the path. Some wielded knives, others swords, and still others carried clubs. Among them, the leader was a one-eyed man, his face adorned with a thick beard, as he stroked his chin with a grin. Gazing at Tian Bing, my dear Tian, what a narrow path fate has carved for us. It is you. Tian Bing's countenance paled upon seeing these individuals. They were notorious bandits from near Tianyang City, perpetually at odds with the city lord's manor, and naturally, Tian Bing had become one of their significant targets. Lin Tian, however, merely cast a glance and timidly inquired, Am I free to leave? That is none of your concern. Of course you may leave. But to prevent you from alerting the city, you will stand aside until we conclude our business, after which you may depart, the one-eyed man retorted, instructing a shorter accomplice to keep an eye on Lin Tian. The diminutive figure pulled Lin Tian aside while he surveyed his surroundings and then reclined against a rock. Hey, lad, you certainly are carefree. The one-eyed man chuckled, taken aback by Lin Tian's nonchalance. Lin Tian, however, calmly replied, You carry on with your robbery. And I shall mind my own business. Let us not interfere with one another. This statement provoked uproarious laughter from the bandits, while Tian Bing grew anxious, exclaiming, You coward. They are robbing you, not me. Lin Tian remained indifferent, and upon realizing that Lin Tian and Tian Bing appeared unrelated, the bandits grew bolder, surrounding Tian Bing. The one-eyed man grinned maliciously at Tian Bing. My dear lady, our fortress leader has long desired to bring you to our stronghold as his wife. What say you? Dream on. I swear I shall never return with you. Tian Bing declared, drawing her sword to confront them. The one-eyed man dismissed her threats with a scoff, remarking, My dear, you are merely at the 9th realm of chi refining, whereas I have reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Do you truly believe your sword can harm me? Whatever. Tian Bing's anger flared as she unleashed her sword technique, which was significantly swifter than when she had demonstrated it against Lin Tian earlier. In an instant, she managed to sever a portion of the one-eyed man's beard, prompting him to retreat a step, seething with rage. Well done, girl. You've brought this upon yourself. Following this, the one-eyed man commanded several of his men to raise their shields and charge at Tian Bing. Alarmed, She unleashed a wave of sword energy, but it was entirely absorbed by the shields. Seizing the opportunity, the one-eyed man hurled a chain, one end attached to a small iron ball, swiftly ensnaring Tianbing. With her feet bound, he then cast a net over her, rendering her sword ineffective. The one-eyed man laughed heartily. Onward, let us go. Tianbing, now in a state of panic, called out to the indifferent Lin Tian, quickly, go to the city and seek help. Lin Tian remained silent. Yet the one-eyed man commanded the short accomplice, take care of this chi-refining brat. Understood. The short man immediately advanced with his knife, but Lin Tian curiously asked, didn't you say that if you captured her, I would be released? The short man chuckled sinisterly. Trust a bandit? Are you a child? Does this mean you intend to kill me? Lin Tian sighed with resignation, and the short man, noticing Lin Tian's calm demeanor, revealed a wicked grin. What a stroke of bad luck for you to witness something you shouldn't have. Having spoken, the assailant lunged at Lin Tian with a knife. Yet before the blade could make contact, Lin Tian deftly seized it. Not only that, but a surge of energy emanated from Lin Tian, enveloping the knife's edges. At that moment, the wielder of the weapon was jolted by the force, his hands trembling, prompting him to relinquish his grip, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. In the next instant, Lin Tian conjured a sphere of fire in his hand, a sly smile gracing his lips as he declared, let it play with you. Before the assailant could comprehend the situation, the flames surged forth, dancing around him like a playful child, igniting everything in their path, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. The bandits who had only taken a few steps ahead were instantly stricken with fear, snapping back to reality. By the heavens! Eliminate him! The one-eyed dragon bellowed in fury, commanding his men to advance. Though Tianbing, trapped in the web, was oblivious to the unfolding chaos. She sensed that Lin Tian would surely face dire consequences amidst such overwhelming numbers. Flee! What are you waiting for? She urged. The one-eyed dragon was a foundational cultivator, while Lin Tian was merely a gas-refining practitioner. Even though Lin Tian had miraculously dispatched the previous small-time bandit, Tianbing doubted his capacity to withstand the one-eyed dragon's onslaught. The one-eyed dragon, observing the ashes of his fallen comrade, glared at Lin Tian and demanded, what potion did you use to injure him? Potion? Such a pathetic tactic. Do I truly need it? Lin Tian scoffed disdainfully, leaving the bandits bewildered as they rolled up their sleeves, eager for confrontation. This brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to deal with him. No, let me. I shall behead him with a single strike. Let me at him. I will pierce him through. Tianbing, ensnared in the web, cast a disapproving glance at Lin Tian's audacity. How can he remain so haughty at a time like this? Does he truly believe himself invincible? Meanwhile, Lin Tian held a vibrant orange flame in his hand, which gradually transformed into a brilliant yellow and eventually bore a hint of green. The bandits exchanged glances, taken aback by Lin Tian's continued provocation. Provoked, they charged forward, preparing to overwhelm him with a flurry of blades. However, Lin Tian flicked his wrist, unleashing the flames that split and scattered, igniting different individuals in the throng. In an instant, 5 fiery figures materialized before the one-eyed dragon, causing their weapons to be discarded as they writhed in agony. Help! Help me! It's burning me alive. I can't endure this. No, I don't want to die. Their cries echoed as they collapsed to the ground, convulsing, leaving the one-eyed dragon in a state of shock. It was only when Lin Tian shook his hand that the flames coalesced back into his grasp. Tianbing witnessed the entire spectacle, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she had swallowed an egg whole. The one-eyed dragon, realizing the gravity of the situation, narrowed his eyes and drew a sword, pointing it menacingly at Lin Tian. Listen well, boy. I am the nephew of the chief of the two-family stronghold, Guang. If you wish to avoid a horrific demise, you would do well to admit your wrongs. Lin Tian smiled wickedly, saying nothing as he opened his palm. The flames, now inexplicably transformed to green, leapt onto the cyclopean beast. The creature let out a horrific scream before swiftly severing the other hand, which had been ensnared by the flames, with its sword. The severed hand instantly turned to ashes, and the cyclopean beast, discarding its sword, produced a talisman from its bosom and crushed it, causing itself to vanish. A teleportation talisman? Intriguing. Lin Tian waved his hand, extinguishing the flames. At that moment, Tianbing regained her senses and exclaimed excitedly, Young Master Lin, save me. What did you call me? Lin Tian retorted, casting a glance in her direction. Embarrassed, Tianbing replied, I misjudged you today. It was my fault. Misjudged? Lin Tian questioned. As she continued, Indeed, I thought you weak, foolish, boastful, and even arrogant. With a resigned sigh, Lin Tian turned to leave. Tian Bing, taken aback, protested, "Hey, why are you so petty?" As he walked away, Lin Tian replied, "I don't care how you perceive me, but you addressed me incorrectly." Addressed incorrectly? Tian Bing was puzzled. While Lin Tian remained silent, continuing on his path as if to depart. Suddenly, an idea struck Tian Bing, causing her face to flush as she called out, "Ancestor." Is this acceptable? Only then did Lin Tian halt his steps. Flicking his fingers, the green flames, as if possessing a will of their own, surged towards Tian Bing, incinerating the net into ashes. Trembling with fear, Tian Bing stammered, "Are you not afraid of burning me? It listens to my command. How could it possibly harm you?" Lin Tian continued walking, clenching his fist, causing the flames to vanish. Tian Bing hurried to catch up, her expression curious as she asked, "What kind of fire is that? Why is it so peculiar?" "Spiritual fire." Tian Bing gasped in shock. "What? The legendary spiritual fire?" "Indeed." Yet, she appeared perplexed. "I have heard that spiritual fire possesses sentience and manifests in only one color at a time, starting with the weakest red, then orange, yellow, green, followed by blue, indigo, and violet. But yours seems to display multiple colors? Lower-tier spiritual fire can metamorphose into higher-tier spiritual fire, and once it reaches violet, it can evolve into celestial fire, ultimately becoming divine fire. What I possess is the king of fire among divine flames." Lin Tian mused aloud. Tian Bing, however, was utterly bewildered. What is celestial fire? What is divine fire? I cannot comprehend. Uninformed. The two words from Lin Tian left Tian Bing feeling utterly humiliated. "So, is your fire changing colors because it is divine fire?" Lin Tian extended his palm, causing the flames to revert to red, slowly transitioning through colors once more. "Why does it start as red and then gradually change?" "It consumes spiritual energy. It will cease only when there is no spiritual energy left to absorb. And then it can unleash formidable heat using the energy it has consumed." Upon finishing his explanation, Lin Tian waved his hand, directing the flames onto a nearby tree, which instantly ignited, transforming into a pile of smoldering charcoal. Only then did Tian Bing realize the terrifying nature of Lin Tian. The thought of having bickered with him earlier sent shivers down her spine. You wouldn't set me on fire, would you? You are my disciple." Lin Tian replied, "As long as you do not betray the sect, you have nothing to fear. However, should you choose to betray me..." He grinned ominously. "What then? Once, I had a disciple who betrayed me. I burned his flesh, extracted his soul, and condemned him to an eternity devoid of reincarnation, tormenting him until madness consumed him." Tian Bing felt her voice rise in pitch, and Lin Tian's wicked smile reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you remain loyal, all will be well. Master, you can rest assured, I would never betray you." Tian Bing's face turned pale with fear. Lin Tian composed himself and surveyed the city of Tianong before him, pondering where one might procure an alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs. "You wish to concoct pills?" "Indeed. I aim to refine some foundation establishment pills to secure promising candidates for the Tian Shui sect." "What? You can even produce foundation establishment pills?" Tian Bing exclaimed. Her mouth agape. Lin Tian retorted, "Foundation establishment pills? Any child could concoct them? Is it truly so difficult?" Tian Bing gazed at him as if he were a creature of legend. "Master, let me guide you to the alchemy furnace and herbs." "Very well, lead the way." Upon entering the city, the patrolling guards cast puzzled glances at the approaching Tian Bing, whispering amongst themselves, "Why is the young lady with this fool? Could it be that she is here to annul the engagement with the second young lady? It seems so. The young lady has been clamoring daily to seek out this fool to break the engagement. It appears he has been deceived." Lin Tian overheard their conversation and turned his curious gaze towards Tian Bing, who immediately shot daggers at the guards, her anger palpable. "Do you think your tongues are too long? Shall I cut them off for you?" The guards scattered in fright, while Tian Bing turned to Lin Tian, overly polite, as if to placate him. "Oh, this is merely my past ignorance." Lin Tian smiled without responding, continuing on his path, while Tian Bing pointed back at the loquacious guards. "I'll deal with them later." The guards were baffled by Tian Bing's unusual courtesy towards Lin Tian. Once she caught up with him, she could not help but inquire, "Master, you are so powerful. Why didn't you eliminate those bandits at once? Why wait until they captured me before acting? Do you go about squashing ants daily?" Lin Tian inquired. Tian Bing shook her head, chuckling, "Only a fool would play with ants." "Exactly. If ants appear before me and do not provoke me, why would I trample them?" Lin Tian replied, dismissing Tian Bing's dazed expression. "Ants? Did he truly regard those fierce bandits of the Tujiao fortress as mere ants? Tian Bing was astonished. After all, the Tujiao fortress was notorious for its banditry. Even her father, along with the entire Tianyang city families, might struggle to overpower them. Yet, Lin Tian's demeanor suggested he was entirely sincere. Was the line between madness and genius truly that thin? Tian Bing was suddenly struck by an odd sensation, realizing that the individual before him might have been feigning ignorance. In an effort to comprehend the situation, he resolved to closely follow Lin Tian. Yet he dared not offend him, fearing that in a fit of rage, Lin Tian might regard him as insignificant as an ant. Consequently, Tian Bing hastily trailed behind, resembling a devoted attendant. Elder Ancestor, the refining furnace you seek is located ahead at the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion. The Heavenly Artifact Pavilion? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed. It is the largest treasure chain store on this continent. However, Tianyang City is classified as a fifth-tier city, so the finest offerings are likely to be merely ordinary artifacts. Ordinary artifacts? Lin Tian abruptly halted and directed a piercing gaze at Tian Bing, who trembled under that scrutinizing stare. Why yes. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. In the realm of mortals, ordinary artifacts were considered the weakest treasures, further categorized into inferior, middle grade, superior, and premium grades. Such artifacts generally lacked spiritual consciousness, but those of higher quality were naturally durable and less prone to damage. However, in Lin Tian's eyes, they were akin to refuse, for ordinary artifacts could not be utilized to forge quality foundation pills. He shook his head and inquired, "Are there any spiritual artifacts?" "At the very least, I require superior spiritual artifacts." Superior spiritual artifacts. Tian Bing stammered. "Elder Ancestor, do not even mention such things. Even in a fourth-tier city, they are rarely found. Is Tianyang City that dismal?" Faced with Lin Tian's derisive demeanor, Tian Bing felt compelled to explain patiently, spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare. Not only in Tianyang City, but even within the Tianyang sect, they are seldom seen. As for superior ones, there may be only a handful within the sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian shook his head in resignation. "It seems I shall have to refine one myself." "What? Refine it yourself? Elder Ancestor, you must be jesting." Lin Tian was renowned as the foremost master of artifact refining and pill concocting in the divine realm, yet his current strength was insufficient. He needed to wait until he reached the foundation establishment stage to refine spiritual artifacts, so he could only seek out some decent ordinary artifacts to make do for the time being. Observing Lin Tian's indifference, Tian Bing scratched his head in frustration. This man was truly difficult to engage with. However, thinking of Lin Tian's formidable presence, Tian Bing felt obliged to follow closely behind. This peculiar sight on the street drew the attention of passers-by, who began to whisper amongst themselves. "Look, the young lady from the city lord's mansion is persistently trailing that fool. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? What nonsense! Surely she intends to persuade that fool to withdraw from the engagement with her sister using a gentle approach." The crowd found this interpretation plausible, and soon the rumor spread like wildfire, leading many to believe that Tian Bing was following Lin Tian to convince him to retract his betrothal. Lin Tian paid little heed to such gossip, while Tian Bing hurriedly clarified, "I have no such intentions. Please do not listen to them." Lin Tian appeared oblivious, as if he were deaf, and instead approached a door, declaring, "We have arrived." Tian Bing paused, looking up to see the sign that read, "Heavenly Artifact Pavilion, Tianyang City Branch." Lin Tian surveyed the interior of the store, only to find it rather desolate, with the sound of the shopkeeper's abacus clicking rhythmically in the background. Additionally, a young attendant was dusting the equipment with a feather duster, as if attempting to clear away the cobwebs of neglect. "Is it truly this empty?" Lin Tian was taken aback, while Tian Bing hastily explained that although everything here was of mundane craftsmanship, it was still far more expensive than ordinary weapons, and typically, few non-cultivators ventured into such places. Lin Tian soon realized that within Tianyang City, only a handful of affluent families possessed the means to engage in cultivation, while impoverished households struggled even for basic sustenance. Furthermore, in such establishments, transactions were conducted using spirit stones, not the common silver or banknotes used by ordinary folk. Upon gaining this understanding, Lin Tian stepped inside, and the young attendant, upon seeing Tian Bing, rushed over with a courteous greeting. "Miss Tian, you have arrived." The shopkeeper, glancing up at Tian Bing, did not exhibit the same excitement, as he was a member of the Tanchi Pavilion. Whether it was Tian Bing or even the city lord who graced his establishment, he remained unfazed. Nevertheless, in the spirit of commerce, the shopkeeper politely inquired, Miss Tian, welcome. Shopkeeper, sure. Do you have any quality alchemy furnaces? Tian Bing directly posed the question on Lin Tian's behalf. The shopkeeper, a thin man in his 50s, was commonly referred to as Sherma due to his pockmarked face. He gestured towards a display cabinet, indicating that the furnaces were all situated there. Tian Bing promptly approached the cabinet, which housed more than a dozen furnaces, ranging from inferior to superior quality, the latter being the finest among mundane artifacts. However, the prices were exorbitant, especially for the top-tier furnace, which soared to 5,000 inferior spirit stones. Shopkeeper, this is excessively priced. Tian Bing gasped. Sherma chuckled, Miss Tian. We operate on a fixed-price basis, and haggling is not permitted. If you find it too costly, feel free to seek alternatives elsewhere. Tian Bing was left speechless and turned to Lin Tian, who reflected on his own circumstances. He could not even muster 500 inferior spirit stones, let alone 5,000. The young attendant, glancing at Lin Tian with a peculiar expression, remarked, You must be that foolish one, right? Foolish one? Who are you calling foolish? Say that again. Tian Bing exclaimed, clearly more agitated than Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian remained unmoved, while Sherma, hearing the term foolish one, looked at Lin Tian with intrigue and chuckled. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the Lin family fool. Tian Bing was baffled by Sherma's condescension, his face betraying a significant disdain. Hey, shopkeeper, sure. I assure you, he is not a fool. Miss Tian, he is indeed a fool. This is common knowledge throughout the city. Sherma retorted, in a fit of anger. Tian Bing drew her sword, but Sherma remained unperturbed, even laughing. Miss Tian, not even you, let alone the city lord, could afford to be disrespectful towards me. You. Tian Bing gritted her teeth in frustration, while Sherma discreetly signaled to the young attendant, who promptly dashed out the door. This left Tian Bing puzzled as to the attendant's destination. Sherma then pointed at the furnaces, grinning. You wanted a furnace, right? I can offer you one free of charge. Free of charge? Tian Bing instantly sensed something amiss, as if the shopkeeper were laying a trap. Sherma nodded with a smile, indeed. However, the condition is that this fool must successfully activate the furnace of my choosing. If he can do so, it shall be his. As these words escaped his lips, Tian Bing was momentarily stunned, while a crowd of onlookers gathered around. In no time, the entirety of Tianqi Pavilion was bustling with people, particularly as the crowd reacted to the announcement that Master Shi was urging Lin Tian to activate the furnace. Activate the furnace? What a daunting task that would be. Indeed, to even consider such a feat. One must possess foundational strength and cultivate the fire of the Dantian to proceed. Master Shi was clearly toying with this fool. Realizing Master Shi's intentions, Tian Bing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Master Shi, we have done nothing to provoke you. Why must you make things difficult for us? At that moment, a figure was brought in from outside. It was Bai Qifeng, the young master of the Bai family, who had been rendered powerless by Lin Tian earlier that day. Bai Qifeng was notorious for his extravagant lifestyle, flaunting his connections to the Su family and creating chaos wherever he went, even daring to act arrogantly at the Tianshui sect, only to be humiliated by Lin Tian's actions. Naturally, for someone like Bai Qifeng, who was accustomed to a life of dominance, such a significant setback was unbearable. Upon his return, he began to spread word, seeking allies to assist in retaliating against Lin Tian. This was precisely the reason Master Shi was making things difficult for Lin Tian. With a mocking smile, Bai Qifeng addressed Master Shi, Thank you. I shall purchase 10 ordinary items upon my return. Upon hearing this, Master Shi's face lit up. After all, selling 10 items in this city within a month was a rare achievement, prompting him to beam with delight. Young Master Bai, you are indeed most generous. Feeling pleased, Bai Qifeng then turned his gaze towards Lin Tian with a sinister grin. Listen closely, if you can activate the alchemical furnace, it shall be given to you free of charge. It was at this moment the onlookers grasped the underlying animosity between Lin Tian and Bai Qifeng. Tian Bing, growing increasingly agitated, fixed her gaze on Lin Tian and urged, Let us leave. Clearly, she wished to shield Lin Tian from further humiliation. Yet, Lin Tian remained focused on Master Shi, inquiring, If I can activate it, does that mean it belongs to me? Indeed. Master Shi nodded emphatically, a sly smile dancing upon his lips, while Bai Qifeng taunted, You wouldn't lack the courage to try, would you? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian responded, I am betting with the shopkeeper, not you. Why are you so worked up? Bai Qifeng, feeling provoked by Lin Tian's words, retorted, If you can activate even one, I shall reward you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. But should you fail, you must publicly forsake your cultivation. How does that sound? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of chatter, and Tian Bing quickly turned to Lin Tian, urging him not to fall for their provocations. 10,000 for one. Lin Tian countered, to which Bai Qifeng eagerly affirmed. Yes, indeed. Are you afraid you won't be able to pay? Bai Qifeng boasted. Though my Bai family is not the wealthiest in Tianhong City, we possess some standing, and my mother belongs to the Su family. Lin Tian then turned to the furnaces, grinning as he remarked, since one of you offers a furnace and the other offers spirit stones, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept. The crowd assumed Lin Tian had lost his senses, with some whispering amongst themselves. This fool has begun his nonsensical ramblings once more. Indeed, he had a history of making grand declarations. At this moment, many believed Lin Tian had truly lost his mind, and even Tian Bing briefly wondered if he was once again pretending to be foolish. Unbeknownst to all, Lin Tian seized a furnace, emanating an aura of spiritual energy, and soon the seemingly tranquil furnace began to hum. In the next moment, the onlookers were struck with astonishment as the furnace twirled in Lin Tian's palm. Moreover, within the alchemical vessel, a flickering flame was visible. Someone immediately screamed, realizing that the furnace was indeed animated by his spiritual energy. How could this be? He was merely at the qi refinement stage, not even at the foundation establishment level. Yet, he could unleash alchemical flames. How on earth was he achieving this? The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Even the smile on the face of shopkeeper Shi had frozen, while Bai Qifeng, unwilling to accept this, began to grumble, accusing Lin Tian of cheating. Cheating? Lin Tian replied with a peculiar smile, let me demonstrate further. He picked up another alchemical furnace, which began to rotate in his hand, seemingly suspended in midair, with a foot of space between his palm and the furnace. The flame flickered within once more, and the spectators were once again astounded until Lin Tian waved his hand, causing the furnace to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces, snapping the crowd back to reality. Shopkeeper Shi, now infuriated, exclaimed, why did you smash my furnace? Lin Tian merely glanced around the shop and chuckled. You just stated that if I could animate it, it would be mine. Now, I wonder which one I shall animate next? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Some stammered in disbelief. Is he truly going to destroy all these mundane vessels? But how could he even accomplish such destruction? It must be the flames being too intense, damaging the furnace. This is terrifying. Not only the onlookers, but even Tian Bing found it hard to maintain composure, while shopkeeper Shi began to panic, urging, brother, let us converse civilly. Yet Lin Tian showed no signs of stopping, destroying one after another, and turning to the bewildered Tian Bing, he instructed, go collect payment from young Master Bai. Collect payment? Tian Bing hesitated, still processing the situation, when Lin Tian added, for each furnace I animate, it's 10,000. Just ask him for it. Tian Bing, not one to be foolish, instantly rejoiced and approached Bai Qifeng, grinning, come now, young Master Bai, 5 have been smashed. So hand over 50,000. Bai Qifeng was left speechless with rage, while shopkeeper Shi's eyes turned crimson, his face trembling with distress. Lin Tian, however, showed no signs of halting, shattering 100 vessels in total. Bai Qifeng felt as though he was suffocating, while shopkeeper Shi pleaded, young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please cease your actions. Yet, once words were spoken, they were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? Lin Tian appeared as a malevolent spirit, relentless in his destruction. Sweat poured from shopkeeper Shi's forehead, particularly as he calculated the value of these mundane vessels, each worth a few thousand. The total loss of over 100 items amounted to several 100,000, leaving him stuttering, what must I do for you to stop? You wish for me to cease? Lin Tian pondered for a brief moment before declaring, I desire a fine furnace. Surely, you must possess something of value hidden away? You. The expression on the shopkeeper's face shifted dramatically, while Lin Tian, not one to be easily deceived, understood that every store possesses its treasures or concealed valuables. Thus, at this moment, he intended to compel the shopkeeper to part with something of value. Aware that Lin Tian was after his prized possessions, the shopkeeper found himself powerless, merely fidgeting anxiously. Well, do you have anything for me? If not, I shall smash everything in your shop until I am satisfied, Lin Tian declared, casting a glance around the room, spotting a few hundred items before breaking into a grin. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, turned pale, their hearts aching for the shattered mundane artifacts. As for the shopkeeper, his distress surpassed that of anyone else, and he could only stammer, you. Just wait a moment. He promptly turned and hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, Tian Bing rushed to Lin Tian's side, whispering excitedly, "Ancestor, you were truly remarkable. You just made 1,000,000 in an instant and compelled the shopkeeper to willingly present you with a furnace." "This is nothing," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, for he had once robbed the most powerful beings of the divine realm. Yet, Tian Bing was in awe of Lin Tian's audacity, pondering to herself, "Is this boy human or a demon?" Not even a blink. In fact, Lin Tian's heart remained calm, while the crowd began to examine the scattered items, lamenting their misfortune. What a pity for these fine treasures. Bai Qifeng, standing nearby, whispered urgently to his companions, "Hurry, let us leave." Trying to escape? Lin Tian's sudden remark jolted the crowd, redirecting their attention toward Bai Qifeng. Typically arrogant and domineering, he had offended many, yet now he found himself trapped in a congested doorway, unable to exit. Frustrated, Bai Qifeng demanded, "Let me through." However, Tian Bing approached, drawing her sword and pointing it at Bai Qifeng while grinning. "You haven't collected your 1,000,000 yet, and you wish to leave?" "Miss Tian, I am still a member of the Bai family," Bai Qifeng protested. "I care not for the Bai family or the Su family. Debts must be repaid, or I shall inform my father," Tian Bing retorted fearlessly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Qifeng wilted, turning to a nearby attendant in exasperation. "Go. Fetch me 1,000,000. "Yes, young master," the attendant replied, quickly squeezing through the crowd, prompting Tian Bing to sheath her sword in satisfaction. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged from the back room, looking as though he were sacrificing a piece of himself, and handed a small alchemical furnace to Lin Tian. The furnace shimmered with a faint golden glow, indicating a modicum of spirituality, though it was not a true spiritual artifact. Reluctantly, the shopkeeper relinquished it, only to attempt to reclaim it, but Lin Tian snatched it midair. After a cursory glance, he remarked, "Though merely a mundane item, it ranks among the finest." "What do you mean among the finest?" "This is truly an exceptional mundane artifact, the best furnace in Tianyang City, with a price starting at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." The shopkeeper trembled. Lin Tian paid him no heed and turned to Tian Bing, saying, "Once I receive the money, I will come looking for you." Hearing him address her as Ancestor, Tian Bing's face flushed crimson, while the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. As Lin Tian passed by Bai Qifeng, he remarked, "Come and deliver money. I welcome it at any time." After uttering this, Lin Tian departed, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Bai Qifeng was infuriated, while Manager Sure knelt on the ground, surveying the 100 shattered mundane artifacts, pondering what to do. Tian Bing, reveling in the moment, taunted, "Didn't he look down on us? Now you know the taste of hardship." Manager Sure, hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Regretting the loss of several million spiritual stones over mere mundane items, how could he explain this to his superiors? Tian Bing, however, showed no sympathy and waited until Bai Qifeng's men delivered a Qinquan bag before swaggering away. Bai Qifeng, like a rabid dog, began to curse furiously. Meanwhile, Tian Bing wandered into a deserted alley, glancing around and muttering, "I don't believe that if I call, you can hear me." The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and Tian Bing took a deep breath, whispering, "Ancestor," yet there was no response. Suddenly, his confidence surged as he thought, "Well, I called him. If he didn't come, it's not my fault. What are you murmuring about?" A voice inquired from atop a roof, accompanied by a cat whose eyes gleamed with different colors. The speaker was none other than Lin Tian, prompting Tian Bing to stutter, "Where did you come from?" "Me? I've been nearby the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion, following you at a leisurely pace. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Tian Bing felt frustrated. "You knew where I was all along and still made me call you? Enough with the chit-chat. Let us proceed." At this, Lin Tian produced a wooden slip, typically used by cultivators for recording purposes. Curiously, Tian Bing took it and asked, "What is this for?" "Go and buy several copies of everything inside. As for the payment, I think 1,000,000 should suffice," Lin Tian instructed, then mounted the spirit beast. "Afterward, find me at the designated spot outside the city during the day." With that, the spirit beast swiftly whisked Lin Tian away, leaving Tian Bing fuming. Does he truly perceive me as his servant? Yet, the thought of Lin Tian's peculiar flames made him shiver, leading him to self-soothe. "I am someone who greatly respects my elders." With that, he departed in a huff. Lin Tian sat cross-legged beneath a tree during the day, with the spirit cat guarding him. Surrounding Lin Tian were various flashes of light, sometimes azure, at other times crimson, even golden hues, along with earthy browns, verdant greens, and shades of darkness. The manifestation of the reincarnation slaughtering heaven technique as Dantian was indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian turned his attention inward, curious about the state of his Dantian. It resembled a small egg, enveloped in chaos, and appeared to be in slumber. Why did the reincarnation spirit I resemble an egg? The reincarnation spirit I was the initial state following the cultivation of the reincarnation slaughtering heaven technique, when Lin Tian's cultivation had regressed entirely. He had concentrated all his spiritual energy into this spirit eye. Nevertheless, even so, this reincarnation spiritual eye, having absorbed spiritual energy for over 10,000 years in the Demon Cloud Mountain, has only expanded from the size of a soybean to that of an egg. The appetite of this spiritual eye is truly insatiable. Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Yet he was acutely aware that the spiritual eye obtained through the cultivation of the reincarnation slaying heaven technique would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary individual. Thus, Lin Tian's immediate task was to recultivate, gradually assimilating the methods of the reincarnation slaying heaven technique. He then took out a jade pendant and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy one by one. Unfortunately, the nearby spiritual energy was nearly depleted, resulting in no discernible change in Lin Tian's cultivation. It seemed he needed to find a location rich in spiritual veins. A gleam of unusual determination sparkled in Lin Tian's eyes. Just as he was formulating his plans, Tian Bing, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed over, panting. What materials are these? They are so difficult to find. Did you not find any? Lin Tian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Tian Bing hesitated. I have everything except for the tranquil heart grass. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian stated, the foundation establishment pill must include tranquil heart grass. Otherwise, those attempting to establish their foundation could easily fall into madness. The foundation establishment pill? Are these materials for concocting the foundation establishment pill? Lin Tian nodded. What? Do you think I'm joking with you? Tian Bing was rendered speechless. After contemplating, Lin Tian asked, where can we find the tranquil heart grass? We don't have it in Tianyang City. If you want to go to a higher level city, the nearest journey would take at least 5 or 6 days. Lin Tian shook his head, too slow. Unless we go to the Tujia fortress to buy it. But that fortress is a bandit stronghold. How could they possibly sell it to you? Tian Bing casually remarked. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up with curiosity. How far is this Tujia fortress? About a quarter of an hour away. Let us go to Tujia fortress. Tian Bing merely mentioned it in passing, never expecting Lin Tian to take it seriously. She quickly stopped him. Hey, I was joking. Are you really going? Why not go if it exists? Lin Tian saw no issue with the idea. But Tian Bing became anxious. There is a broken grand formation surrounding the Tujia fortress, along with countless masters on guard. Do you really think you can defeat them and obtain the grass? A grand formation? Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. Tian Bing nodded. Yes, a grand formation. It is precisely because of this grand formation that my father and the others dare not launch a casual attack. Otherwise, they would have long united with other families to eradicate these bandits. Lin Tian suddenly grinned mischievously. With a grand formation, perhaps there is a spiritual vein as well. What on earth are you thinking? Tian Bing was puzzled by Lin Tian's words, while Lin Tian casually remarked, we shall rob them. Rob them? Are you joking? They are fearsome bandits. They only rob others. You actually dare to say you want to rob them? Tian Bing thought she had misheard and began to murmur in disbelief. Lin Tian paid no heed to the peculiarities of Tian Bing, instead opting to follow the spirit cat, allowing Tian Bing to lead the way. Initially, Tian Bing assumed Lin Tian was merely jesting, attempting to frighten him with various threats. However, when they were merely a mile away from Tujia Fortress, Tian Bing halted and declared, this is far enough. It is time to turn back. Turn back? Why? Lin Tian inquired. If we proceed a little further, the hidden sentinels of Tujia Fortress will surely detect us. Do you believe you can enter unscathed? Tian Bing was unwilling to gamble with his life as Lin Tian seemed to do. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Tian Bing and remarked, if you're afraid, you may return. Me? Afraid? How could I possibly be afraid? Tian Bing retorted, ignited by Lin Tian's provocation, and promptly moved ahead. Lin Tian silently lamented, pondering how reminiscent he found her of Qingyu. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Tujia Fortress, the Tujia Patriarch was entertaining a guest, none other than Lin Xiong. At that moment, Lin Xiong was swathed in bandages, finding it difficult to eat, relying on his attendant for assistance. The Tujia Patriarch, a figure exuding the ostentation of newfound wealth, adorned himself with rings and necklaces intricately carved from spirit stones, all while beaming at Lin Xiong. "Brother Lin, rest assured. As long as you stay here with me, I shall ensure your safety," the patriarch assured. Lin Xiong glanced at the Tujia patriarch and replied, "Then I must trouble you." "Not at all. I only ask that you provide me with a copy of the Lin family's defensive map," the patriarch said, his smile widening as he awaited Lin Xiong's response. "The Lin family defensive map? What purpose do you have for this?" Lin Xiong inquired, puzzled by the patriarch's request. The patriarch chuckled. "Does your Lin family not possess a trial tower? A friend of mine has a keen interest in that particular artifact." "The trial tower? It has remained untouched for over a millennium. Do you truly believe your friend could affect it?" Lin Xiong questioned skeptically. The patriarch, however, assured him, "Brother Lin, if you allow my friend access to the trial tower, he will undoubtedly assist you in becoming the head of the Lin family." "Really?" Lin Xiong's interest was piqued. "Indeed. Who is your friend? Where is he?" Lin Xiong pressed further, his curiosity evident. The patriarch, with a sly grin, replied, "He is currently cultivating in a secret chamber within Tujia Fortress. As for his identity, I fear it might startle you. Do tell." The patriarch leaned closer, whispering into Lin Xiong's ear, "Tianyao sect." "What? Tianyao sect?" Lin Xiong gasped in astonishment, prompting the patriarch to hush him. "Lower your voice. We must not attract outside attention." Lin Xiong hesitated, "But the Tianyao sect, the foremost sect in demon slaying, is at least several months, if not half a year, away from here, isn't it?" "Indeed, quite distant. However, he happens to be passing through and has taken a particular interest in your family's trial tower, yet has found no opportunity to engage with it," the patriarch explained with a grin. Lin Xiong was immediately captivated. After all, the Tianyao sect was a prestigious sect, far more formidable than the lower-tier Tianyang sect, and its disciples were indeed fearsome. "What do you think?" the patriarch urged as he saw Lin Xiong's interest grow. To which Lin Xiong responded with a smile, "Very well, I shall have someone draft a map for you this evening." "Excellent. This is wonderful," the patriarch rejoiced. But at that moment, a bloodied figure with a severed arm was brought into the hall. The individual in question is Tu Guang, the one-eyed man who was vanquished by Lin Tian. At this moment, he has returned in disarray, tears streaming down his face as he implores, "Uncle, you must avenge me." The head of the Tu family, taken aback, rises and strides toward Tu Guang, seething with anger. "Who has done this to you?" "The daughter of the city lord." "What? Her? Isn't she merely at the 9th level of chi refinement? What power could she possibly possess?" "Yes, it's someone by her side, someone." Tu Guang stammers, struggling to articulate the relationship between Lin Tian and Tian Bing. "Speak." "Who?" The Tu family head demands, for Tu Guang is his only nephew, and he regards him as a son since he has no offspring of his own. At that moment, a scout rushes in, breathlessly reporting. The daughter of the city lord approaches, accompanied by a man, and they are nearing the boundary of the formation. Such audacity! To dare pursue us here. I shall see who they are. The Tu family head erupts in fury, while Tu Guang, filled with urgency, exclaims, "Uncle, you must avenge me. Let us go and see." The Tu family head promptly takes Tu Guang with him, while Lin Xiong, unable to move easily, must be carried out to witness the unfolding events. Outside the Tu family fortress, Lin Tian stands, gazing at the faint blue glow surrounding the fortress, and chuckles at the towering walls within. "Our presence was not in vain. Look, they have already noticed us, yet they do not retreat." However, Tian Bing's attention is drawn to the lanterns hanging along the distant walls. Not only that, but the gates slowly creak open, and the Tu family head, accompanied by a throng of people, bursts forth. Yet, these individuals remain within the formation, while Lin Tian and Tian Bing stand outside, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Upon spotting Lin Tian, Tu Guang eagerly points him out. "Uncle, it's him." The Tu family head, upon realizing that Lin Tian is merely a 6th-level chi refinement practitioner, glances at Tu Guang in bewilderment. "Have you lost your senses? He is only at the 6th level. Uncle, I swear I am not deceiving you. He is truly formidable." Tu Guang hastens to clarify, while Lin Xiong, being carried outside, exclaims in astonishment, "It's you." Lin Tian, surprised to see Lin Xiong, replies with a smile, "So, you are here as well." Tian Bing, eyeing the man swathed in bandages, inquires, "Who is he?" Lin Xiong, "What? A member of the Lin family, and yet he associates with bandits?" Tian Bing gasps. While Lin Tian casually remarks, "Birds of a feather flock together, it bears no consequence." Lin Xiong, incensed, retorts, "What do you mean by birds of a feather?" The Tu family head, intrigued by Lin Xiong's agitation, inquires, "Who is he? Who else could it be? He is the foolish son of Lin Yao." "What? He is the one who rendered you powerless?" The two family head exclaims in disbelief, while Tu Guang laments, "Uncle, I have told you, this fellow is exceedingly dangerous." Regaining his composure, the two family head smirks maliciously. "Lin Xiong, it seems there is no need for you to draft a map." "What do you mean?" "Capture him and use him to threaten Lin Yao. I believe the Lin family will readily open their doors for me." The two family head concludes, erupting into laughter. Lin Xiong finds merit in this plan, while Tian Bing remains utterly perplexed, questioning, "What are you discussing?" The head of the Tu Jia clan chuckled heartily, his jowls quivering with mirth, and proclaimed, "I desire the Lin family's trial tower, and he shall serve as my bargaining chip. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Tian Bing immediately turned to Lin Tian, grasping his arm and urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, they intend to capture you. Some scoundrels. What is there to flee from?" Lin Tian had come here to seize, not to escape. Yet, rather than displaying anger, the Tu Jia leader merely laughed. "Scoundrels? Boy, do you believe yourself to be formidable?" Lin Tian, casting a cold glance around, declared, "I shall claim this great formation, and I shall also take your Tu Jia fortress's spiritual vein. As for you, those who wish to depart may do so. Do not hinder me." The onlookers were taken aback, and the disciples of the Tu Jia fortress stationed upon the city walls were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This lad is exceedingly arrogant. If we do not show him a taste of our prowess, he will remain ignorant of the might of our Tu Jia fortress. Does he not realize that even the city lord's mansion holds us in apprehension?" Lin Xiong emitted an eerie laughter. "Youngster, do you believe this is the Lin family? This is Tu Jia fortress, the most notorious bandit stronghold in the vicinity, a place that even the lord of Tian city cannot subdue. How dare you act so arrogantly? Will you come out, or shall I come in?" Lin Tian remained undaunted, while Tian Bing at his side felt a chill run down his spine. The bandit leader, Tu Guang, was agitated. "Uncle, look how arrogant this brat is. Archers, turn him into a porcupine first, then let him bleed, and hang him on the fortress walls." The Tu Jia chief, consumed by fury, issued commands. At that moment, archers lined the fortress walls, aiming at Lin Tian's position. Tian Bing urgently tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve, exclaiming, "This formation allows attacks from the inside to the outside, but not the other way around." "I know, a one-way attack formation," Lin Tian replied, seemingly unfazed. "Then why are you dawdling?" Tian Bing thought to herself, wishing she could peer into Lin Tian's mind to understand his thoughts. Lin Tian, however, produced a black jade pendant and placed it in the formation, as if adhering an object to glass. The formation trembled, causing those present to gaze in curiosity. Not only that, but the spiritual energy within the Tu Jia fortress surged toward Lin Tian's location. The foundational experts among the Tu Jia leaders sensed something amiss and exclaimed in alarm, "Quick, kill him." Lin Tian, with a mysterious smile, said, "Little one, the arrows are yours to handle." "Absolutely," the feline spirit creature replied, while Tian Bing stammered, "Why, you can talk. Is there a problem?" The cat's spirit glanced over and then approached Lin Tian, generating a gust of wind around itself. Being a wind-type spirit, it could unleash wind blades, forming a vortex that shielded Lin Tian. Consequently, all the arrows were deflected by the wind blades, leaving the Tu Jia leader astonished. "What kind of spirit beast is that?" Lin Xiong widened his eyes in realization. "It's a spirit beast that emerged from the trial tower." The Tu Jia chief, taken aback by the origins of the spirit beast, grew even more furious, continued the assault. The assailants persisted in their frenzied attacks, yet still failed to reach Lin Tian. Moreover, the jade pendant absorbed nearly all the spiritual energy from the formation and the nearby spiritual veins. Lin Tian grasped the pendant and closed his eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to flow into his body. In an instant, he perceived the egg in his dantian pulsating wildly, seemingly on the verge of expansion. To his astonishment, Lin Tian's cultivation level surged from the 6th to the 8th layer of qi refinement. "Is this all the advancement I gain from absorbing a spiritual vein?" he thought, feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, he remained patient, for the spiritual eyes cultivated through the reincarnation sky-slaying technique were no ordinary eyes. Behind him, Tian Bing stared in disbelief. "How did you break through?" Not only Tian Bing, but everyone within the formation was equally puzzled. At that moment, Lin Tian instructed the cat's spirit to retract the wind blades, then lightly flicked the formation with his finger. The formation burst like a bubble, vanishing entirely, leaving Tu Jia fortress devoid of any protection. What just happened? As the crowd exchanged glances, Lin Tian leisurely remarked, "This formation, devoid of energy, is as fragile as thin paper. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded, while the head of the two family, in a fit of fury, commanded, "Charge! Eliminate him!" The members of the two family rushed forward, with even the patriarch wielding a sword, lunging towards the spirit cat. The spirit cat unleashed a flurry of wind blades, effortlessly sending the members of the two family flying one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Tian casually toyed with the Fire King, which absorbed the residual spiritual energy around it before undergoing a change in color. Seeing the spirit cat's formidable presence, Tian Bing became exhilarated and approached Lin Tian with a smile, saying, "So that's why you remain so composed. You have such an ally." Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "Even without it, I can manage, but dealing with ants is best left to it." Tian Bing teasingly countered, "Without it, you'd probably have fled long ago." Lin Tian, with a sudden grin, asked, "What? Do you not trust your ancestor?" Upon witnessing the flames turn green, Tian Bing felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "I was just joking." At that moment, the head of the two family, witnessing his people falling, bellowed from behind the crowd, "Quick, summon Master Yunyu." Yes. One individual hurried off, but just then, a voice echoed from the city wall, "I have already arrived." The two patriarch turned to see a youth clad in a black cloak, adorned with a silver ring on his hand, and a symbol hanging from his chest, a golden ring encasing a demon. Tian Bing gasped in astonishment. "It's the heavenly demon sect." The members of the two family instantly regained their fighting spirit, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Master." Lin Tian, curious, inquired, "The heavenly demon sect?" "Indeed. The heavenly demon sect is the foremost sect for subduing demons, a prestigious cultivation sect," Tian Bing explained, his expression tense. Lin Tian dismissed it casually, but Tian Bing pondered, "What brings the heavenly demon sect all the way out here?" Lin Tian showed no interest, while the so-called Master Yu, amidst the crowd's cheers, cast a glance at the spirit beast, his face breaking into a broad smile. "I shall take this spirit beast. Do you have the means?" Lin Tian sneered, to which Master Yunyu retorted disdainfully, "Kid, I know you. You're the fool from the Lin family. And what of that? First, I'll capture you, then take you to the Lin family." Master Yunyu boasted arrogantly, while Lin Tian chuckled, "You think you can capture me?" The crowd gasped in surprise, unable to believe Lin Tian's audacity against Master Yu. With a playful smile, Master Yu remarked, "What? Do you think that with this spirit beast, I cannot deal with you? Try it." Lin Tian replied, half smiling. Immediately, Master Yu leaped down to stand before the crowd. The two patriarch, filled with excitement, urged, "Master Yu, quickly subdue this spirit beast. It is too wicked." "Fear not. I can subdue even demons. A mere spirit beast is no challenge for me," Master Yu replied confidently. The two patriarch praised. "That would be much appreciated, Master." Meanwhile, Lin Xiong chimed in, "Kid, do you understand? He is from the heavenly demon sect, a prestigious cultivation sect. It is merely the latter stages of foundational cultivation, nothing of great significance," Lin Tian remarked dismissively. This provoked a peculiar smile from the esteemed Yunyu, who responded, "Once I have dealt with this spirit beast, I shall attend to you." Upon finishing his words, the esteemed Yunyu master cast the ring from his hand, causing it to expand in size. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It is a spiritual artifact. It is a set of demon rings. Not only can one ensnare demons, but one can also capture spirit beasts." The Tujia chieftain, brimming with pride, was met with a sudden panic from Tian Bing, realizing the gravity of the situation. "It matters not. He shall meet a most dreadful fate." Lin Tian chuckled softly as he unleashed a surge of flames. At that moment, the feline spirit beast conjured swirling winds, and as these winds collided with the flames, a wondrous transformation ensued. In an instant, a small blaze erupted into a colossal sea of fire, surging directly towards the enigmatic Yun Yuzhenren. In the next heartbeat, everyone stood in stunned silence. Yun Yuzhenren found himself encircled by the inferno, his desperate screams echoing until the flames finally subsided, revealing him trembling in place. The people of Tujia Fort were left in disbelief, while the chieftain rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, Yun Yuzhenren, are you unharmed?" The individual known as Yun Yuzhenren abruptly tore away his cloak, revealing a grotesquely disfigured visage as he convulsed and exclaimed, "You dare to harm me, boy. How is it that this did not leave me utterly charred? It seems that your foundational cultivation far surpasses that of these two." Lin Tianbiao remarked with a smile as he observed Lin Xiong and the earthy Guang. Instantly, both Lin Xiong and the earthy Guang appeared visibly displeased. However, the esteemed Yun Yuzhenren retrieved a cerulean orb from his robe, emanating waves of chilling aura. The heavenly cold pearl. Lin Tian's smile instantly vanished, and the others were equally astonished upon hearing the mention of the heavenly cold pearl. Tian Bing, in particular, expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't this heavenly cold pearl from the Nangong family?" In the recesses of Lin Tian's mind, the image of Nangong Shui, his junior sister from a millennium ago, resurfaced. "Elder brother, do you think my attire is beautiful?" "Indeed. You look splendid in anything you wear." "Elder brother, will you marry me?" "Certainly, brother. I come to assist you in your ascension." "No, do not." Then the woman fell, a smile gracing her face as she gradually vanished. "Junior sister." Lin Tian's eyes bore a slight redness, as if all of this had transpired only yesterday. When he ascended to immortality, a woman sacrificed her very life to aid him in becoming an immortal, enabling his ascent to the celestial realm. If there is one regret that haunts Lin Tian in this lifetime, it is the sorrow of witnessing his junior sister perish because of him. "If only you had not died, my dear sister," Lin Tian murmured, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners of his eyes, subtle and unnoticed by others. However, Tian Bing, sensing Lin Tian's unusual demeanor, voiced her concern. "Master, what troubles you?" Lin Tian finally snapped back to reality, concealing his secret. "It was nothing. He must have been startled by me." Haha. The esteemed Yunuzhenren exuded confidence, while Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon him, questioning. "This heavenly cold pearl belongs to the Nangong family. How does it come to be in your possession?" Yunyu, the celestial master, smirked wickedly. "The Nangong family? I have obliterated them. And this heavenly cold pearl, I seized it from a mere young girl. What do you think? Are you envious?" Lin Tian's expression darkened, his aura gradually emanating outward, startling Tian Bing beside him. The head of the two family, mistakenly believing Lin Tian to be agitated, laughed and said, "Kid, what is the matter? Do you know someone from the Nangong family?" "I bet you do, but alas, you won't be able to meet any of them." Believing Lin Tian truly had connections with the Nangong family, Tian Bing hastily demanded, "What have you done to the Nangong family?" "I just mentioned it. I killed them. Not a single one was spared." Yunyu, the enigmatic master, twisted his face into a grotesque grin as if he had discovered Lin Tian's Achilles heel. Tian Bing gasped in shock. "What? You've killed them all?" "Indeed. From the eldest to the youngest." "Oh, what a thrill it was." Yunyu became increasingly animated, while Tian Bing, unable to bear it, retorted, "You are utterly deranged." "What can I say? The heavenly frost pearl is a treasure. If I didn't eliminate them, how could I compel them to surrender it?" Yunyu replied smugly. However, Lin Tian's rage intensified, threatening to erupt, and Tian Bing, terrified, exclaimed, "Ancestor, what is wrong with you?" Yunyu, reveling in Lin Tian's fury, provocatively taunted, "Are you angry? Come on, attack me. But beware. Your flames will be instantly extinguished by the chill of the heavenly frost pearl." Upon hearing this, the head of the two family and others joined in, encouraging the spectacle. "Go on, kid. Aren't you formidable? Come on, unleash your fire. Let us see how Yunyu handles you. You little wretch, hurry up." Tian Bing was on the brink of exploding with fury. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's pupils constricted, and at that moment, as he released his aura, he swiftly snatched the sword from Tian Bing's grasp and executed the water flow sword technique. A colossal wave surged forth alongside Lin Tian, hurtling towards Yunyu with astonishing speed. The wave crashed against Yunyu with a resounding impact, and Lin Tian thrust his sword into his body. Subsequently, a series of afterimages shot past, moving with a speed unimaginable for someone at the chi refinement stage. Moreover, a violent force erupted from the egg within Lin Tian, causing his hair to be swept back by the turbulent air, resembling a state of madness. The onlookers were left aghast, while Yunyu, terrified, contemplated escape. Yet, Lin Tian's sword struck with precision. Swish, swish. Yunyu found his limbs incapacitated, collapsing to the ground in agony. "I am a demon subduer of the heavenly demon sect." Lin Tian, cold as ice, picked up the heavenly frost pearl, gazing at the swirling mist and faint aura within, and immediately demanded, "Where is that little girl?" "What little girl?" Yunyu feigned ignorance, while others exchanged curious glances, wondering what Lin Tian meant. With a piercing gaze, Lin Tian retorted, "This heavenly frost pearl only recognizes the bloodline of the Nangong family, and there is a faint aura inside. It belongs to a little girl, doesn't it?" Yunyu was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I already stated that the heavenly frost pearl only acknowledges members of the Nangong family, and you are not one of them. Thus, you dare not kill that girl and can only hide her. Otherwise, the pearl would lose its power." Yunyu, the celestial figure, was taken aback as Lin Tian pointed his sword at his head and demanded, "Where is she?" In the secret chamber of the Tujia fort, Yin Yu's anxiety began to escalate. Lin Tian then turned to the spirit cat and commanded, "Kill them all, leave none alive." What? The people of Tujia fort were struck with disbelief, with Lin Xiong in a state of panic exclaiming, "Kid, I am also part of the Lin family. You can't treat me this way. There is but one opportunity, no second chance." Lin Tian's cold gaze swept over, seizing Yun Yu and insisting he lead the way. Behind them, screams erupted, and those attempting to flee found no escape. In an instant, the entire Tujia fort was drenched in blood and littered with corpses. Tian Bing stood frozen, his eyes wide in horror, trembling as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. Is he a demon? Lin Tian felt no compassion. For these individuals had touched his reverse scale, and a favorable outcome was utterly impossible for them. At this moment, Yun Yu had completely forgotten his pain. Consumed only by fear, especially as the cries behind him intensified. Are you human or a ghost? Lead the way. Lin Tian had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Yun Yu, trembling, guided him to a small girl shivering in a secret chamber. The girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, her hair deep ebony. Upon closer inspection, she possessed large, glistening eyes, yet her skin was pale from years spent in darkness. As the door swung open, Lin Tian noticed her curling up in fright, chains clinking around her ankles. Seeing her in such a state ignited a blaze of fury within Lin Tian. Yet he understood that frightening the child further would be counterproductive. He quickly steadied his breath and, holding Yun Yu firmly, entered the room. He gently inquired of the wide-eyed girl, "What is your name?" The girl glanced nervously at Yun Yu, too frightened to respond. After locating the key from Yun Yu, Lin Tian freed her, adopting a warm smile. "Do not worry, I shall not harm you." Nangong Yen. Yen? Yes, indeed. Lin Tian then turned to Yun Yu. His expression transforming into that of a vengeful demon, apologized to her. Thinking that an apology might spare his life, Yun Yu hastily offered, "I am sorry, Nangong Yen." However, in the next moment, Lin Tian hurled Yun Yu into the air and struck him with a powerful palm. With a swift flick of his wrist, the Fire King engulfed Yun Yu, who screamed in agony until he was burned alive, leaving Nangong Yen in a state of shock. "This is yours," Lin Tian said to Nangong Yen, softening his demeanor as he presented her with the Tian Han Pearl. At that moment, Tian Bing, who had just arrived, looked on in astonishment. Upon seeing the Tian Han Pearl, Nangong Yen immediately reached out her hand, gazing at Lin Tian with wide, innocent eyes. "Thank you, big brother." Lin Tian, with his disheveled hair yet a warm smile, appeared anything but a demon. Furthermore, he gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Do not worry. With your brother here, no one shall bully you, understand?" Although Nangong Yen was unaware of the identity of the person before her, she could sense that Lin Tian had rescued her, for which she felt profoundly grateful and nodded appreciatively. "Come, brother, let me ride on your back." Upon saying this, Lin Tian crouched down, completely shedding the earlier imposing demeanor, now exuding only tenderness. Ecstatic, Nangong Yen nestled against Lin Tian's back as he exited the secret chamber. He cast a glance at Tian Bing, who stood at the entrance, instructing her to gather anything of value from the Tujia fortress. "All right, understood." At that moment, Tian Bing regarded Lin Tian with trepidation, particularly recalling the terrifying power he had displayed moments earlier, which left her no room for defiance. Lin Tian, cradling Nangong Yen, made his way to the main hall of the Tujia fortress, but alas, she had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He could only hold her close, murmuring softly, "Junior sister, fret not. I shall protect the last drop of your family's bloodline." Observing from a distance, Tian Bing was filled with suspicion, pondering if the girl might be Lin Tian's illegitimate daughter. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the girl was already 6 or 7 years old. While Lin Tian was merely 16, this did not add up. "What are you staring at? Have you gathered everything?" Lin Tian turned and fixed his gaze upon the distracted Tian Bing. Embarrassed, she approached, stammering, Yes, I have checked everything. All that needed to be collected has been gathered." "Good." Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, but then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "From this day forth, she shall be my sister, and you must take good care of her." "Why me?" Tian Bing reflexively questioned, bewildered. Lin Tian pondered momentarily before explaining. "She is ultimately a girl, and there will be matters in the future that require the assistance of women. As a man, I can only instruct her in cultivation." "Oh, I understand," Tian Bing replied eagerly, nodding her head. Lin Tian then glanced at the sky and declared, "Let us stay here for the night so she can rest properly." This? Tian Bing's expression darkened as she surveyed the corpses strewn about, but Lin Tian remained unfazed. He located the best room available and gently placed Nangong Yin down. "Come out. We need to discuss the affairs of the Nangong family." Lin Tian expressed his desire to uncover the truth behind the downfall of the Nangong clan and why even a foundation-building practitioner could bring about their demise. Tian Bing stepped outside, uncertain of how to broach the subject. What do you wish to know about the Nangong family? Why have they fallen so low?" Fallen low? Indeed, they were once one of the 10 great families. Lin Tian could not forget the stature of the Nangong family. What? The 10 great families? How many years ago was that? Tian Bing clearly perceived this as a distant past, yet Lin Tian pressed on, "Let us speak of a millennium ago." A millennium ago? Surely, the Nangong family, like the Tianshui sect, must have been suppressed by the Tiangu alliance, eventually fading into obscurity until they dwindled to a small clan nearby. Yet, their Tianhan pearl has always been coveted by others, despite their claims of its disappearance. Little did they know how the people of the Tianyu sect discovered it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Tian's hair began to billow once more, his eyes vacant as he uttered, seeking death. Tian Bing trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Ancestor. You were terrifying when you were angry." It was then that Lin Tian realized his hair was disheveled, and he hastily tidied it up before addressing Tian Bing. "Please hand me the materials for the Foundation Establishment pill." He seized the opportunity to refine pills. Lin Tian's demeanor shifted entirely, and Tian Bing, not daring to inquire further, promptly handed him the Qiankuan bag. He instructed Tian Bing to keep watch while he set about refining the elixir. Yet, Tian Bing remained curious about Lin Tian's connection to the Nangong family, pondering what could provoke such a reaction from him. In a secluded chamber, Lin Tian closed his eyes and began to introspect, focusing on the Dantian within him. At that moment, the egg inside had developed cracks, and he could sense its altered state, especially after his earlier surge of anger, which had dramatically amplified his strength. However, such a rapid increase in power could lead to a loss of reason. It seemed that mastering this reincarnation sky-slaying technique would require patience. Haste could easily lead to a descent into madness. Aware of the signs preceding this madness, Lin Tian took a deep breath to calm his emotions. After regaining his composure, he opened his eyes, retrieved the furnace he had taken from the heavenly artifact pavilion, and meticulously arranged the materials before commencing the alchemical process. The following day, as dawn broke, a crisp breeze wafted into the room, where Tian Bing, exhausted, had fallen asleep beside Nangong Yin. "Big sister," Nangong Yin called out, her innocent eyes gazing at Tian Bing. Startled awake, Tian Bing sat up, a beam of sunlight striking her face, causing her to blink in confusion. "Has it really dawned?" "Big sister," Nangong Yin sweetly called out, her innocent gaze fixed on Tian Bing, instantly captivating her attention. "Did you sleep well?" Tian Bing inquired with a smile. Nangong Yin nodded in response, prompting Tian Bing to suggest, "Then let us get up and stretch a bit." With a nod, Nangong Yin leaped up, clutching a cold pearl in one hand and holding on to Tian Bing with the other. As they stepped outside, Tian Bing was astonished to find that the bodies and bloodstains had all been cleared, leaving the place resembling an empty fortress. "Is everyone awake?" she wondered aloud. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared from an unknown direction. Upon seeing him, Nangong Yin felt an immediate sense of familiarity and affection. Releasing Tian Bing's hand to embrace Lin Tian. "Big brother." Lin Tian crouched down, chuckling at her dirty face and clothes. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Yes," she nodded eagerly. And Lin Tian took her small hand, smiling. "Come, let me take you to eat something." With that, Lin Tian led Nangong Yin to the hall, where a table was laden with delicious food. Starved, Nangong Yin wasted no time, eagerly grabbing a steamed bun. "Slow down. It's all for you." Lin Tian watched her with affectionate eyes, while Tian Bing, astonished by the spread, asked, "Did you make all of this?" Lin Tian replied, "This Tujia fortress is a place isolated from the world, hence it is easy to find an abundance of food." "Indeed." Tian Bing concurred and hurried over to indulge in the feast. However, Nangong Yin appeared insatiable, devouring voraciously, and after consuming 10 steamed buns, she showed no signs of stopping. Tian Bing was taken aback by this. Lin Tian, puzzled, extended his right hand, a golden aura shimmering, which he then pressed against his forehead. Instantly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, causing Tian Bing to gasp in shock. "You have awakened the heavenly eye without establishing your foundation?" The heavenly eye is the third eye of a person, typically attainable only after reaching the foundational stage. Yet, not everyone possesses the ability to cultivate it, as it requires a special constitution or unique spiritual roots. Lin Tian's ability to awaken it before establishing his foundation astonished Tianbing. Through his heavenly eye, Lin Tian discerned a swirling mass of black energy surrounding Nangong Yin, intermingled with the aura of a ferocious beast. This beast seemed to possess her, ravenously consuming everything she ingested. So that was the case. Lin Tian closed his eyes, the golden light dissipating. But his complexion paled due to the strain of forcibly activating the heavenly eye without a solid foundation. Tianbing grew anxious, asking, "Are you all right?" "I am. What about you?" Lin Tian replied. The heavenly eye allows one to perceive things hidden from ordinary mortals, yet it demands a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Tianbing nodded. While Nangong Yin, though unable to comprehend, sweetly offered Lin Tian a steamed bun, saying, "Big brother, take a bite. Eating will give you strength." Strength? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Yin continued, "My parents say that without strength, one will feel utterly powerless." Surprised by her maturity, Lin Tian accepted a bun with a smile, saying, "All right, I will eat." Tianbing silently observed, increasingly curious about Lin Tian's connection to the Nangong family. Nangong Yin giggled sweetly, and they continued to enjoy the steamed buns and other delicacies. Captivated by the scene, Tianbing curiously inquired, "Elder, how can she eat so much?" "It is the work of a demon." "A demon?" Tianbing exclaimed in horror, for demons are far more malevolent than spiritual beasts. However, due to the collective efforts of various sects to exterminate demons, few dare to appear before humankind. After recovering from her shock, Tianbing gazed at Nangong Yin with suspicion. "What are you looking at?" Lin Tian glanced at her, and Tianbing stammered, "Elder, could she be possessed by a demon?" "Not quite. The demon seeks to use her body to nurture its offspring," Lin Tian replied coldly. Tianbing was taken aback. "What? A demon borrowing a body?" "Yes, everything she consumes is absorbed by the unborn demons." Hearing such a bizarre tale for the first time sent chills down Tianbing's spine. What kind of demon is so vile as to exploit a human child in this manner? No matter what kind of demon it is, I will find it and ensure it meets a gruesome end. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. But where could this demon be? Why was I unable to sense anything at the Tujia fortress? Tianbing, perplexed, looked around. Lin Tian snapped back to reality and remarked, "With your abilities, even after 10 years of cultivation, you would still fail to detect its presence." Tianbing immediately retorted, "As if you possess the knowledge. I have a plan, but first, I need you to procure some items from the city, including clothing and necessities for her." Upon hearing this, Tianbing curiously inquired, "You don't intend to stay here, do you? The scenery is quite lovely here, and since it is a Tujia fortress, no one dares to cause trouble. It remains peaceful," Lin Tian replied leisurely. Tianbing gasped, while Lin Tian, undeterred, produced another wooden slip and tossed it to her, saying, "Here is the material list. Make sure to remember it." Tianbing was rendered speechless with indignation. "What? Is there a problem?" Lin Tian asked. Tianbing shook her head and smiled. "No, I'll go right away." With that, she stood and departed. Upon reaching the fortress's exterior, she noticed a spirit cat lounging and seemingly napping. Using a spirit beast for guarding? How clever of him, she thought to herself with a hint of sarcasm. The spirit cat glanced at Tianbing, and recalling its menacing demeanor from the previous day, she shivered and said, "You just continue resting. Take care." Upon hearing this, Tianbing was initially startled but quickly regained her composure and hurriedly left. Tianyang City, as usual, was tranquil. Once Tianbing returned to the city, she was summoned back to the Lord S Manor by the captain of the guards. "Father, why were you in such a hurry to find me?" Tianbing asked as she entered the study, where Tianwu was engrossed in a book. Slamming the book down onto the table, Tianwu's expression darkened. "What is your relationship with young Master Lin?" "What do you mean by relationship?" Tianbing inquired, puzzled. Tianwu, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Everyone says you acted like his shadow yesterday to ensure he would call off the engagement. Is that true?" "Call off the engagement?" "Yes. You resorted to any means necessary to achieve your goal." Tianwu's anger escalated. Tianbing attempted to explain, but Tianwu interrupted, "What about young Master Lin? You haven't harmed him, have you?" "Harmed him? What do you mean?" "Yes. You two left the city last night, and didn't he return? And now you're the only one left. Are you suggesting you threatened him, or worse?" Tianwu's wild conjecture prompted a reluctant smile from Tianbing. However, Tianwu, believing that Tianbing had indeed committed a crime, became frantic. "How could you be so reckless? He is the adopted son of my benefactor. Seeing Tian Wu in such a state, Tian Bing gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said solemnly, "Father, I need to tell you something. And you must keep it a secret, understood?" "What? Did you really kill someone?" Tian Wu, sensing her mystery, erupted in anger and raised his hand, intending to strike her. Tian Bing quickly stepped back, looking at his hand with a smile. "Father, if you let me finish, you won't think that way." "Fine. I'll give you a chance for an explanation," Tian Wu replied, exasperated. As Tian Bing closed the door and spoke in a conspiratorial tone, "Father, the Tujia fortress has been eradicated." What did you just say?" Tian Wu incessantly inquired about two matters, his mind swirling in confusion. Tian Bing meticulously recounted the sequence of events, while Tian Wu's raised hand gradually fell. His expression turned peculiar as he pondered. "So, you mean to say that he, along with that formidable spirit beast, annihilated the Tujia fortress yesterday?" "Indeed. Yet, Tian Wu found it implausible, muttering, "I am well aware of that formation. It allows for attacks from within to the outside, while those outside cannot penetrate its defenses. How then could he and that spirit beast have achieved such a feat? He broke the formation with a mere flick of his finger, and voila, it was shattered." Tian Bing's words filled him with admiration. Tian Wu remained skeptical, murmuring, "No, that cannot be. Father, you cannot still consider him a fool, can you?" At this moment, Tian Bing no longer viewed Lin Tian as a simpleton, but rather as an unpredictable enigma, a demon whose thoughts were unfathomable. Tian Wu, momentarily taken aback, replied, "If that is the case, I must seek him out and observe him closely." "Wait, Father, do not rush. Allow me to become better acquainted with him first," Tian Bing urged, fearing that Lin Tian might retaliate if he discovered she had divulged this information. Tian Wu regarded Tian Bing with a strange expression. "You seem quite apprehensive of him." "Father, to be candid, this fellow is capricious. Who knows when he might become displeased and incinerate me in a fit of rage. He has merely attained the chi refinement stage. Can he truly be that formidable?" Skeptical, Tian Wu challenged her statement, but Tian Bing replied with a smile, "Father, you must believe me. He is indeed that powerful." Tian Wu scrutinized Tian Bing, and she added, "Keep this secret to yourself, and it would be wise to issue an edict forbidding anyone from approaching the Tujia fortress. He intends to reside there permanently, and if someone provokes him, do not say I did not warn you." "Is it truly so?" "Then hasten to issue the order. It would be best to command the entire city. Otherwise, if someone unwittingly trespasses, it could spell disaster." Seeing the gravity in Tian Bing's expression, Tian Wu stood up. Seriousness etched on his face. "Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. And you, I will return, but rest assured, he will not harm me," Tian Bing declared. Turning elegantly to depart, Tian Wu, perplexed, pondered, could this fool from the Lin family truly be that terrifying? At this moment, he remained half convinced, yet felt too embarrassed to intrude, opting instead to post a notice. The content of the notice was straightforward. Many powerful individuals had arrived at the Tujia fortress, and everyone was advised to keep their distance. Any casualties would not be their responsibility. This news swiftly circulated, but the populace had grown accustomed to it. For the Tujia fortress was notorious for its banditry. Not only in Tianong City, but even in the nearby lesser towns, one had to tread carefully around its presence. As for Tian Bing, she was quite pleased to see the news and proceeded to procure the items Lin Tian required before finally returning to the Tujia fortress. However, upon witnessing this great demon teaching Negong Yin to read, she was momentarily stunned. Lin Tian cast a glance at the returning Tian Bing and stood, declaring, "Perfect. From now on, you shall be in charge of her studies and cultivation." Tian Bing's mouth fell agape, while Negong Yin sprang to her feet and approached, grinning. "Big sister, please teach me, or I shall remain illiterate." As Negong Yin spoke, she playfully shook Tian Bing's hand, which warmed his heart and elicited a smile. "All right. In the future, sister will teach you." "Yes." Negong Yin replied joyfully, then turned to the side and called out to the spirit cat, "Dehei, come here." "Dehei?" Tian Bing was taken aback. He never expected that in such a short time, Negong Yin would become so familiar with the spirit beast. The spirit cat leaped over to Negong Yin's side, allowing her to stroke its head without protest. Tian Bing stood in astonishment, while Lin Tian smiled at the exuberant Negong Yin, though a sense of melancholy crept into his heart. "Junior sister, do not worry. I will raise her to adulthood." Seeing Lin Tian's smile left Tian Bing incredulous, yet she hurriedly approached to hand him the items she had purchased. Only then did Lin Tian begin to busy himself. And Tian Bing, curious, inquired, "What are you doing?" "Creating spirit talismans." "Ah, spirit talismans?" Tian Bing thought she had misheard, while Lin Tian quietly took a special brush, dipped it in some demon blood he had bought, and began to draw on a piece of yellow paper. Initially, Tian Bing thought Lin Tian was scribbling aimlessly. But once he finished, an unusual power emanated from the yellow paper. "This is..." Lin Tian's brow furrowed as he explained, "This is a demon-seeking talisman. However, my current cultivation is still too weak, and with limited materials, I can only produce mortal-level talismans." "Mortal level? What? You don't know the quality of spirit talismans?" Lin Tian looked at Tian Bing with a hint of disdain. Indeed, Tian Bing was unaware. Spirit talismans were quite precious, and the most common escape talisman could only be auctioned off in the black market. Embarrassed, she replied, "In such a small place as Tianong City, how could one possibly encounter a talisman maker?" Lin Tian considered this and found it reasonable. After all, crafting talismans was challenging and required extensive materials for training. Unless one belonged to a large family or a major sect, it was difficult to cultivate such skills. Therefore, Lin Tian soon dismissed any concerns regarding Tian Bing's lack of knowledge and proceeded to explain, "Spirit talismans come in mortal, spirit, treasure, holy, and celestial levels. It's similar to magical artifacts, which are categorized as mortal, spirit, treasure, holy, and celestial as well." Enlightenment dawned upon Tian Bing. "Ah, I see. It follows the same principle." "Yes, and there are further distinctions: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional." Once Tian Bing grasped this, she inquired, "What about spells?" "Spells, for the ease of differentiation among cultivators, follow a similar classification. However, magical artifacts and spells also require attributes." "Attributes?" "Indeed. For example, the 5 most common elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Some magical artifacts possess attributes, and those imbued with attributes are more formidable than those without. As for spells, the requirements are even more stringent. If a person has a wood affinity, they can only cultivate with spells. Otherwise, a non-wood affinity individual casting with spells will see their power significantly diminished, perhaps even rendering the effort futile." Tian Bing was astonished, as if a whole new world had opened before her. "There is so much knowledge to uncover? What? Didn't your father or the people from the Tianshui sect teach you any of this?" Lin Tian found it rather strange. After all, spells and magical artifacts were 2 of the most fundamental concepts, not something an esteemed lady of a city would remain ignorant of. Tian Bing wore an expression of embarrassment. "I possess only a limited understanding, confined to mundane tools and spiritual artifacts. As for these spirit talismans, they are scarcely available in Tianyang City, rendering any opportunity for contact or study virtually impossible." Upon grasping this, Lin Tian rose and addressed Tian Bing, instructing him to remain and keep watch over her. "What about you?" Tian Bing inquired curiously, directing his gaze towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, holding the demon-seeking talisman in his hand, replied coldly, "I must seek out the mother demon and resolve this matter. Only then will she be safe." "What? You alone?" Tian Bing exclaimed in surprise. But Lin Tian paid him no heed. Instead, he approached Nangong Yen, offering her a smile. "Big brother is going hunting. You stay here and study with your big sister, all right?" Nangong Yen nodded earnestly. Lin Tian then infused a strand of spiritual energy into the talisman, adhering it to the back of Nangong Yen. Soon, a peculiar aura emanated from within her, unmistakably that of the demon, which quickly clung to the talisman, causing it to turn black. Lin Tian swiftly grasped the talisman and turned to depart. Tian Bing gazed in astonishment at Lin Tian as he gradually faded from view, marveling. Who exactly is this boy? He seems to possess an uncanny proficiency in everything. Unaware of Tian Bing's musings, Lin Tian focused intently on the talisman, sensing the direction of the demon. After traversing the mountains for half a day, he arrived at a location ensnared by cobwebs. Cobwebs? Could it be a spider demon? Lin Tian pondered, then maneuvered through the webs, ultimately discovering an underground passage. Without hesitation, he descended into the tunnel. Within the subterranean realm lay a grand hall, and at its depths stood a woman who had assumed a human form. She possessed black lips and strikingly white eyebrows, surveying a group of individuals ensnared by spider silk. "My lord, this is a new batch of captives," reported a Taoist priest clad in purple robes, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The demon, fixating on the priest with a sly grin, inquired, "Purple robe, tell me, which of these are suitable for consumption, and which can bear my demon offspring? The purple-robed priest, visibly troubled, replied, My lord, I am but a humble servant. I leave the selection to you. The demon, with a seductive smile, retorted, You old Taoist. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. My lord, I do not comprehend your meaning. The purple-robed priest murmured, internally cursing, Damn it, am I destined to fail? The demon continued to smile. You have lurked here for a month without taking a single life. How can I trust you to be of use to me? The priest's expression shifted. My lord, my loyalty is unwavering. Is it? Then who let that little girl go last time? The demon's eyes widened in sudden fury, and countless strands of spider silk quickly ensnared the purple-robed priest. The priest's countenance paled as he exclaimed, My lord, it was merely an accidental oversight. An oversight? Huh? Do you truly believe I am a mere child? The demon glared, her eyes blazing red. I. The purple-robed priest panicked, finding himself powerless. At that moment, a young man approached from outside. Release him, the newcomer commanded coldly, casting a gaze upon both the priest and the demon. The individual in question is none other than Lin Tian. At that moment, the figure clad in purple hastily called out to him, urging him to flee from the demon lair. The purple-robed figure mistakenly believed that Lin Tian had inadvertently stumbled into this treacherous place, while the malevolent spirit sneered, declaring that once he arrived, escape was impossible. Just then, a multitude of spider webs materialized behind Lin Tian, sealing off the exit. The demon chuckled menacingly, expressing delight at having captured a worthy cultivator, stating that consuming him would greatly enhance her power. Release him. Lin Tian remained composed, calmly uttering 3 words. The female demon remarked, Such arrogance from a little one. You certainly instill fear in others. The purple-robed figure urgently interceded on Lin Tian's behalf, imploring the demon, Great King, spare him and these individuals. I would serve you without hesitation. Oh, venerable elder, your willingness to sacrifice yourself is truly admirable. The female demon responded with a playful laugh. Honestly, if you release them, I would be amenable to anything. The purple-robed figure continued to plead fervently. However, the demon narrowed her eyes and demanded, Would you truly do anything? Very well, retrieve that little girl and exchange her for their lives. Otherwise, they shall meet their demise. The purple-robed figure was momentarily taken aback. What? Have you reconsidered? The demon's laughter was cold, leaving the purple-robed figure feeling helpless as he turned to Lin Tian, saying, My young friend, I can no longer assist you. May fortune favor you. Lin Tian remained silent, extending his hand, where a small flame flickered to life. The demon, rather than feeling threatened, erupted into laughter. Is it amusing? Lin Tian retorted, to which the demon replied, Of course. You dare to act recklessly with nothing but a tiny flame. Do you not realize how naive you are? I hope you won't be reduced to tears shortly. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he advanced step by step towards them. The purple-robed figure urged, Young brother, do not act impulsively. Retreat at once. Yet Lin Tian showed no signs of stopping, while the demon taunted, Go on, let us see if you dare approach me. Unfazed, Lin Tian continued until he stood merely 3 steps away from the demon, who then remarked with admiration, Intriguing. You actually dared to approach me. Was the demonic essence within that little girl you're doing? Surprised, the demon inquired, Are you perhaps a relative of that girl? The purple-robed figure displayed a look of confusion, while Lin Tian's gaze hardened. Simply answer yes or no. What if it's yes? What if it's no? Without warning, Lin Tian waved his hand, sending the flames surging forth, engulfing the demon's face. The demon let out a shriek, rolling on the ground in agony as the fire intensified, spreading rapidly across her body. The purple-robed figure stared in shock, and the demon flailed wildly until the flames finally subsided, leaving her charred and disfigured. In disbelief, the demon produced a reflective stone to inspect her ruined visage, and upon seeing her grotesque appearance, she roared, I will kill you. After her furious outburst, she unleashed a multitude of spider webs around Lin Tian, yet these strands proved utterly incapable of resisting the flames. At this moment, the female demon realized that Lin Tian had the perfect counter to her powers, prompting her to hastily turn and flee. However, Lin Tian's speed was astonishing, allowing him to swiftly catch up to the demon and deliver a powerful kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Standing over her, he coldly inquired, Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Who are you? The demon stammered, sensing that he was far from ordinary. That is of no concern to you. What matters is that you should never have left a demon seed within that innocent girl. Lin Tian asserted with icy resolve. In a fit of rage, the demon howled, momentarily recovering her true form, transforming into a colossal black widow. With a swift movement, she unleashed a web in an attempt to ensnare Lin Tian. Yet, he deftly conjured flames, incinerating the web before hurling the fire upon her. The demon writhed in agony, emitting a cacophony of burning sounds, until, as she neared her demise, she bellowed, "The Mountain Demon King will not spare you." Lin Tian, unfamiliar with this Mountain Demon King, remained unperturbed, watching as the demon reduced to ashes, muttering to himself. With her demise, the demon seed within that girl should dissipate as well. Nearby, the figure in purple was rendered speechless with astonishment. And only after Lin Tian turned away did he stammer, young brother, please, save me." Without a second thought, Lin Tian casually tossed an object that immediately consumed the web in flames. As he prepared to depart, the figure in purple, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I am known as Purple Robe. I sincerely thank you for saving my life. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards yourself for rescuing that girl." Lin Tian replied, leaving the bewildered Purple Robe behind. "Thank myself?" he pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, in Tujia Fortress, Nan Gongyin was diligently studying under Tian Bing's guidance. Lin Tian returned just in time to witness this scene. Noticing that Nan Gongyin's Tianhan pearl was now nestled within a small, fuzzy ball adorning her chest. "Did you create that ball?" Lin Tian inquired, glancing curiously at Tian Bing. Feeling slightly bashful, Tian Bing replied, "I noticed she kept holding it, and it seemed prone to falling. So I fashioned one that she could conveniently wear." Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Nan Gongyin then dashed toward him, calling out with the enthusiasm of a long-lost relative. "Big brother." Lin Tian scooped her up, laughing. "Did you miss me that much?" "Of course." Nan Gongyin giggled, her complexion brightening with color, now free from the demon seed. Her face adorably flushed. Seeing her joyful transformation filled Lin Tian with delight, while Tian Bing, curious, asked, "Is the demon dealt with?" "Indeed," Lin Tian replied, gently setting Nan Gongyin down to play with the spirit cat. Tian Bing, persistent in her inquiries, pressed, "What kind of demon was it? Was it formidable?" "Merely a spider spirit with a century of cultivation, just beginning to take on human form," Lin Tian explained. "A century of cultivation? What level of power does that signify?" "Typically, a demon with a century of cultivation possesses strength equivalent to a human in the foundation establishment stage. However, if the demon is particularly gifted, they may approach the golden core stage," Lin Tian elaborated before retreating to the secluded chamber, intent on resuming his alchemical pursuits. Tian Bing stood, momentarily dazed, contemplating. A century of cultivation? Foundation establishment? At that moment, Lin Tian abruptly turned around and tossed a small, square piece of wood, a vibrant green and somewhat damp, yet undeniably beautiful. "What is this? How exquisite it is!" Tian Bing exclaimed, observing Lin Tian's mischievous smile as he toyed with it. "This is a demon crystal, akin to the essence of demons, similar to the beast essence of spiritual beasts. However, this one is rather small and holds little value. If you fancy it, feel free to keep it." His words startled Tian Bing, who promptly threw it back, horrified by the slimy residue on her palm, nearly retching at the sight. Lin Tian chuckled, remarking, "All things possess a spirit, and this is merely the essence of her cultivation, much like humans. What is there to disdain? But it's revolting," she retorted. "Revolting? If I told you that certain elixirs, formations, or even magical treasures incorporate demon crystals, would you believe me?" The more Tian Bing listened, the more repulsed she became, while Lin Tian sighed. "The demon is dead, and this is simply an energy form created through her cultivation. It is not her. What are you afraid of?" "However," she protested, "it seems you need more training." With that, Lin Tian pocketed the demon crystal and returned to the secluded chamber. Tian Bing, feeling a shiver run down her spine, thought to herself, "Do you believe everyone can be as carefree as you?" But Lin Tian had already departed, leaving her to collect herself before hastily washing her hands and rejoining Nan Gongyin. Before long, 2 days passed, during which Lin Tian, aside from meals and sleep, devoted all his time to alchemy. This piqued Tian Bing's curiosity about his capabilities. "Let us go," Lin Tian suddenly declared on the morning of the 3rd day. Tian Bing paused. "Where to?" "To the city," he replied. "The city? Why?" she questioned, gazing at Lin Tian in confusion. Lin Tian naturally desired to acquire the Millennium Profound Iron, for today marked the contest for the rights to the commercial street in Tianyang City. Although Lin Tian held disdain for participating in such competitions, he felt compelled to assist Lin Yao, who had ultimately saved his life. Nonetheless, Tian Bing remained oblivious, perplexed as to why they were suddenly heading to the city. It was only after Lin Tian elucidated the situation during their journey that Tian Bing understood, even jesting. With your abilities, you could win without even competing. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. Lin Tian smiled enigmatically while Nangong Yin, perched upon the back of the spirit cat, inquired curiously, "What are you two discussing, big brother and big sister?" Lin Tian replied with a smile. "We are talking about taking you to the city for a stroll and perhaps purchasing some delightful items for you." "Really?" Nangong Yin's face lit up with excitement. And Tian Bing chimed in, "The clothes I bought last time were a bit large. This time, I will get you something that fits perfectly." "Yes," Nangong Yin exclaimed joyfully. "Boasting on the spirit cat's back, Big Black, Big Brother, and Big Sister are taking me to play in the city." The spirit cat meowed in acknowledgement. And Nangong Yin giggled, eliciting a smile from Lin Tian as well. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Bing tentatively asked, Ancestor, there is a question I have long wished to ask you." "Speak, do not hesitate," Lin Tian replied, his gaze lingering on Nangong Yin, particularly her eyes, which resembled those of his junior sister. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Tian Bing finally asked, "What is your relationship with the Nangong family? Why were you so upset that day?" Anticipating this question, Lin Tian had prepared himself and responded, "I have an old acquaintance from the Nangong family." "An old acquaintance?" Tian Bing expressed surprise, and upon Lin Tian's brief affirmation, he said no more. Tian Bing could only follow silently, her mind buzzing with curiosity about this acquaintance who could provoke such a reaction from Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Tianyang City was bustling with activity. The martial arts arena was crowded with numerous individuals, including clan leaders from various families, as well as chi refinement experts set to participate in the competition. However, they were not competing. Rather, they were waiting for someone. "I say, Lord Tian, are we truly going to wait for the Lin family members?" questioned a golden-haired man. The head of the Jin family, one of the three prominent families in Tianyang City, Jin Yu. Tian Wu acknowledged his query with a nod, while the other family leaders exchanged puzzled glances, particularly the head of the Su family, known as Su Huang, who sported a mix of black and white hair, with a hint of yellow on his forehead. As the leader of the foremost family in Tianyang City, Su Huang asserted, "Lord Tian, everyone is aware that the two promising disciples of the Lin family have already been taken away by the Taoist Ziyun. Therefore, it matters little whether the Lin family members have arrived or not." Tian Wu's expression darkened, particularly as he recalled the secret Tian Bing had revealed to him earlier. And he could only resignedly respond, "Let us wait a bit longer." Su Huang and Jin Yu exchanged confused glances, and just then, the Lin family members made their entrance. Leading the way was Lin Yao, though his countenance was not particularly bright as he approached Tian with an awkward demeanor, stating, "Brother Tian, it seems we will have to wait a little longer." "What?" The atmosphere was rife with discontent among the attendees, especially as Su Huang glared and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Do you truly believe you can summon those two back from Tianyang sect?" Jin Yu, equally impatient, interjected, "Master Lin, please do not squander our time. We are pressed for it." Lin Yao, however, awkwardly replied, "My son has yet to return. Let us wait a little longer." "Your son? That foolish boy. Are you truly allowing him to participate?" Su Huang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Jin Yu and the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, the Lin family's elder, Lin Wang, questioned Lin Yao with a perplexed expression. "Master, Lin Tian has been absent for 3 days. Are we truly to keep the other families waiting for him?" This prompted a wave of ridicule from the crowd, who labeled Lin Tian a coward, hiding away. Lin Yao's expression soured, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that Lin Tian would appear, pleading, "Let us wait a little longer. He won't show up even after I'm gone." Su Huang teased, while Jin Yu added derisively, "You expect that fool to contend for this, right? I must ask, Master Lin, have you lost your senses?" At a loss for words, Lin Yao stood silent, while Tian Wu hastily intervened, suggesting, "Since the time has not yet arrived, let us wait a while longer." The crowd, aware of the camaraderie between Tian Wu and Lin Yao, could only jeer without substance. Just then, a voice rang out from the outskirts, "Look, that fool has returned, and he is accompanied by Miss Tian." The crowd turned to behold Lin Tian and his companions ambling down the street. The spirit beast beneath Nangong Yin captured everyone's attention, igniting discussions about its formidable nature. Tian Wu regarded the creature with a peculiar gaze, while Lin Yao hurried forward, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I am well. I apologize for your concern," Lin Tian responded courteously. Lin Yao shook his head and smiled. No harm done. Tian Bing dismounted Nagong Yin from the spirit beast's back and guided her to stand beside Tian Wu. Calling to some nearby guards, quickly, prepare a chair for her. Miss, who is she? Someone asked. While members of other families expressed curiosity as to how Tian Bing had brought a child along. With a disdainful glance, Tian Bing retorted, do not ask unnecessary questions. Just serve her well. The guards promptly rushed to fulfill her request, while the spirit beast lay before Nagong Yin like a docile kitten. Meanwhile, Lin Tian leaped onto a platform, leaving the surrounding crowd bewildered as to his intentions. Who wishes to compete? Come at me all at once. I am pressed for time. Lin Tian declared, his cold gaze sweeping over them as he spoke nonchalantly. The crowd was taken aback, and after a prolonged moment, laughter erupted. This brat is truly audacious. Who does he think he is? Does he not fear being trampled into pulp? Lin Yao was also startled by Lin Tian's bravado. While Lin Wang stifled a laugh at the boy's arrogance, as if he believed himself to be formidable. Just then, a figure dashed from the Su family, by Qifeng, who had regained some mobility after his injuries, yet harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Tian. He turned to a young man beside him and declared, cousin, that's him. Beat him to a pulp. The young man, Su Shan, the 8th level of Qi refinement and the youngest son of Emperor Su, confidently proclaimed after hearing Bai Qifeng's words. Fear not, watch me crush this fool. With that, Su Shan leapt onto the arena, and the crowd immediately displayed expressions of anticipation. However, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by a powerful gust of air. With a resounding crash, Su Shan landed heavily on the ground. What just happened? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, curious about the events that had just unfolded. Lin Tian, who also exuded the aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement, astonished the crowd. After all, to reach such a level in Tianyang City at adulthood was a mark of genius. Lin Yao, having not seen Lin Tian for 3 days, wore a dazed expression. Had he truly become so formidable in such a short time? Frustrated, Lin Wang cursed under his breath. Damn it, how has this fellow changed again? Meanwhile, Nagong Yin clapped and cheered from below the stage. Big brother, you are amazing. Lin Tian, casting aside his cold demeanor, smiled at Nagong Yin. You can be like this too. His words piqued the curiosity of the crowd regarding Nagong Yin's identity, wondering why both Tian Bing and Lin Tian, along with that spirit beast, treated her so favorably. However, the head of the Su family, Emperor Su, was unwilling to relent, bellowing, who will take care of him? The members of the Su family exchanged uncertain glances. After all, Su Shan was the strongest among them, and having been defeated so easily left them hesitant to step forward. Enraged, Emperor Su shouted, useless, a bunch of useless fools. Is there anyone else? Standing defiantly, Lin Tian declared, I am here, come at me. At that moment, the head of the Jin family suddenly applauded, even smirking as he said, congratulations, Lin family head, your foolish son has become a genius. Before Lin Yao could respond, a figure emerged from behind the Jin family head, wearing a half-mask and emanating the aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement. He remained silent, but regarded Lin Tian with disdain. The spectators gasped in unison, it's Jin Banxi. Jin Banxi, the son of the Jin family head, had gone to Tianyang sect a year ago to become an outer disciple, and his sudden appearance here sparked whispers among the families. Realizing that the Jin family head had brought his son down from the sect. If only I had done the same, lamented some family heads, regretting not summoning their own members back from Tianyang sect for assistance. Even the Su family head couldn't help but admire, brother Jin, you were truly cunning. Jin Yu smiled in silence, and with a leap, Jin Banxi arrived on the stage, fixing a cold gaze on Lin Tian as he stated, I reached the 9th level of Qi refinement half a year ago, just a step away from foundation establishment. Many assumed Lin Tian would be intimidated, but to their surprise, he shook his head dismissively. What a waste of time. Kid, I thought I was arrogant, but you were even more so. Jin Banxi grinned wickedly. The crowd erupted in raucous cheers, particularly those from the Jin family, taunting, fool, enjoy our young master's wrath. Fool, hurry and kneel to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Nagong Yin, seated nearby, cast a worried glance at Tian Bing. Sister, will that person hurt big brother? Rest assured, with that fellow's abilities, even if you were to summon 10 more, they would not stand a chance against your elder brother. Tian Bing harbored no concerns regarding Lin Tian facing these prodigies of Qi refinement. However, the patriarch seated nearby considered Tian Bing's assertion to be mere jest. Some even jested. Miss Tian, have you been enchanted by this fool? Enchanted? Tian Bing had yet to grasp the situation when one of the patriarchs burst into laughter, proclaiming, "I am at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while young Master Jin is at the 9th, on the cusp of entering the foundation establishment stage. Do you truly believe this fool could prevail?" Yet, Tian Bing merely chuckled, "Just wait and see." The crowd remained skeptical, and the Jin patriarch eagerly urged Jin Banxi, "I give you 10 moves to subdue him." To which Jin Banxi retorted, "No, within 3 moves, I shall certainly make him kneel." "Excellent," the Jin patriarch declared grandly, while the other patriarchs showered him with compliments. "Indeed, young Master Jin possesses extraordinary poise. Will young Master Jin take a concubine? I have a daughter who could be married to him." "So do I." Each person admired Jin Banxi, for he was the most likely candidate to reach the foundation establishment stage within the year, truly a genius in the making. Jin Yu readily proclaimed, "Once I secure the rights to this shop, feel free to introduce anyone you wish to my son." "Really?" The crowd erupted in delight, engaging in lively discussion, while Jin Banxi began to display his prowess, even forming a stream of golden energy with his right hand. Subsequently, a faint golden light flickered behind him, resembling a branch, accompanied by 4 strands that danced like golden willow twigs. This single strand represented a low-grade spiritual root, 2 strands indicated a mid-grade, 3 signified a high grade, while 4 strands denoted an exceptional grade. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Look, he possesses 4 strands of golden silk. That is an exceptional spiritual root." Such roots were exceedingly rare in Tianong City. However, Lin Tian regarded the faint golden light behind Jin Banxi with a peculiar smile, merely a mortal spiritual root. Upon noticing Lin Tian's disdain, Jin Banxi quickly defended himself. "Mine is an exceptional mortal spiritual root. How could you, one devoid of any spiritual root, possibly compare?" Hearing this, the crowd realized that the energy Lin Tian had released moments ago was colorless, a phenomenon exclusive to those without a spiritual root. This implied that Lin Tian's maximum potential could only reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, as those without a spiritual root could not condense a spiritual eye and thus could not aspire to foundation establishment. Consequently, this revelation invited a torrent of ridicule. "I thought the Lin family had produced another genius. Turns out he's merely a rootless fool. He is doomed. His greatest achievement will be limited to the Qi refinement stage." Yet, Lin Yao remained unconvinced, for he understood that Lin Tian was far from ordinary, and Tian Bing shared his skepticism, albeit acknowledging the colorlessness of Lin Tian's energy. Lin Tian, however, simply uttered 2 words, "Ignorant." In a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the might of his condensed energy slamming into Jin Banxi. Jin Banxi was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. One move? The onlookers were taken aback, while Jin Yu, filled with astonishment and fury, rose to his feet. Jin Banxi, unwilling to concede, shouted defiantly, "That doesn't count." However, Tian Wu interjected, stating, "Once you step onto the arena, it is a formal contest. There is no such thing as a do-over." Enraged, Jin Banxi gritted his teeth, fixing his glare on Lin Tian. "You scoundrel." "Scoundrel?" Lin Tian retorted from his elevated position. Jin Banxi glared back. "Yes, scoundrel." At this moment, Jin Banxi was primarily concerned with preserving his dignity, as he was the most likely candidate to enter the inner sect as a disciple of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Therefore, he could afford no mistakes. The members of the Jin family joined in the uproar, chanting, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Meanwhile, Su Shan, who had been sent flying earlier, shamelessly exclaimed, "He attacked me unexpectedly. How could I possibly lose otherwise?" Upon hearing Su Shan's words, the head of the Su family immediately defended him and turned to Tian Wu, saying, "Lord of Tian City, I believe this match should be restarted." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Jin Banxi began to wail in agony, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. This stunned the crowd into silence. On the stage, Lin Tian waved his hand, asserting, "Scoundrel, let us see if you can withstand my strike." The spiritual energy Lin Tian unleashed was colorless, rendering the spectators unable to discern how his palm technique struck Jin Banxi. However, they could see Jin Banxi dodging like a monkey, yet it proved futile as he was repeatedly hit, blood gradually oozing from his mouth, increasing in volume. The previously raucous Jin family fell silent, their expressions blank, while Jin Yu was horrified, urgently shouting, "Stop. Cease this at once." Lin Tian withdrew his hand with a cold smirk, "Still calling me a scoundrel?" Jin Banxi's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. Upon lifting him, Jin Yu discovered numerous fractures across his body, prompting him to roar in terror, "Banxi! Banxi!" No one had anticipated such a conclusion. Lin Tian then glanced at Su Shan. Do you wish to go another round? Su Shan hastily retreated behind the head of the Su family, stammering, I don't want to. Is there anyone else? Lin Tian scanned the crowd, directing his gaze toward Tian Wu. If not, please announce the results. Tian Wu, still in shock, finally regained his composure, while Jin Yu, with his hair standing on end, glared at Lin Tian. You brat, the match is over. Why do you still strike? Didn't he say he wanted to continue? Lin Tian countered. Am I mistaken? At this moment, Jin Yu resembled a furious lion, roaring. I will have you buried alongside him. Following his thunderous outburst, Jin Yu released Jin Banksy and leaped onto the arena, intent on tearing Lin Tian apart. Jin Yu, alarmed, swiftly jumped onto the stage to shield Lin Tian. Stop. Below, Lin Wang laughed heartily. This kid dares to provoke even the golden-haired Lion King? He is courting death. The spectators buzzed with chatter. This fool is doomed. He has enraged the head of the Jin family. Indeed, the head of the Jin family was notorious for his volatile temper. When in a rage, even the city lord could not contend with him. It seemed that now, even the head of the Lin family could not save this foolish boy. In the audience, Tian Wu was taken aback and hurriedly ascended the arena, while Jin Yu remained unperturbed, glaring at Tian Wu and Lin Yao. Step aside. I shall incapacitate this brat. Tian Wu exclaimed urgently. But the head of the Jin family. There are wins and losses in the arena. What is the necessity of this? Jin Yu retorted defiantly. My son has already left the arena. You should not have laid a hand on him, he asserted, with the supporters of the Jin family echoing his sentiment, insisting that he should not have acted. As one of the heads of the three great families, Su also joined the fray, defending, Lord Tian, this lad has indeed erred. You cannot shield him. Tian Wu sought to counter, yet Lin Yao was more inclined to obstruct Jin Yu. However, Lin Tian, standing behind them, interjected with a calm voice. Both of you may step down. Allow me to handle this. What? Lin Yao turned to Lin Tian with a puzzled expression, while Tian Wu furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of such a decision. The crowd below was first taken aback, then erupted in laughter. What a fool. He truly is Navi. Someone remarked. If I were him, I would swiftly hide behind the lord and the family head. Nan Gongyan, still young and somewhat oblivious, observed Jin Yu's fierce demeanor directed at Lin Tian and anxiously asked, Sister, will my elder brother be all right? Fear not, just watch. Tian Bing reassured her. Having grown to trust Lin Tian's abilities over the past few days and no longer viewing him as an ordinary individual. As for Jin Yu, he cast a scornful glance at Lin Yao and Tian Wu, declaring, You see, he is the one who wishes to battle me. Lin Yao and Tian Wu exchanged solemn glances. Yet Lin Tian reiterated, Step down. Reluctantly, they retreated, their eyes fixed on the unfolding confrontation with bated breath. Jin Yu declared with utmost arrogance, Brat, do you know my cultivation level? Late-stage foundation establishment, with an ordinary spiritual root, likely of mid-grade quality, and I presume your spiritual eye is of similar caliber. Lin Tian assessed Jin Yu with a discerning gaze. Surprised that Lin Tian could see through him, Jin Yu sneered, Indeed, I possess a mid-grade ordinary spiritual root. Of the Jin lineage, I have coalesced a mid-grade ordinary spiritual eye at the late stage of foundation establishment. But what of it? The better the spiritual eye, the more abundant the spiritual energy within, and the faster it circulates. That is called talent, you know? Trash. Lin Tian merely uttered 2 words, causing the audience to gasp. Believing Lin Tian to be arrogant, Jin Yu bellowed, Die. At that moment, Jin Yu unleashed a punch, enveloped in golden spiritual energy, sending forth a golden fist shadow aimed directly at Lin Tian. Such martial arts, utterly worthless, Lin Tian remarked disdainfully, remaining rooted while skillfully swaying his upper body to evade the fist shadow, resembling a weeble, swiftly returning to his original position. The spectators were left in astonishment, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Is he a weeble? No, it must be some spell, conjectured the onlookers, as the crowd speculated about the nature of the spell. Jin Yu roared and launched another punch. I care not for your tricks, perish. However, this punch too met with air, failing to even graze Lin Tian. Jin Yu, infuriated, stomped in frustration, for he was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet he could not land a hit on someone at the 8th level of chi refinement, igniting his rage. The other members of the family were equally perplexed by how this fool managed to achieve such feats. Even the head of the Su family began to express concern for Jin Yu, exclaiming, Brother Jin, do not rely solely on brute force. Employ other techniques. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu immediately regained his composure and glared at Lin Tian, declaring, "Young man, allow me to demonstrate my magical prowess." At that moment, Jin Yu focused his thoughts, muttering what sounded like an incantation, and then a flurry of golden darts materialized and shot forth. Golden darts. The onlookers gazed in envy, for this was a spirit-level spell, capable of manifesting through spiritual energy. Observing this, Lin Tian swiftly retreated to a corner of the arena to evade the onslaught of darts. Although Jin Yu had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy in casting a spirit-level spell, he still felt a sense of pride, taunting, "Young man, keep dodging and you will surely fall." At this moment, the crowd was convinced that Lin Tian was doomed. However, Lin Tian glanced within, realizing his spiritual eyes were not yet opened, rendering him unable to execute the sword chi technique. He turned to Tian Bing, who promptly sprang into action and hurled the azure sword towards him. As Lin Tian caught the sword, spectators began to murmur, "This fool intends to use a sword to block a spell? What a jest! How could a sword possibly withstand Jin Yu's golden darts?" Tian Wu and Lin Yao watched in deep concern, while Lin Wang reveled in the thought, "May he perish soon." Jin Yu, filled with disdain, sneered at Lin Tian. "Young man, my spell is an area attack. Your sword can at best deflect a few darts." "Is that so?" Lin Tian suddenly activated the sword in his hand, its speed increasing dramatically. Then, a torrent of sword chi surged forth, causing the spectators below to gasp in astonishment. Some exclaimed, "It's the water flow sword technique from the Heavenly Water sect." Water flow sword technique? That rubbish swordplay? Impossible. Another retorted, "Indeed, I have seen it. But it was not accompanied by such massive waves, merely small ripples." Initially startled, Jin Yu, upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Water sect, relaxed and mocked, "Young man, that is the swordplay of a worthless sect, merely for show, lacking substance." Worthless sect? Lin Tian's spiritual energy suddenly surged, his eyes locking onto Jin Yu with an unusual intensity. Unaware that his words had provoked Lin Tian, Jin Yu continued arrogantly, "Indeed, a worthless sect, a worthless sword technique. Then let me show you the true power of this sword technique," Lin Tian declared, accelerating the sword's movement. As enormous waves of energy formed, he forcefully unleashed them. Jin Yu, unperturbed, extended his arms to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy. This barrier was akin to a translucent shield, shimmering with golden light due to the nature of his energy. Such a technique could only be wielded by those in the foundation establishment stage, as it required substantial spiritual energy. Yet, the barrier Jin Yu conjured shattered in an instant, resembling glass breaking apart, and the wave of sword energy propelled him backward, nearly sending him off the stage. However, he managed to stomp down and halt his fall, glancing at himself to confirm he was unscathed, and laughed, "Young man, I am ultimately in the late foundation establishment stage, while you are merely refining your chi. This disparity in strength alone prevents you from inflicting any harm upon me." Lin Tian was acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation, which rendered him incapable of unleashing the full potency of his swordsmanship. However, in the next moment, he coldly retorted, "You claim it cannot harm you? Very well, then observe closely." At that moment, a blaze erupted upon his sword, and the onlookers beheld the flames dancing upon its blade. "What is that young man doing?" The spectators murmured in confusion, while some skeptically pondered, "How is that flame even generated?" Tian Bing, with a sigh of resignation, uttered, "The head of the Jin family is doomed." Jin Yu, undeterred, continued to mock, "A mere flicker of flame upon a sword? Are you merely performing tricks, young man?" This provoked an uproar of laughter from the crowd below. Lin Tian revealed a sinister smile as the flames transformed into a golden hue. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword once more. The flames entwined around the blade, and as he unleashed a wave of energy, countless tiny flames danced upon the surface of the sword wave. Tian Bing gasped in astonishment, pondering the innovative application of the sword in flames. However, some observers dismissed it as mere spectacle, laughingly questioning whether the arena had become a circus. In contrast, Nangong Yen found the display captivating and beautiful. Lin Yao and Tian Wu were intrigued by Lin Tian's peculiar approach, while Jin Yu stepped forward, casting a spiritual barrier with a sinister grin, challenging him to come forth. Lin Tian, with a forceful flick, sent a massive tsunami crashing forward, shattering the barrier. Jin Yu staggered back, initially unperturbed, but found himself ensnared by the tiny flames that swiftly coalesced. The small flames rapidly intensified into a consuming blaze, engulfing Jin Yu and siphoning his internal spiritual energy. Momentarily, Due to the excessive consumption of energy from maintaining the barrier and the Fire King's absorption, Jin Yu found himself powerless to resist, desperately pleading for salvation. Elders from the Jin family rushed to extinguish the flames, but they clung stubbornly, impervious to their efforts. Lin Tian, with a bemused smile, suggested, "Just step on it." In their haste, the onlookers complied, and one person knocked Jin Yu down, while others fervently kicked at the flames, even using their garments to beat them out. Gradually, the flames began to diminish, and Lin Tian chuckled inwardly at their foolishness. The Fire King required spiritual energy to sustain itself. And with Jin Yu's energy nearly depleted and the surrounding energy incinerated, the flames would extinguish on their own. Yet, they remained oblivious, believing they had extinguished the fire through their frantic actions. Unfortunately, Jin Yu had already been severely burned, unable to utter a word. "Is there even a breath left?" inquired the head of the Su family from below, to which the Jin family members nodded, albeit with elders displaying grim expressions, indicating that Jin Yu was gravely injured and recovery would not be swift. Lin Tian remained unfazed until the Jin family members carried Jin Yu away, withdrawing from the contest. He scanned the crowd and asked, "Who else is there?" This time, no one dared to be arrogant or speak up. Lin Tian, gathering his composure, turned to Tian Wu. "The Millennium Black Iron is to be given to me, and the rights to that shop shall belong to the Lin family." His words bore the weight of a command. Yet Tian Wu showed no sign of dissent, nodding in agreement. Afterward, Tian Wu produced a black box and presented it to Lin Tian, stating, "Here's the Millennium Black Iron." Upon inspecting its contents, Lin Tian tossed the box and sword to Tian Bing, instructing, "Take it." The onlookers were perplexed by Lin Tian's gesture, but Tian Bing, accustomed to her role, smiled and replied, "Sure." Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Tian approached Lin Yao, declaring, "I have done what I needed to do. Should the Lin family encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek me at the Tianshui Gate." "Tianshui Gate?" he replied. "Indeed." After Lin Tian finished speaking, he turned to Tian Bing and Nangong Yin, saying, "Let us depart." The cat's spirit beast, with an almost sentient understanding, promptly nestled beside Nangong Yin, who then took a seat upon it, while Tian Bing held Nangong Yin's hand. Soon, the trio and their beast vanished under the watchful gazes of the onlookers. Once Lin Tian had departed, the families began to murmur amongst themselves, with some even approaching Lin Yao to extend their congratulations. "Congratulations to the head of the Lin family for having such a son. Congratulations." The expression on Lin Wang's face darkened, yet he could only endure, for he recognized how formidable Lin Tian was at that moment. All he could do was bide his time, even if it meant adopting a tortoise's demeanor. On the other hand, the head of the Su family wore a grim expression, snorting disdainfully as he departed with his entourage. Bai Chifeng, distressed, grasped Su Shan's hand, exclaiming, "Cousin, are we just going to let this slide? Let us head to my home. My father has his plans." Su Shan was well aware that this matter would not simply be forgotten. Overjoyed, Bai Chifeng immediately followed Su Shan, while Lin Yao, gazing at Lin Tian's receding figure, muttered to himself, "Who exactly is he?" Before long, the news spread, and Lin Tian transformed from a fool into the prodigy spoken of by many. A quarter of an hour later, the Jin family welcomed the head of the Su family, along with Su Shan and Bai Chifeng. At that moment, Jin Banksy was gravely injured, seated in a chair, while Jin Yu lay nearby, already bandaged. Jin Banksy, filled with indignation, declared, "I demand vengeance." The head of the Su family, aware that Jin Banksy was a member of the Tianyang sect and an elite from the outer sect poised to enter the inner sect, encouraged him, saying, "Young Master Jin, seeking revenge is simple. Just enlist the help of some friends from the Tianyang sect." "What do you mean?" Jin Banksy seemed to grasp the implication, to which the head of the Su family replied with a smile, "I have heard that your outer sect elder Duan has a fondness for the brothels of Tianyang City." Upon hearing this, Jin Banksy was elated, exclaiming, "Yes, he must be at one of those establishments. I shall go seek his assistance at once." The head of the Su family, anxious that Jin Banksy might struggle to persuade the elder, produced a small box from his pocket. "This contains a Millennium Spirit herb, which I acquired at great expense from elsewhere. I hope it proves useful." Jin Banksy understood the underlying intention of the Su family head and grinned, "Let us go. I will take you along." "Very well." After this, Jin Banksy had himself carried off towards the brothel. At the brothel, there was a burly man with a beard, a scar etched between his brows, yet clad in a beast-skin vest, resembling a mountain tyrant. Nevertheless, those around him dared not underestimate him, for they knew he was an elder of the Tianyang sect. Such status alone was enough to garner the allegiance of countless nobles and young masters who stood around him, eager to present offerings. Elder Duan, look, a century-old spirit herb. Mine is worth 100,000 spirit stones. The elder Duan, however, wore a look of disdain. What use is a century-old herb to me? And are these pitiful spirit stones enough to even fill the gaps in my teeth? As he spoke, Elder Duan slammed his waist token onto the table, where the bold characters read, Duan Lang. Duan Lang, the true name of this elder, is notorious for his unscrupulous behavior and is a feared bully. His identity is such that even the city lord dares not provoke him. This has led him to relish his time here, ruling like a local emperor and pillaging at will. Indeed, a century is not befitting for Elder Duan. But I possess a millennium. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was the head of the Su family. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately dispersed, for he is the master of one of the three prominent families. Duan Lang's eyes lit up at the mention of a millennium. But he quickly suppressed his curiosity and inquired, Who do you intend to have join our Tianyang sect's outer door this time? Su family head? Not quite. The Su family head shook his head, prompting Duan Lang to exclaim in surprise, The Tianyang sect has been recruiting for less than a month. Are you certain you are not sending one of your own to our sect? Stepping back, the Su family head pointed to the figure seated in a chair, Jean Banksy. You know him, right? Jean Banksy looked at Duan Lang with immense excitement. Uncle Duan, it's me, Banksy. As an outer door elder responsible for numerous disciples. Duan Lang was indeed familiar with Jean Banksy, recognizing his immense potential to become an inner door disciple. Rising in astonishment, Duan Lang questioned, What has happened to you? I implore you to advocate for me. Jean Banksy began to weep uncontrollably, abandoning all semblance of masculinity. Duan Lang recognized this as an opportune moment for extortion, given that the Jean family is one of the three major families and Jean Banksy possesses boundless potential. Thus, he quickly altered his demeanor and declared, Speak, and I shall certainly advocate for you. The onlookers were envious. For Duan Lang's status promised substantial gains if one could forge a favorable relationship with him. Consequently, Jean Banksy was overjoyed and recounted the events that transpired, ultimately pleading, Elder Duan, if you help me deal with this brat, the Jean family is willing to offer you 1/10 of our annual income. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment filled the air, and Duan Lang was naturally intrigued. Yet, he feigned indifference as he responded, Banksy, I am assisting you because you are one of our Tianyang sect disciples, so rest assured, I will certainly resolve this matter for you. Thank you, Elder Duan. Jean Banksy exclaimed with great delight, while the Su family head did not forget to present a box, saying, Elder Duan, should you manage to deal with that brat, our Su family will undoubtedly bestow a grand gift. At this, Duan Lang's heart swelled with joy, yet he maintained an air of righteousness as he assured, Rest assured. Su family head, having promised Banksy, I shall indeed handle that foolish lad. Thank you. The Su family head felt a sense of triumph, while Duan Lang tucked away the box and declared, Let us go. I wish to meet this lad and see how he kneels before me. The crowd sensed impending entertainment and immediately followed suit to observe, while Jean Banksy and the Su family head reveled in their good fortune. Bai Chiefing, trailing behind, smugly remarked, Brat, let us see if you can escape this time. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, Nangong Yin, and another companion were leisurely strolling through the market, purchasing an array of delightful items and clothing for Nangong Yin. Particularly, Nangong Yin held a clay figurine in her hand, laughing as she said, Big brother, do you think this looks like you? It is so ugly, how could it possibly resemble me? Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. However, Nangong Yin pouted and replied, But it is a celestial being. A celestial being? Lin Tian echoed. Yes, it is indeed a celestial being, and you, being so formidable, will undoubtedly become a celestial being as well in the future. Thus, it resembles you. Nangong Yin declared with admiration. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, smiled resignedly. All right. Say whatever you wish. Nangong Yin immediately broke into laughter once more, while Tian Bing, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, Elder, may I pose a question? Feel free to ask. I can see you've been holding it in for quite a while. Tian Bing, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued, Why is your spiritual energy colorless? Additionally, when you struck that Jean Banksy from a distance, what technique did you employ? And what about your ability to remain upright while leaning in various directions? What is that? The colorless spiritual energy was naturally a result of Lin Tian's cultivation of the Reincarnation Slaughtering Heaven technique, but he casually explained, The colorless spiritual energy is due to the method I practice. As for the distance strike, that is because I transformed the colorless spiritual energy into the chi path, using chi to manifest my palm and strike from afar. You must be somewhat familiar with that, right? Indeed, a powerful airflow can be transformed into the chi path, also known as qi gong, correct? Essentially, that is the case. Tian Bing understood, yet she remained troubled by the matter of his ability to remain upright. But what about that ability to not fall? Shadow technique. It is a form of body technique, not a spell. Body technique? Hasn't that become lost to time? Tian Bing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian chuckled. Millions of years ago, the inhabitants of this continent did not practice spells, only body techniques. Later, upon discovering that spells possessed greater power than body techniques, fewer individuals pursued them, leading to their gradual disappearance. Then why is yours so formidable? Lin Tian smirked. Every discipline possesses its strengths and weaknesses. I have mastered numerous body techniques that do not rely on spiritual energy. They simply require a powerful physique to execute. When necessary, they can even save one's life. This is their advantage. However, as you have seen, for instance, if I remain stationary and someone launches an area attack or targets my feet, it can easily shatter my body technique, which is why you might consider it somewhat impractical. Tian Bing suddenly understood. Now I grasp it much better. There is still much for you to learn in the future. And you will need to teach this young lady as well. Lin Tian affectionately glanced at Nangong Yin. Tian Bing, filled with excitement, responded, "As you command, Elder." Lin Tian then smiled and fell silent, focusing on the clay figure in Nangong Yin's hands. Meanwhile, Tian Bing began to admire Lin Tian, thinking, "This guy truly possesses an abundance of knowledge." At that moment, a group of individuals approached, blocking their path. Leading the group, Duan Lang grinned at Lin Tian and asked, "Are you the fool from the Lin family?" Lin Tian remained silent, while Tian Bing questioned, "And who might you be?" Seeing that Tian Bing did not recognize Duan Lang, the others burst into laughter, and Jean Banksy mockingly chimed in, "Miss Tian, he is the outer sect elder of the Tianyang sect, Duan Lang." "What? He is Elder Duan?" Tian Bing exclaimed in astonishment, while Lin Tian remained indifferent, having no interest in making his acquaintance. Thus, Lin Tian said to Nangong Yin and Tian Bing, "Let us continue on our way." To everyone's astonishment, Lin Tian dared to disregard Duan Lang, igniting a fierce anger within the latter. Typically, Duan Lang commanded respect, and every patriarch would greet him with deference. However, the audacity of a mere family disciple to overlook him infuriated Duan Lang, who seized the clay figurine from Nangong Yin and hurled it to the ground with disdain, declaring, "Thinking of leaving? Not a chance." Upon witnessing the shattered figurine, Nangong Yin burst into tears, exclaiming, "My immortal." Tian Bing was taken aback. She realized Lin Tian was on the verge of erupting. Indeed, Lin Tian's expression darkened, replaced by an icy gaze that pierced through to Duan Lang's very soul. Duan Lang, confronted by that penetrating stare, felt as though his spirit had been stripped away, his skin crawling with unease. Yet, with a crowd watching, he feigned composure and retorted, "What are you staring at? I am an elder of the Tianyang sect. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll ensure you can't survive in Tianyang City." Concerned that Lin Tian might annihilate Duan Lang and provoke the Tianyang sect, Tian Bing hastily urged, "Elder Duan, you must apologize to him and the girl at once." "Or else what? You want me to apologize to them?" Duan Lang thought he misheard. The onlookers erupted in laughter. "Lady Tian, he is an elder of the Tianyang sect. Indeed, even your father must treat him with utmost respect." Tian Bing recognized the significance of Duan Lang's status, but understood Lin Tian's temperament. Thus, she insisted, "Really, I advise you to apologize quickly, or it may be too late." Instead of becoming furious, Duan Lang laughed heartily. "Then I shall remain here and see if he dares to act." The crowd cheered, urging, "Fool, go ahead and strike." Many from the Su and Jean families relished the prospect of Lin Tian's humiliation, while Jean Banksy sat back, chuckling, "Kid, weren't you quite arrogant on the stage just now?" Lin Tian, unfazed by the taunts, opened his palm and conjured a ball of fire. He then added a demon essence, causing the flames to transform into a striking blue hue. Tian Bing's expression shifted dramatically. It was blue. While the crowd was uncertain of its significance, she recognized its terrifying potency, surpassing even that of green flames. However, Duan Lang dismissed the display, scoffing, "You think a little flame can intimidate me? Ridiculous." Yet, the onlookers exchanged glances, recalling Lin Tian's earlier feat of incinerating Jinyu. and the change in color only fueled their whispers. By the time Duan Lang sensed the gravity of the situation, it was too late. The blue flames surged forth, catching him entirely off guard. He presumed Lin Tian would not dare to strike him. To his shock, Lin Tian acted without hesitation, and in an instant, the blue flames enveloped him. Duan Lang let out a horrific scream as his spiritual energy was rapidly drained, writhing in agony on the ground. The head of the Su family, who had been observing from the crowd, rushed forward, shouting, "Stamp on him." Witnessing this, the crowd descended upon Duan Lang, trampling him mercilessly, while he howled like a slaughtered pig, bellowing, "Who is stepping on me?" As the crowd released their grip, the flames had already vanished. Yet Duan Lang had endured severe injuries, his breath feeble, almost akin to Jin Yu's state. Fortunately, Duan Lang carried a substantial supply of elixirs on his person, hastily consuming one which somewhat restored his vigor, enabling him to laboriously rise. However, the agony coursing through him rendered life unbearable, prompting him to glare at the assembly, demanding, "Who allowed you to trample on me?" The onlookers turned to the head of the Su family, who appeared contrite. Earlier, he had proclaimed on the arena that only by trampling could the flames be extinguished. Thus, in an effort to save him, he had acted as he did. This explanation incensed Duan Lang further, causing him to pivot and direct his ire towards Lin Tian, exclaiming, "You dare." Lin Tian, unfazed by his provocations, raised a hand and struck out, causing Duan Lang, already gravely injured, to spew forth a mouthful of blood. He then called out to the spirit cat perched on the rooftop, instructing it to extend an appropriate apology. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the spirit beast unleashed a slicing wind that severed Duan Lang's legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Defiant, Duan Lang propped himself up with trembling hands, refusing to succumb. While the spectators were left in stunned silence, pondering the origins of such a formidable spirit beast, the head of the Su family was rendered speechless and by chiefing. Among the crowd, stood aghast, astonished that this individual possessed such a terrifying companion. "Will you not apologize?" Lin Tian coldly inquired of the obstinate Duan Lang, who, grimacing in pain, retorted, "I am an outer elder of the Tianyang sect. My brother is an inner elder." The mention of the inner elder elicited gasps from the crowd, many reveling in the misfortune of Duan Lang, anticipating the repercussions he would face when the inner elder sought retribution. "Should I be in your position? I would hasten to admit my wrongdoing." The head of the Su family smugly suggested to Lin Tian, adding with a grin, "You better cater to Elder Duan, or you'll be in dire straits when his brother arrives." Unfazed, Duan Lang shouted, "Apologies are futile. You are doomed regardless." Unexpectedly, Lin Tian delivered a decisive strike to Duan Lang's forehead, causing his eyes to widen in shock before he toppled backwards, convulsing on the ground and frothing at the mouth, ultimately falling still. The crowd stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, while Lin Tian withdrew his hand with an icy demeanor, declaring, "Did I ever suggest an apology? Such self-delusion." With that, Lin Tian disregarded the stunned assembly, casually picking up a clay figurine and, brushing it off, smiled at Nangong Yin, saying, "Look, your immortal has returned to life." "Thank you, big brother," Nangong Yin replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled. Lin Tian, with a gentle smile, took her hand and stepped over Duan Lang's lifeless body. Those who had gathered to witness the spectacle quickly parted ways, with even Jean Banksy urging the crowd to make way. As Lin Tian proceeded, he turned back, his voice booming, "No matter who you are, if you provoke me, you shall meet the same fate." Having spoken, Lin Tian departed with Nangong Yin and Tian Bing. The head of the Su family promptly dispatched someone to examine Duan Lang, only to find that the latter had completely lost his breath, leaving everyone present astounded. Had he truly slain the outer elder of the Tianyang sect? Had he lost his sanity? This was nothing short of defiance against the heavens. Soon, news of Lin Tian's act spread, and coupled with his conduct that day, it sparked curiosity among many regarding the identity of this fool and the source of his formidable prowess. However, there were also those who relished the misfortune, eagerly anticipating Lin Tian's reckoning at the hands of the Tianyang sect. Yet, as they journeyed towards the Tianshui gate, Tian Bing expressed her concern, "Ancestor, that fellow's brother is an inner elder. Does this not place you in peril?" "It matters not. They are all the same," Lin Tian replied dismissively. Tian Bing was puzzled. Could it be that you can defeat someone even more formidable than those at the Foundation establishment stage? Lin Tian offered no further explanation, aware that he had irrevocably severed ties with the Tianyang sect today. Nonetheless, he was unperturbed, gathering his thoughts as he ascended the mountain of the Tianshui gate alongside Nangong Yin and his spirit beast. At this moment, The inhabitants of the Tianshui Gate had yet to receive news from the mountainside, but the spirit beast had undoubtedly captivated the disciples atop the mountain. They were fervently discussing the peculiar feline resembling a tiger amidst the trees and flowers. Meanwhile, Mudong was within the inner courtyard, instructing a few individuals in swordsmanship. However, only 3 students remained, and they were of frail constitution. Upon Tian Bing's enthusiastic exclamation of her senior brother's name, Mudong responded listlessly, "Ah, you have come. Senior brother, what troubles you?" Tian Bing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Mudong cast a melancholic glance at Lin Tian, recalling how, after he disciplined a group previously, they had all gradually departed, leaving behind only these 3. Tian Bing was taken aback by the dismal state, while Lin Tian was equally astonished at the Tianshui Gate's decline, lacking even a single competent disciple. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "It appears I must undertake a thorough reformation of the Tianshui Gate." Reformation? Tian Bing felt an ominous premonition, while Mudong was startled. "Brother, please refrain. Last time you enacted your reforms, only 3 remained. If you do so again, there may be none left. Fear not. This time I shall bring many at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and it will be solely your prerogative to select them." With no choice granted to them, Lin Tian asserted. Mudong, however, assumed Lin Tian was lost in fantasy, and even the 3 frail individuals whispered amongst themselves, "How audacious this lad is." Indeed, the Tianshui Gate had fallen from grace. It was implausible that individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement would come. They would not even ascend the mountain, even if carried by 8 sedan chairs. Hearing their remarks, Tian Bing hastily reassured Lin Tian, "Ancestor, do not stoop to their level." "What? Do you think I would be angered?" Lin Tian shot a glance at Tian Bing, who awkwardly retorted, "Are you not angry?" Lin Tian chuckled. "After so many years of cultivation, if I were to be incensed by trifles, I would have perished from rage countless times already. And today?" The reason for his anger was that the fellow had acted thoughtlessly, causing the young girl to weep. How could Lin Tian not be enraged? Tian Bing immediately comprehended why Lin Tian had become so incensed. It was not a mere outburst, but rather a response to the actions of those who had either captured Nagong Yin or wounded her heart. Mudong, oblivious to their discussion, curiously inquired, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Lin Tian, snapping back to reality, turned to Mudong and asked, "How long have you been at the 9th level of Qi refinement?" "Over a year," Mudong replied awkwardly, to which Lin Tian scoffed. "A year and still no foundation establishment?" "Foundation establishment? That requires a foundation establishment pill, and a low-grade one starts at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've saved up for years and still don't have that much." Mudong lamented with a wry smile. Tian Bing, standing beside him, interjected on Mudong's behalf, "Ancestor, you have no idea how difficult foundation establishment is. The success rate for low-grade foundation establishment pills is merely 10%, so without dozens of them, it's nearly impossible to guarantee success. I have a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Why not give it a try?" Lin Tian remarked, producing a high-grade foundation establishment pill from his robes. This revelation left both Mudong and Tian Bing wide-eyed, their immediate thought being that it was impossible, likely a deception or a trick by Lin Tian. Observing their astonishment, Lin Tian inquired, "What is wrong with you two?" Tian Bing was the first to recover, stammering, "Is this really a high-grade foundation establishment pill?" "Indeed, had the furnace been better, a top-grade pill would not have been an issue," Lin Tian replied with dissatisfaction, leaving Tian Bing in disbelief. Mudong, however, was in a daze, exclaiming, "Low-grade foundation establishment pills are selling for over 100,000 in the market. And mid-grade ones start at 1 million. As for high-grade, even with money, one cannot acquire it. Are you absolutely certain this is genuine?" "Yes, give it a try." Mudong, desperate to establish his foundation, seized the pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a fiery sensation surged through his throat, prompting him to scream, "Water! Water!" As Mudong searched for water, an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge around him, and the dormant power within him erupted as he ran. A series of crackling sounds resonated from his dantian, while a greenish luminescence flickered about him. Remarkably, a root could be seen shimmering behind him, albeit only a faint outline. Yet it indicated the emergence of a low-grade spiritual root. Not only that, but the spiritual energy surrounding Mudong intensified, and his aura grew stronger. Most importantly, upon inspecting his inner self, he beheld a small vortex continuously generating spiritual energy and exclaimed with exhilaration, "My spiritual eye has appeared." Tian Bing promptly congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations. Senior brother, you have established your foundation." Mu Dong, unable to fathom that he had achieved foundation establishment in a mere blink, rushed over to express his gratitude to Lin Tian, asking, "Young Master Lin, you must have expended considerable effort to obtain this pill, haven't you?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a bit of time spent on alchemy," Lin Tian casually replied. "Alchemy?" Mu Dong initially thought he had misheard, but Lin Tian continued, "Yes, I crafted this myself." Mu Dong nearly choked on his own breath, coughing several times before stammering, "Young Master Lin, you mean to say you made this?" "Indeed. Do you have any questions?" Mu Dong immediately glanced at Tian Bing, and recalling Lin Tian's words about alchemy over the past few days, she suddenly realized, "You truly can refine pills. Do I seem to be lying?" Lin Tian replied with a helpless shake of his head, producing a high-quality foundation establishment pill. "Here. You're also nearing the foundation establishment stage." Tian Bing trembled as she held the pill, exclaiming, "Can I really? Don't tell me that even with a high-quality one, you still cannot establish your foundation." Embarrassed, Tian Bing confessed, "My father provided me with some low-quality ones, but they all failed. Then try this high-quality one. It has a 50% success rate." "All right." Tian Bing swallowed it with great anticipation, and soon, just like Mu Dong, she was enveloped in blue light, revealing her water spiritual root. The tree roots branched into 3, signifying a high-quality ordinary spiritual root. This delighted Tian Bing, who laughed triumphantly, "I have finally established my foundation." At that moment, Lin Tian took out a jar from a Qinquan pouch and said, "I still have over a dozen high-quality foundation establishment pills, several dozen medium-quality, and hundreds of low-quality ones." This left both Tian Bing and Mu Dong in stunned silence once again. Lin Tian then instructed Mu Dong, "Prepare well and go spread the word." "Spread the word?" Mu Dong was puzzled by Lin Tian's statement, to which Lin Tian replied with a smile, "Of course. We shall promote it. Anyone willing to join the Tianshui sect at the Qi refining 9th layer will be guaranteed foundation establishment." "Guaranteed foundation establishment?" Mu Dong gasped, finally understanding why Lin Tian was so confident in agreeing to Elder Su's conditions. "Go ahead, I will wait here," Lin Tian said, before wandering around Tianshui sect with Nangong Yin. With her newfound foundation establishment strength, Mu Dong confidently declared, "All right, I will gather people immediately." Subsequently, Mu Dong hurried off, while Tian Bing followed Lin Tian with a smile, asking, "Ancestor, can you teach me?" "Teach you what?" "Alchemy. Do you truly wish to learn?" "Of course. Being able to refine pills would be quite prestigious, and this craft is highly sought after, especially if I can concoct high-quality foundation establishment pills. I would surely be invited to visit by the people of Yunzhou Prefecture." Upon hearing Yunzhou Prefecture, Lin Tian paused momentarily, curiosity piqued. "Yunzhou Prefecture?" "Indeed. The continent is divided into 36 prefectures, each governing a city. Yunzhou Prefecture oversees 3 first-tier cities, 6 second-tier cities, and dozens of third-tier cities, while there are likely hundreds of 4th-tier cities and countless 5th-tier cities." Lin Tian was taken aback by the realization that the continent was partitioned into 36 prefectures. Tian Bing, brimming with excitement, remarked, "If I could enter Yunzhou Prefecture, my father would no longer say I am useless." "You are very eager to go?" "Of course. Otherwise, my father would always have to consider the opinions of those in higher positions. If I were a member of Yunzhou Prefecture, he would no longer need to be concerned about the standings of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th-tier cities." Lin Tian seemed to grasp the situation, stating, "So, the lords of each city are appointed by Yunzhou Prefecture? The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers are appointed by Yunzhou Prefecture, while the 4th tier can be recommended by several city lords from the 3rd tier. As for the 5th tier, Yunzhou Prefecture likely doesn't even know who the city lords are." Tian Bing wore an awkward smile, pondering whether the lord of Wuding City could delegate authority at will. However, he was bound by the constraints of the lords from the higher-ranked siding city, such as Tianyang City, which fell under the jurisdiction of Fengyan City. Lin Tian merely acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh," not giving it much thought. Yet, Tian Bing, eager to assist her father, hastily sought help. "Elder, you must teach me. This would expedite my father's promotion." Lin Tian, however, remained silent and amused, prompting Tian Bing to inquire, "What are you laughing at?" "Alchemy is not a skill one acquires overnight," Lin Tian replied. "Aren't you merely in your teens as well?" Stumped, Lin Tian chose to wander leisurely with Nangong Yin around the Tianshui gate, while Tian Bing continued to chatter behind. "Elder, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you?" Lin Tian maintained his silence until an hour later, when they returned to the outer courtyard, only to find a throng gathered by the main gate. As if a significant event had transpired. Curiously, Tian Bing rushed forward, insisting, "Make way, make way." The crowd parted, revealing Mudong being pursued by a woman clad in white. The woman yelled, "You fat slug, stop right there, or I shall end you." It was evident that her cultivation level surpassed Mudong's. Yet the burden of a basket on her back and a silver needle pouch on her left arm hindered her pursuit. Consequently, she could only hurl curses at him while chasing. Mudong, exasperated, retorted, "They chose to follow me. Why are you chasing me?" The woman, furious, shot back, "If it weren't for you, would they follow?" In a fit of rage, she tossed a pill at Mudong, which exploded with a loud bang, sending him sprawling. She swiftly drew a silver needle from her left hand, aiming to immobilize him. Just then, a gust of wind cut through the air, deflecting her flying needle. Fuming, the woman looked up and scanned her surroundings, demanding, "Who did that?" Lin Tian, observing her as a spirit-level cultivator, could not help but inquire, "Miss, may I ask how he has offended you?" Mudong, feeling as though he had been saved, rushed over to Lin Tian, panting. "She is a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyang's sect, Funqingqing." The crowd gasped in unison, recognizing her as the most beautiful woman of Tianyang's sect. Funqingqing. Hearing this, Lin Tian scrutinized her more closely. Clad in white, she appeared to be around 20 years old, her complexion even fairer than Tian Bing's. And she exuded a captivating fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian could discern the ethereal patterns of spiritual energy coalescing into the shadow of her spiritual root. This spiritual root manifested as 6 green willow strands, with 4 representing top-grade mortal roots. Upon surpassing 4, the 5th would signify a low-grade spiritual root, while 6 indicated a mid-grade spiritual root. Such talent, once overlooked by Lin Tian, now caught his attention, especially considering how rare it was to encounter someone of mid-grade mortal talent at Tian Shui Gate, let alone mid-grade spiritual roots. Nevertheless, the crowd was entranced by Funqingqing's beauty, while Lin Tian found himself captivated by her innate gifts and curiously asked, "Miss Fun, may I inquire how he has offended you?" Funqingqing, irate, pointed at Mudong and exclaimed, "I have located several exceptional mortal-grade spiritual roots nearby in the 5th-tier city and intended to bring them back to Tianyang's sect. Yet this fellow intercepted me midway, claiming that he possesses superior foundation establishment pills, and now those individuals have ascended the mountain." Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that Mudong had usurped prospective disciples from Tianyang's sect. Even Tian Bing could not suppress a laugh at Mudong's audacity, saying, "Brother, you truly excel at intercepting those in the 9th realm of qi refinement." Funqingqing's indignation flared. "Indeed, this is utterly unscrupulous." Mudong, however, wore an expression of grievance, arguing, "They have not formally joined Tianyang's sect. They cannot be considered disciples yet." Funqingqing erupted in fury at his words, while Lin Tian, observing from the side, concurred. "He does have a point. Those individuals are free, so why must you coerce them, young lady?" The crowd was taken aback by Lin Tian's unexpected support for Mudong's actions. Mudong, believing Lin Tian would be angered and withhold the foundation establishment pills, felt emboldened by his words and turned to Tian Bing with a grin. "Did you hear that, junior sister? He agrees with me." Funqingqing's face flushed crimson with anger. "It seems you are not a virtuous person yourself." Tian Bing, concerned that Lin Tian might explode in anger, was astonished to see him lean back with a smile, responding, "My dear lady, what do you propose? I am ready to engage." Tian Bing paused, intrigued by Lin Tian's demeanor. "Master, you are not angry? Do not interrupt." Lin Tian shot her a glance, while Tian Bing curiously observed Funqingqing, noting her striking beauty and high cultivation, and mused, "No wonder Master is unperturbed. He seems taken by her charm." Initially, the onlookers were mere spectators, but upon hearing Tian Bing's remark, they began to chime in. Funqingqing, embarrassed and furious, retorted, "I am not here to jest with you." "Nor am I jesting with you," Lin Tian replied, standing firm with a smile. Funqingqing grit her teeth, declaring, "Do not presume that your numbers intimidate me." Lin Tian shook his head, stating, "At Tian Shui's sect, we never impose. If you wish to come, you may. And if you wish to leave, you are free to go." Funqingqing did not desire to escalate the situation, but Lin Tian's fearless demeanor ignited her temper. She swiftly turned to the group of young individuals who had just ascended the mountain, proclaiming, "Look at how destitute Tian Shui's sect is. How could they possibly possess superior foundation establishment pills?" Her words immediately drew the attention of the young ones, who began to surround Mu Dong. Brother, what about the superior foundation establishment pills you mentioned? Brother, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Mu Dong promptly pointed at Lin Tian with conviction, I assure you. He truly has them. The group turned their gazes toward Lin Tian, while Feng Qingqing began to feel a sense of triumph. Well, lad, are you feeling slapped in the face now? Slapped in the face? Indeed, she boasted. Superior foundation establishment pills. Do not presume that even our Tianyong sect possesses one. Lin Tian had intended to produce the pills immediately, but suddenly paused, a smile spreading across his face as he posed a question. What if I can indeed present a superior foundation establishment pill? Would you be willing to abandon Tianyong sect and join us at Tianshui sect? What? Not only was Fen Qingqing astonished, but even the members of the Tianshui sect were taken aback. Tian Bing, in particular, was in disbelief, exclaiming, Ancestor, you must be jesting. You dare to poach even the inner disciples of the Tianyong sect? However, Mu Dong was filled with fervor, declaring, Brother Lin, I wholeheartedly support you. Dig deep. With such a stunning beauty joining us, our Tianshui sect will surely be bustling with activity. Mu Dong's words echoed Lin Tian's own thoughts. For nearly all capable disciples and those with spiritual roots in the vicinity had been claimed by the Tianyong sect. If the Tianshui sect wished to grow stronger, they must poach talented individuals swiftly. Yet, to successfully poach, one must possess a certain prestige, and Fen Qingqing, being an inner disciple of the Tianyong sect and a person of spiritual caliber, was widely recognized as a great beauty. Thus, from the moment Lin Tian laid eyes on her, he resolved to entice her into the Tianshui sect. However, to persuade Fen Qingqing to join, Lin Tian knew he would need to employ some cunning tactics, specifically a trap, and he must do so before she became aware of it. With a playful smile, Lin Tian proposed, My lady, shall we gamble? Fen Qingqing was no fool. Doubt stirred within her as she considered the boy's confidence, suspecting he must possess a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Observing Fen Qingqing lost in thought, Tian Bing further provoked her. What say you, Miss Fen? Afraid to take the bet? To which Fen Qingqing, with a self-assured smile, replied, I will wager, but I have a condition. Speak. Lin Tian responded with eager interest, while Fen Qingqing flashed a mischievous grin. If you possess 10 high-grade foundation establishment pills, I shall agree to join you. But if you do not, then they must accompany me instead. What do you say? 10? Shocked expressions spread across the faces of everyone present, except for a few around Lin Tian. How could this be possible? The disciples of Tianshui sect dismissed the notion incredulously, while Fen Qingqing relished her apparent advantage. So, what now? Afraid to gamble? Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before retorting, It's not that I'm afraid to bet. I'm merely concerned that if you lose, you might renege. I would never. Fen Qingqing insisted confidently, believing herself to be a person of integrity. Lin Tian deliberately delayed, and Fen Qingqing, thinking she had rattled him, pressed. If you don't have it, then let them go at once. Are you certain you wish to gamble with me? Lin Tian feigned uncertainty, seizing the opportunity. Fen Qingqing pressed on, of course. If we are to wager, you must reveal your foundation establishment pills. If not, they will come with me. At that moment, Lin Tian reached into his robe and produced a Qiankuan pouch. After glancing inside, he handed it to her, saying, Take a look for yourself. Child, do not feign. I know it must be empty. Fen Qingqing stated confidently. Meanwhile, Tian Bing and Mu Dong exchanged amused glances. Lin Tian leaned back. His demeanor transformed from that of a lewd trickster to one exuding the confidence of a sovereign, a mischievous smile gracing his face. An ominous premonition enveloped Fen Qingqing as she reached inside, discovering a collection of high-quality foundation establishment pills, meticulously counting them one by one. The onlookers widened their eyes, silently joining in her enumeration. 1, 2, 3. No need to count further. Originally 17, with one pill each for the two of them, there remained 15. Lin Tian proclaimed the final tally with ease. The crowd gaped in astonishment, while Mu Dong erupted into laughter, declaring, Miss Fen, look at you now. Tian Bing joined in the mirth, exclaiming, You wagered against our ancestor, and now your defeat is certain. Ancestor? Fen Qingqing regarded Lin Tian with skepticism, questioning how someone at the Qi refinement stage could be considered their ancestor. He is my ancestor, not yours. Tian Bing boasted, her admiration for Lin Tian evident, as she yearned to proclaim him as her own revered ancestor, entirely shedding the initial disdain she had felt upon their first meeting. Fen Qingqing stood in stunned silence for a moment before glancing at the pills in her hand, ultimately placing them back down. The anger that once consumed her dissipated. replaced by a sense of grievance as she murmured, I need to return to the Tianyang sect. Surely you won't leave without coming back? Mudong fretted, fearing Fun Qingqing's stubbornness, while Tian Bing regarded her with a strange expression. Miss Fun, remember your word. Rest assured, I am merely bidding farewell to my master. After all, she raised me and taught me medicine. Regardless of my future with you, I must speak with her, Fun Qingqing said, her face a picture of sorrow. On the verge of tears, Lin Tian, witnessing the loss of her earlier bravado, could not help but chuckle. My lady, I merely invited you to join us. I did not intend for you to part with your master in such sorrow. Is it truly necessary to be so heartbroken? Of course, my master has nurtured me since childhood, believing in my potential to become a renowned physician. How can I not be upset at the thought of joining your humble sect? Fun Qingqing lamented, unable to contain her grievances. Lin Tian, however, replied with a smile. Here, do not speak of merely being a renowned physician. Becoming a legendary healer, or even a medical immortal, is well within your reach. You boastful fool. My master is only a 3-star physician. To achieve renown, one must at least be a 9-star physician. You, lacking even a 3-star physician, how could you ever help me attain such status? Fun Qingqing retorted, her discomfort evident as she continued to voice her discontent. Lin Tian understood that, in the mortal realm, physicians were ranked from 1 star to 9 stars, with 9 stars representing the pinnacle of medical mastery, known as renowned physicians, and above them lay the revered medical immortals. In a lower sect like Tianyang, the emergence of a 3-star physician was already miraculous, let alone in a dilapidated place like the Tianshui sect. Yet, Lin Tian grinned, do not speak of merely 3-star skills. I can demonstrate 9-star techniques for you. Impossible. Fun Qingqing scoffed, but Lin Tian extended his hand with a smile. Very well, then hand me a needle, and I shall show you the wonders of 9-star medicine. Many believed that Lin Tian was merely teasing Fun Qingqing, and thus paid little heed to the situation. However, Lin Tian had already extended his hand, awaiting the silver needles from Fun Qingqing. Hesitating for a moment, she tore a pouch of silver needles from the back of her left hand and tossed it to Lin Tian, challenging him. Let us see what your 9-star medical technique is all about. At that moment, Lin Tian picked up 9 silver needles, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed. Watch closely. With that, he seized Mudong, who inquired with confusion, what are you doing? Lin Tian replied, just a little experiment, don't get agitated. What? An experiment? Mudong was instantly overcome with dread. Subsequently, Lin Tian swiftly plunged the 9 silver needles into the fleshy parts of Mudong. Ah, what have you done to me? Mudong screamed in terror, to which Lin Tian retorted disdainfully, it doesn't hurt. Why are you shouting? After a moment of bewilderment, Mudong began to touch his body in various places, puzzled, it seems. It really doesn't hurt. Fun Qingqing, skeptical, queried. What do you mean by 9 needles penetrating the body? Lin Tian chuckled and asked, hasn't your master taught you about the 9-needle body control technique? Fun Qingqing hesitated before responding, my master said that 1 needle can stabilize one's spiritual position, and there are 9 major positions in the body, located at the 4 limbs and 5 facial features. Once these 9 positions are secured, one can control the limbs and facial features. Only a 9-star physician can achieve this. The onlookers were left bewildered, as they had never studied medicine and were unfamiliar with the concept of the 9 positions. Lin Tian, taking a step back, smiled at Fun Qingqing, young lady, pay attention. The crowd was puzzled about Lin Tian's intentions, but he turned to the plump Mudong and instructed, sit down. Mudong, startled, questioned, why am I sitting down by myself? Fun Qingqing gasped, your legs are under control. This is a 2-star medical technique, with limbs directed towards the ground. Mudong's body became unresponsive, and he ended up crouching on the ground like a frog. The others were clueless about what was transpiring, but Fun Qingqing's expression shifted, realizing, the limbs are under control. This is a 4-star medical technique. Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile as he said, let us sing a mountain song. At that moment, Mudong began to sing, causing everyone present to cover their ears. Tian Bing grimaced in distaste, exclaiming, senior brother, what on earth are you singing? Fun Qingqing, however, was increasingly astonished, a 5-star medical technique. Move your ears. Immediately, Mudong's ears began to twitch. A 6-star medical technique. Close your eyes. Mudong complied at once. Shutting his eyes, 7-star. Blow through your nose. Hearing this, Mudong was utterly frustrated, yet he exhaled forcefully through his nose, sending dust swirling into the air. An 8-star medical technique. Lastly, form a straight brow. In an instant, Mudong's eyebrows aligned into a single line, demonstrating control over his facial features and limbs. When Qingqing was left speechless, the 9-star medical technique, Lin Tian then turned to the dazed Qingqing, smiling, "So, how about learning medicine from me?" Whereas previously, when Qingqing had been reluctant, now she stepped forward, clasped her fists in salute, and declared, "I am Wen Qingqing, here to pay my respects to my master." Wait. Tian Bing immediately expressed his discontent, leaving the crowd in confusion. Lin Tian remained perplexed, questioning why he was obstructing someone who wished to seek apprenticeship. Tian Bing, with a look of grievance, lamented, "Master, if she becomes your disciple, will I not have to address her as senior sister?" Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. Mu Dong, already breathless, stood up and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, could you refrain from using me as a test subject in the future? It's quite exhausting. I merely wish to allow Miss Fun to witness the true essence of 9-star medical techniques," Lin Tian proclaimed, placing a hand on Mu Dong's shoulder while simultaneously forcing out 9 needles. However, Mu Dong felt nothing and exclaimed, "You are truly impressive." The others gazed at Lin Tian with admiration, as his display of prowess was undoubtedly intended to captivate Fan Qingqing and those whom Mu Dong had deceived. After all, relying solely on foundation establishment pills would hardly secure their allegiance. Yet, Tian Bing seized Fan Qingqing's arm and cheerfully remarked, "Well then, she shall also refer to you as master, and from now on, she will be considered our own." "That's trivial. It is merely a title," Lin Tian casually replied. To which Fan Qingqing genuinely called out, "Master." Tian Bing was elated, as if fortune had smiled upon her, exclaiming, "Sister Fun, you are now one of us. However, I must return to inform my master. Rest assured, I shall return within 3 days." Fan Qingqing assured them. Tian Bing had assumed Lin Tian would remain. But to her surprise, he laughed and said, "Go ahead." "All right, master." Fan Qingqing departed with immense excitement. Meanwhile, others at the 9th level of Qi refinement encircled Lin Tian, eager for him to provide them with foundation establishment pills. Lin Tian instructed Mu Dong to make arrangements while he led Negong Yin and the spirit beast into the inner sanctum. Tian Bing trailed closely behind, expressing her concerns, "Master, do you think we might provoke the ire of the Tianyang sect by taking away their talented beauties?" Lin Tian suddenly halted, turning to Tian Bing with a smile and inquiring, "Are you afraid of the Tianyang sect?" Tian Bing, naturally apprehensive, wore an expression of concern. The Tianyang sect was a lower-tier sect among the top 100, boasting several formidable nascent soul experts. Even my father, the heads of the families in Tianyang City, and the elders of the Tian Shui sect are no match for them. Nascent soul? If they dare to come, I will dare to annihilate them. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Ah, annihilate? Tian Bing thought Lin Tian had perhaps gone a bit too far this time. Yet, as if reminded by her words, Lin Tian inquired, "Did you bring everything that was looted from the 2-family fortress last time?" "Yes," Tian Bing affirmed. "Hand it over," Lin Tian commanded. She complied, giving him the items. Lin Tian then asked, "Where do the 3 oddities of Tian Shui or the elders usually seclude themselves?" "The Tian Shui cave. It's a relatively tranquil place." "Good, take me there." "Huh? You want to go? Just lead the way," Lin Tian replied dismissively. And thus Tian Bing reluctantly guided him. After a while, Lin Tian, along with Negong Yin, Tian Bing, and the spirit beast, arrived at a cave entrance. The spiritual energy within the cave was somewhat better than outside, although still rather barren. Lin Tian murmured, "It seems this will have to do." "Do for what?" Tian Bing questioned, perplexed. Lin Tian instructed her, "Go, summon everyone out." Tian Bing was immediately alarmed, "But they're all in seclusion. If you wake them, they'll ruin me." Lin Tian was unconcerned about their seclusion, and since Tian Bing had already been reprimanded by Su Bai for ringing the bell last time, she was understandably reluctant to disturb them again. "It appears I shall have to seek others," Lin Tian sighed, preparing to leave with Negong Yin. "Wait, I'll go?" Tian Bing exclaimed hastily. "That's more like it." Lin Tian smirked, confident in her compliance. Tian Bing obediently stepped inside the cave and, taking a deep breath, shouted at the entrance, "Come out." Initially, there was no response, prompting her to approach the cave's edge and draw her sword, striking it against the rock. The clanging sound was the most taboo noise for cultivators. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted from within the cave. "Who is it? Do you not know this is the forbidden ground of the Tian Shui sect? Which foul girl dares disturb us?" Dozens of individuals emerged, all aged over 40 or even 100 years. Among them, there were more than a dozen at the peak of foundation establishment, and the remaining 10 were at the golden core stage. The three oddities of Tian Shui were among the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Tian Bing, Su Bai's expression soured. You two again. Granny Fong was equally perplexed. What brings you here once more? The iron-headed elder was even more bewildered. Have you, young man, fulfilled the terms of your agreement? Others exchanged glances, curious about the conditions, and from the back of the group, a senior voice queried, what agreement? The crowd turned to face the elder with respect. Elder. Su Bai, the Grand Elder, also greeted him with courtesy. Elder, it is as follows. Subsequently, Su Bai and the others engaged in conversation, while Tian Bing gently tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve, quietly introducing the elderly man. Guli, the most senior member of the Tianshui sect, despite possessing only the cultivation level of Golden Core, which was inferior even to Su Bai, had lived for over 5 centuries. Thus, everyone referred to him as Old Predecessor or Grand Elder. Lin Tian was taken aback to discover such an ancient figure within the Tianshui sect. Upon hearing the news, Guli's previously withered gaze widened. As if ignited by a spark, he looked at Lin Tian with a peculiar expression. Young brother, is what you say truly genuine? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Guli, though astonished, questioned, but this is a daunting task. Are you certain you can bring disciples of the 9th realm of Qi refinement to Tianshui sect? Lin Tian glanced at Tian Bing, who then recounted the recent events, particularly how Lin Tian had lured away members of the Tianyang sect, leaving everyone present in shock. Some elders began to panic. What shall we do now? The Tianyang sect will annihilate us. Su Bai also stared at Lin Tian in astonishment, while Granny Fong remained skeptical and immediately accompanied Old Tai to inquire among the disciples at Tianshui sect. Before long, they returned, both nodding vigorously, clearly unable to believe the truth of the matter. Is it true that you refined the high-grade foundation establishment pills? Su Bai could not restrain his curiosity. Indeed. As long as I have the materials, I can produce as many as needed. Will there then be a shortage of disciples? Lin Tian replied with a wry smile. Su Bai and the others were left in shock, while some continued to fret over the potential retaliation from the Tianyang sect. A few voiced their concerns. Young brother, you should not have antagonized the Tianyang sect. Indeed, lad, we cannot afford to provoke them. Unexpectedly, Guli, invigorated, glared at the elders. What do you mean we cannot afford to provoke them? Our Tianshui sect was once the foremost sect. Who fears such a minor low-tier sect? His words left the elders speechless, while Su Bai attempted to calm Guli. Elder, please do not be angry. They are merely expressing concern. Consider our Tianshui sect. Once the greatest sect, brimming with prodigies, and now look at us, reduced to a state of cowardice, inferior even to a young brother in the Qi refinement stage. Guli chastised while admiring Lin Tian. The assembly fell silent, and Guli, filled with fervor, declared, Young brother, pursue your ambitions. I stand behind you. If it comes to it, Tianshui sect will share your fate. Everyone was taken aback by this proclamation. And Tian Bing was equally surprised that this old rogue would support Lin Tian. Lin Tian discerned that Guli harbored a greater desire than anyone for the sect's resurgence. Guli gazed longingly at the expanse of Tianshui sect, reflecting, having entered the Tianshui sect for 500 years, I have devoted myself to its prosperity. Yet have been outmatched, enduring 5 centuries of frustration. Elder, do not be disheartened. Our support is unwavering, Su Bai reassured him, with other elders expressing their solidarity as well. Guli's eyes glistened with tears as he stammered. 500 years. Each time the people of Tianshui sect hear the name Tianyang sect, they cower in fear. How pitiful this is. The crowd fell into a profound silence, unsure of what to say. After taking in the beautiful scenery around him for a moment, Guli turned his gaze towards Lin Tian and expressed his gratitude. Young brother, thank you for allowing me to witness the resilience of the Tianshui sect before I depart from this world. Rest assured, the Tianshui sect will certainly rise again. Guli was aware that such an aspiration was improbable, yet he nodded emphatically, stating, regardless of whether we are ultimately vanquished by the Tianyang sect or not. At the very least, we have stood our ground. We have shown everyone that the Tianshui sect is not a band of cowards. With me here, even the arrival of immortals cannot extinguish the Tianshui sect. Upon hearing these words, the others naturally assumed Lin Tian was merely offering words of encouragement. For none had envisioned that a mere Qi refinement practitioner could safeguard the Tianshui sect, nor did they believe that the Tianyang sect could survive beneath its shadow. Guli understood this sentiment, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Lin Tian. Excellent. This should be the ultimate destiny of our Tianshui sect. We shall fight to the end. The other elders exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further, clearly wary of disappointing Guli. However, Subai could not refrain from interjecting. You may soon satisfy the number of disciples, but what are the Yuan-ing pills you promised? I can concoct foundation establishment pills. Hence I can also produce Yuan-ing pills. Lin Tian replied confidently. The crowd stared at him in disbelief. After all, Yuan-ing pills were not mere trifles, and a single pill could drive countless golden core masters to madness. Yet, Lin Tian claimed he could create them, prompting their incredulous gazes. Lin Tian, however, chuckled. No need to rush. When I reach foundation establishment, I will prepare them for you. But for now, I need to modify this cave entrance. Modify? Subai and Guli looked at Lin Tian with curiosity. Tian Bing, even more perplexed, asked, Ancestor, what modifications? I need some materials to enhance this cave with a formation, one capable of withstanding attacks from Yuan-ing masters. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was taken aback. And Tian Bing blinked in astonishment, inquiring, You can set up formations as well? Lin Tian had traversed the realms of immortals and gods for many years. He had studied everything from formations to medicine, making it a simple task for him to establish a formation capable of resisting Yuan-ing masters. However, the others were unaware of this, and upon hearing Lin Tian's claim about erecting a formation to thwart Yuan-ing practitioners, they each thought they were dreaming. Tian Bing's words left Guli equally entranced. Young brother, such statements should not be made lightly. Do you not believe me? At that moment, the group of elders wore expressions of profound skepticism. Even Tian Bing harbored doubts. This seems quite difficult. Do not fret. I will first set up a gathering spirit formation to enhance the spiritual energy, and then proceed to create the grand formation. This will yield better results. Lin Tian casually mentioned a formation that everyone understood. However, the gathering spirit formation was exceedingly challenging. Even the Tianyang sect had no one capable of creating it without summoning an expert. Not only were the others hesitant, but even Tian Bing expressed uncertainty. Ancestor. There are fewer than 5 individuals in the entire Yunzhou prefecture who can manage the gathering spirit formation. Are you certain you can do it? Why? Do you doubt me? Lin Tian replied with a playful smile. Tian Bing, upon seeing Lin Tian's smile, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and immediately responded with caution. You wouldn't be setting a trap for me, would you? She merely wished to convey that if she successfully established the formation, Lin Tian would be obliged to take care of Miss Nangong every day, without any complaints, understood? Having already resolved to look after Nangong Yan, Tian Bing readily agreed to Lin Tian's stipulation. Absolutely. Very well. Then you stay here and watch over her while I go inside. You all wait outside. Lin Tian instructed before departing, leaving behind only his silhouette. The others, including Su Bai, exchanged puzzled glances, while Granny Fong, who was more familiar with Tian Bing, could not restrain herself from inquiring, Child, who exactly is this young man? And what about this little girl and this spirit beast? Granny Fong's question piqued everyone's curiosity. Drawing their attention to the spirit beast, Guli scrutinized the creature for a while and remarked, Is it of the spirit level, or is it a variant? Everyone was aware that spirit beasts could be classified as ordinary, variant, super, or holy level. The one before them clearly deviated from the ordinary, leading to suspicions of it being a variant. Even Tian Bing believed it to be a variant, yet Nangong Yin shook her head in defiance, insisting. Big Brother said it is a holy level spirit beast. A holy one. Do you understand? The crowd was left speechless, enveloped in silence, while Nangong Yin affectionately stroked the cat's ear, asserting, If you don't believe me, just ask Big Sister if it can talk. Talk? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, while Guli skeptically remarked, A demon can speak if it is cultivated enough to transform into human form, but for a spirit beast to speak, it must at least be of the super level, right? You are all ignorant. The cat suddenly interjected, disdain evident in its voice. This revelation startled everyone. Yet regardless of the circumstances, they understood that this spirit beast was undoubtedly a superlative existence, and it was highly likely to be of the holy level. Consequently, they approached the spirit beast with eagerness, while Granny Fong cast an odd look at Tian Bing, asking, Child, who is this young man? How could he possibly befriend such a spirit beast? Tian Bing only knew him as the fool of the Lin family and was oblivious to anything beyond that. Meanwhile, Guli appeared increasingly animated, suggesting that the upcoming events at the Tian Shui sect would be quite lively. Everyone comprehended Gu Li's implication, and after Lin Tian toiled inside for half an hour, he emerged drenched in sweat. It is truly embarrassing to have spent so much time on a spirit-gathering formation. Lin Tian cursed inwardly, yet he recognized the limitations of his current cultivation level. which hindered his ability to exert control as he wished, forcing him to proceed gradually. However, the onlookers noticed something peculiar. At the cave's entrance, they could sense a substantial concentration of spiritual energy wafting outward. Subai, being the most powerful among them, widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that truly a spirit-gathering formation? The others gazed curiously at Lin Tian, who, with an apologetic expression, explained, "Given the limitations of materials and my cultivation level, I can only create a premium spirit-level gathering formation for you now. To achieve a higher grade, I must first elevate my cultivation." Unable to contain himself, Subai inquired, "What increase in spiritual energy concentration can we expect from this premium spirit-level gathering formation?" Within a mere 100 steps, the enhancement is tenfold. At a distance of 1,000 steps, it varies between 5 to 10 times. As for a distance of 10,000 steps, the increase diminishes to a mere 1 to 5 times. 1,000 steps are sufficient to encompass the entire mountain gate, while 10,000 steps extend beyond it. Most notably, even at the core of the Celestial Sun sect's spirit-gathering array, the amplification is only 5 times. Thus, when the audience initially misheard this revelation, they cast bewildered glances at Lin Tian. "What? Do you not believe it? Experience it for yourselves," Lin Tian casually remarked, prompting everyone to rush inside. Meanwhile, Tian Bing, standing at the cave's entrance, could sense the abundant spiritual energy and exclaimed, "Elder, you truly possess remarkable abilities." Although Lin Tian did not respond, he gazed at Tian Bing with a smile, reminding her, "Remember what you said. You must take good care of her, or I shall hold you accountable." Tian Bing instantly became invigorated, declaring, "Rest assured, Elder. If anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly be my last day." "Very well, this is your promise," Lin Tian chuckled, as cheers and screams erupted from within the cave. Some individuals, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "The spiritual energy is so dense. I have a chance to break through. This is incredible." Soon after, a throng of people emerged, especially the ancient figure Guli, who seemed to soar with each step, commanding the crowd, "From this day forth, he shall be your elder." "What?" The crowd, still riding the wave of excitement, fell into confusion, while Subai remarked peculiarly, "Old one, our agreement is yet to be fulfilled." Guli, having recognized Lin Tian's extraordinary talents, especially in alchemy and array formation, responded defiantly, "The yuaning pill he will provide you is merely a matter of time. What is there to fear?" Subai found this reasoning sound and replied respectfully, "Understood." Guli then turned to address the others. "Is there anyone who still does not comprehend? Step forward. I shall have a word with him." With Guli taking the lead, none dared to speak up. While Tian Bing was astonished that Lin Tian had become the elder of the entire Tian Shui sect, even Guli, in utmost reverence, proclaimed, "From this day forth, I too shall call you elder." With that, Guli addressed Lin Tian with the title of elder, prompting others to follow suit, chanting, "Elder, are you all sincere in this?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile, aware that their recognition of him as elder stemmed from his capabilities rather than his cultivation level. However, he chose not to dwell on this and simply observed the silent crowd with amusement. "Very well, I shall commence with the formation of another array. But this time it will require more time. You all must refrain from disturbing me." With that, Lin Tian entered once more. Guli awaited eagerly, pondering whether it could truly withstand a yuaning expert. The others were equally curious, while Lin Tian busied himself inside until dusk approached. By then, Nan Gong Yin and the others had returned, having satisfied their hunger, and Nan Gong Yin, peering curiously at the dimly glowing cave, asked Tian Bing, "Sister, do you think Big Brother will feel hungry?" "He is not easily affected by hunger," Tian Bing reassured with a smile. Thus, Nan Gong Yin stood quietly in anticipation, while the others settled down to meditate, closing their eyes in meditation. After half an hour, a figure finally emerged from within. This time, Lin Tian felt as though he were being thoroughly drained. As soon as he emerged, he took a deep breath, relieved that the spiritual energy within was somewhat abundant. Otherwise, after 3 days and nights, I would have been at a loss. The crowd began to rise, curiously glancing towards the cave behind them, only to find that it bore no particular significance, which left everyone perplexed. Tian Bing, in particular, was bewildered, feeling as though there was nothing extraordinary to behold. Due to limited materials, I devised a human array, requiring several golden core experts to operate the formation within, for it to be effective. Is that true? Tian Bing was half convinced, while Lin Tian glanced at Subai, instructing him to assign 5 golden core masters to accompany him inside. Subai promptly located 5 golden core elders, whom Lin Tian led into the cave. After a short while, a flash of golden light erupted at the cave's entrance, enveloping the entire opening and the surrounding area in a radiant glow. Lin Tian emerged, standing within the golden light, gazing at Subai and the others outside with a smile, saying, "Come forth, feel free to attack me." This seems unwise, anciently expressed concern, fearing for Lin Tian's safety, while Subai wore a grave expression, sensing the potential danger. "Come on, let's proceed," Old Lady Fong declared, stepping forward to test the waters. She projected a water-blue palm print into the air, only for it to be thwarted by the golden light. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and when Subai attempted a strike as well, the outcome was identical. The golden light was impenetrable. Others followed suit, but no matter their efforts, they could not breach the barrier. Lin Tian observed the crowd with a smile. "How about that? Is it sufficient?" Everyone stood in awe, particularly Anciently, who was brimming with excitement. "Incredible. Truly remarkable." Lin Tian stepped out, explaining, "This formation is a one-way array. Those inside can attack the outside, but the outside cannot penetrate within." Tian Bing immediately recalled the formation of the two Jia fort, yet she had never anticipated that Lin Tian would create a similar one. The others were exhilarated, entering and exiting the cave repeatedly until someone voiced a concern. "But with this, even nascent soul experts could enter, right?" The crowd fell silent, for this array was designed to fend off nascent soul masters. Yet if they could gain entry, what purpose did it serve? Lin Tian, however, shook his head with a smile. "There are 5 individuals stationed inside. Only if they unanimously agree can you enter. Otherwise, outsiders cannot breach the threshold." "Can they see us?" Anciently inquired, astonished. Lin Tian smiled knowingly. "You may go and find out." The crowd eagerly rushed in once more. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin approached Lin Tian, producing a bun and expressing concern. "Big brother, you should eat something or you'll go hungry." Lin Tian paused for a moment, then crouched down with a smile. "You are quite thoughtful." Nangong Yin beamed with satisfaction, and after Lin Tian consumed the bun, they heard a chorus of screams from within. Not wishing to be surrounded by the crowd later, Lin Tian turned to Tian Bing. "Please prepare a quiet place for us. I prefer not to be disturbed daily." Tian Bing was not well acquainted with the Tianshui sect, thus he could only awkwardly address Gu Li and the others, saying, "Esteemed seniors, the Ancestor desires a tranquil place, preferably one devoid of disturbances." Gu Li hesitated momentarily, pondering that within the bustling Tianshui sect, finding such a serene locale would be quite a challenge. At that moment, someone suggested, "How about the area behind the Tianshui sect? Tianshan Mountain?" Gu Li inquired. "Indeed, that's the one," came the response. "However, that bridge has not been repaired for centuries and is on the verge of collapse. What if one were to fall off the cliff?" Gu Li immediately opposed the idea. Lin Tian, however, inquired curiously, "What is Tianshan Mountain?" After the others explained, Lin Tian learned that directly opposite the back of the Tianshui sect lay Tianshan Mountain. This mountain was steep, and its only entrance was a bridge connecting it to the Tianshui sect. Although the bridge spanned 100 paces, it had been abandoned for centuries, leaving its condition unknown to all. Yet Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued. What kind of place was Tianshan Mountain? And why had no one traversed the bridge for so long? The crowd turned their gaze towards Gu Li, who, being more knowledgeable about the situation, was their best source of information, as most of them had only been at Tianshui sect for a few hundred years. With a sigh, Gu Li recounted, 500 years ago, our sect had a prodigy named Qin Yi, who had mastered the water flow sword technique to a high degree. However, he fell in love with a saintess from the demon sect, and ultimately, due to the interference of the demon sect, he was left crippled and abandoned there. He occasionally exhibited madness, which led to the sect declaring the area a forbidden zone, and thus no one has ventured there since. "You've never been there?" Lin Tian asked, gazing curiously at Gu Li and Subai. Gu Li awkwardly replied, "Qin Yi was indeed a gifted individual, and during his time with the demon sect, he acquired many peculiar abilities. Consequently, he unleashed a dense magical mist upon Tianshan Mountain. Anyone whose cultivation exceeds the Golden Core stage, or even those at the Golden Core level, would find themselves rendered powerless upon approaching it, while those at the Foundation establishment or Qi refinement stages remain unaffected." "And what of him? Is he still there?" Lin Tian asked inquisitively. Gu Li shook his head. His cultivation was destroyed. He succumbed to despair, trapped on that mountain, ensuring that no one of Golden Core or higher could approach. It's likely he perished there, either as a skeleton or from starvation. Understanding dawned on Lin Tian as he nodded thoughtfully. "Let us go take a look." "What?" The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes widening, fearing for Lin Tian's safety. They cautioned him against going. exclaiming phrases like esteemed ancestor, do not go, and it is far too dangerous. Yet, once Lin Tian had made up his mind, there was little they could do to dissuade him, leaving them no choice but to wait anxiously. After a while, Lin Tian stood at the edge of a rickety iron chain bridge, observing the dilapidated wooden planks and remarked, "It seems it truly is in ruins." Unruly pointed toward the mist enveloping the mountain across the way, saying, "Look, that mist emits a purple glow. Thus, you must not venture over." However, Lin Tian gazed at the mist and chuckled. "Qin Yi possesses some remarkable abilities. Esteemed ancestor, can you discern something?" Unruly asked, astonished. Lin Tian nodded slightly with a smile. "That is a magical cloud formation, a type of array that influences the mind. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more susceptible one becomes, which is precisely why you say that those at the golden core or higher dare not approach." The crowd exchanged glances. Yet Lin Tian perceived this as an inherently formidable sanctuary against intruders. With a smile, he declared, "This place shall be mine." The audience gasped in astonishment, while Lin Tian directed Tian Bing, instructing her to arrange for a bridge to be constructed to the opposite side, assuring her that he would handle the remainder. Unaware of the formidable nature of Tianxin Mountain, Tian Bing nonetheless summoned a group led by Mu Dong. Upon learning of the bridge construction to Tianxin Mountain, the group was rendered speechless with fear. Eventually, under Mu Dong's relentless persuasion, they commenced the bridge's construction, while the elders stood by, vigilant for any unforeseen incidents. Approximately an hour later, a brand new wooden bridge materialized, and Lin Tian instructed the spirit cat to escort Nangong Yin across. Tian Bing followed closely behind, while Mu Dong, intrigued, gazed into the distance. "You should join them. If they require anything, it is imperative that you heed their requests. Do you understand?" This abrupt command came from Su Bai to Mu Dong. After a moment of surprise, Mu Dong responded affirmatively and followed suit, while Su Bai and the others refrained from approaching, wary of the ominous magic clouds. The few who reached the opposite side quickly vanished into the violet mist, rendering the interior invisible and soundless. Inside, however, Tian Bing exclaimed in awe, "Wow, how beautiful!" Nangong Yin eagerly dismounted from the spirit cat, jumping with excitement. "So many fireflies." Mu Dong was equally astonished, never expecting this to be a paradise beyond the mundane world. Lin Tian too was taken aback, for the scene before him featured quaint wooden cabins, a babbling brook forming small ponds, flower beds, and a little courtyard, all illuminated by the delicate glow of fireflies, creating an enchanting atmosphere. "Big brother, may I reside here in the future?" Nangong Yin inquired curiously. Lin Tian chuckled. "Of course, we shall dwell here to cultivate. What do you think?" "Yes, that's wonderful." Overjoyed, Nangong Yin commanded De He to take her on a leisurely exploration of the area. Lin Tian likewise wandered about, when suddenly Tian Bing exclaimed, "Look, there are characters." Lin Tian looked over to see that it was a wall, albeit dimly lit, obscuring the inscriptions. He decided to toss out a torch, prompting Mu Dong to quickly gather some wood to kindle a fire, which brightened the entire courtyard slightly. Lin Tian scrutinized the inscriptions, his brow furrowing with concern. This Qin Yi was quite the romantic. How tragic. Tian Bing felt tears welling in her eyes. Mu Dong, curious about the writing, took a glance, realizing it was the handwriting left by Qin Yi. It chronicled his entry into the Tian Shui sect and his romance with the holy maiden of the Mo Yun sect, only to be persecuted by various so-called righteous sects, including the Tianyang sect. It was precisely because of that battle that the Tian Shui sect was embroiled in turmoil, descending from a lower-tier sect to one of utter insignificance. The members of Tianyang sect, seeking to usurp the Tian Shui sect's position in the region, incited other sects to eradicate them completely. In the end, the Tian Shui gate suffered significant losses. To preserve its existence, Qin Yi reached an agreement with the members of the Moyan sect. This pact entailed his voluntary forfeiture of cultivation and a pledge to cease the search for the saintess, in exchange for the Moyan sect's guarantee that the Tian Shui gate would not be annihilated. Ultimately, Qin Yi relinquished his powers, and the Mayan sect honored their commitment, mediating the situation to avoid a direct confrontation with the Tianyang sect. Consequently, the Tianyang sect reigned in their aggression, and from that point forward, they supplanted the Tian Shui gate's position in the vicinity, relegating it to the status of a lower-tier sect, while the Tian Shui gate gradually fell into obscurity. That Tianyang sect is truly insidious. Mu Dong exclaimed in frustration after finishing the account, while Tian Bing also appeared indignant, realizing that the Tianyang sect had risen to power at the expense of the Tian Shui gate. Lin Tian, however, glinted with a murderous intent in his eyes as he caressed the wall and inquired, "What was the name of the Tianyang sect's leader at that time?" "That, I suppose. We would need to ask the ancients," Tian Bing replied, snapping back to reality. Lin Tian acknowledged her response and composed himself, surveying their surroundings. Noticing Lin Tian's peculiar expression, Tian Bing curiously asked, "Elder, do you intend to seek vengeance?" "Revenge? How could one not retaliate?" Lin Tian replied with a cold smile, prompting Tian Bing to realize that he was indeed serious about confronting the Tianyang sect. Mu Dong, on the other hand, harbored concerns, pondering. Given the formidable nature of the Tianyang sect, would it not be akin to a chick challenging a boulder? Lin Tian, however, responded with a confident smile, "Within a year, the Tianyang sect will undoubtedly vanish." Mu Dong dismissed Lin Tian's assertion as jest, while Tian Bing considered it a possibility, albeit a slim one. "Let us arrange the living essentials and some belongings. This will henceforth be the living quarters for the girl and me," Lin Tian instructed Tian Bing. She suddenly felt akin to a maid, but accustomed to her role, she nodded and enlisted Mu Dong's assistance. Before long, they adorned the space with lights crafted from spirit stones, illuminating the area, and Tian Bing partitioned the wooden cabin into 2 rooms. Once everything was set, Tian Bing stumbled upon a peculiar issue. "Strange, there appears to be no place for cooking." Mu Dong, equally puzzled, queried, "Could it be that the esteemed Qin Senior did not need to cook for himself?" Lin Tian shared their confusion and, upon glancing around and noting the absence of even a skeleton, wondered aloud, "By all rights, this Qin Yi, having lost his powers, should have turned to mere bones. Wouldn't you agree?" This remark prompted both Mu Dong and Tian Bing to search the surroundings, yet they found nothing. Lin Tian finally conceded. Perhaps he left the mountain later. The two accepted this possibility and continued to transform the space, swiftly creating an area for cooking and bathing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, within one of the rooms, gazed at the already slumbering Negong Yin and chuckled softly. Outside, Mu Dong looked curiously at Tian Bing and asked, "Junior sister, who is this little girl? Why do you treat her so well?" After explaining, Tian Bing seemed to recall something and cautioned, "From now on, you must ensure that everyone treats her like a princess, a lady, a queen." "Ah? Why?" Mu Dong questioned. "Do you not know? An outer elder of the Tianyang sect was killed simply for having dropped this girl's toy figurine." Upon hearing this, Mu Dong's face was filled with terror. He had killed an outer elder of the Tianyang sect? Tian Bing, fearing to disturb Negong Yin and Lin Tian, immediately pulled Mu Dong aside and whispered, "Lower your voice. Don't wake the girl." Anxiously, Mu Dong inquired about the situation, and upon learning the truth, a chill ran down his spine. How frightening. From now on, he is our ancestor. Treat him with respect and refrain from constantly referring to him as Brother Lin. It disrupts the hierarchy. Tian Bing cast a sidelong glance. Ancestor? This title seems rather absurd. Mu Dong thought it inappropriate, while Tian Bing chuckled mischievously. Inappropriate, you say? Then go across the bridge and tell those old fellows to call him Brother Lin. Let us see how they handle you. Surely not? Why not give it a try? To his surprise, Mu Dong actually ventured forth, only to return shortly thereafter, looking disheveled and limping. Tian Bing seemed to anticipate the outcome with a knowing smile. How did it go? Mu Dong, visibly frustrated, recounted. That elder said if I called him Brother Lin, then he would have to refer to me as Uncle Master or something similar, and then he forcefully flung me away, nearly causing me to tumble off the bridge. Tian Bing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Brother, not just you. Even the ancients must address him as ancestor. Do you understand? Mu Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, and Tian Bing, uninterested in further discussions, instructed him to notify the disciples within the sect to treat Lin Tian and Negong Yin with utmost respect. Mu Dong, not lacking in wit, especially after witnessing the elder's utmost deference towards Lin Tian, could only nod and hurriedly make arrangements. Meanwhile, Tian Bing sat in the courtyard, tending to the fire pit, gazing at the swirling demonic clouds, and mused that Qin Yi truly is a romantic, daring to love even the holy maiden of the demon sect. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared behind her and remarked, if one loves, why should they not dare to love? Tian Bing paused, quickly rising to reply. But we must differentiate between friends and foes. Friends and foes? Indeed, those from the demon sect are inherently ruthless. If we encounter them, we may not even know how we perished. Tian Bing evidently harbored strong sentiments against practitioners of demonic arts. Yet Lin Tian scoffed, practitioners of demonic arts may be fierce, but they have never claimed to be righteous or principled. Conversely, those from the orthodox sects, for their own selfish interests, can lead entire sects to ruin while proclaiming benevolence and morality. Tian Bing was rendered speechless, and Lin Tian settled down, observing the flames as he continued. The agreement between Qin Yi and the Demon Cloud sect has been honored. At least the Tianshui sect will not face annihilation, correct? Tian Bing found this reasoning sound. And Lin Tian pressed on, the path of cultivation is still long. When you truly ascend, you will discover that celestial beings are even more scheming than mortals. Curious about Lin Tian's tone, Tian Bing asked, Ancestor, you have never encountered a celestial being. How do you know what they are like? Lin Tian smiled silently. Saying nothing further, Tian Bing fell silent, and Lin Tian, producing a piece of millennium black iron, examined it before declaring, I intend to forge a superior furnace. If there is nothing pressing, do not disturb me. With that, Lin Tian rose and made his way to an abandoned cave behind the wooden house. Within the confines of the cave, which was neither too large nor too small, Lin Tian settled in and commenced his alchemical practices. Nearby, Tian Bing, appearing almost numb, silently gazed into the flickering flames, taking on the role of a vigilant guardian, while the spirit beast lay beside Nangong Yin, safeguarding her. In the grand hall of Tianong sect, several elders convened, and before them stood the indignant Fan Qingqing, a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing robe. Wielding a feather duster akin to that of a Taoist priestess, her face was etched with fury. She was none other than Fan Qingqing's master, the esteemed three-star physician. Mieju, with palpable frustration, she berated, Child, I have nurtured you for nearly 2 decades. You cannot simply depart at will. What do you mean by this? Fan Qingqing refrained from disclosing the events concerning the Tianshui sect, fully aware that the elders of Tianong sect would inevitably escalate the matter to that sect. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she endured the reprimand, softly imploring, Master, scold me if you must, but please do not harm your health. Mieju was momentarily rendered speechless by her anger, while sitting nearby was Daoist Ziyan, whose pupils constricted as he scrutinized Fan Qingqing for an extended period. You are a prodigy cultivated by our Tianyang sect. If you truly wish to leave, then you must first renounce your cultivation, he declared. What? The other elders present were taken aback, and though Mieju was furious, she vehemently opposed the notion of her disciple forfeiting her powers, momentarily astonished. Daoist Ziyun. This is no jest. Daoist Ziyun replied coldly, our Tianyang sect is the foremost sect in the vicinity, and she is one of our finest talents. If news of her departure spreads, it will incite panic among the ranks. But we cannot allow her to forsake her cultivation. Mieju exclaimed, flustered. Daoist Ziyun's expression darkened as he insisted, if we do not strip her of her powers, then she must be confined. When she comes to her senses, we shall discuss it further. I trust the elders will not object. The other elders concurred with this perspective, and Mieju had no choice but to acquiesce. Turning to Fan Qingqing with a commanding tone, you shall be confined. When you have reconsidered, we shall speak again. Master, this cannot be. I must leave. Fan Qingqing, having promised Lin Tian, was immediately agitated. Yet, to prevent her powers from being forfeited, Mieju produced a silver needle and inserted it into Fan Qingqing's body. Instantly, she found herself devoid of any strength, shot coursing through her. Master, I have sealed your energy gates. From this day forth, you shall be unable to harness any spiritual energy. Should you wish to unlock this, never mention leaving the sect again. Mieju commanded sternly. But, Master, enough. Mieju insisted, escorting Fan Qingqing away, while Daoist Ziyan, appearing displeased, addressed the other elders. Our Tianyang sect is the foremost in the region. How has she come to this? She merely went out to gather some seedlings and herbs, and upon her return, she was transformed, one elder remarked, perplexed. Elder Long, as the enforcer of the inner sect, what is your perspective? Daoist Ziyun inquired, sensing an underlying mystery within the situation. An elder, his face shrouded in darkness, extended his right hand and caressed his distinctive red beard, saying, I shall dispatch disciples from the enforcement sect to investigate and ascertain whom she has encountered or what events transpired to provoke such a reaction. Daoist Ziyun nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, but we must keep this confidential from the disciples below to prevent any idle chatter from the outside world. Understood, replied the dark-faced man, rising to depart. While Daoist Ziyun inwardly mused, I am quite eager to see who possesses the audacity to oppose my heavenly Yang sect. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, unaware that Fan Qingqing was under soft confinement, was diligently working at the furnace. It was not until 3 days later that he emerged, beaming with joy. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Nangong Yin rushed forward and embraced him, exclaiming, Big brother, you've finally come out. What is this? Did you miss me? Indeed, I did. I was hoping you would take me out to have some fun, she replied with a playful smile. Fun? Yes, it's rather dull here. It's either cultivation or listening to the elder sister's incessant chatter. Nagongyin expressed her discontent. Lin Tian smiled wryly. Cultivating to grow stronger will ensure that one is not bullied in the future. However, it was evident that Nagongyin longed for some amusement, and Tian Bing interjected. She is still a child. At her age, we were likely still playing in the mud. Finding merit in this, Lin Tian chuckled. All right then, where shall we go? Nagongyin beamed with delight and immediately pulled Tian Bing's hand, exclaiming, Elder sister, you mentioned there is a city nearby called Medicine City. Filled with beautiful flowers and fragrant sachets, correct? Is that where you wish to go? Yes. I want to gather some lovely flowers to plant around and also bring back fragrant sachets. Nagongyin's face radiated joy. Tian Bing, however, looked at Lin Tian with a hint of embarrassment, saying, It takes at least half a day to reach Medicine City. I fear it may be too far. Let us go. Wherever she wishes to go, we shall follow. Lin Tian replied with a doting smile. Surprised by his agreement, Tian Bing glanced at Lin Tian with astonishment. To which he added, I also intend to purchase some medicinal herbs. Surely, Medicine City has a variety. Indeed, it is renowned for its abundant medicinal resources, thus its name. Tian Bing affirmed. With satisfaction, Lin Tian gazed at Nagongyin and declared, Come, big brother shall take you out for some fun. The three then descended the mountain. And upon reaching the base, Nagongyin mounted the spirit beast's back, setting off towards Medicine City. Medicine City, the largest medicinal herb market under the jurisdiction of Wind and Cloud City, attracted numerous merchants and renowned traders from across the continent to procure or sell herbs. Initially, Lin Tian was puzzled as to why it was deemed Medicine City, but as they approached, he observed the sky and the surrounding flora, touching the leaves and contemplating for a while. What is the matter? Tian Bing inquired with curiosity as she closely watched Lin Tian's every movement. He crouched down to examine the soil, smiling as he remarked, quite intriguing. Ancestor, what exactly are you doing? Tian Bing found herself increasingly perplexed, to which Lin Tian explained. Have you ever heard of spiritual soil? Spiritual soil? Yes, a type of soil imbued with spirit. Lin Tian chuckled, while Tian Bing shook her head. Evidently unfamiliar with the concept, Lin Tian proceeded to elaborate that spiritual soil, much like spiritual fire, possesses its own sentience and roams freely. What? The earth has sentience? Tian Bing's understanding was fundamentally challenged. Lin Tian nodded, explaining that spiritual soil wanders about until it finds a favored spot to rest. And the vitality of the plants in the vicinity is attributed to this very spiritual soil. Tian Bing, astonished, inquired, So, the abundance of spiritual herbs here is also tied to this spiritual soil? After Lin Tian affirmed her statement, he asked, When did this medicinal city begin attracting so many people for herb gathering and selling? She strained to recall. It seems to have been over 1,000 years. Lin Tian tossed aside the soil in his hand with a grin, saying, Watch how I capture it. Capture it? Wouldn't that make it an ancient being over a millennium old? Tian Bing thought, realizing that anything over 1,000 years must be extraordinary. Lin Tian's curiosity did not lie in its age, but rather in why it lingered near the city. After all, a spiritual entity that remains in one place must have a reason for its choice. Thus, Lin Tian sought to understand. He smiled, suggesting, Let us first find an inn in the city. It seems we'll be staying for a few days. All right, Tian Bing replied. And although Nagongyin was unaware of the earlier conversation, upon hearing they would explore the city for several days, she exclaimed joyfully, Dehey, we'll have fun here for a few days. Lin Tian, charmed by Nagongyan's innocence, smiled wider, and the three continued onward. This medicinal city was far more prosperous than Tianyang City, with merchants and herb traders bustling about, as well as cultivators procuring medicinal materials. Even the guards at the entrance donned exquisite armor, a stark contrast to the poorly equipped guards of Tianyang City. This was indeed one of the wealthiest fifth-tier cities under Fengyan City, making the position of city lord quite coveted, much to Tian Bing's admiration. Lin Tian responded affirmatively, while Nagongyin expressed her astonishment. To prevent unnecessary trouble, Lin Tian sent their spiritual beast to frolic in the woods outside the city, tasking it with locating traces of the spiritual soil. Consequently, only the three of them entered the city. However, upon entry, the guards directed them to the side for verification, ensuring they were not wanted criminals before permitting their entry. Once inside the city, Nagongyin was as exuberant as a liberated bird, eagerly exploring her surroundings with excitement. Lin Tian and Tian Bing exchanged smiles at her delight when a group approached them. The individuals were clad in the garments of Tianyang sect, distinguished by their long black robes adorned with a character meaning to wield. At that moment, they were engaged in conversation with a young man of handsome stature, who wielded a fan and was accompanied by a throng of followers. Among the Tianyang sect entourage, a woman, with a teasing demeanor, addressed him, "Young Master Yao. I merely sought you for some information. There is no need to be so agitated." The one referred to as young Master Yao appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and his white fan emitted a faint red glow. Clearly a remarkable magical artifact. "Miss Lin, what information do you seek? I shall assist you in uncovering it." The young man immediately offered with eagerness. "I wish to ascertain whether our inner sect disciple, Sister Wen Qingqing, visited here recently and with whom she has been in contact." The woman named Lin replied with a flirtatious smile. "That is no trouble at all. I shall arrange it forthwith," the young man assured her. However, as he turned around, he spotted Tian Bing among the crowd and exclaimed, "Isn't that Miss Tian?" Upon hearing his voice, Tian Bing glanced over and her expression shifted upon seeing the young man. "I am Yao Buxing from the Yao family, who previously sought your hand in marriage, but you declined. No matter. I have found someone more beautiful and of a more noble lineage, none other than Lin Shan, a disciple of the Tianyang sect," Yao Buxing boasted, pointing towards Lin Shan, who stood aside. Indeed, this Lin Shan was the daughter of Lin Xiang. Upon seeing Lin Tian, her smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. "You foolish boy. Do you two know each other?" Yao Buxing inquired curiously, while Tian Bing looked at Lin Tian in confusion, wondering who he was. "The daughter of Lin Xiang." Lin Tian replied dismissively. Tian Bing suddenly realized, "Ah, so you are the one taken away by Taoist Ziyan." Lin Shan, however, continued to view herself as a noble phoenix, flaunting her success. "Fool, did you see? I left the Lin family, joined the Tianyang sect, and became an inner sect law disciple. My cultivation has reached the initial stage of foundation building." Lin Shan harbored a strong disdain for Lin Tian, unaware that her father had been slain by him. Yet she continued to mock him to assert her own presence. Tian Bing, irritated by Lin Shan's pretentious display, retorted, "Isn't your father also at the foundation building stage? So what? He is merely a defeated foe. My father? Him? Winning against my father is a laughable notion." Lin Shan scoffed, her skepticism evident. Yao Buxing, eager to act as her protector, immediately suggested, "Miss Lin, would you like me to teach this fellow a lesson? Can we actually take action?" Lin Shan shot him a disdainful glance, prompting Yao Buxing to awkwardly reply, "Well, it is indeed not permissible to resort to violence." Lin Shan lamented, "If only we could. I would have him kneel and beg for mercy." Tian Bing, taken aback by Lin Shan's condescension towards Lin Tian, countered, "Miss Lin, if you doubt that your father was taught a lesson by him, you could send someone to investigate." Believing Tian Bing was merely trying to provoke her, Lin Shan coldly laughed. "This Yao city is the largest fifth-tier city nearby. How difficult could it be to gather information? Indeed, quite effortless." Yao Buxing chimed in. "Yet." Tian Bing glared at them in disdain. "Then go ahead. Do not block the way here." Lin Shan, aware of Yao Buxing standing in Yao city, glanced at him before playfully smiling. "Young Master Yao, have someone investigate, so we may silence this Miss Tian. I shall arrange it immediately." Yao Buxing replied with satisfaction, then turned to his entourage, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Lin Tian, however, clasped Nangong Yan's hand, disregarding Lin Shan, and continued on his path. Lin Shan, feeling displeased, immediately turned to Yao Buxing with a smile, saying, "Young Master Yao, could you do me a favor and block their way?" "Block their way? That is certainly possible." Yao Buxing promptly gestured to those beside him. In an instant, his companions understood and hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Lin Tian and the others, while some even moved behind them to prevent any chance of retreat. Nangong Yin, feeling a bit frightened, asked, "Big brother, what are they doing?" Lin Tian smiled at her reassuringly. "Do not worry, they are merely jesting with you." Tian Bing, standing nearby, sensed that Lin Tian was about to take action. But she quickly urged, "Ancestor, fighting is prohibited in this medicine city." "Fighting? Did I ever imply that I intended to engage in combat with them?" Lin Tian queried. To which Tian Bing awkwardly replied, "I assumed you would be angered by them. Answer simply unworthy of engaging with me. They might as well be beneath my foot." Lin Tian remarked with a peculiar smile. Suddenly, the row of people in front and behind seemed to be struck by some unseen force, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and onlookers gathered, while Yao Buxing, with a playful smirk, declared, "You are finished." How dare you act against us here? Tian Bing grew anxious, but Lin Tian simply laughed, engaging in combat. I wonder which of your eyes saw us acting violently? Tian Bing immediately understood Lin Tian's intent and turned to the surrounding crowd, asking, "Ladies and gentlemen, did any of you witness us engaging in violence?" The crowd had not seen any such action, yet the lackeys were all shrieking in pain, as if struck by an invisible force. My teeth. My nose. My pants. Yao Buxing, witnessing the chaos among his subordinates, retreated to stand beside the disciples of Tian Yang's sect, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, what is happening?" Lin Shan, equally bewildered, scanned her surroundings, demanding, "Who dares to oppose our Tian Yang sect?" Yet, no one responded, as Lin Tian, still holding Nangong Yan's hand, smiled and said, "Let us go." Nangong Yan, with one hand grasping Lin Tian and the other holding Tian Bing's hand, moved through the fallen crowd. Lin Shan, deterred from intervening, could only keep a vigilant watch, shouting, "Whoever is responsible, step forward." At that moment, a resounding slap echoed as a hand struck Lin Shan's face, instantly causing one side of her face to swell. The next moment, another slap landed on the other side, further swelling it. Onlookers stared in astonishment until a group of city guards arrived, prompting Yu Buxing to urgently exclaim, "Quickly, find the assailants." The guards hurried to search the area, while Lin Shan, her face resembling that of a swollen pig, stomped and roared in frustration. Yao Buxing, startled by her appearance, widened his eyes, while Tian Bing, glancing back, could not help but laugh, saying, "Now, let us see how you will behave." Nangong Yin, curious, turned back in surprise, exclaiming, "What a huge pig head." The crowd erupted with laughter, infuriating Lin Shan, who quickly raised a hand to shield her face, insisting, "Young Master Yao, find me a place to hide." "Very well. Come to my house." Yu Buxing exclaimed joyfully, swiftly leading the disciples of Tian Yang's sect onward while sending someone to fetch a physician. The celestial being Tian Bing expressed admiration. "Old Ancestor, you truly possess remarkable capabilities." Lin Tian suddenly flashed an enigmatic smile. "Play? Are you unaware of their intentions?" he retorted. Tian Bing had faintly overheard their inquiry into whether Fan Qingxing had been in contact with anyone, prompting her to exclaim, "They are disciples of the Tianyang sect's enforcement division. Could they be investigating Sister Fan?" Lin Tian nodded gravely. Fan Qingxing mentioned she would arrive at the Tianshui Gate within 3 days. Yet there has been no sign of her, and now these Tianyang sect individuals are probing into her affairs. It appears highly probable that Fan Qingxing has been ensnared. "Ah, does that not place her in danger?" Tian Bing exclaimed in shock. Lin Tian shook his head, given her talent and cultivation. The Tianyang sect would not recklessly act against her. Tian Bing sighed in relief. That is reassuring, aware that Lin Shan would undoubtedly seek him out. Lin Tian chose not to inquire further. Instead, he accompanied Nangong Yin to procure various medicinal herbs, subsequently checking into an inn. However, Tian Bing cautioned Lin Tian, "Old Ancestor, be wary of that apothecary Wu Xing. Is he formidable?" Lin Tian inquired. Tian Bing elaborated, "In this medicinal city, there are 2 prominent families, and the apothecary family is one of them. Their influence and connections here are substantial. Should we inadvertently provoke him, he might seek retribution." Lin Tian dismissed the notion with disdain. "If he dares to challenge me, I shall ensure the apothecary family is expelled from this city." Tian Bing, listening to his words, felt a twinge of doubt, pondering who he truly was, possessing such fearlessness. Lin Tian disregarded the apothecary family entirely, standing by the window, observing the bustling streets outside. He caught a whiff of a peculiar herbal fragrance that piqued his curiosity. Tian Bing, upon sniffing, remarked, "It's merely an ordinary herbal scent. What is so special about it?" Nagong Yin chimed in, "I wish to venture out and continue exploring. We have ample time, so let us take a look." Lin Tian grasped Nagong Yan's hand, and Tian Bing followed closely behind. Meanwhile, within the apothecary establishment, a group of physicians toiled for an extended period before successfully reducing Lin Shan's swelling. Lin Shan sighed in relief upon witnessing her restored beauty, while apothecary Wu Xing chuckled, "You look much more enchanting now." Lin Shan set down the mirror and inquired, "Have you identified who attacked me?" Apothecary Wu Xing shook his head, leaving Lin Shan frustrated. Whoever was behind it must undoubtedly be connected to that young man. What does Miss Lin imply? Lin Shan, aware that she lacked allies in this medicinal city, resolved to entice apothecary Wu Xing. She feigned distress, saying, "Young Master Wu, look at how they have bullied me. Should you not seek vengeance on my behalf?" "Vengeance shall be served," he declared. "What do you propose we do?" Lin Shan gazed up at him with innocent eyes. while Apothecary Wu Xing grinned mischievously. "We shall locate their lodgings, and under the cover of night, I will enlist a few poison experts to incapacitate them, bringing them before you. This way, we shall avoid any repercussions from the city lord's mansion." Lin Tian, upon hearing this, found the idea quite agreeable, when suddenly, a lackey rushed in. "Young master, we have news." "What news?" Yao Buxing, unable to decipher the situation, inquired. "What have you discovered regarding Miss Lin's father?" The lackey, visibly anxious, replied, "A few days ago, at the Lin residence, Lin Xiong was set ablaze by a man named Lin Tian, leaving him crippled. He was then taken to a nearby town, but thereafter, he was never seen again." "What?" Lin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were about to devour someone. Unaware of the intricate enmities surrounding the Lin family, Yao Buxing curiously asked, "Miss Lin, who is this Lin Tian? How could he dispose of your father?" "Who else but that insufferable brat?" Lin Shan retorted through gritted teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon realizing that it was the same man from earlier, Yao Buxing quickly regained his composure, confidently assuring her, "Fear not, Miss Lin, I shall capture him by nightfall." "Nightfall? That is far too late." Lin Shan could hardly contain her impatience, her heart ignited with rage. Yao Buxing promptly amended his statement, "Rest assured. Should he dare to leave the city gates, I will apprehend him immediately. And if he does not exit the city?" Lin Shan glared at him, clearly frustrated. Yao Buxing flashed a wicked grin. "If he remains inside, with my abilities and status, it would be quite effortless to toy with him. What do you intend to do?" Realizing she had no choice but to rely on Yao Buxing, Lin Shan understood that public brawls were prohibited in Yao City. And even with disciples from the Tianong sect by her side, she could not recklessly confront Lin Tian. Yao Buxing recognized that winning Lin Shan's favor would grant him easier access to her in the future. He exclaimed, "Come, let us stroll through the streets. Should he dare to enter any shop or establishment, I will ensure that the proprietors expel him, denying him food or goods, until he is so starved that he must leave the city." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's fury subsided slightly, and she smiled sweetly. "Young Master Yao, I had no idea you possessed such talents." Eagerly, Yao Buxing felt a surge of exhilaration. "Let us proceed. I shall show you how to humiliate that scoundrel and force him from the city." "Excellent." Lin Shan could hardly restrain her anticipation, longing to see Lin Tian kneel before her, confessing his wrongs. At that moment, Lin Tian, accompanied by Nangong Yen, arrived at a street vendor where a performer was showcasing his acrobatic skills. The performer was a towering figure, robust and imposing. With a mane of curly hair and a beard, his enormous fist pounding against his own body, drawing applause from the crowd. "This vigorous display is brought to you by these miraculous potions," he proclaimed, gesturing to the bottles before him. "Apply these, and within half an hour, your physique will be remarkably fortified." Skepticism arose among the onlookers, for the prevalence of counterfeit medicines in Yao City was well known. And the fact that they were being sold from a street stall only heightened their doubts. No one made a purchase. Instead, some derided him. "Fool, I bought this last time, and it left my hand numb for half an hour. It's nothing but poison." Others joined in the mockery. The performer, undeterred, retorted, "You simply do not understand how to use it." After enduring the barrage of insults, the crowd dispersed, leaving the performer in a state of dejection. As Lin Tian and his companions approached, the burly figure sat listlessly on a rock chair, his gaze fixed upon them. "What brings you three here?" he inquired. Nagong Yen, however, smiled at him and remarked, "Your earlier performance was quite splendid." Although the large man felt disheartened, he refrained from dampening the spirits of the youngsters, forcing a smile and responding, "If you enjoyed it, that's all that matters." Lin Tian crouched down, picking up a vial of medicine. He uncapped it and took a whiff, while Tian Bing, alarmed, cautioned, "Old Ancestor, many of the items at this stall are counterfeit, and some may even be poisonous." Lin Tian merely smiled, replying, "This is precisely the scent I was looking for." "This scent? What do you mean?" Tian Bing was perplexed, while Nangong Yen found the large man amusing and continued to grin at him. Upon hearing Tian Bing's accusation of his medicine being toxic, the burly man grew somewhat irritable. "Miss, you may choose not to purchase, but you cannot label my concoction as poison," he retorted. "Didn't those people just say that it becomes incredibly hard once applied? How can one cast spells then?" Tian Bing countered. The burly man was rendered speechless, while Lin Tian interjected, "While it may not facilitate spell casting, it can indeed enhance physical prowess. This is likely a diluted substance meant for strength and vitality." Tian Bing was bewildered by Lin Tian's cryptic remarks, but the burly man was pleasantly surprised that someone recognized the value of his goods. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, You are absolutely correct, my friend. There is nothing better than enhancing one's physical abilities. May I pose a question? Lin Tian asked with a smile. The burly man, eager for business, promptly replied, Please. Go ahead. How did you acquire this liquid, and why is it so inexpensive? Just 100 spirit stones for a vial? Lin Tian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he cast a curious glance at the burly man. The large man hesitated, stammering, Well, what? Are you afraid we might steal from you? Or, Lin Tian sighed, offering a wry smile. The burly man, resolute, explained, An elderly predecessor gave it to me, instructing me to sell it. And we would split the profits 50-50, though. It's a bit. He glanced around, clearly disheartened by the lack of customers. Lin Tian surveyed the scene and cheerfully suggested, I'll purchase everything, but you must tell me who that elderly predecessor is and where I can find him. That is out of the question. The burly man vehemently shook his head, displaying a strong sense of principle. Lin Tian gazed at him, puzzled. Why not? The burly man declared earnestly, Luda, may lack education and cultivation, but I understand the importance of integrity. Once I make a promise, I cannot break it. Lin Tian chuckled, while Tian Bing shot him a glare, saying, What is so special about Luda? It's just a bunch of worthless liquid. You act as if it's shrouded in mystery, speaking to my ancestor in such a manner. Your ancestor? Miss, does he really seem that old? Luda blinked, scratching his head, sensing something amiss. Must an ancestor necessarily be elderly? Such ignorance. Tian Bing retorted with a disdainful look. I apologize. Luda replied, realizing his mistake. Lin Tian then addressed Luda with a smile. I will buy everything, but this is not enough. Can you procure more for me? Luda's eyes widened with excitement. You truly wish to buy more. Indeed, Lin Tian confirmed. Luda quickly calculated and, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, A total of 100 vials will cost you 10,000 spirit stones. Hand them over. Lin Tian spoke to Tian Bing, who reluctantly handed over to Luda. Luda immediately produced a small box for Lin Tian to fill, expressing his gratitude in various forms. Lin Tian, however, chuckled and inquired, What about the rest? I shall return to consult my senior. Please leave an address, and once I have it, I will deliver it to you. Lin Tian acknowledged this with a hum, providing the name of the inn, after which Luda joyfully departed. Yet, Tian Bing gazed at a box on the ground with a furrowed brow, lamenting, Ancestor. What about this box? Don't you possess a Chankuan bag? Why are you acting as foolishly as that simpleton? Lin Tian, exasperated, scoffed at Tian Bing, who then promptly remembered and stored it away. Lin Tian, however, observed Luda's retreating figure for a while before chuckling. What an intriguing fellow. Ancestor. What are you watching him for? Does he possess something extraordinary? Tian Bing inquired. Lin Tian replied, Indeed, he is quite special. When the opportunity arises, I shall take him on as one of my disciples. Lin Tian smiled casually, while Tian Bing, puzzled, wondered, Isn't he just a big fool? What makes him so special? Lin Tian offered no further explanation and continued to wander until the three returned to the inn afternoon. Upon entering, they were immediately intercepted by the innkeeper, who was sweating profusely. You three, I must ask you to find another inn, he urged. Tian Bing, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? I instructed him to do that. In a corner, a group was seated, and it was Yao Buxing who spoke up. Beside him was Lin Shan, who was glaring furiously at Lin Tian. It's you again. Tian Bing felt a sense of foreboding, while Yao Buxing approached, fanning himself with a smile. In Yao City, every establishment must give me face, so it's impossible for you three to stay here. You. Tian Bing was astonished by Yao Buxing's arrogance. Yao Buxing, instead of showing anger, pointed at Lin Shan and grinned, Unless you apologize to her, preferably on your knees. On what grounds? Tian Bing retorted defiantly. Yao Buxing sneered. On the grounds that this fool harmed her father, and because I am the young master of the Yao family. In Yao City, if I say you cannot stay, then you cannot. You. Tian Bing's face turned red with fury, while Lin Tian simply laughed. Yao Buxing, surprised by Lin Tian's nonchalance, remarked, What is this? Do you think I am incapable? Or that my Yao family is not formidable? Are you truly willing to stand up for her? Lin Tian cast a glance at the smug Lin Shan, while Yao Buxing, with a self-satisfied air, declared, Indeed, anyone who offends her will be opposing me, Yao Buxing. And I will make sure they cannot take a step in Yao City until they are forced to leave. Lin Tian then turned to Tian Bing with a smile, saying, Let us go have some fun. You still have the mind for amusement? Tian Bing questioned, bewildered, as this seemed like the perfect moment for Lin Tian to slap Yao Buxing. However, Lin Tian felt a mere slap would not suffice. Just as they were exiting the inn, He abruptly halted, turned, and smiled at Yao Buxing, saying, "Go back and have your family prepare for the aftermath." Tian Bing, invigorated by this remark, disregarded Yu Buxing's status and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Have your Yao family prepare for the aftermath?" Yao Buxing, however, laughed heartily, turning to his sycophants and asking, "Did you hear that? This young man has prompted my family to prepare for the worst. Indeed, he should take a good look at himself. This fellow truly underestimates the gravity of the situation." Lin Shan, however, was displeased, as he had not witnessed Lin Tian bowing in apology. Thus, she reprimanded the laughing Yu Buxing, questioning what was so amusing when the other party seemed indifferent. Only then did Yu Buxing suppress his laughter and suggest, "Let us follow them and ensure they are expelled from the establishment." "How long will that take?" Lin Shan protested, while Yu Buxing grew increasingly anxious. "Miss Lin, do you have any insightful suggestions?" "Let us first observe their destination," Lin Shan replied, believing that forcing them out was no longer a viable option and contemplating alternative strategies, with Yu Buxing reluctantly trailing behind her. Meanwhile, Tian Bing occasionally turned back and remarked, "Ancestor, they are following us. What business does the Yo family engage in?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile, prompting Tian Bing to respond, "Ancestor, what do you mean? Just tell me." After a moment's hesitation, Tian Bing explained, "The Yo family primarily deals in medicinal herbs and is the largest supplier in this area, boasting a chain of over 100 stores throughout the city. Anything else?" "Well, I have heard that they also own several gambling establishments." "And then?" "Those seem to be the most prominent. I can't say I know much more." Tian Bing shook her head in resignation. Lin Tian smiled slightly, saying, "Let us first visit the apothecary, then proceed to the casino." "Ancestor, what are you planning?" "I have stated that if the Yo family dares to provoke me, they shall face obliteration." With that, Lin Tian chose not to elaborate further. However, Tian Bing was perplexed by Lin Tian's intentions towards the apothecary. Was he truly planning to challenge them single-handedly? Yet, since Lin Tian was determined, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns, leading them to the largest medicinal shop owned by the Yo family. Before them stood 5 interconnected storefronts bustling with activity, staffed by dozens of attendants, with a continuous flow of customers entering and exiting. "This must be it, the largest of the 100 Herbs King," Tian Bing remarked, taking a deep breath amid the throng. "Let us enter," Lin Tian said with a peculiar smile. "Isn't this akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den?" Tian Bing responded, astonished. At that moment, Yu Buxing arrived. Puzzled, "What business does this young man have in my family's shop? What is this fool planning?" Lin Shan wondered, hastening to keep up. Inside the shop, Lin Tian, like the other patrons, perused the wares and ultimately selected a 500-year-old spiritual herb, priced at 1 million spirit stones, a prized item prominently displayed. Upon sighting Yu Buxing, the staff immediately greeted him with respect. "Young master." Yu Buxing pointed towards Lin Tian's location, commanding, "Go and expel these 3 individuals." Though uncertain of the reasons, the staff complied, swiftly sending 5 or 6 people to confront Lin Tian and his companions. Yu Buxing continued to chuckle, "Do you think that by entering my shop, I will refrain from ejecting you?" Lin Shan gazed at Lin Tian as if he were a fool, saying, "Young man, today you shall not procure anything." In a surprising turn of events, the attendants attempting to act were suddenly struck down and sent sprawling to the ground, as if repelled by some unseen force. This time, Lin Tian intentionally allowed them to witness his actions, even playing with his hands. "Do you dare to make a move in my shop?" The pharmacist, Yu Buxing, seized the opportunity to embellish the situation. However, Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon the surrounding medicines and chuckled. "Isn't the 100 Medicines King known for a tenfold compensation for counterfeits? Yet you sell fake drugs. How can I refrain from taking action?" The crowd, initially thinking Lin Tian was causing trouble, became vigilant upon hearing the mention of counterfeit drugs. After all, the medicines here were quite expensive, and any mistake could lead to significant trouble. The atmosphere grew lively as many began to inquire, "Shopkeeper, what is happening?" At that moment, a bald shopkeeper rushed in, and upon seeing Yao Buxing, respectfully greeted him, "Young master, old Baldy, this brat has come to cause chaos. Drag him to the city lord's mansion." Yao Buxing, unable to find an excuse to confront Lin Tian, seized the opportunity to laugh sinisterly. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle as well, thinking, "This fool dares to act recklessly on someone else's turf, truly unaware of his own insignificance." Tian Bing felt a twinge of concern, knowing that once taken to the city lord's mansion, coupled with the influence of the Yao family, there would be no escaping their grasp. Yet Lin Tian pointed at the 500-year-old spirit herb and laughed, "You wish to capture me? Then I shall unveil the truth about your counterfeit drugs. What do you mean? Old Baldy asked, perplexed, while Ubuxing assumed Lin Tian was merely stalling and sneered. Do not mind him. Lin Tian gestured towards the spirit herb. Look. This herb is already withered, devoid of any spirit. Can this truly be 500 years old? The onlookers, many of whom were merchants, naturally possessed considerable knowledge and drew closer to inspect. Upon closer examination, they indeed found that the spirit herb's vitality was incredibly weak, scarcely distinguishable from common weeds. What is going on? Could the 100 Medicines King truly be selling counterfeit drugs? Not only that, but Lin Tian pointed out several precious medicinal materials, declaring, "This one is fake, that one is fake, all are fake." As the crowd huddled closer, they discovered that indeed all the materials had lost their vitality. Simultaneously, some individuals, having just purchased their own herbs, shrieked, "My herbs lack spirit too." In an instant, countless people began to check their own materials, realizing their vitality had dimmed substantially. The ensuing uproar was inevitable. The entire shop erupted into chaos as people clamored for restitution. Some even seized the moment to shout, "Tenfold compensation for counterfeits." Old Baldy's face turned pale instantly. "No, it's impossible." "Then you check for yourself." A few individuals, enraged after discovering they had bought counterfeit drugs, began to voice their anger. Old Baldy inspected each item and, to his horror, found that all had indeed lost their potency. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Tian glanced at Ubuxing, smiling. "The young master is right here. If compensation is to be made, address him." Following his words, an overwhelming number of people encircled Yao Buxing, who, infuriated, shouted, "What does this have to do with me? Get lost." However, instead of dispersing, his words only stoked their fury. After all, these were consumers, many hailing from distant lands, and soon the entire shop erupted into a frenzy of destruction. Lin Tian, having achieved his goal, withdrew with a smile, observing the chaos as people clamored for their due. The 100 Medicines King, he mused, may need to change his title to the King of Counterfeits. Tian Bing, with a look of foolish admiration, exclaimed, "Oh, Ancestor, how have you achieved such wonders?" Lin Tian possessed a jade pendant that granted him the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of the medicinal herbs surrounding him, should he choose to do so. However, he refrained from this action, aware that it could easily attract the attention of those with formidable cultivation. Yet, having already incurred the ire of the medicinal family, Lin Tian felt no need for caution. He could simply drain the resources of the 100 Herbs King thoroughly. With a glance at Tian Bing, he smiled and said, "I'll tell you more another day. For now, we must visit other shops." Other shops? Tian Bing felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, wherever Lin Tian went, a multitude of counterfeit medicines began to surface in the 100 Herbs King. In an instant, the medicinal family found themselves besieged by countless complaints and visits, compounded by the tenfold compensation for any counterfeit products. Consequently, the medicinal family was thrown into a frenzy. As for Yao Buxing, he was summoned back by the medicinal family, leaving him no time to attend to Lin Tian. Meanwhile, after a long day of walking, Nangong Yin felt her legs grow weary, prompting Lin Tian to inquire with a smile, "Did you not mention that this medicinal city is home to two prominent families?" Indeed, the medicinal family and the Bai family, who are in constant competition and have an irreconcilable enmity, Tian Bing elucidated. Lin Tian smiled at Nangong Yin and declared, "Come, let us pay a visit to the Bai family." Visit? That might prove somewhat difficult. Difficult? Yes. It is said that the Bai family has been in the medicinal trade for generations and seldom interacts with outsiders, not even allowing them to set foot in their domain. Tian Bing hesitated, not wishing to discourage Lin Tian. Yet Lin Tian merely chuckled. "If they were to see me, they would be eager to meet." "Why is that?" Lin Tian chose not to elaborate further and instead urged Tian Bing to lead the way. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Bai family, which was indeed heavily guarded, with a contingent of sentinels stationed along the street. Anyone wishing to pass must take a detour along a side path, avoiding the main thoroughfare in front of their gates. Tian Bing pointed out the guards, saying, "See, the Bai family is on high alert, and they have formations surrounding the area." Lin Tian had already noticed and smiled. "Let us proceed." Proceed? That feels rather foreboding, Tian Bing thought uneasily, while Lin Tian, undeterred, approached boldly. At that moment, a guard stepped forward coldly, stating, "This is the Bai residence. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Please take a detour." "I seek your family's master," Lin Tian replied with calm assurance. "Seek her master?" The guards exchanged glances, unsure of the significance of this request. For those who sought their master were typically not ordinary individuals. To prevent any deception, the guards promptly summoned their captain. The captain, a disciple of the Bai family, appeared to be around 30, radiating a formidable aura with his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and wielding a serpentine sword. Additionally, he donned gleaming golden armor that shimmered with a faint golden light. Captain Baiyu. The crowd rose in respect, and Baiyu scrutinized Lin Tian, then turned his gaze to Tian Bing and Ne Gong Yin, perplexed as to their identities. I am an alchemist seeking rare medicinal herbs in the medicinal city, but I have found none in the market, hence my desire to consult your family as master. An alchemist? The guards were skeptical, for alchemists were exceedingly rare. It was said that in the medicinal city, there were no more than 5 who could truly claim the title. However, Baiyu, unwilling to be deceived yet not wishing to offend Lin Tian, smiled and inquired, might I ask if you possess proof of your affiliation with the Alchemy Alliance? Proof? Lin Tian was taken aback, unaware that alchemists in the mortal realm now required such documentation. Observing Lin Tian's astonishment, Baiyu furrowed his brow, suspecting him to be a fraud. Tian Bing quickly interjected on Lin Tian's behalf, asserting, he truly is an alchemist and can even concoct high-grade foundation establishment pills. High-grade foundation establishment pills? The guards widened their eyes, seemingly having heard something astonishing. Baiyu, still skeptical, retorted, my dear girl, one may indulge in various foods, but one must not speak frivolously. It's true. He has crafted several already. Tian Bing insisted, while Baiyu secretly marveled, pondering whether Lin Tian might indeed be a hidden master of alchemy. After all, many alchemists on the continent disdain obtaining proof from the Alchemy Alliance. Hesitantly, Baiyu said, then, please follow me. The group exchanged glances as Baiyu led the 3 towards the entrance, followed by a corridor. Within the Bai residence, guards patrolled quietly, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Such tranquility? Lin Tian found it somewhat unexpected, while Tian Bing was already astonished, and Nangong Yin was gazing about curiously. Baiyu, walking ahead, scrutinized the 3, particularly focusing on Lin Tian, until they arrived at a pavilion in a courtyard. Esteemed guests, please wait here while I fetch our family head, Baiyu announced before turning to leave. Yet the pervasive silence sent shivers down Tian Bing's spine. Ancestor, how can the Bai family be so eerily quiet? They must be well trained to avoid noise, came the reply. But that is exceedingly strange. What history does the Bai family possess? Lin Tian suddenly inquired. After some contemplation, Tian Bing responded, it is said that the Bai family originally did not belong to the medicine city but arrived later, having resided here for 5 centuries. However, they seldom interact with outsiders. Even those from the city lord's mansion must wait outside, as if cut off from the world. Oh, how intriguing, Lin Tian remarked. To which Tian Bing nodded in agreement. Lin Tian then stepped out of the pavilion, surveying the layout, his brow furrowing at the sight of lush greenery. Lush greenery? Tian Bing was somewhat perplexed, prompting Lin Tian to explain, observe how the area around the pond is adorned with verdant flora, casting a tender green reflection in the water, complemented by the surrounding rockeries that resemble a continuous mountain range. Upon hearing this, Tian Bing grasped the concept yet was still puzzled. Ancestor, what significance does this hold? The lush greenery is rarely employed, yet there exists a class of individuals who do, the mountain seekers. Mountain seekers? What are they? Lin Tian smiled at Tian Bing, saying, did I not tell you that before mastering magical arts, mortals practice physical techniques? Among them are the mountain seekers, who discern auspicious locations through the observation of mountains rather than sensing spiritual energy. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, not only can they transform mountains into treasure-laden sites, but this instance, while merely a courtyard, possesses a slightly denser spiritual energy. Do you not perceive it? Tian Bing was suddenly enlightened, sensing the surroundings, as if something truly existed. However, compared to the spirit-gathering array, it was still somewhat lacking. Yet for an ordinary person, this could enhance their cultivation speed several times, which is quite remarkable. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Just as Lin Tian's words fell, a robust voice called out, good, young brother. You can even discern what the mountain-seeking master has crafted. Lin Tian and his companions turned to see a modestly dressed middle-aged man approaching, a green vine coiling around his waist, appearing rather peculiar. Beside him stood Baiyu, pointing at Lin Tian, stating, Master, this is the one who claims to be an alchemist and seeks some herbs from you. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man walked over slowly, gazing appreciatively at Lin Tian. He was Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family. Bai Feng halted in front of Lin Tian and, with a curious smile, inquired, "May I ask who your master is, young brother?" "Master?" Lin Tian replied with a smile, "No, I have no master. As for my knowledge, I have simply read extensively and learned much." Bai Feng, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "The mountain-seeking master has been lost for ages. Which books could possibly contain such knowledge?" "Some ancient tomes from millennia ago," Lin Tian responded casually. Bai Feng understood that Lin Tian was reluctant to reveal more and did not press further, instead asking curiously, "What herbs do you seek, young brother?" Lin Tian leaned back with a smile, "The herbs required for crafting foundation establishment pills and spirit energy pills." Bai Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, you can also make spirit energy pills?" Tian Bing was equally astonished. After all, spirit energy pills replenish one's spirit energy, especially during battles. Having a few on hand could provide immediate replenishment. Hence, such pills were even more precious than foundation establishment pills, making them far more difficult to craft, with no one in the apothecary city capable of doing so. Lin Tian, unfazed by their astonishment, simply smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." Bai Feng, brimming with excitement, looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young brother, whatever materials you need, just let me know, and I shall provide them free of charge. However, once they are successfully crafted, I would request 1/10 of the yield, if that is agreeable." Upon hearing this, Tian Bing was taken aback. After all, the materials for alchemy were exceedingly precious. Yet Bai Feng was willing to waive the material costs. Lin Tian understood that even a single pill produced would far exceed the cost of the materials, which was why Bai Feng was willing to take such a gamble. Yet, Lin Tian smiled at Bai Feng. "Aren't you afraid of my failure in crafting?" Bai Feng, stroking his chin with a grin, replied, "Should you fail, I would only lose the cost of one set of materials. However, if successful, with a batch yielding 10 pills, I would at least have one to sell, which would fetch several times the cost of the materials, wouldn't it?" Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I won't let you incur losses." Bai Feng was overjoyed and immediately instructed Bai Yu, "Quickly prepare the guest rooms for our esteemed visitors, and ensure no one disturbs them, understood?" "Yes." Subsequently, Bai Feng requested Lin Tian to present the formulae, and he dispatched someone to gather the necessary herbs. Tian Bing could hardly believe how effortlessly Lin Tian had become a distinguished guest of the Bai family. After the members of the Bai family concluded their busy tasks, Bai Yu finally made his way to the grand hall, gazing curiously at the family head. "Bai Feng, isn't this a bit too much of a loss?" "A loss?" Bai Feng echoed. "Indeed, a single spirit-enhancing elixir requires 5 million lower-grade spirit stones. If it fails, that amount simply vanishes, and we would become a laughingstock." Bai Yu expressed his concern. Bai Feng, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of worry, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "One must be willing to sacrifice if one wishes to capture the wolf. Besides, if he truly succeeds in refining it, it would indicate he is a formidable alchemist. Would it not be wise for us to curry favor in advance?" Bai Yu suddenly grasped the implication, and at that moment, a guard rushed in, brimming with excitement. "Master, I bring good news." Bai Feng, puzzled, turned to the guard and inquired, "What is it?" The guard hastily reported, "Today, someone claimed that the Baijia's pharmacy, 100 Medicines Pavilion, was selling counterfeit goods. Upon investigation, we indeed found numerous fakes. Moreover, other branches have also been implicated. And now countless individuals are demanding repayment from the Baijia. All their stores are now closed for self-inspection." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu rejoiced, "Congratulations, Master. We can seize this opportunity to unify the pharmacies of the Medicine City under our banner." Bai Feng was equally taken aback, his face alight with excitement. "After battling for centuries, has heaven finally granted us a chance? This is a remarkable opportunity," Bai Yu exclaimed, and Bai Feng smiled broadly, truly grateful to the unknown individual who had exposed the Baijia's fraud. "Indeed, I wonder who that person is, capable of discerning the Baijia's counterfeit goods. Dispatch someone to investigate." Bai Feng instructed joyfully. "Understood," Bai Yu replied, promptly setting to work, while Bai Feng hastened to allocate more personnel and resources to all their pharmacies. As people in the Medicine City, having lost faith in the Baijia, flocked to the Bai family, news of this reached the Baijia. Inside the Baijia, chaos erupted. A middle-aged man, visibly overweight, began throwing objects in a fit of rage. He then glared at the kneeling Yu Buxing and demanded, "You, who have you offended to bring about such a calamity?" Yu Buxing, believing he was not to blame, stammered, "That brat, he is just from a small family. If you don't believe me, ask Miss Lin. She is a disciple of the law enforcement division of Tianyang sect." Upon hearing law enforcement disciple, the Baijia patriarch, A man named Yao Ran softened his tone slightly towards Lin Shan and asked, "Miss Lin, who exactly is that young man? Why did all my stores start selling counterfeit goods upon his visit?" Lin Shan, unsure of the reason, nonetheless seized the opportunity to slander. "That brat targets me at every turn. Today, young Master Yao spoke a few words on my behalf, and he threatened to drive the Baijia out of the medicine city." "What? So brazen?" Yao Ran's anger flared, for the Baijia had long been a local power in the medicine city. Kneeling beside him, Yao Buxing added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, that young man said our Baijia is trash, and that we are destined to fall." Yao Ran scoffed. "Does he truly believe we have remained standing in the medicine city for so many years without means or backing? Father, what shall we do now?" Yao Buxing understood that as long as his father intervened, even the city lord would have to show some respect. Yao Ran's eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he commanded, "Go, search the entire city for him and bring him here. I shall see what he is capable of." "Yes." A group of servants promptly rushed out. Yao Ran cast a glance at the kneeling Yao Buxing and snapped, "Aren't you going to take Miss Lin and the disciples of Tianyang sect to rest?" "Yes." Yao Buxing immediately rose and left with Lin Shan. Upon returning to his room, Yao Buxing began to boast with confidence, "Did you see that? This kid is doomed. Is your father really okay?" Lin Shan suddenly expressed her concern for reasons unknown to her. Yao Buxing, brimming with pride, replied, "Don't worry, as long as my father is involved. Anyone can be captured. What about the city lord? Rest assured, my father will persuade him later." Yao Buxing brushed off her worries, and Lin Shan finally sighed in relief. "Then I shall await good news from your family." However, half an hour later, a guard summoned Yao Buxing and Lin Shan to the Yao family hall, where Yao Ran was in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "It's actually the Bai family." "The Bai family?" Yao Buxing was taken aback, while Yao Ran continued, "Some claim they went to the Bai family and never returned. What do you think?" Yao Buxing's expression changed drastically, and Lin Shan, confused, inquired, "What is the Bai family?" Yao Buxing, devoid of his earlier bravado, replied, "The Bai family, like us, is one of the two most powerful families in Yao City. The city lord must consider their feelings and dare not act recklessly against them. Otherwise, we would have wiped them out long ago. Does that mean we cannot capture that kid?" Lin Shan felt deflated and irritated. Yao Buxing turned to the frustrated Yao Ran, "Father, are we really going to allow ourselves to be bullied? Will we just wait for the Bai family to take over Yao City? Absolutely not. Let us go to the Bai family and demand him back." Yao Ran recognized the urgency of the situation if they did not take action. The outcome would be that no one would patronize the Yu family's stores any longer. Yao Buxing and Lin Shan, seeing his determination, were overjoyed and hurriedly followed Yao Ran to the Bai family. Yao Ran made an additional preparation by inviting the city lord along. Previously, due to the false drug scandal, the Yao family had already garnered citywide notoriety, and now with the city lord accompanying them to the Bai family, curiosity arose about whether a major conflict between the two families was about to erupt. However, outsiders were oblivious to the circumstances within the Bai residence. Yao Ran and the city lord charged in for a confrontation, and naturally, the Bai family did not dare to obstruct them. Thus, they arrived directly at the courtyard, whereby you stood at the entrance, looking grave. "City lord, may I inquire about your intentions?" The city lord, a middle-aged man adorned in a magnificent beast skin robe embedded with numerous stones that shimmered brilliantly, wore a smile as he said, "The head of the Yo family claims that you of the Bai family have wronged them, so I have come to mediate as a judge." "Wronged them?" Bai Yu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, just as Bai Feng approached from within the hall. "City lord, do you believe that this false drug issue is the doing of my Bai family?" Bai Feng wore a stern expression, a hint of irritation evident on his face. Wan Luo, the lord of the medicine city, had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul level. However, he was aware that the Bai family had a formidable nascent soul expert in their ranks, so he could only force a polite smile and say, "It is the medicine family head who has spoken, not I." Wan Luo's face bore a cunning smile, reminiscent of an old fox, as he regarded Bai Feng, inwardly lamenting when these two families would cease their incessant disputes, allowing him some peace for cultivation. At this moment, Wan Luo recognized that neither family was to be trifled with, and thus he sought to placate both sides, opting not to intervene and allowing them to resolve their own conflicts. Meanwhile, Bai Feng turned to the fiercely agitated Yao Ran and chuckled, "Your medicine family sells counterfeit drugs. Yet you come to me for a discussion? Are you attempting to inform the entire city that we are slandering you? Or is there another motive?" Enraged, Yao Ran produced a scroll depicting Lin Tian and pointed at it vehemently, exclaiming, "Is he not one of yours? Indeed, he is a distinguished guest at my residence." But what connection does he have with the Bai family? Bai Feng could not help but laugh. Yao Ran retorted, "As long as he has visited my store. And since it has been reported that counterfeit drugs were found there, I suspect he is the one causing trouble." Bai Feng and Bai Yu were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian was the supposed troublemaker. However, Bai Feng stood firmly by Lin Tian's side, smiling at Yao Ran. "Do you truly believe he possesses such formidable capabilities? Bring him out. I wish to confront him." Yao Ran insisted, but Bai Feng merely shook his head, stating, "He cannot come out at this moment. It seems he truly is in league with you." Yao Ran immediately began to make a scene, turning to Wan Luo, "Lord Wan, you can see for yourself that this Bai family head is unwilling to present that young man." Wan Luo took a deep breath. Glancing at Bai Feng with a hint of resignation, "Bai family head, allow him to step out for a moment. It will soon be evident whether the claims of the medicine family head hold any truth." Bai Feng's expression grew grave, while Yao Buxing secretly reveled in the situation. Glancing at Lin Shan with a smile, "See, with my father and the city lord involved, this Bai family head will have no choice but to let that young man out." Yet, after weighing his options, Bai Feng shook his head once more, "Lord Wan, that is absolutely out of the question." "Out of the question? What do you mean by that?" Wan Luo began to feel the stirrings of anger, while Yao Ran fanned the flames. "Lord Wan, this Bai family head clearly does not regard you with any respect." Such words were indeed harsh, and Wan Luo, standing on principle, responded earnestly, "Bai family head, I am merely attempting to reason with you. You cannot act in such a disorderly fashion. I am not causing a disturbance. I genuinely cannot allow him to come out." Bai Feng replied, his expression one of helplessness. "Then provide a reason. I am eager to see if this young man possesses any extraordinary talents or abilities." Wan Luo demanded, his frustration apparent. Yao Ran, meanwhile, mocked from the sidelines. "That young man is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. What extraordinary powers could he possibly have?" Wan Luo kept his gaze fixed on Bai Feng, awaiting his response while pondering whether he should press the matter further. Bai Feng, appearing contemplative, finally said, "He is currently refining pills. If you disturb him and cause him to fail, the losses I would incur would be substantial, and I would also incur his displeasure." "Refining pills? Huh. Does that young man truly have such skills? Have you all been deceived by him?" On one side, Lin Shan burst into laughter, for she had been raised in the Lin family and was intimately aware of Lin Tian's true nature. "Who is this?" Bai Feng inquired curiously, glancing at Lin Shan. Meanwhile, Yao Buxing chuckled awkwardly, "The Bai family head. She is from the Lin family of Tianyang City and is also that young man's cousin. She knows all about him." Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback and looked towards Bai Yu, who appeared somewhat anxious. "Head, could it be that we have been deceived?" Wan Luo seized the opportunity to press Bai Feng. "Bai family head, you heard it too. That young man might be pulling a fast one on you." Caught in uncertainty, Bai Feng was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a disdainful voice echoed from the corridor. "A group of ignorant fools." The speaker was Tian Bing, who, bolstered by Lin Tian's support, wielded her influence, though inwardly she was quite anxious, uncertain if Lin Tian had succeeded in his endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Tian strolled in hand with Nangong Yin, his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Not only that, but Lin Tian inwardly grumbled about how the Spirit Qi pill and Foundation Establishment pill had drained so much of his energy. The thought of having exhausted all the Spirit Qi he had absorbed from the Yao family's pharmacy left him somewhat discontent, prompting him to consider another visit. However, the onlookers misunderstood Lin Tian's contemplation, assuming he was simply frightened. Especially Lin Shan, who mocked, "Fool, do you really think everyone is as foolish as you?" Disinterested in her taunts, Lin Tian was approached by Bai Feng, who nervously asked, "Little brother, did you succeed?" Yao Ran, however, was growing increasingly displeased. "Seize him," she commanded. Wan Luo advised Bai Feng, "Bai family head, it would be prudent to have the Yao family take him away for questioning." Reluctant, Bai Feng felt an instinctive belief that Lin Tian was not lying, and thus he inquired, "Little brother, you?" Lin Tian, regaining his composure, smiled and tossed a pill over. "Here, this is yours." A semi-transparent pill, shimmering with a verdant glow and exuding potent spirit qi, landed in Bai Feng's hand. Upon glancing at it, Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is indeed a spirit qi pill, and it possesses 3 layers of pill light. This is a superior spirit qi pill." The pill light, a manifestation of the pill's brilliance, can be assessed by the number of layers to determine its quality, be it inferior, medium, superior, or extraordinary. At that moment, Bai Feng held in his hand a faint green light with 3 layers, while Wan Luo, resembling a curious shell, approached Bai Feng and asked, "You say this is a spirit chi pill?" "Indeed, a spirit chi pill," Bai Feng exclaimed, becoming increasingly animated and expressing admiration for Lin Tian. "Little brother, no, master. You are truly remarkable." Wan Luo looked at Lin Tian with a peculiar expression and asked, "Did you refine this?" "Yes." Yet Yao Ran scoffed. "This kid simply used one pill to masquerade as an alchemist, and has you all spinning in circles." Yao Buxing also expressed his disbelief. "Exactly. Anyone can produce a single pill." Bai Feng and Wan Luo exchanged bewildered glances, while Lin Shan sneered, "Fool, stop pretending." At that moment, Lin Tian suddenly produced a bag and poured its contents into his hand, revealing a multitude of spirit chi pills. The assembled individuals were instantly left in a state of shock and disbelief. Bai Feng immediately turned to Lin Tian, glancing at the spirit energy pill in his hand. Brimming with delight as he exclaimed, "Master, can it be refined again? The medicinal materials are all mine. I wish to refine it. But this city lord is about to capture me." Lin Tian looked helplessly at Wan Luo, who, like a fickle wind, quickly feigned ignorance and replied, "Capture? Who would want to capture you? Impossible. How could I ever wish to capture you? You are a master alchemist." Wan Luo's sudden change of stance drew disdain from the Bai and Yao families. Yet he was notoriously known for his opportunism. Whomever could provide him benefit would earn his favor. Lin Tian recognized that such a person was not one with whom he could forge a deep connection, but rather someone who could be cleverly utilized, particularly against the self-important Yao family, making him quite a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, Yao Ran's face turned crimson with fury, his corpulent form seeming ready to explode. And he huffed indignantly, "So what if you can refine spirit energy pills?" Yao Buxing observed his father's burgeoning outrage and chimed in with derision, "Indeed. So what if he can refine spirit energy pills?" Lin Shan, though silent, was seething with resentment. How had this fool transformed into an alchemist in just a few days? Seeing their sour expressions, Bai Yu couldn't help but smirk. "Is it so difficult to acknowledge another's strength?" "Who acknowledged it?" Yao Ran retorted vehemently. While Wan Luo attempted to pacify him with a smile, "Elder Yao, let us speak calmly. There is no need for such agitation." Realizing that capturing someone today was not feasible, Yao Ran fixed a menacing glare at Lin Tian and questioned, "Boy, we have no grievances. So why do you target my family?" Lin Tian replied, "If you wish to assign blame, direct it at your son. He insisted that I leave wherever I went. Thus I had no choice but to visit your establishment to express my respect." Without uttering a single curse, Lin Tian's words infuriated Yao Ran further. Yao Buxing, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "What else can you do besides hiding within the Bai family like a turtle?" "What? Do you dissent?" Lin Tian asked with a knowing smile. "Naturally." Yao Buxing disagreed and huffed, "If you have the capability, let us compete and see who is superior." "You? Compete with me?" "Yes." "Do you dare?" Yao Buxing fumed. While Lin Shan perceived this as an opportune moment and taunted Lin Tian, "Boy, if you wish to prove you are not a coward, compete with young Master Yao." "Must I provide you with proof?" Lin Tian completely disregarded Lin Shan, igniting her frustration, while Yao Buxing scoffed, "Coward." Bai Yu then stepped forward, drawing his serpent sword. "You wish to compete? I shall compete with you. Just know that any assistance from the Bai family does not count." Aware that he stood no chance against Bai Yu, Yao Buxing immediately added a condition. Lin Tian, however, smiled broadly and declared, "I will ensure you are convinced. It is essential for you to know whom you ought to support and whom you should not." The crowd was puzzled by the implication of Lin Tian's words. He then directed his gaze towards Tian Bing. "You shall go up and disable him." "Me?" Tian Bing was momentarily taken aback, and those present were likewise stunned. For Tian Bing had only recently begun his foundational cultivation and exuded a weak aura, as though he had just barely broken through. In the face of the opportunity presented by Yao Buxing, Lin Tian, fearing a change of heart, confidently remarked, "If she can defeat me, I will bow down and admit my mistakes." Lin Tian, however, radiated unwavering confidence towards Tian Bing, encouraging her to proceed. Yet, Tian Bing felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting Lin Tian to instruct her, "Utilize your water flow sword technique." "This might not be appropriate." She hesitated. "You go first. I will signal you when to attack." Lin Tian replied with a self-assured smile. The onlookers were perplexed by Lin Tian's intentions, while Yao Buxing cast a triumphant glance at Yao Ran, saying, "Father, shall I take my turn?" Despite failing to capture Lin Tian, Yao ran. Seeing the camaraderie between Tian Bing and Lin Tian, growled, "Go, incapacitate that girl." Understood. Yao Buxing promptly stepped forward, as did Tian Bing. Meanwhile, Wan Luo cautioned Yu Buxing, "Remember, just a light touch. Do you understand?" Yao Buxing nodded but inwardly cursed. "A light touch? Watch me eliminate this brat and force that boy to intervene." At this moment, Yao Buxing's objective was clear, to neutralize Tian Bing and compel Lin Tian to act. He swiftly produced his ace in the hole, a spiritual artifact fan, its surface shimmering with fiery spiritual energy. With a wicked grin, he announced, "Miss Tian, do not blame me." Tian Bing remained on high alert, while the head of the Bai family cautioned her, "Young lady, that fire cloud fan used by young Master Yao can unleash a rapid barrage of flames once infused with spiritual energy. You must not approach him. Do you understand?" With a nod of trepidation, Tian Bing acknowledged his warning, while Lin Shan encouraged Yu Buxing, "Young Master Yao, make sure to thoroughly incapacitate her." Lin Tian, however, remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as Yu Buxing declared, "Watch this." As Yu Buxing infused his fan with potent spiritual energy, ready to unleash it, Lin Tian urged Tian Bing, "Attack his fan directly with your sword technique." Realizing the moment, Tian Bing immediately executed her water flow sword technique. Although her aura did not match Lin Tian's, it was significantly stronger than before, sending forth a small wave towards the flames. The fire from the fan was directly doused by the water, extinguishing it instantly. "Damn it!" Yao Buxing seethed with fury, while Tian Bing rejoiced and employed her sword technique to counter his fire-based spells. The Bai family rallied to support Tian Bing, while Yao Buxing found himself forced to retreat repeatedly. Lin Shan, exasperated, remarked disdainfully, "Young Master Yao, how can you be outperformed by someone in the initial stages of foundation building?" Yao ran, feeling embarrassed, wore a grim expression, while Yao Buxing, desperate to salvage his pride, popped a pill into his mouth. The Bai family members immediately cried out, "Cheating! How can you use a pill? Stop this at once." Bai Yu rushed forward, but it was too late. Energized by the pill, Yao Buxing's fan erupted into fierce flames, and with a sinister grin, he shouted, "Die!" Lin Tian swiftly advanced, pulling the astonished Tian Bing behind him, and delivered a palm strike from a distance. Yao Buxing was sent flying, dropping his fan, yet the flames continued to blaze. Suddenly, the fire surged, and with a resounding roar, it engulfed Yao Buxing, who began to scream in agony. Yao Ran was taken aback, urging, "Quickly, save him." The members of the Yao family rushed forward, but no matter how they tried, their efforts were futile. The flames grew increasingly fierce, and by the time they extinguished, Yao Buxing lay motionless on the ground. The Bai family head and others were left in stunned disbelief, while some of the Yao clan members were paralyzed with fear, realizing just how formidable he truly was. Fortunately, they had not provoked him earlier. Was this still a human being? At that moment, the Yao family members regarded Lin Tian as if he were a monster. Bai Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "This is nothing short of a massacre." Not only Bai Yu, but Wan Luo also silently marveled at this prodigy. Bai Feng felt fortunate that he had treated Lin Tian as a guest rather than turning him away. Meanwhile, Yao Ran's eyes were red as he shouted in desperation, "This cannot be." Lin Tian retracted his hand with a smile, saying, "My apologies, it was an accident. But if you are to assign blame, it should fall upon that woman. She is the one who caused his demise." "You." Lin Shan was rendered speechless with anger, while Lin Tian sneered, "Without the Yao family, how long do you think you can cause trouble?" Upon hearing his tone, Lin Shan was suddenly engulfed by fear, especially recalling how Lin Tian had effortlessly incinerated Yao Buxing, causing her to retreat hastily, terrified of becoming his next target. "I will kill you." Yao ran, still grappling with the agony of losing his son, erupted with fury, throwing a pill with remarkable speed that struck Lin Tian directly, sending him crashing against a stone pillar by the pavilion with a thunderous crash. "Ancestor!" Tian Bing exclaimed in shock. Wan Luo and the Bai family members also wore expressions of disbelief. Yao Ran felt it was insufficient. In a heartbeat, he covered the distance to Lin Tian's fallen form, intent on delivering a crushing blow. As Yu Ran prepared to stamp down on Lin Tian, the latter, clutching several spirit pills, coldly declared, "Allow me to gift you a few." In that instant, the crowd witnessed the spirit pills soaring through the air, enveloped in flames. Before they detonated upon impact with Yao Ran, the explosion sparked a fierce blaze that rapidly engulfed Yao Ran. However, being at the golden core level, he leaped to the edge of the pool, unleashing his formidable power to extinguish the flames. In that moment, Wan Luo and the others swiftly approached Lin Tian, with the Bai family head expressing concern. Master, are you all right? Wan Luo reprimanded Yao Ran. What do you think you are doing, Yao family head? He killed my son. What else is there to say? Yao Ran retorted bitterly. Wan Luo attempted to respond, but Yao Ran interjected, Lord Wan, you should be aware of my family's depth. I hope you will not interfere. Wan Luo furrowed his brow, while the Bai family head boldly declared, Our Bai family fears you not. Yao Ran glared defiantly, challenging. If you have the capability, protect him at all costs. Lin Tian brushed off the dust from his clothes, coughed a few times, and, noticing traces of blood in his throat, grinned wickedly. It has been a while since anyone has managed to injure me. The onlookers were astonished that Lin Tian could still smile, while Tian Bing anxiously assessed. Ancestor, are you unscathed? It was merely a thunder pill. Lin Tian shrugged, stretching his limbs as if unperturbed, and broke into a smile. The crowd gasped at the sight of the Thunderbolt Dan, murmuring amongst themselves. Could it be that the Thunderbolt Dan could not defeat him? He appeared utterly unscathed. What on earth was this boy's physique made of? Surely he possessed some magical artifact. As the whispers circulated, Yao Ran, filled with astonishment, realized that there was no opportunity to ambush Lin Tian at that moment. He approached Yao Buxing, lifting him with a mix of anger and grief, declaring, You little rascal, if you have the capability, remain forever within the Bai family. Otherwise, should I seize the opportunity, I will ensure your utter destruction. Lin Tian, however, remained unfazed, smiling at his adversary and retorting, Rest assured, if anyone is to fall, it shall be you. Very well. You possess some courage. Yao Ran gritted his teeth before departing, cradling Yao Buxing, while Lin Shan hurriedly followed suit. Wan Luo quickly offered his praises, asking, Master, may I inquire your name? Lin Tian, came the reply. Ah, Master Lin, do you still practice alchemy? Wan Luo's expression brightened with anticipation, but by phone. Realizing Wan Luo's intent, inquired with a hint of incredulity, Lord Wan, are you not encroaching upon business? You are permitted to have your potions crafted. Yet I am denied the same? Wan Luo immediately protested, yet Lin Tian interjected, One portion of materials will yield a 10% return. Prepare them and deliver them to my loft. Lin Tian gestured towards Tian Bing, leading Nangong Yin away from the scene, with Tian Bing hastily following. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was overjoyed, urgently instructing Bai Yu, gather all the materials for spirit-enhancing pills and prepare them for the master. Yes, Bai Yu responded promptly. While Wan Luo appeared awkward, pressing Bai Feng, Patriarch Bai, may I purchase these materials? Certainly, 1 million for each. Bai Feng replied with a strange smile. Wan Luo's demeanor darkened instantly. 1 million? What? Do you no longer wish to acquire them? Reduce the price. Fixed price. Lin Tian walked towards the loft in silence, while Tian Bing, feeling exhilarated, exclaimed, Ancestor, you are truly remarkable, able to withstand the Thunderbolt Dan, a potion that even Golden Core experts cannot endure. As Tian Bing expressed his excitement, Lin Tian pushed open the door, with Nangong Yin following closely behind. Close the door. Lin Tian instructed with an unusual tone. Tian Bing, puzzled, complied, but soon after, Lin Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly as he collapsed to the ground. Nangong Yin, frightened, cried out, Big brother, what is wrong with you? Tian Bing was equally alarmed. Ancestor you. The Thunderbolt Dan would shatter the core of any ordinary Golden Core cultivator. How much more so for me, as merely a Qi refinement cultivator? Lin Tian spoke, channeling his internal energy, quickly assessing his Dantian. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin sobbed, Big brother, please. Do not be harmed. As Lin Tian stabilized, his color improved slightly, and he discovered an intriguing phenomenon. The energy from the Thunderbolt Dan that had surged into his Dantian was absorbed by that egg. Thank goodness for it. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen apart, Lin Tian thought to himself, filled with delight. Especially considering that he had only just begun practicing the reincarnation, slaughtering the heavens technique and already possessed such capabilities. He could hardly contain his eagerness to advance to the foundation establishment stage and unlock his spiritual eye to discover what wonders lay ahead. Tian Bing, unaware of Lin Tian's thoughts, anxiously inquired, Ancestor, do you wish to see a physician? Lin Tian opened his eyes and chuckled, nothing to worry about. Upon seeing Lin Tian unscathed, Nangong Yin laughed through tears, Big brother, look at you crying. Lin Tian smiled, while Tian Bing sighed in relief, stating, I was terrified. I thought you were about to die. Die? It's not that simple, Lin Tian replied with a mischievous grin. However, this incident served as a lesson for him. After all, his cultivation was still too weak. Should he encounter a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, a swift attack could easily lead him to misfortune, rendering any attempt at retaliation futile. Thus, Lin Tian rose, declaring, I shall enter seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. During this time, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Understood? Tian Bing hesitated. But you're only at the 8th level of Qi refinement? That is merely a fleeting moment. Lin Tian laughed, instructing Tian Bing to care for Nangong Yin while he retreated to a chamber. Yet, instead of cultivating, he commenced drawing talismans. As night fell and Nangong Yin drifted into slumber, Lin Tian cautioned Tian Bing, I am stepping out for a while. Keep an eye on her. Curiosity sparked in Tian Bing's eyes. Where do you intend to go? Lin Tian smirked. To repay those who have wronged me with interest. With that, Lin Tian exited the Bai family estate. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he found himself being tracked by members of the Yao family. Lin Tian swiftly ducked into a narrow alley and employed a talisman he had drawn earlier, vanishing from their sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he had concealed himself in a shadowy corner of the Yao estate. At that moment, the Yao family was conducting a funeral for Yao Buxing, whose demise had cast a pall over the household. In the main hall, Yao Ran sat, his eyes swollen and red from grief as he gazed at the wooden coffin. Standing beside him, Lin Shan cast a long glance at the coffin before addressing Yao Ran, family head Yao. Although my acquaintance with young Master Yao was brief, I regarded him as a friend. Therefore, I implore you to seek vengeance on his behalf. Vengeance? If he does not emerge, how can I exact it? Yao Ran retorted, frustration evident in his tone, and a hint of resentment towards Lin Shan lingered, as she was partly responsible for his son's fate. Noticing the darkening of Yao Ran's gaze, Lin Shan quickly moderated her demeanor, stating, I am willing to wait here for 7 days. You possess a conscience, Yao Ran conceded, recognizing her identity and choosing not to further complicate matters. He then stepped outside the morning hall, addressing the servants and disciples with fury, from this day forth. Whoever captures that brat shall be rewarded with 1,000,000 spirit stones. The crowd erupted with fervor, their spirits ignited as they clamored to seize him. Meanwhile, Lin Tian wore a sly smile, affixing a talisman in a corner. Subsequently, he placed several more in various locations before retreating to a shadowy spot, wryly reflecting. It has been a while since I engaged in such antics. I feel somewhat out of practice. Meanwhile, the assembly in the courtyard continued to shout, capture him. Kill him. Avenge. Avenge. Lin Shan felt a surge of triumph, thinking to herself, fool, let us see how you escape from Yao City this time. Yet, a voice from behind startled the crowd back to their senses. Who wishes to capture me? They turned to see Lin Tian standing behind them, hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile gracing his face. The crowd was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. How dare this young man come to the Yao family? Has he lost his mind? Everyone present was astonished, and Yao Ran, after an initial shock, expressed delight, exclaiming, you possess remarkable audacity. You delivered me a thunderbolt pill earlier. How could I allow myself to remain indebted to you for too long? Lin Tian remarked with a mischievous grin. The gathering was unprepared for Lin Tian's audacity, and Lin Shan, in particular, was skeptical, thinking perhaps this fool had become excessively arrogant. Yao Ran questioned, are you planning to retaliate against me? Lin Tian replied with a smirk, no, this is not revenge. This is a return gift. The crowd could no longer restrain themselves, and Yao Ran, unable to contain his fury, shouted, seize him. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Instantly, the crowd armed themselves and, having consumed their pills, unleashed their formidable spells, charging towards him like a swarm. Unexpectedly, a faint white light flickered in the surrounding air, causing confusion among the onlookers. Look, the family S formation is reacting, they exclaimed. How could the family formation activate on its own? Curiosity piqued. They halted to survey their surroundings. Yao Ran, too, was puzzled. The Yao family's formation was designed to repel attacks from powerful adversaries, only responding to those with cultivation surpassing the Golden Core stage. Yet now, the formation activated autonomously, leaving many bewildered. Moreover, they witnessed an even stranger sight. The white light converged upon Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared as though adorned in a white armor, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. While this sensation paled in comparison to the divine formations of the celestial realm, it effectively shielded him from these insignificant foes. Lin Tian stole a glance at himself, chuckling at the irony. The crowd was oblivious to Lin Tian's self-reflection, while Yao Ran scoffed. What tricks are you playing? Attack. Yes. The assailants surged forward, casting countless spells at Lin Tian, yet all these assaults were effortlessly repelled by the white light. Lin Tian advanced step by step, adopting a posture of supreme confidence. Laughing at the crowd, continue. Use everything at your disposal. I stand here, inviting your attacks. This spectacle astonished everyone. How could he, at the chi refinement stage, withstand the onslaught of so many? Lin Shan was equally taken aback, pondering the situation. Lin Tian, with a smirk, explained the combination of formations, spirit symbols, and arrays. Your Yao family's formation can withstand nascent soul experts. Hence, I have borrowed the power of your formation through spirit symbols. Do you comprehend now? Borrowed. This is possible. The crowd was left in a state of confusion, wondering whether he was divine or demonic. Yao Ran, undeterred by Lin Tian's words, brimming with disbelief, declared, I refuse to be intimidated. With that, Yao Ran hurled another thunderbolt pill. The pill shot towards Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning, striking him. However, this thunderbolt pill only proved effective against those at the golden core stage or below. Against an array capable of withstanding nascent soul practitioners, it was rendered ineffective. With a mere thud, the sound of a feeble collision echoed before fading into silence. Lin Tian glanced down at himself, then looked at Yao Ran with a smirk. Yao family head, do you have any more? Yao Ran's face darkened, for a single thunderbolt pill represented an entire year's worth of income for the Yao family. And he only had 2 in reserve, one for the day and one for now. How could there be any left? Seeing Yao Ran lost in thought, Lin Tian chuckled. So, it's gone? The young man was infuriated, his teeth clenched in rage, while Lin Tian maintained a smirk, stepping closer to the onlookers. Aren't you here to capture me? The group, who had previously been so boisterous, now exchanged awkward glances, their bravado evaporating. Lin Shan panicked, and her companions from the Tianyang sect appeared utterly petrified, as if confronted by a demon. Suddenly, Lin Tian turned to Lin Shan and said with a grin, Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Here is your chance, come at me. Lin Shan dared not move. Even speaking felt impossible, as though her throat were constricted. At that moment, a ball of fire materialized in Lin Tian's hand. He gazed at it with mirth, stating, You and your father are alike, persistently provoking me. If that is the case, then you shall meet your father. What do you mean? Lin Shan inquired, mustering her courage. Lin Tian cackled, Your father is dead, slain by my hand. Lin Shan's eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian then released the flame, causing Lin Shan to flee behind Yao Ran, who, in a fit of rage, repelled the fire with an overwhelming aura. This is my Yao family, Yao Ran exclaimed, his frustration palpable. And what of the Yao family? Lin Tian retorted dismissively. Lin Shan recalled her sect and attempted to intimidate him, stating, I am a disciple of the Tianyang sect's law enforcement division. If you dare to harm me, the Tianyang sect will not let you go. Lin Tian's peculiar smile widened. The Tianyang sect? Do you truly believe they can save you? If you dare to kill me, the Tianyang sect will not spare you. Lin Shan's confidence surged as she declared this, but Lin Tian burst into laughter. His laughter was almost demonic, sending chills down the spines of those with lesser cultivation. What are you laughing at? Lin Shan demanded, bewildered. Lin Tian's laughter abruptly ceased, and he remarked, The Tianyang sect is nothing but a trashy sect. Why would I fear it? He then swiftly charged at Lin Shan, who was paralyzed with fear. While Yao Ran's attempt to strike Lin Tian merely resulted in his own failure. At this point, Lin Shan had completely lost her backing and began to retreat step by step, pleading, Brother, please spare me. Brother? You certainly do not think so, Lin Tian scoffed, surprised that she would resort to emotional manipulation at such a moment. In desperation, Lin Shan retrieved a pill, her expression grave as she consumed it. Instantly, her body flushed red, and wisps of vapor began to emanate from her. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The soul-escaping pill. The soul-escaping pill is a forbidden remedy designed to swiftly detach the soul from the body. However, once the physical form is lost, so too is one's cultivation. What remains is merely a wandering spirit. Within a few days, if a suitable refuge is not found, that spirit will fade into nothingness. Such a pill is rarely used due to its perilous nature. Should one's soul be captured by a powerful entity, existence would become worse than death. Yet Lin Shan, not wishing to perish in such a manner and filled with resentment, took the risk. As her soul began to disperse, she contorted her face in desperation and shouted, Lin Tian, wait, one day you will surely regret this. The intensity of the threat took Lin Tian by surprise, however. It mattered little to him. No matter where the adversary fled, he was certain their paths would cross again. On the other hand, Yao Ran was astonished, especially upon witnessing Lin Tian collapse. With a furious glare, he exclaimed, "You fool! She is a disciple of the law enforcement sect of Tianyang's sect. Do you not fear retribution from them? I have already declared them worthless." Lin Tian's audacious proclamation left the crowd in shock once more. Yao Ran, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "Our grand formation possesses only defensive capabilities. You may exploit it, yet you cannot harm me. What use is it?" The audience found his argument convincing, and Yao Ran felt a semblance of dignity restored, even contemplating driving Lin Tian away. Yet Lin Tian approached an individual of lesser cultivation, seizing him and inquiring with a grin, "Where is your family's medicine storage?" An ominous premonition swept through the crowd, and Yao Ran suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. "What are you planning to do, brat?" Lin Tian responded with a peculiar smile, "Robbery." "Robbery?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone at the Qi refinement stage would dare to attempt a heist at the Yao family. Yao Ran, already furious, bellowed, "Who dares to speak such nonsense? I shall annihilate him." The man Lin Tian had grasped trembled in fear, stammering, "I want to say a word." Lin Tian smirked mischievously as a flame flickered to life upon the man's body, prompting him to cry out, "I'll tell you. The underground storage is behind the mural in the main hall." Lin Tian extinguished the flame, tossing the man aside, while casting a sardonic glance at the furious Yao Ran. "You, Yao family master, should blame yourself for injuring me earlier. It has ignited my fighting spirit. You demon." Yao Ran hurriedly dashed to the hall, positioning himself before the mural to prevent Lin Tian's approach. However, shielded by the power of the formation, Lin Tian effortlessly bypassed him, arriving at the mural. Yao Ran, seemingly realizing something, exhaled in relief. "This mural stone weighs 10,000 pounds. It is utterly impossible to breach from the outside." "I never claimed I would force my way through," Lin Tian replied with a sinister smile, then held a jade pendant against the wall, moving it around as the onlookers watched in curiosity. Yao Ran mocked, "You think a mere jade pendant can uncover the mechanism?" Lin Tian paid him no mind until he felt a slight increase in spiritual energy at a certain spot. Grinning, "There is a hole here." This hole was the eye of a lion in the mural, and without close inspection, one would fail to notice its existence, as both eyes appeared shrouded in darkness. Yao Ran's smile faltered. "So what if you've discovered it?" Lin Tian touched the hole, realizing it required a key, to which Yao Ran darkly declared, "The key is in my possession. You shall not obtain it." Little did he know, Lin Tian produced a spirit talisman inscribed with the shape of a key. A sense of foreboding washed over Yao Ran as he stared at the talisman in shock. The 10,000 Dispel talisman. 10,000 Dispel? The household servants outside were stunned, some standing in daze. "Isn't this talisman thought to be lost to time?" "It is not lost. It is said that only tomb raiders or esteemed individuals from the Heavenly Tomb Pavilion possess it." Some knowledgeable elders began to speak, yet there were skeptics among them. Suddenly, the talisman in Lin Tian's hand transformed into a beam of light that surged into the hole, and the next moment, the colossal mural stone began to rumble and shift. "No, it's impossible. You cannot possess the talisman of 10,000 solutions," Yao Ran exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the talisman unlock the seal. The onlookers outside stood in stunned silence. Lin Tian, unfazed by their astonishment, elegantly descended the underground staircase. Below, the atmosphere was illuminated by several lamps crafted from spirit stones, casting a flickering green glow around the space. Precious herbs adorned the area, each labeled with details of their storage dates and prices. Yao Ran, gripped by fear, rushed in, pulling out a Qiankuan bag, eager to collect the herbs before Lin Tian could seize the opportunity. However, Lin Tian, with a smirk, held the jade pendant and gazed at Yao Ran. "Didn't you say this pendant was worthless?" Yao Ran, momentarily taken aback, observed the peculiar jade pendant as it voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Enraged, he shouted, "Stop! Stop it! Stop! Do you truly believe that is possible?" Lin Tian replied with a sinister grin, continuing forward. Everywhere he stepped, the herbs lining the sides lost their vitality, leaving onlookers outside utterly astounded. Yao Ran's furious shouts and curses fell on deaf ears as he was unable to prevent Lin Tian's actions. Only when the entire basement's herbs had been drained did Lin Tian contentedly stow away the jade pendant, declaring, "This is merely the beginning. Can you not withstand it?" Yao Ran, his hair disheveled and teetering on the brink of madness, seethed. You scoundrel. Yet Lin Tian turned to a dark passage behind him, where the emanating spiritual energy piqued his interest, prompting him to exclaim, "There appears to be a small formation within." Upon hearing this, Yao Ran's eyes gleamed with hope as he shouted, "Aren't you formidable? Let us see if you can venture inside." "What? Do you intend to trick me into going there?" Lin Tian replied with a playful smirk. Yao Ran, sensing Lin Tian's understanding, scoffed. "This is my Yao family's killing formation. Without a cultivation level above the nascent soul, one cannot pass." Lin Tian, undeterred, chuckled. "Do you truly believe I'm incapable?" "Indeed, you are powerless," Yao Ran retorted. Lin Tian, however, pressed the jade pendant against the formation's entrance, causing all the formation's power to converge upon the pendant, leaving Yao Ran and the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. "What is happening?" The crowd murmured in confusion. Regaining his composure, Yao Ran shook his head. "No. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." At that moment, Lin Tian retracted the jade pendant and flicked his finger, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. He turned to Yao Ran with a smile. "You're still too immature to challenge me." With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Lin Tian stepped into the passage, while Yao Ran screeched like a pig being slaughtered. "No, don't." Yet Lin Tian harbored no sympathy. Upon entering, he beheld a trove of rare herbs, each over 1,000 years old. Opting not to use the jade pendant for absorption, as these herbs were exceedingly rare, he deemed them more valuable for alchemical concoction. Thus, Lin Tian produced a Qianquan bag and swiftly gathered all the precious herbs within. When Lin Tian emerged once more, the others had already vanished, leaving him perplexed. "What? Do you intend to keep me imprisoned here?" At that moment, Yao Ran was indeed outside, shouting to the others, "Do not let him out. Master, he can manipulate the surrounding formations. How can we stop him?" "Indeed, Master, he is so formidable. We should just release him." Yao Ran had already lost his composure, bellowing, "Release him? Absolutely not." With that, he led several individuals to scour the Yu family residence, ultimately discovering some spirit talismans affixed to the walls. With a sinister expression, Yao Ran exclaimed, "As expected, they are here. Tear them down." "Yes," he commanded, and as he proceeded to destroy a few, Lin Tian, feeling his power wane, could only smile ruefully. Realizing that this master was no fool, he understood how to dismantle his talisman array. Thus, Lin Tian produced another talisman and, as Yao Ran returned, quickly retreated to the side after opening the stone door. Upon seeing that Lin Tian's protective aura had dissipated, Yao Ran laughed triumphantly. "Well, how about that? No protection left, is there?" The onlookers grew fervent, shouting, "Capture him! Kill him!" Observing their raucous cries, Yao Ran became even more arrogant, declaring, "Do you truly believe I cannot see through your little tricks?" Lin Tian, however, lifted the talisman in his hand and smiled. "Do you think I lack other preparations?" As Yao Ran noticed the ancient character for Earth inscribed on the talisman, he shouted urgently, "Kill him! I command you!" But it was already too late. Lin Tian had activated the Earth Escape talisman, vanishing from his original position in an instant, leaving the crowd staring in stunned silence. "Master, what do we do now?" Yao Ran roared, "I must seek Master Yu." Upon hearing the name Master Yu, the crowd gasped in shock, with some even expressing excitement. "If Master Yu intervenes, that boy is finished no matter where he hides." Indeed, Master Yu, a 4-star spirit talisman master. Others were filled with anticipation. Amidst their fervent excitement, Lin Tian had already reached the outskirts of the city, perched upon a rock and smiling at the spirit cat beside him. "So, how well do you know the surroundings?" "At your command, I have surveyed the area and discovered numerous caves. As for where the Earth spirit may be hiding, that remains uncertain," the spirit cat reported without omitting any details. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian rose and declared, "I will seek the nearest cave. I need to prepare for the foundation establishment. Protect me." "Yes, my lord." Half an hour later, Lin Tian had ignited a fire within an abandoned cave. While the spirit cat lay at the entrance, guarding against any disturbances, Lin Tian glanced at the egg in his dantian and took a deep breath, smiling as he resolved to advance to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He produced a jade pendant, methodically gathering the fruits of the night's endeavors, while the egg, subjected to the continuous influx of spiritual energy, began to show cracks. As his cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, several fissures appeared on the shell. Having attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was time to use the foundation establishment pill. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. For the process of foundation establishment was akin to opening the spiritual eye, a vital source of energy for any cultivator, commonly referred to as the wellspring of spiritual energy. He retrieved an array of exquisite foundation establishment pills, crafted with his own alchemical furnace, each of high quality. Upon ingesting a single pill, it immediately activated the latent power within him, and the effects of the medicine took hold, causing crystallization to form around the barrier. This encapsulated the essence of the foundation establishment process, wherein the success rate of the pills varied. Low-grade offered a mere 10%, mid-grade 30%, and high-grade 50%. Remarkably, the exquisite ones boasted a 70% success rate, and with a stroke of luck, one pill could suffice. However, after consuming one exquisite foundation establishment pill, Lin Tian observed that the barrier had constructed less than 1/10 of itself before it ceased, akin to applying a coat of paint to a wall, leaving only a small patch covered. Puzzled, Lin Tian wondered if he had failed. Yet, to his astonishment, the barrier did not dissipate as it typically would after a failed attempt. It appeared to remain intact, suggesting that he could continue. Thus, he swallowed another pill, and indeed, the crystallization of the barrier resumed, rapidly covering 1/10 of the area until only 1/5 remained. Realization dawned upon him, igniting a wave of joy as he continued to consume several more pills. Eventually, after ingesting a dozen foundation establishment pills, Lin Tian's barrier had fully sealed, akin to a protective membrane enveloping his dantian, signifying the completion of the foundation establishment. Suddenly, the eggshell cracked violently, releasing a blinding white light that flickered across the barrier, overwhelming Lin Tian's senses and prompting him to retreat his consciousness. At that moment, Lin Tian sensed his cultivation advancing, eventually stabilizing at the early stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, he discovered that spiritual energy was autonomously emanating from his dantian. Peering inside once more, he found that the white light had dissipated, revealing a small green seed spiraling above his dantian. This seed emitted a faint green glow, with pure spiritual energy radiating from it. The purity was astonishing. Lin Tian was elated. He had never encountered such density of spiritual energy throughout his extensive years, regardless of the prodigies, celestial beings, or mythical creatures he had encountered. None possessed such a spiritual eye. Even the rumored divine roots that could manifest spiritual eyes had a purity of less than 1/10 of this. Lin Tian marveled at its extraordinary nature, realizing it was a phenomenal existence beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, as this was merely the foundation establishment phase, Lin Tian was certain that this spiritual eye was exceptional. Intrigued, he allowed his consciousness to permeate the spiritual eye, and a series of images flashed before him. The Reincarnation Slayer's Decision, Foundation Establishment Chapter. Had he unlocked it? A wave of joy surged through Lin Tian, for he had long sought the secrets of the Reincarnation Slayer's Decision, but could only ascertain its formidable nature. The only means to consolidate this spiritual eye was through the methodology of the Reincarnation Slayer's Decision. Now that the spiritual eye had manifested, Lin Tian was granted insight into its mysteries, stirring an uncontrollable excitement within him as he gazed in wonder. The foundational chapter is quite straightforward, discussing the spiritual eye known as the Reincarnation Spiritual Eye. Various forms of spiritual eyes are complemented by corresponding practices, such as spells, physical techniques, or even mental disciplines. Collectively referred to as the Slaughtering Heaven technique within the Reincarnation Slaughtering Heaven Decision. Reincarnation? Slaughtering Heaven Decision? Lin Tian suddenly grasped their meanings. However, what surprised Lin Tian the most was the realization that spells could indeed be combined with physical techniques. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine this, as spells require spiritual energy for invocation, while physical techniques do not necessitate any spiritual energy at all. Even the slightest trace would suffice to render the latter dormant. Consequently, when performing physical techniques, one cannot execute spells, and vice versa, leading to the belief that the two could not coexist. Yet, within this foundational chapter, the Slaughtering Heaven Decision documented a method for the integration of the two, allowing both powers to coexist under any circumstances once mastered. Lin Tian was thoroughly pleased and began to practice the fusion technique described in this foundational chapter. The technique was rather simple, especially given Lin Tian's prior cultivation experience and profound understanding of both physical and magical techniques. Thus, in less than an hour, he comprehended the essence of this foundational chapter. He demonstrated the shadow technique, a physical skill, while simultaneously invoking a spiritual energy shield, which is a spell. At that moment, Lin Tian resembled a resilient figure swaying with a spiritual energy shield, while the reincarnation's spiritual eye within him unleashed boundless spiritual energy. This harmonious interplay allowed the physical and magical techniques to complement each other's shortcomings, achieving a seamless unity of body and technique, which filled Lin Tian with awe. Moreover, this spiritual energy was colorless, marking the reincarnation's spiritual eye's most significant feature. This meant that Lin Tian was unaffected by any attributes of spells or magical artifacts, enabling him to learn any spell or utilize any artifact freely. The reincarnation slaughtering heaven decision truly deserved its reputation as the most formidable transformation technique in the world. The transformation technique evolves through practice rather than remaining static. For instance, at his current foundational stage, Lin Tian could access the foundational chapter of the slaughtering heaven decision. But upon reaching the Golden Core realm, he would unlock the Golden Core chapter. Thus, Lin Tian eagerly anticipated what form his spiritual eye would take at the Golden Core stage. Nonetheless, Lin Tian was confident that, despite being at the initial stage of foundation building, he would easily surpass other prodigies of the same tier. This realization brought him immense joy, and he exclaimed, "After countless reincarnations, my efforts in recultivating have not been in vain." Previously, Lin Tian had harbored concerns about whether his wasted cultivation would render his re-education in this technique a fruitless endeavor. However, it now appeared that such worries were unfounded, fueling his anticipation for the future, envisioning the formidable being he would become upon reaching the Golden Core, or even ascending to immortality or divinity. Just as Lin Tian was reveling in his triumph, the spirit cat outside suddenly emitted a peculiar sound. Lin Tian, intrigued, withdrew his spiritual energy and ventured outside. At that moment, he spotted the spirit cat holding a mud-like stone in its mouth and dropping it at Lin Tian's feet. Curiosity piqued, Lin Tian inquired, "What is this?" The spirit cat, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I was lying here, feeling uncomfortable, so I turned around and noticed this object has some writing on it." "Writing?" Lin Tian, filled with curiosity, picked up the object and wiped off the mud, revealing distinct characters embossed upon its surface, ancient scripts. Recognizing the ancient language at a glance, Lin Tian was taken aback, while the spiritual cat shivered with trepidation. What? The fearsome entities from the Great Wilderness Mountain? The mere mention of the Great Wilderness Mountain evoked memories for Lin Tian. In the past, that place was one that instilled terror in the hearts of many. For upon entering, one's spiritual energy would be completely depleted, rendering even celestial beings perplexed by its mysteries. However, Lin Tian was certain that the Great Wilderness Mountain was extraordinary, especially since a millennium ago he had encountered an individual emerging from its depths, a being endowed with the formidable wasteland body, capable of effortlessly vanquishing celestial beings using mere physical prowess without the aid of any spells. That individual had vanished, leaving no trace, and the Great Wilderness Mountain only became more enigmatic thereafter. Even after ascending to immortality, Lin Tian had longed to explore that place, yet opportunities had eluded him. Now, upon seeing the ancient script once more, his curiosity was reignited. The spiritual cat, however, was too terrified to speak, prompting Lin Tian to chuckle. "A mere stone has you so frightened? Where's your courage?" The cat trembled. "The rumors are too terrifying." Lin Tian could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, when encountering the wasteland dwellers, it was best not to provoke them, lest even divine beings be powerless to intervene. The spiritual cat nodded vigorously, though Lin Tian remained skeptical about the mountain's true menace. He yearned for adventure but knew he must first reorganize the Heavenly Water Sect and uproot the ancient Heavenly Alliance before daring to venture forth. Otherwise, it would remain a mere fantasy. Thus, Lin Tian pocketed the stone and, glancing at the spiritual cat, remarked, "I suddenly thought of something." The cat, sensing an ominous premonition from Lin Tian's smile, inquired, "My lord, what have you devised?" "What I instructed you to do with the mind link technique during the day. How did it go?" The cat recalled, "You asked me to track a burly man." "Indeed. Where is he?" "In a small house atop the mountain ahead." "But my lord, why do you wish for me to follow him?" The cat was puzzled. While Lin Tian replied with a grin, "He possesses a wasteland body." The cat was momentarily taken aback. "What? That hulking figure devoid of any spiritual energy possesses a wasteland body?" "My lord, you must be mistaken. I do not make mistakes." Lin Tian offered no further explanation and instructed the spiritual cat to lead the way. The cat, complying, began to guide him forward. Soon, Lin Tian arrived outside a house illuminated by light. There, he heard the cough of an elderly man, accompanied by the exuberant voice of Lu Da exclaiming, "Master, today I sold 1,000, and the seller mentioned wanting more. How many can you prepare for tomorrow? I am in the midst of it. I expect to manage another 100 bottles by morning," the elderly man replied between coughs. At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing a white-haired elder, appearing to be over 100 years old, seated before a collection of bottles. One hand grasped a bottle while the other held a spoon, currently in the process of filling the bottle with water. Lu Da, upon seeing the figure standing at the door, was taken aback. "It's you." The person who entered was Lin Tian, who smiled at Lu Da and glanced at the somewhat elderly man. "I hope I haven't disturbed you," he said. Lu Da shook his head and smiled, saying, "Not at all." However, the old man appeared somewhat displeased. "Lu Da, have I not told you that you cannot bring anyone here?" Lu Da's expression immediately darkened. I didn't," he stammered. "But how did he arrive?" The old man, now irritated, turned his gaze to Lin Tian. "Young man, what are your intentions?" Lin Tian looked at Lu Da and then at the old man, responding, "I wish to take him with me." Both the old man and Lu Da were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Lin Tian continued with a smile, "You must understand, he is no ordinary person. He possesses immense strength." Immense strength? Without the ability to condense spiritual energy, without the capacity for cultivation, he is merely a brutish laborer, the old man remarked coldly. Lu Da awkwardly smiled, admitting, "Indeed, I am just a simple man, and besides, I cannot leave. I must honor this elder." After observing the two, Lin Tian turned to the old man with a smile and asked, "You adopted him?" "Indeed. I found him one day in the mountains. He was likely abandoned," the old man reminisced. Lu Da expressed his gratitude, saying, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. No matter how much you offer me, I will not leave." It was evident that many had sought Lu Da, wishing to recruit him, but none had succeeded. Yet Lin Tian was undeterred and remarked, "You are an alchemist, and your cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage. Even if you were to pass away in 100 years, you would not perish, would you?" The old man's eyes narrowed, and an unusual aura emanated from him. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Are you in hiding or evading enemies?" Lin Tian looked around and laughed, while Lu Da remained completely oblivious to their conversation. The old man soon regained his composure and asked, "Young man, who exactly are you? I wish to take him as my apprentice. After all, he is a rare physique. With the proper martial techniques, he can enhance his longevity and not live like an ordinary person," Lin Tian stated emphatically. The old man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "You know he is a rare physique? How is it that you understand this while I do not?" "You underestimate me," Lin Tian replied with a warm smile. But the old man set down his spoon and stood, saying, "Most martial techniques have been lost to time, and those that remain are of little value to someone with his physique. That may be true for others, but I possess knowledge of numerous techniques. If he follows me, I can empower him to become a being even more formidable than an immortal," Lin Tian asserted confidently. The elder remained skeptical, expressing his disheartenment. Millions of years ago, perhaps the rare physique was unique, but today, spiritual bodies with roots and the ability to condense spiritual energy are the true path of cultivation. Cultivation is merely one path, and for those with rare physiques, a different route can be traversed, allowing them to become even more powerful than immortals, Lin Tian countered passionately. "How do you know you possess such power?" The old man's imposing aura instantly dissipated, causing all objects around to levitate. Lu Da, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. He had always perceived the old man as an ordinary individual, never realizing the extent of his terrifying capabilities. Observing the old man's intention to strike, Lin Tian inquired with a smirk, "What is this? Do you intend to take action? Did you not claim you wished to accept him as your disciple?" "Indeed. However, it remains to be seen if you possess the requisite ability." With a mere thought, the old man directed all the surrounding objects to hurl towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained unfazed, standing there with a smile as he observed the old man. However, not far behind him, the spirit cat stirred, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the objects in mid-air, rendering them into fragments or sending them flying. The old man's expression turned grave. "Who is that?" "Just a spirit beast I raised." Lin Tian chuckled at the old man, who then, filled with suspicion, pondered aloud. A spirit beast capable of such formidable power must surely be extraordinary. You need not concern yourself with its nature. All you must understand is that I possess the ability to enhance its strength, to make it exceptional. As Lin Tian spoke, He cast a glance at the hulking figure of Luda beside him. Yet, Luda stood beside the old man, unaware of his true identity, but still gazed at him with a serious demeanor. "My lord, rest assured, I shall not leave your side." The old man, despite wishing fervently for Luda to cultivate, felt helpless as he lacked the ability to teach him martial arts. He was also wary of Lin Tian's intentions. Casting a glance at Lin Tian, he contemplated taking him away. "Oh, there must be conditions, I presume." Lin Tian, observing the old man's expression, sensed that the matter would not be so easily resolved. Luda, however, grew anxious. "My lord, I will not leave." The old man regarded Luda, that foolish giant, with a resigned sigh. "Let us discuss this later." Realizing that the one who cared for him might truly intend to part ways, Luda promptly sat down, sulking at Lin Tian. "I want to go with you." "You can give up on that idea." Lin Tian, witnessing this, could only smile helplessly, while the old man, ignoring Luda's reluctance, focused on Lin Tian. "I will limit my cultivation to match yours, and if you can defeat me with martial arts, then I shall acquiesce." "Defeat you with martial arts? Indeed. Did you not claim to possess such skills? I am eager to see if you truly have the capability." The old man presented a challenge to Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter, prompting the old man to inquire, "What is so amusing? You truly underestimate me." "Oh, such confidence?" As the old man spoke, he adjusted his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Lin Tian smiled. "No need for the initial stage. The great perfection will suffice." "Great perfection? Are you not afraid I might send you flying in one blow?" The old man was taken aback, for great perfection was the final realm of foundation establishment, which comprised initial, middle, late, peak, and great perfection stages. "You must first be able to touch me," Lin Tian replied with a confident grin, compelling the old man to restrain his cultivation to the great perfection level of foundation establishment. With a wave of his hand, the old man sent a bottle flying towards Lin Tian, directing it with his will. Yet, despite Lin Tian having no trace of spiritual energy, he evaded it effortlessly as if he were a weeble, laughing as he remarked, "One is insufficient. Why not control several?" The old man, perplexed, attempted to manipulate a multitude of objects, yet the outcome remained unchanged. None could even graze Lin Tian, who had expended not a single ounce of spiritual energy. This left the old man astonished. What kind of martial arts does this young man employ to be so formidable? Meanwhile, Luda was also stirred, dreaming of a day when he could fight without relying on spiritual energy. However, Lin Tian not only demonstrated the shadow technique, but also shattered a bottle with a swift motion, his hand moving like a fleeting shadow, quickly grasping a shard while a wicked smile graced his lips. "Dragon Shadow Claw," he exclaimed, showcasing his martial prowess. So swift. The old man was astounded. Luda's eyes widened, his blood surging with excitement. Subsequently, Lin Tian seized the shard, flicked it with his finger, and chuckled, "Flicking technique. A form of martial arts as well." The shard zipped past the old man, striking the wall behind him, embedding itself deep within it. The old man gasped in astonishment, realizing that had it grazed his neck, he would have been gravely injured. Luda was equally incredulous, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. The old man, regaining his composure, turned away from Lin Tian and took a deep breath, declaring, "Take him away, and do not return." Luda hesitated, his eyes welling with tears, and replied, "No, I will not leave." "Really not leaving?" the old man questioned. "Indeed. Have you not always longed to cultivate like others?" "But this is not cultivation," the old man countered. "Yet it is still possible to battle those who cultivate, to become extraordinary, is it not?" Luda retorted. The old man, sensing the rising tension, unleashed a gust of energy that sent the large figure of Luda flying. Coldly, the old man admonished, "A man should not weep pitifully." "What is this?" Luda yearned to cry, especially after years of following the old man, who had become like a father to him. The sudden demand for him to leave was heart-wrenching. "Leave," the old man commanded, but Luda remained, lost in thought for a long while. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, intrigued by the bottles, inquired, "How did you come by these fortifying substances?" "I learned from an ancient book," the old man replied, seemingly calm but internally tumultuous. After all, Luda had grown up under his watchful eye, and to send him away was an unbearable thought. Yet, the old man understood that as long as Luda stayed by his side, he would forever remain a mere mortal, achieving nothing, and ultimately, he would age and perish. Aware of the old man's feelings, Lin Tian assured him, "Rest assured, one day you shall hear his name resound across the continent. I hope you keep your word." Otherwise, I shall seek you out even in death." The old man said fiercely, still turned away from Lin Tian. Sensing the weight of the old man's emotions, Lin Tian chose not to say more but stepped outside, reassuring Luda, "Once you grow strong enough, he will no longer be able to send you away, will he?" Luda was unsure whether Lin Tian was comforting or challenging him, but he felt invigorated and declared, "Can I truly become as formidable as you were just now?" "Absolutely. With your physique, you can surpass what I just demonstrated," Lin Tian affirmed with unwavering confidence. Luda then turned to the room, knelt, and bowed 3 times before departing, exclaiming, "Take care, my lord." With that, Luda descended the mountain, while Lin Tian left with his spirit beast. The old man stood there for a long time before slowly turning around, tears brimming in his eyes, and sighed, "Very well. It is time for me to attend to my own affairs." As Luda descended from the mountain and returned to the medicinal city, he felt a lingering sense of melancholy. Lin Tian, respecting his mood, chose not to intrude and promptly led him back to the Bai residence. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, Bai was quick to greet him, but his curiosity piqued at the sight of a large figure accompanying Lin Tian. "Who is this person?" he inquired. "My disciple," Lin Tian replied succinctly, adding that this was his first officially accepted disciple after his recultivation. Bai, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and extended an invitation. "Please, come in." Lin Tian, preferring to avoid excessive pleasantries with the Bai family, excused himself under the pretext of refining medicine and headed to his own loft, leaving Bai with no choice but to refrain from further interruption. In the loft, Tian Bing, who had been waiting, expressed astonishment upon witnessing Lin Tian's advancement to the initial stage of foundation establishment. "So soon?" Lin Tian offered no further explanation, instead directing his gaze toward the doorway. "Look who I have brought." "Who?" Tian Bing queried, perplexed. Lin Tian approached the entrance to find Luda sitting on the steps, visibly dejected. Upon recognizing the large figure, Tian Bing exclaimed, "Ancestor, why have you brought him here? He is my disciple and your Shishu, so treat him with respect," Lin Tian instructed. "Shishu? Ancestor, what is going on?" Tian Bing questioned, somewhat discontented. Lin Tian, eager to elucidate for both Luda and Tian Bing, smiled and explained, "He possesses the rare body, specifically a strength-oriented variant." "What? Rare body?" Tian Bing was taken aback, while Luda, uncertain about his own physique, turned to Lin Tian and asked, "What is the rare body? And what does strength-oriented mean?" With his hands resting on the back, Lin Tian began to elaborate. Millions of years ago, the continent revered body techniques, boasting numerous bizarre physiques, among which the most extraordinary was the rare body, often dubbed the king of physiques. However, with the emergence of the spiritual body, the rare body fell from grace. "Spiritual body?" Tian Bing inquired, while Ludu appeared anxious. "Does my physique still hold value?" In light of their concerns, Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. The spiritual body is one that can sense the ethereal energies of the universe. Most cultivators possess spiritual roots, which classify them as spiritual bodies. Additionally, some unique physiques can also sense spiritual energy, such as the common 5-element body and the rare medicinal body. However, they cannot condense spiritual roots but can perceive and cultivate in distinctive ways. Tian Bing comprehended the explanation, yet Luda still sought further clarification. Gazing at Lin Tian with uncertainty, Lin Tian elucidated, the rare body, conversely, cannot sense any spiritual energy. Thus, as the continent's spiritual energy has flourished over millions of years, countless cultivators have emerged, mastering extraordinary abilities such as mountain shattering and sky flying. The rare body, lacking the strength of these cultivators and with the gradual decline of body techniques, ultimately became regarded as a wasted physique. But fear not. With my guidance, I shall ensure you learn exceptional body techniques and undergo rigorous training. Upon hearing this, Luda sprang to his feet with delight. "When will you begin my training?" "Patience. First, let us discuss the categories of the rare body." Meanwhile, Tian Bing, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, "Ancestor, he has already become your disciple. What about me? Why do I still call you Ancestor?" "As the flow of water is the essence of the venerable Ancestor of the heavenly water gate, and you are his disciple, it would be inappropriate for me to accept you as my pupil," Lin Tian remarked with a resigned smile. However, Tian Bing was not pleased. Yet Lin Tian's reasoning held merit, and she could only express her frustration, sighing, "Well, I suppose I must continue to refer to you as the Ancestor." Lin Tian chuckled softly before elaborating to the two. The anomalous body manifests in 5 predominant forms: power type, speed type, perception type, agility type, and defense type. Ancestor. What distinguishes these five? Tian Bing inquired, perplexed, while Lu De was equally intrigued and asked, what are the differences? Lin Tian surveyed the two before continuing his explanation. Power type. It possesses strength far exceeding that of others at the same level. Speed type. Its strike speed surpasses that of its peers. Perception type. Its reflexes and evasion capabilities outpace those of others. Agility type. It moves with a lightness, exhibiting superior speed or jumping ability compared to its counterparts. Defense type. Its physical resilience is markedly stronger than that of others. Upon concluding his description of these five types, Lin Tian added, however, this is a comparison within the same cultivation level and body technique. Lu De and Tian Bing nodded in comprehension, while Lin Tian playfully remarked, it is said that the unity of the five bodies allows one to wield the heavenly anomalous art, surpassing any conventional spell. But that is merely a legend. Upon hearing this, Tian Bing retorted with irritation, to harmonize five different anomalous bodies, one must first locate individuals with the other four distinct physiques. Lu De, though somewhat simple-minded, understood the rarity of anomalous bodies. Even if they existed, most individuals, like himself, regarded themselves as mere mortals, making their occurrence exceedingly unlikely. Lin Tian was no stranger to this notion, particularly given that a millennium ago, he had encountered no more than 5 anomalous bodies, several of which were duplicates. The prospect of finding 5 distinct anomalous bodies seemed as daunting as reaching the heavens. Nevertheless, Lin Tian chose to dismiss such thoughts and, with a smile, addressed Lu De. You shall be known as my disciple from this day forth. However, every disciple must bear a title. What do you wish to be called? Huh? A title? But I have yet to cultivate. What purpose would that serve? Lu De replied, self-deprecatingly. Yet Lin Tian shook his head and, gazing at Lu De with a smile, stated, I, Lin Tian, am a strict master, and every disciple must possess a title, for you shall one day be renowned across the land, becoming a formidable sovereign. Emboldened by Lin Tian's words, Lu De awkwardly suggested, well, since you are my master, why not bestow upon me a title? Tian Bing interjected with playful mockery, Ancestor. Look at him. He's so big. Let us call him Big Blockhead. Lin Tian shook his head, hesitated briefly, and then proposed, let us call you Emperor of the Anomalous Ruins. Isn't that a bit intimidating? Lu De replied, feeling somewhat bashful at the titles of Emperor and Sovereign. Tian Bing could hardly contain her laughter, exclaiming, Ancestor. Are you trying to incite a riot against him? Whoever seeks to harm him, I shall retaliate against. Lin Tian's eyes glinted coldly, causing Tian Bing to retract her laughter. Awkwardly stating, Ancestor, I was merely jesting. Lin Tian then looked at Lu De with a smile, affirming, it is settled then, you shall be Emperor of the Anomalous Ruins. Very well. Lu De accepted the title, albeit awkwardly, and Lin Tian instructed Tian Bing to watch over Nagong Yin while he prepared to begin instructing Lu De. Lu De silently focused on listening, while Lin Tian meticulously explained each detail. In the shadows, Tian Bing observed with growing suspicion, pondering how this elder could possess such knowledge about the cultivation of the wild body. Unperturbed by Tian Bing's scrutiny, Lin Tian continued his diligent instruction. The following day, at the break of dawn, Tian Bing groggily awoke, while Nagong Yin also rose and inquired, Elder sister, why is it so noisy outside? Intrigued, Tian Bing listened closely and discerned laughter and chatter. Thus, she led Nagong Yin outside the attic, where they beheld Lu De, encumbered by a multitude of bags. Running in circles, Lin Tian lay in the center of the grassy field, seemingly asleep, while Nagong Yin joyfully dashed over, exclaiming, Big brother. Lin Tian sat up, smiling at Nagong Yin. Awake, are we? He asked. Yes. Nagong Yin nodded with a grin before curiously gesturing toward the running Lu De. Isn't he that uncle? What is he doing? He is training, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Tian Bing, intrigued, approached Lin Tian, seeking clarity. What is he training for? Weight training, a fundamental physical exercise. Lin Tian explained. Although Tian Bing was somewhat perplexed, Lin Tian, after a moment's contemplation, added, I shall concoct some physical enhancement pills to aid his training. Otherwise, the progress will be rather slow. Physical enhancement pills? Tian Bing queried, her expression one of confusion. Lin Tian refrained from elaborating further. Over the next few days, he immersed himself in alchemy within the Bai family, crafting spiritual energy pills and physical enhancement pills. The latter were consistently administered to Lu De, along with imparting some physical techniques. As for the spiritual energy pills, he distributed a few to the Bai family and the indecisive city lord, merely to placate them. Meanwhile, The spirit beasts continued their search for the earth spirit's whereabouts. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. On the 4th day, Yao Ran returned to the Bai family with a group, prompting Bai Yu to rush into the courtyard where Lin Tian and the others were gathered, exclaiming anxiously, "This is bad." Lin Tian remained calm, reclining leisurely, while Lu Da continued his relentless running. However, Tian Bing approached with curiosity, asking, "My brother, what troubles you?" "Well, the Yao family has brought a 4-star talisman master." "Master Yu," Bai Yu replied, his countenance grim. "A 4-star talisman master?" Tian Bing gasped, while Bai Yu continued nervously, "This Master Yu is exceedingly formidable, and the head of the Yu family is clearly targeting you." Tian Bing immediately dashed to Lin Tian, squatting beside him with concern. "Elder, this 4-star talisman master is no ordinary individual. Merely trash. Do not concern yourself." Lin Tian's succinct 8 words calmed Tian Bing's anxiety, leaving Bai Yu momentarily stunned. Furthermore, Tian Bing approached Bai Yu with a smile, instructing, "Go, tell the Yao family that they are merely trash. Our elder has no desire to engage with them." Bai Yu was left utterly speechless. Ignoring Bai Yu's astonishment, Tian Bing insisted he relay the message. Bai Yu reluctantly turned to leave, feeling a twinge of apprehension, especially considering the formidable nature of Master Yu, and inwardly lamented, what if saying trash incites their wrath? This left Bai Yu in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. In the grand hall of the Bai family, Bai Feng instructed someone to serve tea and water to the individual seated beside Yu Ran, his face adorned with a respectful smile. "Master Yu, please do not be anxious. I have already dispatched someone to invite him." "Invite? A mere cultivator at the Qi refinement stage requires us to wait for Master Yu?" "I must inquire, Bai family head, do you underestimate Master Yu? Or do you believe that lad possesses greater prowess?" Yaran seized the opportunity to sharply critique Bai Feng. Seated nearby was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, embellished with numerous peculiar symbols. His eyes were accentuated with thick lines, and his eyebrows were dark and bushy. His sleeves were voluminous, reminiscent of a theatrical performer. This man was the renowned talisman master, Yu Tianshan. Yu Tianshan was well known in the vicinity as a master of talismans, in Yaoqing and even in other low-tier cities. People regarded him with utmost reverence, showing him no lack of deference or daring to offend him. After all, for a 4-star talisman master, what was truly fearsome was not his cultivation level, but rather his capabilities and connections. Even though Bai Feng often clashed fiercely with Yaoran, he felt compelled to treat Yu Tianshan with courtesy at this moment. Particularly, when Yaoran slandered him, Bai Feng hastily clarified, "Master Yu, you have misunderstood. That master is an expert in alchemy, and is currently refining a spirit-enhancing pill. I feared the suddenness of it all, so I sent someone to inquire first." "A spirit-enhancing pill? A person at the Qi refinement stage would concoct such a thing? I say, Bai family head, do you think you, am a rustic individual, unfamiliar with the world?" Yu Tianshan suddenly opened his eyes, casting a cold glare at Bai Feng. Bai Feng, in a state of urgency, defended himself, "Truly, the city lord can vouch for me. Then I shall see what this lad is truly made of." Yu Tianshan remarked with newfound interest. Yet, Yuren scoffed. What could he possibly be? Merely an abandoned child brought in by a small family from Tianyang City. At this moment, Bai Yu approached, his expression far from pleasant, prompting Bai Feng's curiosity. "What has transpired?" Bai Yu appeared troubled, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, while Yaoran jeered, "What? Are you afraid? Too intimidated to show yourself? Or is he refusing to appear under the pretense of refining pills?" Bai Yu slightly shook his head, and Yaoran sneered again. "Fear is fear. What is there to hide?" Unable to contain himself, Bai Feng urged Bai Yu, "Speak at once." Bai Yu, feeling anxious, hesitated. "Family head, must I reveal it?" "Speak." Upon seeing Yu Tianshan, Bai Yu immediately felt disheartened. Yu Tianshan, with a piercing gaze, prompted, "Speak. I shall not devour you. I fear that should I speak, you might be displeased." Bai Yu cautiously preempted. Yu Tianshan chuckled. Yu Tianshan, a 4-star talisman master, have encountered many a coward. Do you think I would become agitated over a timid soul?" Yuren chimed in, "Indeed, Master Yu is not one to be so easily offended." Bai Yu's countenance grew increasingly grim as he stuttered. He merely said he yes trash. "Nothing to concern ourselves with." A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by Bai Yu's anxious breaths. While Bai Feng assumed Bai Yu had misheard and hastily inquired once more, "You must have misheard." As Yu Tianshan furrowed his brows, Yuren immediately rose, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare you speak of Master Yu in such a manner?" Bai Feng swiftly turned to Yu Tianshan, attempting to placate him. Master you, please temper your anger. It must be that my people misheard. I shall send others to inquire further. No need, I shall go myself. I am keen to see what he is up to. With a huff, Yu Tianshan rose and, instructed Bai Yu to lead the way. Bai Yu, now somewhat flustered, glanced at Bai Feng, who appeared more anxious than anyone. Fearing to offend Yu Tianshan, Yoran, however, glared at Bai Yu, demanding, "Why are you dawdling? Lead the way." With no choice, Bai Yu proceeded ahead. After a short while, the group arrived at the courtyard where Lin Tian resided, where they found Lin Tian and his companions engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Negong Yin and Tian Bing were frolicking about, while Lin Tian reclined and Luda dashed about, occasionally eliciting peals of laughter from Negong Yin. Bai Feng, taken aback by this scene, stood in astonishment, while Yu Tianshan's expression soured. Yaran, pointing at Lin Tian, exclaimed excitedly, "That's him. Look how arrogant he is." The commotion startled Tian Bing, who, upon glancing at the group, pulled Negong Yin closer, fearing for her safety. Yaran then called out to Lin Tian, "You there? Quickly admit your fault, or you won't know how you perish." To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian calmly retorted, "Mind your own business and don't meddle unnecessarily, or you'll find yourself disgraced. Don't say I didn't warn you." No one anticipated that Lin Tian would dare to threaten Yu Tianshan in return, and Yu Tianshan, never having been so humiliated, erupted in anger. "I have heard you possess considerable knowledge of spirit symbols and understand how to employ spirit arrays. Is that correct?" Lin Tian ignored him, igniting Yu Tianshan's fury. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a spirit symbol from his sleeve, inscribed with numerous sword motifs. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he clapped his hands, releasing countless swords that hurtled toward Lin Tian and his companions. "Luda, it's your turn," Lin Tian casually remarked. Without hesitation, Luda, who had been training, rushed to stand before Tian Bing and the others, his robust physique resembling a small mountain. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when the barrage of swords struck Luda, dissipating one after another. Yet, Luda remained unscathed, which filled him with elation as he exclaimed, "Master, I truly withstood it." Lin Tian, both amused and exasperated, replied, "If I dared to send you out, you would certainly be able to withstand it." Tian Bing, bewildered, asked, "Big fellow, were you not afraid at all when you charged in?" "Fear? Whatever my master commands, I shall do. What is there to fear?" Luda answered, resembling a simple-minded giant. Tian Bing, at a loss for words, could only look to Lin Tian and compliment, "Ancestor, you are indeed fortunate to have found someone so oblivious to danger. Do you even know how to speak?" Lin Tian shot him a glance. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Bai Yu exchanged glances, and Yu Tianshan exclaimed incredulously, "Impossible. You haven't even activated your spiritual aura. How could you withstand my sword spirit symbol?" Little did Lin Tian know that behind Luda, he chuckled, saying, "Do not speak of your one-star spirit rune. Even a 3-star spirit rune would leave no mark upon his flesh." This was inconceivable to Yu Tianshan, while Luda was filled with exhilaration, for he had never imagined he could withstand something akin to a spell. With fervor, he exclaimed, "Come, bring it on." Yu Tianshan, provoked, could no longer contain himself, and even Yao Ran, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire, saying, "Master Yu, look at how audacious these individuals are." "Audacious, is it? Then I shall employ a 3-star spirit rune." 3 stars? Bai Feng and the others gasped, while Tian Bing grew anxious, glancing at Lin Tian. "Ancestor, the sword produced by a 3-star spirit rune is said to possess power comparable to that of a perfected foundation establishment attack. Open your eyes and witness how your master withstands it." Lin Tian smiled enigmatically, and after a moment of bewilderment, Tian Bing observed the hulking figure in astonishment, wondering if, after just a few days of training, his body had become harder than stone. At that moment, Yu Tianshan, in a display of bravado, had already unleashed the sword from the 3-star spirit rune. However, this 3-star spirit rune required considerable strength, not something just anyone could wield. Thus, as Yu Tianshan held the rune in one hand and manipulated the sword shadows with the other, his hands trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Tian could only smile wryly. If he could not even control the rune, how could he dare to use a 3-star spirit rune? Was he not afraid of backlash? Backlash? The crowd was puzzled. Yet Yu Tianshan understood all too well that should the backlash occur, he would suffer severe injury. However, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Therefore, feigning calm, he declared, "Humph, I am a 4-star rune master. A mere 3-star spirit rune is well within my control." "Is that so?" Then why not let the sword come forth? Lin Tian laughed mischievously. Yu Tianshan took a deep breath and with a flourish of his hand, the sword shot forth, faster than before, resembling a torrential rain of blades directed at Lu De. Lin Tian smiled at Lu De, proclaiming, body dominance technique. Body dominance technique? What is that? The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Tian's words, staring in confusion. Suddenly, Lu Da's body began to swell, his solid muscles transforming into what seemed like blocks of stone, turning him into a small giant. The sword struck him, shattering into fragments and dissipating. Lu De remained unharmed, leaving the audience in a state of shock, particularly Tian Bing, who approached and touched Lu Da's muscles, exclaiming, Master Uncle, your muscles are so hard. Lu Da, astonished by the effectiveness of the technique, laughed heartily. Master, this body dominance technique is truly remarkable. You have only mastered the first level of the 9 levels of the body dominance technique. What is there to be proud of? Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. Upon hearing that he had achieved such might with just the first level, Lu Da eagerly inquired, Master, how powerful are the 9 levels? The 9th level? Haha. Even immortals would struggle to defeat you. Lin Tian's words filled Lu Da with joy akin to that of a child, while Tian Bing gazed at Lin Tian in awe, quickly asking, Ancestor, may I learn it too? You are not a wild spirit, and as a girl, do you truly believe this transformation is appealing? Lin Tian jested. Tian Bing immediately smiled awkwardly. Yao Tianshan, oblivious to the topic of discussion, observed the commotion but found it futile against Lu Da, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Yao Ran was taken aback, exclaiming, Master Yu, what is wrong? Yao Tianshan, suppressing his discomfort, replied, It's nothing, just some minor injuries. Yet, Lin Tian could not help but chuckle, a backlash from the spirit talisman. If it's mild, your cultivation will regress. If severe, it could leave your body crippled. Yao Tianshan's expression shifted in alarm, and he quickly turned to Yao Ran, insisting, Hurry, take me back to heal. Yao Ran, flustered and helpless, could only hastily assist the arrogant Yu Tianshan away. Bai Yu stood there in shock, while Bai Feng promptly approached Lu Da, respectfully inquiring, Who might this be? My disciple, Lu Da, though he is also known by the title of the Ruin Emperor. Lin Tian replied with a playful grin. The title Ruin Emperor left both Bai Feng and Bai Yu astounded, while Lin Tian reclined further, commanding Lu Da, Continue your training. Yes, master. Lu Da dashed off once more, and Nan Gong Yin cheered, Uncle Lu, go for it. Bai Yu, still dazed, remarked, Master, this come, let us not disturb the master. We shall converse outside, Bai Feng wisely suggested, leading Bai Yu away. Meanwhile, Tian Bing approached Lin Tian with a pout. Ancestor, I've followed you for so long, yet you haven't taught me anything. Isn't the water flow sword technique sufficient? Lin Tian replied with a smile, eyes closed. Tian Bing hesitated. But the water flow sword technique lacks power. Lacks power? You have yet to grasp its essence. But no buts. Quickly practice the sword. Once you can complete an entire set in 3 breaths, you'll understand its true might. Hearing this, Tian Bing could only acquiesce with an O, before picking up her sword and beginning her practice. Observing from the shadows, Bai Feng marveled. This master is truly formidable, able to cultivate such an extraordinary individual. But master, that hulking figure just now had no spiritual energy. How could he withstand it? With his physical body. What? Solely relying on his physical form? Bai Yu questioned in disbelief. While Bai Feng nodded, he must have cultivated body techniques. Bai Yu gasped, Isn't the rumored body technique ineffective? Perhaps it is. But today I have witnessed a terrifying body technique. Bai Feng remarked, astonished. Bai Yu was equally taken aback, and fearing to disturb Lin Tian and the others. Bai Feng hurriedly led Bai Yu away. At the Yao family residence, Yao Ran escorted Yu Tianshan to a concealed chamber, which contained hidden compartments. After traversing deep underground, Yao Tianshan was finally set down. His complexion was ashen as he lamented. My cultivation has regressed from the initial stage of the golden core to the peak of foundation establishment. This cannot continue. Master Yu, what shall we do? Yao Ran fretted. Yao Tianshan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Doesn't your family have a ghost doctor? She should be able to assist me. You know of her? Yao Ran was somewhat taken aback and cast a glance at Yu Tianshan. Did you think I would assist you for no reason? With no choice. Yao Ran hurriedly approached a wall and knocked on it a few times, causing it to open instantly, revealing a shadowy chamber. Within, there lay a dark medicinal pool, and in it rested a figure. This individual was none other than Yao Buxing, Yao Ran's son, and at that moment, needles were inserted all over his head. Furthermore, Countless ropes bound him to 9 surrounding pillars, which astonished Yu Tianshan, for he had heard of the legendary 9 nether soul summoning. Yao Ran nodded, his voice laden with anger. My son was slain by that scoundrel, yet it takes 7 days for a soul to reach the 9 nether. If we can summon his soul within these 7 days, he can be reborn. However, Yu Tianshan gravely remarked, it is said that after the 9 nether soul summoning, a person's character undergoes a drastic transformation. Regardless, as long as he can live, we can discuss the rest. Yao Ran gazed at Yao Buxing with hope. At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from the shadows. I did not expect anyone could recognize this. Yao Ran immediately responded with utmost respect. Mother. Mother? Yu Tianshan was taken aback. As an individual draped in a black cloak slowly stepped forth from the darkness. This woman, however, appeared emaciated, with skin stretched tightly over bones, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Yao Ran introduced her. This is my mother, Ma Lin, known as the ghostly physician. Yu Tianshan was astonished. It is said that the ghostly physician is a 5-star ghost doctor capable of soul summoning. I never imagined it to be true. The ghostly physician, however, humbly replied, I merely possess a modicum of understanding, but it is rumored that you died 20 years ago? I did not perish. I merely secluded myself with my master. Only recently. Upon hearing of my grandson's misfortune, did I return to employ the 9 nether soul summoning technique, hoping to bring him back swiftly. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Yao Buxing, filled with compassion. Yu Tianshan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure and complained to Yao Ran, with your mother here. Why not have her deal with that scoundrel directly? Why must I become involved? Yao Ran shared his thoughts, yet he understood that the ghostly physician would not act lightly. In a trembling voice, the ghostly physician replied, to perform the 9 nether soul summoning, I must not engage in any combat during this period, or it may disrupt my efforts. Understanding her constraints, Yu Tianshan urgently implored, then at least examine my injuries. Otherwise, my cultivation will continue to regress. The ghostly physician stepped forward, producing several needles that she inserted into various points on Yu Tianshan's body. His cultivation began to restore from the peak of foundation establishment to the initial stage of golden core. This, Yu Tianshan was taken aback. While the ghostly physician's peculiar gaze fixed upon him as she declared, I have temporarily restored you. Feeling an odd sensation, Yu Tianshan rose and moved. Sensing something unusual within himself, he questioned, what is this? Ghostly spirit needle. Hearing those words, Yu Tianshan's expression turned pale. Why did you use this on me? It seemed that Taoist Yu was also aware of its implications. The eerie smile of the demon physician sent a chill down Yu Tianshan's spine. He hastily recalled the rumors that the ghostly needle, when embedded in the body, could unleash the human form's ultimate power, yet with a grave consequence. A month hence, the body would decay and lead to death. Indeed, Yu Tianshan's complexion turned ashen with fright. I have no grievances with you. What do you mean by this? The demon physician grinned wickedly. For now, I am unable to act, so I need you to eliminate that young man for me. Furthermore, bring his corporeal form before me afterward, and in return, I shall grant you your release. Otherwise, your demise awaits in a month's time. You are truly malicious. Yu Tianshan cursed bitterly, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Yao Ran's expression darkened as he spoke. You must bear with this, Taoist Yu. Seething with anger, Yu Tianshan longed to confront Yao Ran, yet the needle within him rendered him powerless, and he could only helplessly sit down. That young man is hidden within the Bai family. How could I possibly contend against them with my strength? Yao Ran, however, gazed at Yu Tianshan with an odd smile and remarked, Taoist Yu, do you know why I enlisted your assistance? What do you mean? Yu Tianshan replied, puzzled. You are a 4-star spirit talisman master, capable of dispelling certain underground talismans or other magical symbols, correct? That young man is not currently utilizing any talismans. Yu Tianshan countered. Yet Yao Ran grinned malevolently. I am aware you possess a talisman known as the attraction talisman. Should you cast it upon that young man, he will instinctively journey to your designated location, will he not? Yu Tianshan was taken aback. How do you even know about the attraction talisman? I have heard whispers of it, Yao Ran replied with a smile. However, Yu Tianshan's expression darkened. The attraction talisman is something I stumbled upon by chance, and it belongs to the 5-star category. To activate it requires immense spiritual energy and a concealed location. Do you have such a place here? Immense spiritual energy? Yao Ran looked at the demon physician quizzically, who hesitated before responding. There exists a site near the medicine city, where a spiritual vein lies. Due to a cataclysmic battle among countless immortals years ago, it has since fallen into desolation, yet it can still gather some spiritual energy, and it is unlikely anyone would dare to enter. Yao Ran's brows furrowed at the mention of that cursed place. Indeed, however, the area is fraught with incomplete formations. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-harm, so you must tread carefully, warned the demon physician. After Yao Ran nodded in agreement, he turned to Yu Tianshan and smiled. Taoist Yu, please proceed. Yu Tianshan felt utterly helpless but had no choice but to follow Yao Ran as they departed. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was still engaged in playful antics with Nangong Yen, while Tian Bing continued her sword practice. As for Lu Da, he trained relentlessly, seemingly impervious to fatigue, consuming a body technique pill every half hour. However, 2 hours later, Lin Tian suddenly sensed a peculiar force enveloping him, only to discover a shimmering black rope had materialized around his right hand, resembling a bracelet, the attraction talisman. Tian Bing remained oblivious to the unfolding events, engrossed in her sword training, while Lin Tian rose to his feet, turning to Lu Da with a grin. Come, let's go for a run outside. All right. Upon hearing that Lu Da could venture outdoors, Tian Bing expressed her desire to join, but Lin Tian smiled at her, glancing at Nangong. Stay put and don't wander off. But Tian Bing was somewhat reluctant, yet Lin Tian's authoritative tone compelled her to obediently remain behind. Subsequently, Lin Tian led Lu Da out of the Bai residence, making their way directly to the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the periphery, Lu Da, puzzled, inquired, Master, what brings us here? Lin Tian, with a hint of a smile, replied, Someone wishes to engage with you. Instantly invigorated, Lu Da exclaimed, Oh, is that so? Let them come. Lin Tian, however, gazed thoughtfully at the thread in his hand, continuing to sense its guiding direction with an enigmatic chuckle. A 5-star spiritual talisman. That fellow is merely a 4-star talisman, Master. It appears he is likely concealed somewhere, harnessing a vast amount of spiritual energy. Lu Da, oblivious to Lin Tian's musings, followed as Lin Tian, adhering to the guidance, arrived at a disordered woodland, where he discovered a collapsed entrance. At that moment, the entrance revealed a narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Just as Lin Tian was about to enter, a spirit cat suddenly appeared. My lord, it is unwise to venture inside. The spirit cat cautioned Lin Tian. Curiously, Lin Tian asked, Why? What lies within? I have ventured into this place before, and it is fraught with incomplete formations. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise, the spirit cat replied solemnly. Incomplete formations? Lin Tian echoed. Indeed, and they are exceedingly perilous. It is unclear who left them behind, the spirit cat elucidated. Meanwhile, Lu Da glanced around in astonishment, pondering, could this be the Medicine Flame Cave? The Medicine Flame Cave? What does that mean? Lin Tian, unfamiliar with the locale, inquired further. Lu Da quickly responded. According to some storytellers in the city, thousands of years ago, there was a volcanic crater outside the Medicine City, abundant with unique herbs, hence the name Medicine Flame Cave. But why can I sense no trace of fire energy? Lin Tian expressed his skepticism regarding the tale. Lu Da continued, it is said that over 1,000 years ago, the Tiangu Alliance heard whispers of immortals vying for something here, and after a fierce battle, the cave collapsed, claiming the lives of countless individuals. Consequently, the Medicine Flame Cave fell into desolation. Lin Tian, surprised that a mere cave could attract immortals, felt a surge of interest, remarking, Immortals? Earth spirits? It seems what I seek may well be hidden within. The spirit cat, taken aback, queried, My lord, are you implying? You have searched for days without a trace of that fellow. It seems he has not ventured deeply inside, Lin Tian observed, directing his gaze at the spirit cat. Embarrassed, the spirit cat hesitated for a moment before admitting, Well, I indeed have not ventured in. Very well, you shall remain outside to keep watch while I enter with him. Lin Tian instructed, and with that, he led Lu Da through the narrow gap into the cave. The spirit cat, left with no choice, awaited their return outside. Within the shadows of the cave, Yao Ran observed the meditating Yu Tianshan and inquired, Taoist Yu, how goes it? They have arrived, and are but 100 steps away. Yu Tianshan replied, his eyes closed, one hand clutching a silver-white talisman. Hearing this, Yao Ran immediately cautioned the archers concealed nearby. Keep a vigilant watch. Should he enter, pierce him through. Understood. The group responded in unison, continuing to conceal themselves behind the massive rocks, fixated on the entrance. Lin Tian emerged from the cave, surveying the surrounding barriers, and, after reaching out to touch one, he chuckled, sensing that this cave harbored a remarkable history. Master, isn't this just ordinary soil? What could possibly be special about it? Lu Da failed to perceive any distinction in the cave walls. However, Lin Tian was acutely attuned to the essence of fire spirit, particularly the volcanic aura that permeated the earth over countless years. Even after millennia of sedimentation, a mere touch would suffice for him to easily sense it. This piqued Lin Tian's curiosity about the earth spirit, if it truly resided here. What secrets lay hidden within the cave that could captivate it for a millennium? With this thought, Lin Tian felt invigorated, exclaiming, "Let us venture inside and see." Before long, the two emerged from the tunnel, revealing to their eyes the figures of Yao Ran and Yu Tianshan, while the others lurked in the shadows. Yet, such concealment was no match for Lin Tian's keen perception. Unfazed, he stood there, smiling at Yao Ran. "Yao family head, have you drawn me here to challenge me?" Yao Ran, brimming with confidence, replied with a booming laugh, "Boy, without the Bai family and their talismans, your feeble body is destined for annihilation." "Annihilate me? You think you can?" Lin Tian retorted with a peculiar grin. Yao Ran pounded his chest and gestured towards Yu Tianshan, grinning. "With two of us in the Golden Core realm, we can easily handle someone as weak as you in the early stages of Foundation establishment." However, Lin Tian glanced at Yu Tianshan and noticed something amiss in his gaze, a hint of darkness. Curiosity piqued, he extended his right hand, and a flash of golden light erupted as he scanned the surroundings. "Heavenly Eye!" Yao Ran exclaimed in surprise, realizing that such a gift was often reserved for geniuses, and its activation bore risks. Yet, Lin Tian seemed to wield it effortlessly. Beneath Lin Tian's golden gaze, dark streams of energy swirled within Yu Tianshan, tinged with a faint purple glow. Subsequently, Lin Tian closed his eyes, allowing the reincarnation spirit eye in his dantian to release spiritual energy, replenishing what he consumed while activating the heavenly eye, without the exhaustion he experienced during his first attempt. Yao Ran mocked. "What? You think you can defeat us just by opening your heavenly eye? How laughable." Lin Tian, however, grinned sinisterly, a 4-star spiritual talisman master, yet controlled by a ghost spirit needle. How truly pitiable. At this revelation, Yu Tianshan's eyes widened in shock. You can see that?" Yao Ran, too, was taken aback, while Luda remained oblivious to the implications of the ghost spirit needle. Lin Tian continued. "The ghost spirit needle allows a cultivator to maintain their peak power, but the consequence is a slow decay leading to death within a month." Yu Tianshan appeared despondent, while Yao Ran encouraged him, "Do not worry. Once we eliminate him, I will assist you in breaking free." Yu Tianshan nodded gravely, yet Lin Tian chuckled. "Break free? Once wounded by the ghost spirit needle, unless treated by someone with medical skills of 7 stars or above, no one can restore you." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Yao Ran. "Family head, is this true? Do not listen to this boy's deception. He seeks to mislead you." Yao Ran immediately explained, while Lin Tian, with a broad smile, confidently declared that he possessed the means to extract the ghostly needle without causing any harm. This statement caused Yu Tianshan's eyes to widen with excitement, while Yao Ran panicked, asserting that as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could not possibly retrieve the needle and urged caution. Yu Tianshan found himself caught in an internal struggle, unsure of how to proceed, while Yao Ran, exasperated, demanded an attack. In that moment, countless arrows were unleashed, yet Lin Tian stood unmoving, grinning. Meanwhile, Luda had charged to Lin Tian's side, using his formidable physique to block each arrow. Witnessing this scene, Yao Ran was infuriated, scoffing as he challenged Luda's strength. Subsequently, Yao Ran lunged towards Luda, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent Luda staggering backward, gasping for breath. Lin Tian recognized that Yao Ran was ultimately at the Golden Core stage, while Luda's body dominance technique was only at the first level, capable of withstanding attacks below the Golden Core tier, but struggling against one at that level. Thus, Lin Tian instructed Luda to retreat, turning his gaze toward Yao Ran with a smile, inviting him to come forth. "How amusing," Yao Ran sneered. "If this brute cannot withstand my attack, what hope do you have?" Without hesitation, he unleashed another palm strike, radiant with golden light, intent on shattering Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's shadow technique allowed him to evade the attack effortlessly, returning to his original position with a smile, taunting Yao Ran to try again. Yao Ran, momentarily taken aback, roared in fury, while Yu Tianshan stood in disbelief at the sight of a Foundation establishment cultivator dodging the strikes of a Golden Core master. Overwhelmed by anger, Yao Ran disregarded Lin Tian's abilities and launched another palm strike aimed directly at him, desperate to obliterate his opponent. Yet, the shadow technique rendered Yao Ran unable to make contact, infuriating him further. "So you wish to evade? Allow me to demonstrate how you cannot escape my spell." At that moment, Yao Ran summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring numerous golden blades that hovered in the air, poised to strike. Luda gasped, "Master, be careful." But Lin Tian, smiling at Luda, replied, "Watch closely. I shall teach you a technique, a form of body skill known as the wall technique." The wall technique? The onlookers barely had time to comprehend before Lin Tian suddenly leaped onto the nearby barrier. As the flying blades approached, he deftly maneuvered above both Yao Ran and Yu Tianshan. The spectators were left in astonishment, particularly those hiding in the shadows, incredulous that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could traverse walls without the aid of spiritual energy. How is this possible? In their understanding, only golden core masters could perform such feats, relying on spiritual energy to do so. Yet, here was Lin Tian, a foundation establishment cultivator, accomplishing it without any energy. Leaving everyone bewildered, Luda watched with envy, thinking, "Someday, I too shall be like my master." Previously skeptical of physical techniques compared to spells, Luda was now invigorated, eagerly anticipating Lin Tian's next move. Lin Tian, having landed behind Yu Tianshan, prepared for his next action, while Yu Tianshan reacted swiftly, attempting to evade Lin Tian. Yet Lin Tian chuckled, asserting that if one wished to extract the needle, they must obediently approach him. Yu Tianshan's pace immediately slowed, his entire demeanor engulfed in hesitation, allowing Lin Tian to swiftly close the distance between them. Observing Yu Tianshan's loss of combat awareness, Yao Ran bellowed in frustration, "Why are you dawdling? Attack him." In truth, Yu Tianshan harbored a hope that Lin Tian would offer assistance. Lin Tian then pointed a finger at a specific spot on his opponent, from which a needle promptly sprang forth. With a deft motion, Lin Tian pinched the flying needle and tossed it aside, grinning at Yu Tianshan. Out of a total of 9 needles, one has now been removed. Yu Tianshan was filled with exhilaration at this spectacle, while Yao Ran, seething with anger, shouted, "You bastard! Get lost." In a furious rush, Yao Ran lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike to Yu Tianshan, determined to prevent him from obstructing his path. Having just had a needle removed, the somewhat weakened Yu Tianshan was sent flying, bewildered and demanding, "What are you doing?" Yao Ran, with a menacing glare, retorted, "If you won't help, then you shall perish." Yu Tianshan was taken aback by Yao Ran's ruthlessness, while Lin Tian perceived that Yu Tianshan still had some utility, particularly in his desire to uncover the identity of the individual who had inflicted the ghostly needle upon him. Yao Ran, however, paid no heed to the half-dazed Yu Tianshan and turned his cold gaze toward Lin Tian, declaring, "You, boy, martial arts are ultimately worthless." "Worthless?" Lin Tian countered. "Indeed, magic is the true path." After uttering this, Yao Ran summoned his spiritual energy, and numerous handprints coalesced around him. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "100 Hands Technique. You can execute the 100 Hands Technique? It seems you are affiliated with the Tiangu Alliance, am I correct?" Lin Tian's expression turned icy in an instant. Yao Ran arrogantly confirmed, "Indeed, my master is from the Tiangu Alliance, and my father is a high-ranking elder of a major sect within the Alliance. This is why my Yao family remains unyielding in Yaoshan City." "Unyielding?" Lin Tian scoffed. "Indeed. What of it? Do you have a problem?" Yao Ran boasted. Yet Lin Tian coldly replied, "I shall ensure you realize that no one can save your Yao family, not even the Tiangu Alliance." The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Tian's proclamation, for the Tiangu Alliance was the most formidable faction on the continent, with individuals from the 36 states fearful of crossing them. Yet here was Lin Tian, disregarding the existence of the Tiangu Alliance. Yao Ran, dismissing Lin Tian's words as delusional, mocked, "What capabilities do you possess beyond fleeing with a ground escape talisman?" "Today, I shall not require a ground escape talisman." Lin Tian responded with a peculiar smile. Upon hearing this, Yao Ran's arrogance peaked. "Then you shall meet your demise." With a thunderous shout, Yao Ran unleashed the 100 Hands Technique toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian, however, merely smiled knowingly. "You've been deceived." The gathered crowd failed to comprehend Yao Ran's implication, and Yu Tianshan, lying on the ground, remained oblivious as well. Yet, as the handprint struck Lin Tian's position, a brilliant light flickered, as if encountering an unseen barrier. Subsequently, a dazzling array of lights erupted around them, while the ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. A formation. There is a formation at that location. The drug dealer was taken aback as Lin Tian flicked a small stone towards a certain spot nearby, causing it to be instantly drawn in. The onlookers were utterly stunned, frantically shouting for a retreat. While the dealer wished to flee, Lin Tian chuckled, "You have triggered the incomplete formation. Do you think you can simply leave?" The dealer, fully aware of the dire consequences of activating the formation, abandoned any thoughts of killing Lin Tian and instead sought a swift escape. However, Luda obstructed his path, gripping the dealer firmly while the latter unleashed a flurry of attacks, various spells striking against him. Luda, though slightly discomforted, merely stepped back, leaving the dealer dumbfounded. "You monster! Throw him over here." Lin Tian remained unfazed by the surrounding formation, smiling at Luda. Without hesitation, Luda hurled the dealer towards Lin Tian, who quickly rolled and regained his footing, glaring at the flickering lights around him. You seek my death. Here's your chance. Otherwise, it may soon be too late." Lin Tian stood there, a bemused smile gracing his lips. The dealer, lacking Lin Tian's composure, hurried over to the injured Yu Tianshan, demanding, "Do you have a ground escape talisman?" "No, I don't," Yu Tianshan replied, his injuries rendering him unable to flee, especially while being gripped by the dealer, who was visibly frustrated. In a fit of rage, the dealer threw Yu Tianshan against the wall, the impact echoing, before turning his ire back to Lin Tian. "If you refuse to let me go, then I will fight you." He concentrated his power in his palms and launched a furious assault, only for Lin Tian to suddenly vanish. The dealer, gritting his teeth in anger, shouted, "Kid, if you have the guts, don't hide." "Who said I was hiding?" Lin Tian reappeared behind the dealer, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The dealer scrambled to his feet, on guard. "How did you do that?" "There are gaps within these incomplete formations. Once I slip inside, you cannot see me, yet I can emerge from other locations," Lin Tian teased with a laugh. "Impossible. Why can you enter and I cannot?" The dealer, still unconvinced, continued to charge around, but could not breach the so-called incomplete formation. Lin Tian chuckled. "I understand the art of formation traversal. I can freely navigate through any cracks in the formation." "Can you?" "Impossible. You are merely at the foundation stage." "How could you traverse any formation?" The dealer was incredulous. Lin Tian, unwilling to elaborate further, continued to sense the vibrations of the surrounding formation, swiftly slipping through the cracks and re-emerging elsewhere, delivering another kick that sent the dealer flying. Thus, Lin Tian appeared to possess a door of freedom, materializing wherever he pleased. The dealer, unable to predict where he would land, continuously struck empty air, eventually losing his composure and shouting in frustration, You rascal. Come out. No need to rush. Let us take our time." Lin Tian continued to toy with his opponent, leaving Yu Tianshan, who was watching from the side, utterly astonished. A mere foundation establishment cultivator was inexplicably outmaneuvering someone of the Golden Core realm? In the past, Yu Tianshan would have never believed such a phenomenon could exist. Meanwhile, Luda, standing nearby, excitedly shouted, "Master, go for it. Eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Yao Ran began to feel a creeping dread, yet was unable to discern Lin Tian's whereabouts, resorting instead to frantic roars. After a full quarter of an hour, a powerful flame erupted from the ground, causing fissures to appear. Beneath these cracks, it appeared as if magma was swirling. Yao Ran was taken aback and hurriedly leaped away, but Lin Tian grasped his hand, grinning as he said, "Come, let us have some fun down there." "No, I refuse. Help!" Yao Ran screamed, frantically trying to escape Lin Tian's grip. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was above him, applying forceful pressure, and coupled with the gravitational pull of the underground formation, Yao Ran was instantaneously drawn in. Furthermore, Lin Tian vanished from his original position. The fissures closed in an instant, and the surrounding tremors ceased. Luda, in a state of panic, called out to the spot where Lin Tian had disappeared, "Master, are you all right?" But no reply came, sending Luda into a frenzy as he began to attack in search of the entrance to this formation. Beside him, Yu Tianshan exclaimed anxiously, "Could it be that they were consumed by the formation?" On a stone pillar, Yao Ran lay there, drenched in sweat, his spiritual barrier rapidly diminishing. Lin Tian, seated calmly, gazed at Yao Ran with a smile. "Given the ferocity of the flames here, how long do you reckon your barrier can hold?" Yao Ran turned, panting, and demanded, "Why are you unscathed?" Lin Tian had previously studied fire-based spells, and with the Fire King present, these flames were akin to a boon for him. Moreover, the flames dancing in his palm began to shift hues, transitioning from red to green, then to azure, before settling on a brilliant blue. How intriguing. It has reached the azure stage. Seeing Lin Tian play with fire, Yao Ran grew increasingly anxious. "Who on earth are you? Why are you impervious to such flames?" "I am a master of fire. Do not underestimate these minor flames. Even if celestial or divine fire were to come, I would not falter," Lin Tian declared with unwavering confidence. Skeptical, Yao Ran glanced around, and as he noticed his spiritual barrier waning, desperation set in. He began to negotiate. Save me. I will give you anything you desire. Absolutely not. Why not? Yao Ran exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. Because you are a member of the Tiangu Alliance. Lin Tian replied with a sinister smile, flicking his finger as the Fire King perched atop Yao Ran's spiritual barrier. The barrier weakened further, causing Yao Ran to shout in a panic. Why? Why must you eradicate me simply because I belong to the Tiangu Alliance? It is not merely because of you, but because all who belong to the Tiangu Alliance deserve to perish. Lin Tian's eyes opened wide, resembling a deity of death. The Fire King, under the tumultuous emotional fluctuations of Lin Tian, grew in strength. In an instant, the spiritual barrier of the head of the Yao family shattered with a resounding crash, leaving him in a state of terror. No, Lin Tian observed as the man withered away, feeling no pity. At that moment, a flicker of red light emanated from the Yao family head, capturing Lin Tian's curiosity. He reached out, and suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the crimson glow, striking Lin Tian heavily, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. The red light then transformed into a spectral figure. This apparition resembled a human form, yet it was not a true person. Rather, it was a manifestation of thought. Through a special artifact, this consciousness could swiftly coalesce into a doppelganger elsewhere, belonging to the realm of soul entities, controlled by intention. However, this doppelganger was merely a shadow, akin to a fleeting silhouette, and when it observed others, it too appeared as a phantom. As soon as this specter emerged, it fixated on Lin Tian's shadow, demanding, Who has slain my disciple? It turned out that a trace of its thought had been left behind on the body of its victim. Hearing this strange voice, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Who are you? The specter could not discern Lin Tian's appearance, yet it was aware of his position. Do you truly wish to know my identity? Lin Tian replied with a smile directed at the apparition. The specter, filled with rage, insisted indeed. Reveal your true self. Although Lin Tian initially intended to disclose his name, he altered his approach and grinned. I am Lin Di. Upon hearing Lin Di, the apparition was taken aback, thinking it must have misheard. It retorted with disdain, Youngster, how dare you impersonate Lin Di? What? Is it not permissible? Absurd. Lin Di was an invincible entity from 10,000 years ago, long ascended to immortality. How could he possibly be here? The opponent remained unconvinced. Lin Tian, however, merely scoffed. I was unaware that your ancient, wretched kin would dare to slay my disciples and descendants in the lower realms. Otherwise, I would have descended long ago to ensure your demise 1,000 times over. The specter was startled, yet it still refused to believe, continuing to express its disbelief with anger. You think that just because you utter some words, I will accept you as Lin Di? Lin Tian, with an odd smile, replied, Is that so? Would you care to test this? At that moment, Lin Tian formed a circular gesture with his hands, smiling at the apparition. Have you heard of void annihilation? Void annihilation? That is the renowned killing technique of Lin Di, a terrifying spell capable of instantly obliterating any soul entity. Although the specter could not see Lin Tian's visage, the gesture he made was clear enough, instilling a sense of foreboding within it. Lin Tian chuckled ominously. Since you are aware, let me send your consciousness on a journey. Impossible. You cannot. You are not Lin Di. You are absolutely not. The specter vehemently refused to believe. However, Lin Tian gradually infused power into the circle. Yet, due to his relatively weak cultivation, he could gather only a limited amount of energy, prompting him to consume several spirit energy pills. At that moment, a black vortex appeared within the circle, spinning wildly. As the specter began to feel the impact on its essence, panic set in, and it desperately sought to flee this doppelganger, but it was already too late. Lin Tian cackled, void, annihilation, with a mere utterance. A formidable force emanated from that palm, followed by a dark vortex striking the ethereal figure. The apparition let out a wretched scream before gradually fading away. Its final words echoing in terror, Lin Emperor, the demon has returned. How is this even possible? The figure could scarcely believe that the malevolent entity from a millennium ago had resurfaced. Once it vanished completely, Lin Tian found himself collapsing onto the ground, gazing intently at a red jade pendant adorning the head of the Yao family. He reached for it, examining the pendant with a sardonic smile. I, the Lin Emperor, shall ensure that you live in perpetual fear. Upon concluding his declaration, Lin Tian transmitted his intent into the pendant and cast it into the flames, where it melted instantly. The owner of the apparition, the master of the Yo family, was utterly terrified upon learning of the Lin Emperor's return and immediately reported the matter. Soon, the entire Tiangu alliance buzzed with discussions regarding Lin Emperor. Furthermore, news of this event swiftly spread across various states and cities, becoming a topic of fervent conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood amidst the fiery mountains, surveying his surroundings with suspicion. The earth spirit must be nearby, he mused. After a considerable pause, he spotted a peculiar rock in a nearby corner, one that appeared special enough to float in the lava. A smile crept across Lin Tian's face as he exclaimed, "So, this is why you cherish this place. There's Flame Heaven Stone here." The Flame Heaven Stone is a highly spiritual celestial stone, rare even in the celestial realm, yet essential for the cultivation of the earth spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Tian leaped onto the stone, which floated on the lava like a small vessel, impervious to the searing heat. Crouching down, he focused on the Flame Heaven Stone with a grin. "Little one, come forth." The stone remained utterly still, devoid of any response. Lin Tian chuckled, "I know you are concealed within this stone." However, the stone remained silent, prompting Lin Tian to sigh in frustration. "In that case, I shall force you to reveal yourself." He produced several spiritual talismans, affixing them to various corners of the stone before settling down to wait patiently. After a brief interval, a brownish gas emerged from the stone, resembling a radish head, floating in the air with a disgruntled expression. "How did you know I was here?" it inquired. "Because I am more powerful than you," replied Lin Tian, grinning. The earth spirit, however, remained skeptical, asserting, "You will never capture me." In an attempt to escape, the earth spirit leaped away, only to find itself ensnared by a peculiar white light that enveloped it like a net, preventing its flight. The radish head became increasingly despondent, exclaiming, "Who are you, truly?" "A person who can make your name renowned throughout the world," Lin Tian replied, his gaze fixed on the earth spirit with unwavering warmth. "No, I refuse to believe it." Lin Tian, perceiving its disbelief, summoned forth the Fire King with a smirk. "Look, I possess the mightiest fire spirit in existence. And as an earth spirit, you should recognize it." The earth spirit sensed the extraordinary nature of the Fire King, but was reluctant to succumb to Lin Tian's control. Yet, yearning for freedom, it proposed, "Then, let us have a wager." "Very well, what do you propose?" Lin Tian inquired. Lin Tian was taken aback by the cunning nature of the earth spirit, who asked with a peculiar smile, "If you can carry this flame stone with you, I shall accompany you." The earth spirit wore a smug grin. Lin Tian glanced at the flame stone and replied, "The flame stone is a celestial gem that requires eternal nurturing by flames. Once severed from the fire, it will crumble into dust. Am I correct?" "As long as you understand," the earth spirit declared with an air of confidence, even calculating that Lin Tian would be unable to take it without its destruction. However, Lin Tian responded with a strange smile. "You might want to pay close attention." He then produced a series of talismans and began to inscribe them, leaving the earth spirit puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I'm simply adding a fire-gathering talisman and supplying it with some spiritual essence pills," Lin Tian explained while he sketched. The earth spirit assumed Lin Tian was jesting, but in the next moment, once Lin Tian completed his drawings, the talismans ignited in flames, and he tossed several spiritual essence pills onto them, causing the fire to blaze continuously. With an odd smile, Lin Tian looked at the earth spirit and said, "I intend to take it now. You should prepare yourself." The earth spirit was instantly filled with frustration, yet resignedly muttered, "What bad luck for me." The earth spirit then entered the flame stone, and with a peculiar smile, Lin Tian enveloped the flame stone in a gust of air and leaped onto a nearby stone pillar. Under the control of his thoughts, the flame stone soared from beneath the magma, landing beside Lin Tian, just as he planned to store the flame stone in his Qianquan pouch. A woman's voice shouted from behind him, "That belongs to me." As Lin Tian turned, he chanced upon a woman donning a bronze mask, who nimbly leapt through an opening. He caught sight of a black bell and a golden arrow dangling from her belt, eliciting a chuckle from him. How intriguing. Furthermore, the woman was enveloped in a cloak that shimmered with a faint brown glow. Upon landing before Lin Tian, she eagerly gazed at the flame heaven stone and exclaimed, "Thank you." Just as this young woman, in her 20s, was about to extend her hand, Lin Tian, with a mere thought, retracted the flame heaven stone. The woman immediately appeared displeased and began to argue with him. "How can you act this way?" "Young lady, did I ever say it was yours?" Lin Tian replied with a helpless shake of his head. The woman, hidden beneath her bronze mask, glared at him with discontent. "You clearly." "Clearly what?" Lin Tian interjected, prompting her frustration to grow. Swiftly, She produced a thin rope and bound Lin Tian, declaring triumphantly, "Now you shall see if you can escape my grasp." "Robbery, is it?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile, to which the woman unabashedly replied, "You could interpret it that way." Lin Tian sighed, pondering when members of the tomb gate would resort to robbery. Who are you calling a member of the tomb gate?" she retorted, denying the accusation. Lin Tian chuckled in disbelief. The night eagle bronze mask, the earth-escaping cloak, the guiding golden arrow, and the soul-binding bell, these are the 4 most commonly used treasures of the tomb gate. The woman gasped in astonishment, for the tomb gate had been reclusive for many years, rarely presenting themselves to the world, and now they had been discerned by a mere foundation-building cultivator. "Young lady, is it truly the way of your tomb gate's ancestors to teach you to steal?" Lin Tian observed her with amusement, recalling a grave robber from a millennium ago, who later founded the first tomb raiding sect, rendering him well acquainted with these treasures. Yet, the woman retorted, "Our ancestors are honorable. They only steal from the dead. How could they teach us to rob the living? Are you not doing just that?" Lin Tian remarked, glancing at the ropes binding him with a smirk. The woman gritted her teeth, yet her resolve wavered as she insisted, "The flame heaven stone was my discovery. It must be returned to me." Lin Tian shook his head in refusal. "Young lady, that is quite misguided. Do you believe I will toss you into the flames?" She began to threaten, while Lin Tian, amused by her spirited demeanor, inquired, "What do you go by?" "Since you already know my sect, I shall reveal that I am a disciple of the tomb gate." Wooing. "Indeed. It was my master who bestowed this name upon me," she proclaimed with pride, prompting Lin Tian to ask, "And what of your ancestor? Is he still alive?" "Our ancestor? He has long ascended to immortality, wouldn't you agree?" Wooing replied with a smug expression. Lin Tian responded with a soft exclamation, realizing this young girl had indeed transcended. "What do you mean by young girl? Who are you referring to? How dare you?" Wooing scorned, while Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. "Do you still dare to laugh?" As the dance of shadows intensified, Lin Tian found himself perplexed by the audacity of the young girl, who dared to mock his ancestor even while ensnared. "Little girl, your method of entanglement is woefully inadequate. I wonder how your master could have instructed you so poorly." As he spoke, Lin Tian contracted his form, slipping free from the ropes as if employing a technique of bone shrinking. With a playful leap, he emerged, grinning. "Did you see that?" The girl, Wooing, was momentarily stunned, her voice urgent beneath the mask. "That doesn't count. Let me try again." "You are quite amusing," Lin Tian teased, then bounded towards the pit dug by the opposing party. Swiftly ascending, Wooing called out in haste, "Don't run. Give me back my stones." Lin Tian had no intention of complying, and he dashed away, eventually finding himself at the mouth of a nearby withered tree, chuckling at the skill of the tomb raiders who had managed to evade even the underground formations. However, Wooing was hot on his heels, prompting Lin Tian to sigh. "The disciples of the tomb sect you have trained are truly a handful." Oblivious to Lin Tian's identity and thoughts, Wooing was solely focused on pursuing him. Lin Tian continued on his path, while Wooing clung to him, declaring, "If you don't return my stones, I will follow you endlessly." Lin Tian paused, glancing at her, and Wooing immediately pressed her hand to her heart, exclaiming, "You better not harbor any ill intentions. I won't let you take advantage of me." Witnessing her reaction, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Pray tell, who imparted this lesson to you?" "What lesson?" Wooing replied, looking foolishly confused. Lin Tian, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You people from the tomb sect are always like this." "What do you mean by you people from the tomb sect? Clarify yourself." The mention of her sect ignited a sense of honor within Wooing, compelling her to argue with Lin Tian. Unperturbed, Lin Tian continued on his way, playfully challenging her. "If you have the courage, then keep following." "Who says I lack courage?" Wooing retorted defiantly, persisting in her chase. After a while, Lin Tian arrived at the cave entrance, whereupon he spotted the spirit cat and remarked, "Take good care of this young lady." "Yes, master," the spirit cat promptly responded, invigorated by the task. Wooing, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, "What kind of spirit beast is this? Hey, don't leave." Lin Tian had already entered the cave, where Luda was frantically assaulting the ground but was unable to breach it, nearly driven to madness by his futile efforts. "At this rate, how long will it take to shatter the ground?" Lin Tian's laughter echoed from behind, startling Luda momentarily stunned. Luda quickly regained his composure, exclaiming in delight, "Master, you're all right." Lin Tian nodded, while Tian Shan, taken aback, only found his voice when Lin Tian turned to him. I I was spurred on by the apothecary clan to confront you, he stammered. I could save you, or I could choose to spare your life. But you must tell me one thing. Lin Tian fixed a serious gaze upon Yu Tianshan, asking, who issued the ghostly needle? Yu Tianshan promptly nodded. Ask away. I shall reveal all. As Yu Tianshan was taken aback by Lin Tian's inquiry, he hastily began to elucidate the matter. Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Tian chuckled, realizing that there was indeed an old woman lurking beneath the Yao family's domain. However, Luda was astonished. The 9 underworld summoning technique. This old woman is exceedingly formidable. He exclaimed, what of it? It is merely a soul summoning technique, Lin Tian retorted dismissively. Yet, Yu Tianshan continued. She stated that if you were to be killed and your corpse presented before her, she would grant me a resolution. Lin Tian scoffed. Her? She desires my body? Preposterous. My master is not someone she can simply kill or possess. At that moment, Luda regarded Lin Tian with profound admiration. Yu Tianshan, however, beseeched Lin Tian. I have divulged all that I could. Will you assist me? I can assist you, Lin Tian replied, but from now on, you must accompany me to the Tianshui sect and remain by my side. What say you? Aware that Yu Tianshan held a certain degree of influence and reputation, Lin Tian recognized that aligning with Tianshui sect would likely attract more valuable allies. Upon hearing the name of the sect, Yu Tianshan's expression faltered. Why Tianshui sect? He questioned. What? Do you have objections? This sect is rather insignificant. Not only cultivators at the golden core stage, but even those at the foundation establishment or chi refinement stages disdain it. Wouldn't my association with such a place render me a subject of ridicule? Yu Tianshan said, gazing at Lin Tian with trepidation. Ridicule? Fear not. Soon, many will be clamoring to join Tianshui sect. Lin Tian replied with confidence. Yu Tianshan was skeptical, his thoughts swirling with doubt. Clamoring to join an inconsequential sect? Only a fool would do that. Will you agree? Lin Tian was unconcerned about the other's thoughts. And Yu Tianshan, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. Lin Tian then assisted him in removing the needle and departed the location. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, they were met with the cacophony of Wu Ying's shouts. You scoundrel! You rogue! Come out! Master, who is she referring to? Luda queried, bewildered. While Yu Tianshan responded in astonishment, the individuals from the Tianmu sect. Lin Tian chuckled as he stepped out, addressing the young girl. You are quite persistent. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Wu Ying rushed toward him, admonishing the spirit cat. Your master has arrived. Cease your antics. The spirit cat blinked, stretched lazily, and reclined to rest. While Wu Ying, panting, muttered, what a troublesome spirit beast. It has nearly blown me away on several occasions. Is it going to continue pestering me? Lin Tian, with a playful grin, replied, Wu Ying, do not feign calmness. Let me tell you. Wherever you go, I shall follow until you return what is mine. Luda, perplexed, asked, Master, what did you take from her? It is not I who took it. It is she who seeks to seize it. Lin Tian sighed in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Luda stood up, glaring fiercely at Wu Ying. Hey, little girl, do you dare to steal from my master? Your master? Ha! You are amusing. Wu Ying retorted, resembling a lively monkey in her antics. Luda, confused, inquired, what is so funny? I find it amusing, you two disciples. One is merely at the foundational stage, and the other has yet to cultivate any prowess, yet you both exude such joy. Are you both unwell? The tears of laughter nearly escaped from Wu Ying. Luda, however, was not one to find humor in such matters and remained stoic. While Yu Tianshan shook his head in despair, marveling at the ignorance of the two, truly a fearsome sight. And who might you be? Could it be that you are the master of this young lad, this hulking ancestor? Wu Ying could not help but interject. Yu Tianshan's expression shifted dramatically. Master? How could you so casually mock him? Young lady, you must apologize at once. Master? Apologize? For him? Wu Ying vehemently refused to believe that Lin Tian held any merit. Yet, Yu Tianshan, unable to tolerate it any longer, swiftly approached Wu Ying, affixing a talisman to her back. Suddenly, Wu Ying found herself unable to laugh or even speak, her indignation manifesting in gesticulations towards Yu Tianshan. Yu Tianshan quickly turned to Lin Tian, bowing respectfully. Master, I apologize for taking it upon myself to teach her a lesson. Lin Tian, however, found the situation rather amusing and chuckled. This dumb talisman is quite entertaining. Yu Tianshan offered an awkward smile, while Wu Ying, attempting to pry the talisman from her back, discovered it was firmly affixed. Yu Tianshan laughed, young lady. This talisman can only be removed by someone of the golden core stage, and you have only reached the peak of the foundation stage. So you shall have to endure it. Wu Ying, furiously pointing at Tian, then at Lin Tian and Lu De, was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. Lin Tian, observing the spirit cat, said, "Let us return to the city." Lu De, the spirit cat, and Tian promptly followed Lin Tian, while Wu Ying remained silent. Inwardly cursing, "You rascals! I will cling to you." At that moment, Wu Ying stomped her feet in frustration as she trailed behind them. Lu De, puzzled, looked to Lin Tian and asked, "Master, should we send her flying?" "Not necessary. Let her follow." Lin Tian dismissed the concern, but Tian, perplexed, queried, "Master, what is your intention?" "I have my reasons," Lin Tian replied succinctly, silencing further inquiries. After half an hour, they returned to the Bai family compound. Upon seeing Tian, the Bai family was immediately stirred, prompting Bai Yu to come forth. "You, Master Yu, why have you returned?" Bai Feng also emerged, initially assuming that Tian had come in search of Lin Tian, only to find him silently trailing behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian, observing the two, remarked, "No need for such alarm. Quickly prepare some medicinal herbs for me. I shall refine for one more day, and then I must depart." "One day? So soon?" Upon hearing that Lin Tian intended to leave, Bai Feng's countenance fell. Lin Tian disregarded their concerns and moved towards the residence, with Tian following quietly, leaving everyone bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. However, what astonished them most was the woman trailing behind, her mouth moving as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Bai Yu attempted to stop her, but Lin Tian called out, "Let her come inside as well." Bai Yu emitted a sound and allowed the shadow dancer to enter, while Bai Feng gazed at their retreating figures, puzzled. Had the master of the arts truly been conscripted? It seemed so. He remained silent, not daring to utter a word, leading them to believe he had indeed fallen under Master Lin's influence. Suddenly, Bai Yu broke into laughter. The other guards found this situation astonishing, particularly given the esteemed reputation of Tian, which they were all aware of. Yet now, he appeared to be a mere follower of Lin Tian, provoking their curiosity. Meanwhile, within the manor, Tian Bing observed Tian's reaction and quickly pulled Nan Gongyin closer to prevent any rash actions. Lu De laughed, saying, "What are you so tense about? From now on, we are all allies." "Allies?" Tian Bing stared quizzically at Tian, who politely expressed, "I hope for your guidance." Tian Bing's face lit up with delight as he turned to Lin Tian, exclaiming, "Ancestor, you truly are remarkable. You managed to subdue him during your brief absence." Lin Tian smiled without speaking, while the shadow dancer, upon hearing that Lin Tian had subdued a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core, wore a puzzled expression. Nan Gongyan, however, curiously observed the shadow dancer, remarking, "Sister, why does your mask look so peculiar?" This prompted Tian Bing to glance at the shadow dancer with suspicion, asking, "Ancestor, who exactly did you bring back?" Upon hearing this, the shadow dancer immediately looked displeased, gesturing wildly. Tian Bing awkwardly concluded, "Ah, so you were mute." The shadow dancer was nearly driven to madness, stamping her foot in frustration. Lin Tian then turned to Tian, saying, "Remove her spirit talisman. You may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Do not disturb me." With that, Lin Tian made his way to the loft, and once Tian removed the shadow dancer's talisman, she immediately began chattering like a bird freed from a cage. Inside the room, Lin Tian summoned the earth spirit, smiling as he said, "Little one, from now on, you shall reside within the flame stone. But when I require your assistance, you must emerge." "No problem. After all, I am a trustworthy spirit," the earth spirit affirmed earnestly. Satisfied, Lin Tian closed his eyes, inspecting the seed within his dantian. Did it also require substantial spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation? He then consumed a spiritual energy pill, but the potency was swiftly absorbed by the seed, rendering it almost negligible. This left Lin Tian somewhat troubled, realizing that nurturing this spiritual would prove challenging. Yet, he was not one to be easily deterred. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to refine more spiritual energy pills and return to the Heavenly Waters sect the following day. In the courtyard, the shadow dancer quickly became acquainted with Tian Bing and even learned of Lin Tian's background. Upon hearing Tian Bing extol Lin Tian as a deity, she scoffed, "This scoundrel. Could he truly be that formidable?" "Indeed. If you don't believe me, just observe how Master Yu was subdued," Tian Bing replied with a smile. The shadow dancer remained skeptical, while Lu De continued his training undeterred. "What is that fellow up to now?" The shadow dancer couldn't help but inquire, prompting Tian Bing to provide an introduction. After listening, The shadow dancer, still half convinced, approached Lu Da and declared, "Come, let me test whether your physique is as solid as they say." "Nonsense, my master taught me, and it is undeniably solid." "Doubt it." Dance Shadow refuses to believe that this novice Lin Tian possesses such formidable abilities. After Lu Da performed the body dominance technique, he patted his chest and said, "Come, let me show you." Dance Shadow stared at Lu Da with an odd expression and then struck down with a punch. Crash! Lu Da did not retreat an inch. While Dance Shadow gaped in astonishment, waving his hands in pain, Lu Da chuckled. "Now do you see how formidable my master is? That has nothing to do with you." Dance Shadow continued to deny it, while Tian Bing, feeling no need for further explanation, was nonetheless pleased to have another companion to converse with. Yu Tian Shan observed the few individuals in the courtyard, glanced at Lin Tian in the loft, then looked at himself, pondering internally, what purpose does he have for us? Just as Yu Tian Shan was lost in thought, Baiyu appeared, brimming with excitement, declaring, "I have an earth-shattering piece of news." "What is it?" Tian Bing inquired curiously. While the others gazed at Baiyu with intrigue, Baiyu, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I've heard that the legendary demon king Lin Di from 10,000 years ago has returned." "What?" The other attendees, except for Lu Da and Nan Gongyan, displayed expressions of shock. Tian Bing quickly pressed Baiyu for details. "What has happened? Why has my ancestor's master returned?" Baiyu explained everything, concluding with, "It is said that the master of the medicine clan heard it directly from Lin Di himself. Is that true?" Tian Bing was the most agitated, while Yu Tian Shan was taken aback, contemplating, could this Lin Di truly have returned? Dance Spirit, however, expressed skepticism. If Lin Di has truly returned, he would have directly attacked the Heavenly Ancient Alliance by now. He wouldn't have remained absent for so long. Her words caused Tian Bing to deflate. That is true. If he returned, he would surely annihilate the Heavenly Ancient Alliance. Baiyu hesitated before saying, however, this is merely a rumor. And it was only what the master of the medicine clan heard, not something he witnessed firsthand. Tian Bing grew increasingly disheartened. So, does that mean it's false? At that moment, a voice came from behind. How could it possibly be false? Tian Bing turned in surprise to see Lin Tian standing there, awkwardly saying, "Ancestor." "What do you mean?" Lin Tian smiled. "I have met him, and everything I know, he taught me." Upon hearing this, Tian Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Otherwise, do you think I would have gone to Tian Shui Gate to help you with formations if I had nothing better to do?" Tian Bing, overjoyed, quickly seized Lin Tian's arm. "Ancestor, tell me, is this Lin Di truly formidable?" "Formidable? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? He is not a monster. Where did you meet him?" Tian Bing, excited, bombarded him with questions, and Lin Tian could only smile wryly. "Enough. When you meet him one day, you can ask him yourself." "Please, stop asking me. My ears are about to burst." Meanwhile, Dance Shadow mocked, "Kid, I've realized your talent for deception is truly exceptional." "Deception?" "Indeed, it is widely acknowledged that Lin Di ascended to the celestial realm millennia ago and was a figure of significant repute during that era. Yet, you assert that you are acquainted with him? You even claim that he imparted his skills to you? Is this not mere bravado?" Wu Ying seized upon Lin Tian's words, adamant in her critique. However, her assertions were not without merit. Even Yu Tianshan and Baiyu, present at that moment, found themselves swayed by Wu Ying's account. Tian Bing, however, remained steadfast, proclaiming, "My ancestor is indeed formidable and possesses the profound techniques and exceptional swordsmanship of our Tianshui sect." "Nonsense, I refuse to believe it," Wu Ying retorted. While Lin Tian, disinterested in engaging in debate, turned to Lu Da and said, "You, come with me." The crowd was curious about Lin Tian's intentions with Lu Da, while Tian Bing expressed envy, exclaiming, "The ancestor is about to teach him his powerful body techniques." Teach body techniques? In this day and age? Wu Ying scoffed. Yet Tian Bing teased, who was it just a moment ago that struck another with such force, nearly breaking their own fist? Wu Ying's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she recalled, "That was a mistake. Given another chance, I would surely make that hulking brute wail." "Oh, when he emerges, you might have the opportunity to try again. Let us see if I can." Yu Tianshan was taken aback to learn that Lu Da's body techniques were indeed taught by Lin Tian, while Baiyu, having delivered the news, turned to leave, no longer wishing to intrude. Inside the room, Lin Tian regarded Lu Da, who was radiating excitement. "Master, are you going to teach me something again? You have mastered the dominant body technique. At least defensively, you are sound. However, you have yet to learn about evasion and offensive maneuvers," Lin Tian explained. Lu Da, brimming with anticipation, urged, "Master, please teach me. I will instruct you in the wall technique, which you have already observed. As for the other, I intend to teach you the fist technique, but be warned, its power is substantial, particularly given your innate strength. Therefore, refrain from throwing punches recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you may inadvertently take a life. Upon hearing that a single punch could be lethal, Lu Da's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, is it truly that powerful? Indeed. With the strength you possess from the first level of the dominant body technique, even the simplest punch could easily slay a foundation establishment expert. If you enhance your fist technique, you could effortlessly contend with those at the golden core stage. Lu Da was instantly invigorated. Master, please teach me swiftly. As Lin Tian began to instruct, Lu Da, being of the primal physique, progressed rapidly, eliciting a sense of envy from Lin Tian himself. The prowess of the primal physique in cultivating body techniques was indeed formidable. At that moment, Lu Da, in a moment of carelessness, unleashed a punch. Despite standing 3 steps away from the wall, the impact resonated with a thunderous crash as it shattered the barrier. The resounding noise stunned those outside, prompting Tian Bing to rush forward. Gazing at the gaping hole, she curiously inquired of the already withdrawn Lu Da, Ancestor. What kind of power did you impart to him that allowed him to breach the wall? The dominant body technique combined with the celestial fist, Lin Tian casually explained. While Lu Da, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Celestial fist. So that is its name. Tian Bing, eager to test her own skills, quickly beckoned Lu Da. Come, let us practice. No, that is not permissible. Master said we must not strike carelessly, as it could lead to fatalities. Lu Da promptly refused. Tian Bing was instantly disheartened, while Wu Ying, engrossed in examining the wall, remarked oddly, this wall can't possibly be a fade. It was surprisingly easy to breach. Seeing Wu Ying still doubting Lin Tian's abilities, Lu Da prepared to strike, but Lin Tian stopped him with a smile, saying, no, otherwise she will be bedridden for half a month. Only then did Lu Da manage to restrain himself, while Wu Ying teased, Kid, I see you're afraid he'll be exposed, aren't you? Exposed? Indeed. Wu Ying fancied herself all-knowing. But Lin Tian merely smiled in resignation. He then instructed Lu Da, Tian Bing, and the others, you all wait for me here. This piqued their curiosity about Lin Tian's destination. Noticing Lin Tian attempting to slip away, Wu Ying immediately followed, insisting, you can't shake me off. Lin Tian chuckled silently as he strolled down the street, ultimately arriving near the pharmacy, where he turned to the standing Wu Ying and said, clear the way. Clear the way? What do you mean? Wu Ying looked around, perplexed, as they stood before a narrow alley. I intend to access the underground of that pharmacy across the street, which is likely 3 or 4 stories deep. Upon hearing this, Wu Ying immediately challenged. If you're planning to be a thief, why invite me along? Because you excel at digging, Lin Tian replied, grinning at Wu Ying. She promptly shook her head, declaring, I refuse to engage in such antics. Really? Yes, absolutely not. Wu Ying asserted firmly, while Lin Tian swiftly snatched the golden arrow from her possession. This left Wu Ying astonished, exclaiming, what are you doing? That is the golden spirit arrow of the Tianmu sect. With a single shot, it can create a tunnel. Lin Tian's smile deepened. Not expecting Lin Tian to be familiar with it, Wu Ying proudly declared. Then you must know that only those from the Tianmu sect can activate it. As an outsider, even if you possess it, you won't be able to use it. Watch closely, young lady. Lin Tian grinned mysteriously. Wu Ying, filled with disbelief, retorted, if you can use it, I'd gladly call you my master. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Tian began to chant an incantation, Golden Spirit Arrow, open the heavens for me. In an instant, the arrow shimmered with golden light. And Wu Ying's smile froze, her expression shifting to one of shock. Impossible. How could you know our sect's arrow invocation? Lin Tian offered no reply, continuing with a command. Descend. The golden spirit arrow shot from Lin Tian's hand, striking the ground and revealing an opening, akin to a pendulum burrowing through the earth. Lin Tian glanced back at the dazed Wu Ying with a peculiar smile before leaping down into the hole. Wu Ying, startled back to reality, shouted, Bastard. Tell me who you are and where you learned the arrow invocation. But Lin Tian had already vanished, following the arrow straight into the pharmacy's basement. Here, the scent of herbs lingered in the air, accompanied by a low, eerie hum, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As Wu Ying descended and observed her surroundings, she couldn't help but be struck with astonishment. What kind of place is this? Why is it so eerie? Lin Tian offered no further explanation, instead grasping the arrow and beginning to navigate through the underground chamber. Eventually, he laid his eyes upon the figure lying in the pool, as well as the 9 ropes. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ying gasped in astonishment, the 9 nether soul summoning technique. Lin Tian surveyed the area, his gaze landing on the eerie stone pillars formed from an accumulation of bones, and he chuckled ominously, "Come out. I am aware of your presence." Wu Ying, upon hearing a voice, immediately scanned the surroundings until a shadow emerged not far away, shrouded in darkness and drifting towards them like a specter. "Who are you? What do you seek here?" The shadow, revealing itself to be the ghostly medic, spoke in a chilling tone. At that moment, the figure in the pool suddenly stirred, exuding a presence, yet he remained with his eyes shut, contorting his face in agony as he uttered, "Grandmother, he is the one who tried to kill me." The ghostly medic cackled upon hearing this, realizing that a prey had delivered itself to her. "Prey? I must say, old hag, you overestimate yourself." "Oh," Lin Tian remarked with an enigmatic smile. The ghostly medic replied haughtily, "I am the ghostly medic of the Heaven's Ghost sect. Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" Upon hearing the name of the Heaven's Ghost sect, Wu Ying immediately grew wary, recognizing the sinister nature of their affiliation. "And who might you be to speak so boldly of the Heaven's Ghost sect?" the ghostly medic demanded, her eyes narrowing. Wu Ying retorted with a smile, "My master has said that the Heaven's Ghost sect has been feuding with our Tomb sect for millennia. Upon sighting, we engage." The ghostly medic burst into laughter at this proclamation. "Why do you find it amusing?" Wu Ying questioned, perplexed. "I laugh because you are a fool from the Tomb sect." The ghostly medic mocked. Wu Ying, incensed, replied, "Do you dare to mock me? Of course. You ought to consider my strength." The ghostly medic sneered, conjuring a skull in her hand, marked with claw prints. A skull? Wu Ying felt an ominous foreboding, while the ghostly medic produced a necklace adorned with 5 small skulls, each the size of a fist and intricately carved. 5 skull, ghostly medic. Wu Ying stated gravely. "Heh, little girl, you possess quite a bit of knowledge." The ghostly medic hissed with a sinister grin. Wu Ying quickly turned to Lin Tian, urging, "You have led me to this cursed place. Are those 5 small skulls really formidable?" Lin Tian inquired. "Indeed. In the Heaven's Ghost sect, the individual with the most small skulls possesses terrifying abilities. Upon reaching 5, one can execute formidable ghostly techniques and even summon wandering souls from the 9 nether realm." As Wu Ying spoke, her anxiety heightened, while the ghostly medic reveled in her superiority, affirming, "Indeed, little girl, I can communicate with the spirits of the 9 nether realm." Unexpectedly, Lin Tian dismissed her boast, asserting, "Do not mention the 9 nether realm. I could easily overpower it." Wu Ying, taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity, retorted, "You speak of the ghostly realm that rivals celestial beings. Just do not soil yourself in fear." Lin Tian merely smiled in silence, while the ghostly medic, uninterested in their banter, turned her attention back to Lin Tian, taunting, "Since you deem yourself so formidable, allow me to introduce you to my little companions." She then channeled her power into the 5 small skulls, preparing to unleash her ghostly technique. In a fleeting moment, a solitary spirit drifted nearby, resembling a shadow and radiating a crimson glow. Truly, it had arrived. The dancer, startled, caught Lin Tian's attention, who, observing her dismay, could only shake his head in resignation. "Is your bell merely decorative?" he inquired. The dancer, taken aback, glanced at the bell adorning her, her expression turning sheepish as she replied, "My master has yet to teach me how to wield the soul-settling bell." Lin Tian, momentarily stunned, managed a wry smile. "You haven't learned yet you carry it with you? It's the custom." With a sigh of resignation, he extended his hand. "Hand it over." "What do you mean hand it over?" She retorted. "The bell. Why would I give it to you? You don't even know how to use it." The dancer stared at Lin Tian with an expression of incredulity. Yet, Lin Tian was swift. With a dragon shadow claw, he deftly snatched the bell from her grasp. The dancer, momentarily dazed, exclaimed, "You stole my arrow, and now my bell." Nearby, the ghost doctor mocked, "Kid, that is the bell of the Heavenly Tomb sect. Do you really think you can use it?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Open your eyes and observe closely." He infused the bell with a surge of spiritual energy and whispered an incantation. In an instant, the black bell flickered ominously, and a resonant sound echoed, ding ding ding. This sound, akin to a bell tolling from the abyss, reverberated through the air, causing the 5 little spirits to shriek in unison before dissipating into a cloud of white mist. The dancer stood in shock, her voice barely a whisper. "Impossible. How could you wield the soul-settling bell of the Heavenly Tomb sect?" The ghost doctor, furious at the loss of his summoned spirits, spat, "You." Lin Tian, however, regarded the ghost doctor with a cold smile. "Are there any more? If not, shall I take my turn?" The ghost doctor gritted his teeth, glaring, I need no ghostly arts to end your life. With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards Lin Tian. Employing a shadow technique, Lin Tian evaded the assault, chuckling. Your mid-stage golden core power is rather underwhelming. The dancer blinked in astonishment, internally marveling at how he had accomplished that. His body swayed like a shadow. Not only the dancer, but even the ghost doctor wore a look of incredulity as he launched several more attacks, all yielding the same fruitless results. Frustrated, the ghost doctor seethed. I refuse to believe I cannot hit you. Subsequently, countless flying needles erupted from his hands, converging around Lin Tian, leaving him with no means of escape. Kid, keep dodging. With this many needles, where will you hide? Unless you transform into an it, taunted the ghost doctor. The dancer, observing the scene, was at a loss, while Lin Tian surveyed the surrounding needles with a wry smile, acknowledging the challenge of evasion. Good to know. The ghost doctor chuckled triumphantly. Now, surrender obediently. Lin Tian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his spiritual energy. Not only that, but he also executed the fusion technique from the heavenly slaughter decision. At that moment, he first unleashed the dominating body technique, causing his body to emit a series of crackling sounds. However, Lin Tian was not an ancient body. Unlike Lu De, he did not enlarge his physique, but he did become considerably sturdier. The watching Magi scoffed. You're actually using physical techniques. Do you think that will be effective? Wu Ying also deemed it utterly futile. Yet, Lin Tian unexpectedly conjured a spiritual energy shield beside him. The combination of the dominating body technique and the spiritual energy shield was simply unprecedented. Even Wu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. How could physical and magical techniques be executed simultaneously? Magi's eyes narrowed, as if he had discovered something intriguing, and he exclaimed, Kid, I find myself increasingly fascinated by you. Lin Tian, however, chuckled self-deprecatingly. My dominating body technique can only manifest one layer at the foundation establishment stage. If I could manage 2 layers, I wouldn't even need the energy shield to fend off your flying needles. Without the ancient body, Lin Tian's physique was relatively fragile, especially at the foundation establishment stage, where he could only manifest a single layer. Nevertheless, with the energy shield in place, he could easily disregard those flying needles. Magi, skeptical, sneered, how formidable can your foundation establishment stage energy shield truly be? Give it a try. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, prompting Magi to retort coldly. You are courting death. Immediately, the flying needles assailed the energy shield from all directions, while Wu Ying anticipated that the shield would shatter instantly. To her astonishment, the energy shield held for quite some time, absorbing most of the impact from the needles. When the shield finally broke, the needles struck Lin Tian as if they were mere pebbles, causing no harm whatsoever. Instead, they fell to the ground, dissolving into nothingness, leaving Wu Ying utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lin Tian secretly rejoiced, realizing that the spiritual energy released by the reincarnation it was indeed extraordinary. Even the energy shield was vastly superior to a regular one. Magi began to feel anxious, snorting defiantly, I don't believe in the supernatural. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of black energy, striking Lin Tian's energy shield with a resounding impact. The shield trembled and vanished. Yet the residual force did not cause Lin Tian to budge an inch. Lin Tian merely brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled. Old hack, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, it's my turn. Magi ominously retorted. Do you think you can touch me? Lin Tian responded with a peculiar smile, then produced several spiritual energy pills from his hand, prompting Magi to exclaim, What are those? Spiritual energy pills. Spiritual energy pills? You plan to use them to attack me? Aha. Magi laughed mockingly, while Wu Ying chimed in, Kid, each spiritual energy pill is worth millions of spirit stones. Using a few to strike someone is just a waste of money. A waste? That is your ignorance. Lin Tian replied with a smirk. Wu Ying countered. I've never seen anyone use spiritual energy pills as weapons. Watch closely. At that moment, Lin Tian opened his palm, and the Fire King emerged, beginning to devour the spiritual energy pills. Upon witnessing Lin Tian engulfing the spirit energy pill in flames, the ghostly physician mocked. You think a mere flicker of flame can contend with me? Indeed, it is insignificant. Yet, Lin Tian spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and quietly mused that now, having reached the foundation establishment stage, he must possess ample spirit energy to execute the fire shadow technique. This technique, a premier fire-based spell and second only to celestial arts, was far more formidable than ordinary, spiritual, or treasure-level spells. As that small flame unexpectedly transformed into a towering figure, the ghostly physician was momentarily stunned. A small flame has become a person? She stammered. After a brief pause, she scoffed. It's merely a fire apparition. What is so special about it? Lin Tian chuckled. Ignorance. With a mere thought, he commanded the fire figure to charge forward with astonishing speed, swiftly morphing into a sea of flames upon reaching the ghostly physician. She immediately erupted into a cacophony of curses, exclaiming, "What sort of cursed flames are these?" Lin Tian then tossed several spirit energy pills into the inferno, causing the flames to swell and change color. Witnessing this, the shadow dancer gasped, muttering to herself, he is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet he wields spirit energy pills to nearly obliterate a golden core practitioner? After struggling for some time, the ghostly physician finally broke free from the flames. Though her body was charred and emaciated, the shadow dancer was left astounded, while Lin Tian smiled. Practicing the ghostly arts has rendered her a mere shell of herself. The ghostly physician, now exceedingly weak, remained defiant, panting, "You think you've won? Is there no recourse for me?" Gritting her teeth, she trembled as she produced a small figurine, whispering incantations under her breath. Instantly, 9 ropes emitted eerie sounds, and the medicinal figure groaned before letting out a piercing scream. The shadow dancer covered her ears in fright, while Lin Tian stared at the medicinal figure, astonished by its power. The medicinal figure stood upright, its eyes wide open, completely transformed. It swiftly severed the 9 ropes and leaped to the ghostly physician's side, seizing her and vanishing like a shadow. Such speed! Lin Tian marveled. While the shadow dancer, noticing Lin Tian's stillness, urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue. You think you can catch up to someone who is half human, half ghost, possessing agility rivaling that of a perfected golden core practitioner? Is that feasible?" Lin Tian scrutinized the shadow dancer. She hesitated before replying, "Well, I'm not in the mood to chase." With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Tian declared, "Let us go." Afterward, he retraced his steps in the shadow dancer. Observing Lin Tian's retreating figure, pondered in silence, is he truly that formidable? Lin Tian paid no heed to her thoughts. Once outside, he returned the arrows and bells to their rightful owner before heading back to the Bai family. Upon reaching the loft of the Bai residence, the shadow dancer pulled Tian Bing aside and whispered, "Is this guy truly powerful?" Tian Bing chuckled, "What? Are you swayed by his abilities?" "Not at all. I'm merely curious." The shadow dance vehemently refused to acknowledge the situation, while Tian Bing, with a curious smile, inquired, "Pray tell, where did you just venture? It appears your demeanor has shifted upon your return." "I did not perceive any change in him." Shadow Dance staunchly denied any wrongdoing. Yet, Tian Bing maintained an amused expression. Recalling, in the past, I, too, held him in disdain, but over time, I have come to realize he is indeed formidable. Furthermore, when he loses his temper, he can be quite fearsome. Loses his temper? Indeed. Anyone who provokes that young lady will find themselves in grave trouble. Tian Bing gestured towards the gleefully frolicking Nangong Yen. Shadow Dance asked with intrigue, "Is she a bastard child?" "You are overthinking it. She has only just come of age." After a brief moment, Shadow Dance observed the running Lu Da and, as if struck by inspiration, questioned, "How is it that he can wield both martial and magical arts simultaneously? That seems improbable." Tian Bing, having never witnessed such a feat, was skeptical, while Shadow Dance, having seen it firsthand, hesitated to admit her astonishment. Instead, she gazed silently at the loft, resolutely declaring to herself, "I must uncover the truth. Who are you really? How do you possess the ultimate techniques of my Tianmu sect?" The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Tian and his companions, under the auspices of the Bai family, departed from the Medicine City. Their grand procession made its way back to Tian Shui's sect. However, as they neared their destination, they encountered a group of disciples from the Tianyang sect's enforcement division. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a shaved head in the initial stage of the golden core, his thick eyebrows giving him a menacing countenance. "Brat, did you slay our Lin Shimi from Tianyang sect?" The disciples promptly surrounded the group, believing Lin Tian would cower in fear. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and replied, "So what if I did?" The bald man's expression darkened. "You possess quite the audacity to kill one of our own. Are you unaware of the might of Tianyang sect?" Lin Tian remained silent, prompting Tian Bing to curiously ask, "Ancestor, did you truly kill Lin Shan?" "Close enough." Lin Tian offered no further clarification. Tian Bing inhaled sharply, while Shadow Dance turned to Lin Tian and warned, "Now you're doomed. You have offended Tianyang sect." The bald leader, reveling in his authority, declared, "Brat, you now have two choices. Accompany us to Tianyang's sect for punishment, or die right here." "Punishment? With your level? You're even inferior to my disciple." Lin Tian scoffed coldly. Immediately, Luda stepped forward, glaring at the bald man and bellowing, "Dare to capture my master? Do you believe I cannot send you flying with a single punch? You? Lacking even a trace of spiritual energy, and you think you can throw me? How ridiculous." The bald man mocked. Little did he know, his fate was about to take a turn for the worse. Leaving the Tianyang disciples and even those from the Yutian mountain bewildered, Luda, without hesitation, activated his body dominance technique, followed by the heavenly fist. And Lin Tian made no move to intervene. With that, Luda delivered a single punch. The self-proclaimed powerful bald man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree several dozen paces away, which subsequently splintered under the impact. The onlookers were left in shock, while the Enforcement Division disciples, utterly astonished, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Senior brother, light senior brother, are you all right?" As the bald man was helped to his feet, a stream of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, and the chaotic energies within him left him pale with fear. "Let us go, quickly," urged his companions, who hastily assisted him away. Meanwhile, Tian Bing exclaimed in awe, "Your punch is truly terrifying." Wu Ying, taken aback, pondered the might of such physical prowess. Nan Gong Yin, filled with excitement, clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Uncle Ru, you are truly remarkable." Ruda himself was astonished by the devastating effect of his punch, while Lin Tian wore a confident smile and declared, "Let us move." "Yes." The group promptly set off, but Yutian Shan suddenly felt a chill run down his back, his heart racing as he thought, "I'm fortunate not to have provoked them. That punch could have been fatal." Lin Tian, however, had anticipated this outcome and joyfully led the group back to Tian Shui Min, instructing Mu Dong to take Yutian Shan to teach everyone the art of spirit talisman carving. Initially, the others assumed he had merely brought back an ordinary individual. But when they discovered he was a 4-star spirit talisman master, the entire Tian Shui Min erupted with excitement. Ancient figures, having heard of this, took the opportunity to witness it, shocking even the venerable members of Tian Shui Min and the 3 oddities of Tian Shui. Lin Tian settled Ruda at Tian Xian Mountain to practice alongside Nan Gong Yin, while Tian Bing clung to Lin Tian, pleading, "Master, look how formidable this big fellow has become. You must teach me some skills as well." Lin Tian scrutinized Tian Bing and inquired, "How is your swordsmanship progressing?" Tian Bing, feeling disheartened, responded, "I've practiced the sword technique repeatedly and can now execute a full set within 3 breaths, but it lacks power." "Oh, is that so? Show me," commanded Lin Tian. Tian Bing promptly picked up her sword and began to dance with it. Her speed markedly improved compared to before. Wu Ying observed their every move in silence. After watching Tian Bing's swordplay, Lin Tian remarked, "The techniques are there, but you still lack the sword's momentum." Tian Bing, puzzled, asked, "Momentum? What is that?" Lin Tian explained, "It is the aura. You have only recently established your foundation. I suspect you have yet to learn about mental control." Tian Bing's face flushed red with embarrassment as she admitted, "You're right. I just established my foundation not long ago, and truly haven't learned anything." "Very well. I shall teach you a form of mental control," Lin Tian offered. "Mental control? What exactly is that?" Tian Bing was confused, prompting Lin Tian to smile and ask, "Have you heard of sword control techniques?" "Sword control? I know about that, but is it really the same as mental control?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively, explaining, "Mental control encompasses not only controlling a sword, but also manipulating magical artifacts and even retrieving objects from a distance. It is all rooted in mental control." Tian Bing found this concept relatively easy to grasp, yet upon reaching the foundation stage, no one had taught her, leaving her feeling like a blind person, possessing strength but unaware of how to wield it. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to impart to her the principles of mental control, specifically a technique called mastery of all things. The essence of mastery of all things is straightforward. It allows one to command any object, from a mere needle to magical artifacts and even mountains and stones. This technique consists of 36 realms, each more formidable than the last, with the first 12 realms termed the self-object realm, the next 12 as the object others realm, and the final 12 known as the object all realm. Tian Bing listened in a daze, pondering the concepts of self and other, the myriad realms of existence. "Master, what do these terms mean?" The realm of self pertains to controlling one's own treasures or unclaimed items, while the realm of others allows one to influence the possessions of another, albeit without the full potency of the original owner's treasures. as they are already claimed by someone else and can merely be utilized. Is it truly that formidable? Tian Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wu Ying could no longer contain her skepticism. She found Lin Tian's mastery over all things too enigmatic. You claim to control the possessions of others? Very well. I possess the golden spirit arrow. If you can, stand there and take it from me without moving. As she spoke, she wielded the golden spirit arrow, which shimmered with golden light. It was evident that not only could one not retrieve it from afar, but even attempting to seize it directly would be futile, as the arrow had already recognized its master. Tian Bing turned her eager gaze towards Lin Tian, who responded with a peculiar smile, extending his hand as the arrow gradually drifted from Wu Ying's grasp. Wu Ying gasped in disbelief. Impossible. That is my arrow. Yet, Tian Bing exclaimed in delight, Master, you are truly remarkable. You can even retrieve the possessions of others from a distance. This is the realm of others. Lin Tian replied with an enigmatic smile. With a firm grasp, he drew the arrow completely into his palm. Tian Bing, radiating excitement, asked, Master, does this mean you can freely take anyone's treasures? Not necessarily. If the other possesses strong control and formidable cultivation, I would find it impossible to exert my influence. Lin Tian replied with a wry smile. What about hers? Tian Bing inquired, glancing at Wu Ying's golden spirit arrow, only for Lin Tian to casually remark. That merely reflects her weakness. Wu Ying, indignant, seemed ready to challenge Lin Tian, but he ignored her, returning the arrow and continuing to instruct Tian Bing. Wu Ying fell silent, observing intently, thinking to herself, I shall learn as well and see if your so-called mind control technique is truly as powerful as you claim. Lin Tian, aware of Wu Ying's covert study, chose not to address it directly, instead continuing his teachings. Days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Tian Bing had mastered the first realm of the art of mastery, able to summon her own azure sword from a distance. Lin Tian observed the slowly moving sword and remarked, as one ascends the art of mastery, both control and proficiency will enhance, culminating in the 12th realm. In that state, you and your sword shall become one. You will be the sword, and the sword will be you, embodying the most formidable presence. Tian Bing understood that the 12th realm represented the final stage of the realm of self, and she declared with fervor, Master, I will strive diligently. Subsequently, Tian Bing immersed herself in fervent training, while Wu Ying discreetly sensed the essence of her own treasures. Nangong Yan, observing the others engrossed in their cultivation, approached Lin Tian with a forlorn expression, tugging at his sleeve. Big brother, what about me? What is it? He inquired. I also wish to become as formidable as they are, yet you do not teach me, she lamented, her face a picture of grievance. Lin Tian paused, squatting down with a smile. The reason I do not teach you is that you are still young, and there are many things you cannot comprehend. But I want to learn. I don't want to be alone. It's so boring. Nan Gongyin looked at Lin Tian with a face full of grievance. However, Lin Tian's gaze was fixated on the Tianhan pearl before her for a considerable time before he spoke. In this case, I shall have to employ it to assist you. Nan Gongyin curiously stared at the Tianhan pearl, not quite comprehending, while Lin Tian smiled at her and said, Come, let us find a suitable place outside. All right. Upon hearing they were going out, Nan Gongyin perked up, and Wu Ying immediately followed closely behind, like a shadow. Lin Tian showed no intention of dismissing Wu Ying, who, after walking to the foot of the Tianshui mountain, remarked, Hey, brat, where are you headed? I seek a place imbued with chilling air. Yet I cannot seem to find one, Lin Tian lamented. Wu Ying, eager to showcase her abilities, retorted, If we're searching for a mountain of fortune, one must consider the prowess of us Tianmu disciples. Tianmu sect is one thing, but you are another. They are two separate matters. Lin Tian scoffed. You think I cannot? Wu Ying replied indignantly. You, a mere novice, certainly cannot. Lin Tian coldly dismissed her, which incited Wu Ying's defiance as she vowed, Just wait and see. I shall find it for you. Lin Tian shook his head in disbelief, but secretly chuckled, thinking, without a little provocation, how could I get you to assist me? Unbeknownst to Wu Ying, she had fallen for Lin Tian's bait. Oblivious to her own folly, Wu Ying energetically produced a white compass, akin to an astrologer divining fortunes. Furthermore, she murmured incessantly as though reciting incantations. At that moment, a drop of water appeared on the compass, moving forward before finally settling in a specific location. Wu Ying exclaimed with delight, There's a place brimming with chilliness just 30 miles ahead. Just by casting a glance, you claim to have found it? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Tian remained skeptical, even shaking his head in disbelief. Wu Ying, feeling challenged, was eager to prove herself, and with fervor declared, "Then follow me, and I shall earn your respect. Do not waste time. I am not interested. Not an option. Let us go." Wu Ying insisted, taking Nan Gongyin's hand and marching ahead, while Lin Tian silently followed, inwardly amused, realizing that some individuals, when provoked, become as invigorated as if they had received a boost of energy. Oblivious to Lin Tian's thoughts, Wu Ying continued her spirited lead until they reached a mountain in the evening. "Yes, this is it." Wu Ying pointed at a cave ahead, sensing a wave of chilling air approaching. Lin Tian recognized the place was indeed promising. Yet he could not resist the urge to belittle her efforts, saying, "After a whole day, this is what you found? What a shabby location." Wu Ying assured, and sighed. "It is guaranteed to be replete with chilling air." Feigning ignorance, Lin Tian replied, "Let us venture inside and see. Be my guest." Lin Tian immediately took Nan Gong in and stepped inside, with Wu Ying trailing behind. However, after walking a mere few steps, Wu Ying began to shiver, exclaiming, "Why is it so cold?" Nan Gong blinked in surprise. "It can't be." "It can't? How is that possible?" Wu Ying, noticing that Nan Gong showed no sign of trembling, began to feel perplexed. While Lin Tian merely smiled in silence, Dancing Shadow gazed at Lin Tian in confusion, asking, "What are you laughing at?" She possessed the heavenly cold pearl and, being a nine-cold body herself, it was only natural for her to be cold. "What? The heavenly cold pearl? Nine-cold body?" Dancing Shadow's eyes widened. While Lin Tian nodded affirmatively, indeed, the nine-cold body is the most extraordinary constitution among water-type spiritual bodies, ranking supreme. Dancing Shadow's astonishment grew. "Who is she?" "Nangong Yin." "Of course. You know her well. What is the issue?" Lin Tian replied with a peculiar smile, leading Nangong Yin onward. Dancing Shadow remained in a daze, contemplating the heavenly cold pearl and the Nangong family, realizing she was indeed one of them. Lin Tian said little, and Dancing Shadow hurriedly trembled to catch up. But upon seeing that Lin Tian was unharmed, she grew anxious. "What about you?" "I have my ways." "What ways?" Lin Tian remained silent, which infuriated Dancing Shadow, leading her to curse variously until they soon encountered a shallow blue pool surrounded by ice. "The chill here is quite remarkable," Lin Tian remarked, clearly pleased, and invited Nangong Yin to sit down. Although Dancing Shadow trembled all over, she could not resist boasting. "I told you. My mountain-seeking technique from the tomb door is quite impressive." "I know," Lin Tian replied. "Did you think I considered you weak? If I hadn't said so, would you have taken the initiative to bring me along?" Dancing Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression resembling that of a predator, while Lin Tian turned to Nangong Yin, saying, "Now, take out the heavenly cold pearl. I will teach you how to use it." "All right, big brother." Lin Tian commenced instructing Nangong Yin in the use of the heavenly cold pearl, and as the surrounding cold air mixed with Nangong Yin's spiritual energy, the two of them were instantly encased in ice, remaining motionless. This startled Dancing Shadow. "What is happening?" At that moment, Lin Tian's voice echoed around them. "I am teaching her the techniques within the heavenly cold pearl. You go outside the cave to guard us, and remember, do not let anyone enter. Go. Otherwise, you will freeze to death in here." Dancing Shadow found this reasoning compelling, so she dashed outside. Once she stepped outside, she felt much more at ease. But soon she sensed something amiss. "Wait, why am I listening to him?" This thought made her furious, yet reflecting on the cave's chilling atmosphere, she muttered to herself, "Who made me, Dancing Shadow, such a good person?" Thus, she found a spot to sit and silently kept watch at the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Nangong Yin stood amidst a place shrouded in mist. Curious, Nangong Yin looked around and asked, "Big brother, what is this place? Why is it all clouds?" Gazing at the clouds, Lin Tian felt nostalgic, for it was here that he had once trained alongside Nangong Shui. "Big brother, what is wrong?" Nangong Yin, noticing Lin Tian lost in thought, asked with concern. Lin Tian snapped back to reality with a smile. "This is the realm of your heavenly cold pearl. Right now, you and I are merely a thought, akin to entering a dream." "Wow, how marvelous!" Nangong Yin exclaimed, excitedly wandering about, while Lin Tian chuckled, "Come. I will teach you how to enter and exit smoothly, and then instruct you in the heavenly cold technique." Nangong Yin understood that it was sufficient to enter and exit the academy, yet the concept of the heavenly cold technique left her perplexed. "Big brother, what is the heavenly cold technique?" "You possess the nine-cold body, which signifies that you are impervious to all forms of cold. The heavenly cold technique, in contrast, is an ice-sealing technique capable of instantly freezing all surrounding objects. However, the more formidable the entities you freeze, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy required. Wow, how intriguing. I want to learn it. Yin exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Lin Tian did not hesitate, promptly imparting the most formidable spells contained within the heavenly cold pearl to her. They remained engrossed for several days and nights, during which Yin felt neither fatigue nor hunger. Curiously, she paused midway to inquire, "Big brother, why is it that I feel hungry after just half a day normally? Yet here, I feel as if I could go for an eternity without hunger?" The heavenly cold pearl experiences a slight divergence in time from the outside world, and it can continuously absorb external cold energy to provide sustenance. While you are here, that energy gradually permeates your body, allowing even a mortal like you to survive without food or sleep for years, perhaps even decades. Wow, this pearl is truly magical, Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tian chuckled. Indeed, otherwise it would not be classified among the 10 sacred artifacts. Though Yin was unaware of what the 10 sacred artifacts entailed, she did not pause and hurriedly resumed her training. Lin Tian patiently guided her, and while 3 days passed outside the cave, 3 months elapsed within the heavenly cold pearl. Upon noticing that the pearl had ceased absorbing cold energy, Lin Tian awakened Yin, only to find that the surrounding cold had vanished. "Big brother, what is this?" The heavenly cold pearl requires a substantial amount of cold energy. Thus, once it dissipates, it becomes unusable, and you can no longer cultivate within it. Understand? Yin nodded, somewhat comprehending. Lin Tian smiled in satisfaction. "Let us return." "All right," Yin exclaimed, feeling invigorated by her newfound knowledge. However, outside the cave, Wu Ying sat gravely injured at the entrance, wiping the blood from her lips as she defiantly stared at the group before her. "Do you wish to enter? Then you must tread over my body. Get lost, you wretched girl." The assailants shouted in unison. "I shall not." The leader retorted angrily. "Do you know who we are?" "I care not who you are," Wu Ying replied dismissively. The portly leader, clad in animal skins and wielding a large blade, sneered. "We are the infamous bandits from the foothills of the Tianyang sect. This icy cave is our territory." "Bandits? So brazen? Do you not fear the Tianyang sect's wrath?" Wu Ying thought to intimidate them with the mention of the sect. To her surprise, the bandits erupted in laughter, and the rotund leader pointed to himself. "Wretched girl. Many of us bandits are disciples of the Tianyang sect, and even our leader is an elder of the sect. You think the Tianyang sect would eradicate us? How laughable." Wu Ying was taken aback, realizing, "So you are bandits fostered by the Tianyang sect?" "Huh." The group burst into laughter. The stout leader swung his blade with a maniacal grin. "Now you know." Wu Ying felt a surge of urgency, and the leader glared at her. "Are you leaving or not?" "I shall not leave." Wu Ying gritted her teeth, while the others clicked their tongues in amusement. "The woman is so formidable, isn't she? Remove her mask. I wish to see your true face." "Indeed, let us take a look." The rotund man, grinning with a sinister delight, exclaimed, "I shall do it. Allow me." However, Wu Ying struggled to rise, retreating with great difficulty, brandishing her golden spiritual arrow as she warned, "If you dare to come closer, I will slay you." Despite her dire predicament, she still wished to contest with us? How laughable. The rotund man then swung his blade, a lewd grin plastered across his face. As Wu Ying beheld the massive sword descending upon her, she attempted to evade it, yet could not. Her eyes widened in terror, her mind blank. At that moment, a crackling sound emerged before her, jolting Wu Ying back to reality, only to discover that ice had formed beneath the rotund man's feet. His expression changed to one of sheer panic. What is happening?" In the next instant, he was transformed into a statue of ice, standing motionless. "Who dares to bully her? I shall freeze them," came a childish voice from behind Wu Ying. Turning swiftly, she was met with the sight of Lin Tian and Yin. At this moment, Yin approached, her hands lowered and a smile gracing her features. "Sister Wu, are you unharmed?" The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding events, shouted, "Do you know who we are?" "We are." Yet, Yin raised her hand, casting a spell upon the raucous individual, instantly freezing him as well. The crowd was left in stunned silence at this spectacle. "How can this little girl do such a thing?" they exclaimed. "Quick, flee." Instantly, they scattered in a frenzy, while Wu Ying, witnessing the transformation, stammered, What is this?" "It is the frost art that my elder brother taught me." Yin replied proudly, and Wu Ying stuttered, "But, your cultivation level." "I have reached the 9th realm of chi refinement. Once I consume the foundation establishment pill, I shall establish my foundation." Yin beamed with pride. Wu Ying's expression shifted dramatically. 3 days? Achieving the 9th realm of chi refinement? and capable of freezing a being in the initial stage of golden core? Even she found it hard to believe. Lin Tian, however, observed Wu Ying, whose body was marred with wounds, and remarked appreciatively, "Quite impressive. You have endured well." "Of course. I am a person of my word," Wu Ying replied defiantly, though internally she felt a surge of anxiety. Especially recalling how Lin Tian had previously trained a brute capable of sending a golden core cultivator flying with a single punch. And now he was nurturing a small demon who could freeze opponents with a mere gesture, unaware of the implications of her newfound abilities. Negong Yin approached the two frozen figures, her expression fierce. "This is for bullying Sister Wu." With a pointed gesture, she caused one to collapse, shattering into fragments as though glass had been struck to the ground. The other similarly crumbled with a gentle touch from Negong Yin, while Wu Ying gasped in horror, her mind reeling. "What a terrifying little demon. Let us return to the Heavenly Water Sect." Lin Tian smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Negong Yin took Lin Tian's hand with one of hers, while grasping Wu Ying's hand with the other, joyfully skipping along and singing. Wu Ying hesitated, glancing at Lin Tian, pondering whether such cruelty at such a tender age was excessive. "Cruelty?" Lin Tian chuckled, leaving Wu Ying perplexed by his amusement. Lin Tian elucidated, "Do you comprehend? She witnessed the brutal murder of her entire family and endured torment at the hands of others, thus her mental fortitude rivals that of an adult." "Ah, how pitiable!" Wu Ying exclaimed. "Therefore, do not speak to her of cruelty, for she has long acclimated to it, and her heart is perhaps stronger than anyone else's." Lin Tian gazed thoughtfully at the cheerful Negong Yin. Wu Ying, at a loss for words, could only silently observe this little demon. Half a day later, within the Elder Hall of the Tianyang sect, for figures convened: Daoist Ziyun, Elder Ling from the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Mia, and a red-haired elder. Daoist Ziyun, with a grave demeanor, addressed the assembly. "I have recently received troubling news. I wonder if you have heard of it?" The others nodded, clearly aware of the rumors. Daoist Ziyun took a deep breath and continued, "The return of Emperor Lin. Will he seek retribution against us? Why would he come after us? Surely his ire would be directed at the Tiangu Alliance," Elder Mia contended, unconvinced that Emperor Lin would pursue them. However, Elder Ling interjected, "These are merely rumors. Moreover, no one has witnessed it firsthand. What is there to fear?" The red-haired elder, seemingly troubled, remarked, "Though Emperor Lin has not made his appearance, certain recent events within the Tianyang sect warrant our serious consideration." The trio turned to the red-haired elder, known as the Red Eagle King, who oversaw the disciples of the inner sect. "Red Eagle King, what has transpired recently within the Tianyang sect?" Daoist Ziyun inquired, puzzled. The Red Eagle King brushed his long red hair aside, vexed, and responded, "Firstly, in the Law Enforcement Hall, Lin Shan has been killed, and Guang Tu was severely injured by a single blow. Furthermore, today, 2 disciples from our mountain stronghold were swiftly eliminated by a little girl, approximately 7 years old." Upon hearing this, the assembly displayed expressions of shock. Daoist Ziyun and Elder Mia exchanged glances with Elder Lang, who, as a law enforcement elder, immediately adopted a serious tone. "Indeed, our law enforcement hall encountered issues with 2 individuals during their duties." Daoist Ziyun, now incensed, asserted, "We, the foremost sect in the vicinity. How dare anyone murder our disciples?" The Red Eagle King sighed heavily. "It is not only the disciples. Even Elder Duan's brother has been slain." "What?" The elders present were taken aback, and the Red Eagle King appeared resigned, adding, "Elder Duan is currently scouring for the perpetrator." Could it truly be the return of Emperor Lin? Elder Mia began to panic, while Elder Lang remained skeptical. "If he were to come, he would attack us directly. Why would he target those disciples and the outer sect elders?" Daoist Ziyun's expression turned serious, regardless, with just over 10 days until the new disciple recruitment tournament. "We must locate these murderers beforehand, eliminate them, and display their remains at the sect entrance, so all know we are not to be trifled with." Elder Ling concurred, "Indeed. Those who harm the Tianyang sect must face the consequences." The Red Eagle King understood. "I will ensure that the disciples within the mountain stronghold cooperate with the law enforcement personnel to broaden the search for these individuals' hideouts." Well, today's meeting has come to a close. I shall convene everyone again 3 days prior to the Grand Assembly. Upon concluding his remarks, Daoist Ziyun prepared to take his leave. However, he suddenly recalled something and coldly declared, "I hereby issue a prohibition against the recruitment of disciples for all major sects and the lesser sects in the vicinity." "Understood," King Hongying acknowledged, promptly setting about the necessary arrangements. Later that evening, Lin Tian and his companions returned to the Tianshui sect and entered Tianshan Mountain. As Tian Bing was about to boast about her recent accomplishments, Lin Tian interjected, requesting her to tend to his wounds. Upon observing the numerous injuries adorning Wu Ying's body, Tian Bing exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of beast did you battle to end up so battered?" "What beast?" "It was a band of ruffians," Wu Ying retorted, her anger flaring at the mere thought. Tian Bing, perplexed, inquired, "Ruffians? What ruffians?" "Just a pack of dogs raised by the Tianyang sect." Wu Ying fumed. Meanwhile, Yin stepped forward with a sense of pride, declaring, "Sister Tian, I saved Sister Wu." "You?" Tian Bing was skeptical, while Yin chuckled. "You don't believe me?" "Indeed. How could you, at such a tender age, possibly defeat those thugs?" Yin unleashed her aura, prompting Tian Bing to exclaim in surprise, "You've reached the 9th level of Qi refinement?" "And beyond," Yin proclaimed, searching for a target to demonstrate her prowess. Tian Bing, amused, offered, "Come, let me spar with you." "No, I might accidentally kill you." Yin, aware of her own strength, shook her head. Yet, Tian Bing laughed. "How could you possibly harm me?" Wu Ying awkwardly interjected, "Sister Tian, perhaps you should heed caution, otherwise you might find yourself shattered like glass." "What do you mean?" Tian Bing asked, bewildered, prompting Wu Ying to elaborate. After absorbing the explanation, Tian Bing wore a look of astonishment, finally remarking, "After all this commotion, I remain the weakest one?" Yin couldn't contain her glee, while Lu Di emitted an odd chuckle, leaving Tian Bing feeling quite dejected. "Once you reach the 12th level of mastery, you too shall become extraordinary," Lin Tian encouraged, albeit with a hint of resignation. "Very well. Who can blame me for being the lowest in rank?" Tian Bing self-deprecatingly sighed, as Wu Ying regarded this peculiar group with a strange expression. Suddenly, Mu Dong burst in, breathless and alarmed. "No, this is terrible." Tian Bing, puzzled by Mu Dong's urgency, asked, "What has happened?" "The Tianyang sect has begun issuing orders to the surrounding minor sects, forbidding any recruitment of disciples before their own assembly." Mu Dong panicked. "How can they do that?" Tian Bing protested vehemently, while Mu Dong explained, "This has been the case every year, only those left over. Unwanted recruits can be chosen by other minor or lesser sects. This is utterly outrageous." Tian Bing fumed, as Mu Dong turned to Lin Tian, expressing concern, "Ancestor, the elders Gu and Su wish to know your opinion on whether we should continue recruiting." "Yes, why not recruit?" Lin Tian dismissed the so-called prohibition with indifference. Yet Mu Dong worriedly added, "But what if they hold us accountable?" Lin Tian exuded an air of authority, retorting, "Accountable? Do they truly believe they are worthy?" Tian Bing concurred, reassuring Mu Dong, "Rest assured, senior brother, with our ancestor present, you may proceed without worry." "Very well." Mu Dong promptly turned to leave, while Wu Ying could not help but interject, "Although you few have no issue confronting those in the Golden Core realm, should an ancient being from Tianyang's sect appear, you will be in considerable peril." Tian Bing was well aware of this. However, she noticed that Lin Tian exhibited no sign of concern, and she remained unfazed. Lin Tian then addressed Tian Bing, stating, "I shall be refining Yuan Ying Dan in the coming days. Ensure that no one disturbs me." With that, he turned away, leaving Tian Bing exhilarated, exclaiming, "Ancestor, he has begun refining Yuan Ying Dan." Wu Ying, who was present, thought she misheard and asked in bewilderment, "What did he just say?" "Yuan Ying Dan." Wu Ying was incredulous and retorted, "Yuan Ying Dan? In the entire Yunzhou prefecture, there are no more than 5 capable of crafting such a thing. And they are all ancient beings." Lin Tian had already departed, disregarding her words, while Tian Bing hastily tended to Wu Ying's wounds, playfully inquiring, "Miss Wu, do you harbor any grievances against our ancestor?" "Of course. My grievances are considerable." Wu Ying thought of the Yin Tian stone in Lin Tian's possession, leaving her deeply troubled. Tian Bing teased, "Could it be that you have feelings for our ancestor?" "Feelings? Pray tell, Tian girl, which of your eyes perceives such a thing?" "Do not speak nonsense." Wu Ying retorted, her face flushed, yet under her mask, Tian Bing could only detect a hint of urgency in her tone, as if she were quite vexed. "Miss Wu, do not be shy." Tian Bing jested, only for Wu Ying to glare back, warning, "If you continue to speak foolishly, I shall cease your treatment." Thus, Tian Bing refrained from further commentary until Wu Ying's wounds were properly bandaged. With her arms crossed, Wu Ying resumed her arrogant demeanor, declaring, "I shall see how your ancestor confronts the wrath of the Tianyang sect." Hearing this, Tian Bing felt a sense of anticipation, while Lin Tian remained oblivious to the happenings outside, engrossed in his alchemical endeavors, which extended over several days and nights, with only brief intermissions for rest. On the 5th day, Lin Tian emerged, his hair disheveled and his appearance somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing him, looking akin to a beggar, Wu could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, "You fool, I told you, with your abilities, you cannot refine Yuaning Dan." Tian Bing approached curiously, asking Lin Tian, "Ancestor, what is your condition? Procure me a change of clothes, then summon Gu Lao and the other elders," he instructed. "What do you require them for?" Tian Bing inquired, puzzled. As Lin Tian suddenly wore a mischievous grin, stating, "It is time for Tian Shui Min to stand out." Stand out? Tian Bing was still not entirely comprehending. While Lin Tian offered no further explanation, instead changing his attire and leading the group to the Great Hall of Tian Shui Min. Under Lin Tian's directive, Mu Dong directly fetched Gu Lao and the others. Meanwhile, Wu Ying regarded Lin Tian with a perplexed expression, wondering what this fellow intended to do. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Gu Lao and the other elders respectfully greeted him, "Ancestor." Wu Ying was instantly taken aback, realizing this lad cannot possibly be the ancestor of everyone in Tian Shui Min. Can he? At this moment, Lin Tian produced several Yuan Ing Dan for Su Bai, stating, "You have already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. I shall serve as your protector. Consume this and break through to the Yuan Ing stage, thus elevating the status of the Tian Shui sect." Upon hearing the mention of the Yuan Ing Dan, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, while Su Bai trembled and extended his hand, inquiring, "Ancestor, is this truly refined?" "Indeed," Lin Tian replied, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. "My current cultivation limits me to producing only high-quality Yuan Ing Dan. To create the supreme quality, I must first reach the Golden Core realm." However, to the crowd, this was nothing short of miraculous, and the elders began to murmur amongst themselves. "High-quality Yuan Ing Dan can only be procured from the black market," one exclaimed. "Not only that, it is practically priceless. Does this mean that our Tian Shui sect will have an unending supply of Yuan Ing Dan in the future?" The last statement left everyone in a state of shock, as the implications of Lin Tian's ability to refine Yuan Ing Dan were monumental. Yet, Lin Tian remained unfazed, actively assisting Su Bai in his breakthrough to Yuan Ing. While Wu Ying, observing from the side, could hardly believe that Lin Tian truly possessed such alchemical prowess. Su Bai, upon reaching the Yuan Ing stage, was overwhelmed with emotion. Nearly on the verge of tears, yet he managed to suppress his feelings and expressed his gratitude to Lin Tian, saying, "Thank you, Ancestor. Our Tian Shui sect has now met the criteria for a lower-tier sect, but I am unsure where to seek certification." Lin Tian recalled that many sects a millennium ago required special locations for recognition and subsequent proclamation to the world. Su Bai quickly responded, "We fall under the jurisdiction of Fengyan City." "Fengyan City?" Lin Tian inquired. "Yes, it is a fourth-tier city, and there exists a sect management organization there where all lower-tier sects go for certification." After a nod of understanding, Lin Tian asked, "And what of the 100 strong?" "The 100 strong? To enter their ranks, one must challenge the sects in the 100 strong and, if victorious, take their place." Lin Tian comprehended the situation and commanded, "Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth for Fengyun City at dawn." Su Bai, dreaming of witnessing the Tian Shui sect ascend to a lower-tier sect, nodded vigorously, and the other elders were equally exhilarated. However, Wu Ying could not suppress her skepticism, stating, "Forgive my candor, but you must consider the implications of becoming a lower-tier sect. The Tianyang sect will undoubtedly provoke you. Have you thought this through?" The elders' spirits deflated, for they understood the precarious nature of such a transition. Once they became a lower-tier sect, the nearby Tianyang sect would likely create numerous obstacles, possibly even launching direct assaults. As all eyes turned to Lin Tian, he dismissed the Tianyang sect with disdain, proclaiming, "If they dare to obstruct us, I shall simply expel them from the 100 strong, rendering them an inconsequential sect." Wu Ying burst into laughter, teasing, "Young man, your alchemy skills are impressive, and your ability to cultivate others is commendable. But do you truly comprehend the depth of the Tianyang sect? Do you think they will simply withdraw from the 100 strong because you say so?" The words spoken by Wu Ying were understood by all. It was an impossibility. After all, the Tian Shui sect was merely at the nascent soul stage, and a rather weak one at that. To be recognized as a lower-tier sect was already a stroke of fortune. But to aspire to join the ranks of the top 100 was an endeavor with a probability of 0. However, Lin Tian cast a glance at the crowd and noticed even Tian Bing's expression had dimmed before he broke into a smile. "Just wait and see. The Tian Shui sect will soon become a lower-tier sect, and the strongest among them." With that proclamation, Lin Tian disregarded the bewilderment of those around him and returned to Tian Shin Mountain. Gu Lao, filled with fervor, turned to the others. "Did you hear that? What the Ancestor declares is absolute. Has he not created enough miracles already? Many among the crowd felt a flicker of hope, their faces betraying anticipation. Yet, Gu Lao was acutely aware of the improbability of such an outcome. Nevertheless, the prospect of becoming a lower-tier sect brought him joy, prompting him to feign enthusiasm to uplift everyone else. Wu Ying, however, shook her head in resignation, unwilling to engage in their delusions. The news of the Tianshui sect's intent to seek recognition as a lower-tier sect soon reached Tianyang sect. The Red Eagle King promptly relayed the information to Taoist Ziyun, who, engrossed in his cultivation, reacted not with anger, but with a mocking smile. Them? They aspire to be a lower-tier sect? It is said that Elder Su has only just reached the early stage of nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Taoist Ziyun scoffed derisively. Elder Hong, tomorrow. Take Elder Duan with you to Fengyun City and humiliate them thoroughly. Let them understand that even if they manage to become a lower-tier sect, it shall remain a contemptible one. Understood, replied the Red Eagle King, promptly departing. Taoist Ziyun chuckled to himself. Dismissing the notion of an insignificant sect daring to seek recognition as a lower-tier sect is utterly laughable. After a fit of disdainful laughter, he closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the matter further. Meanwhile, the Tianshui sect buzzed with excitement over Elder Su's nascent soul status as they prepared for their journey to Fengyun City. Some disciples eagerly anticipated the sect's elevation to lower-tier status, while others felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing retribution from the Tianyang sect. Yet, Lin Tian appeared unconcerned, playfully accompanying Negong Yin, while Wu Ying pondered in confusion whether this young man was genuinely foolish or merely pretending, daring to push the Tianshui sect toward the challenge of becoming a lower-tier sect. Tian Bing, unlike Wu Ying, remained cheerful as she busily organized her belongings, preparing to join the others on their journey the following day. Thus, the members of the Tianshui sect spent the night with varying emotions until the next day when Lin Tian, accompanied by Su Bai and Negong Yin, set off for Fengyun City. As they watched the departing figures, Gu Lao's eyes sparkled with excitement, but Granny Fong expressed concern. Gu Lao, are you truly sending them off? Why? Are you afraid? Gu Lao inquired with spirited enthusiasm, prompting Granny Fong, aware of his buoyant mood, to hesitate before shaking her head. It's nothing. As the departing group from the Tianshui sect chatted and laughed, only Wu Ying remained somber, questioning why she chose to indulge in the madness of this group. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Tian's indomitable spirit, as if he could withstand the very heavens themselves, she steeled her resolve, affirming to herself, yes, I must witness his failure. It is destined to be. Tian Bing observed Wu Ying, who appeared to be lost in thought and melancholic, and promptly invited her to join the group. Meanwhile, Negong Yin sat atop a spirit cat, and together, they continued their journey at a leisurely pace. 3 days later, as they stood on a narrow path, a magnificent city with towering walls came into view, adorned with the bold inscription, Fengyun City. Beyond the city walls, the sky was alive with the sight of individuals soaring through the air, most of whom were proficient golden elixir cultivators flying on swords, with the occasional yuaning elder defying gravity. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. It was Tian Bing's first encounter with such a spectacle, and her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Negong Yin, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Big brother, look, those people can fly. Lin Tian, noticing this as well, affectionately ruffled Negong Yin's hair and replied, You will be able to do so one day too. However, Tian Bing, seemingly pondering something, curiously inquired, She has been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for several days. Why have you not given her a foundation establishment pill? Lin Tian responded, Her constitution is unique. She not only requires a foundation establishment pill, but also a Linghan pill. The creation of such pills necessitates extremely cold materials and water-type demon essence that is over 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, I currently lack these ingredients. So we must venture to Fengyun City. As he spoke, he gazed contemplatively at the city. The group exchanged glances, none of them comprehending the conversation, but Su Bai, astonished, asked, Elder, can you truly concoct any pill? Lin Tian confidently affirmed, As long as I have the materials and the requisite cultivation level, I can. Wu Ying, skeptical of his claim, was met with Tian Bing's eager response. Once we enter the city, we shall assist you in finding those 2 items. After Lin Tian acknowledged her statement, he directed his attention back to Fengyun City and declared, Let us proceed. Upon reaching 100 steps from the city, they encountered a notice board. Aside from several important announcements, it primarily displayed rules. 1. No fighting is permitted on the streets. Violators will face severe penalties. 2. Cooperation with the guard team is mandatory. Any defiance will result in immediate apprehension. 3. Flying is prohibited within the city. Offenders will be detained. Upon reading these regulations, Tian Bing gasped in surprise. Is Fengyun City even stricter than those fifth-tier cities? Subai, evidently well-versed, chuckled, of course. After all, Fengyun City is a fourth-tier city. Tian Bing nodded in understanding, while Lin Tian cautioned Lu Da, keep a close watch on the young girl. There are many eyes around. Lu Da thumped his chest, reassuring, Master, you can count on me. Tian Bing laughed, relieved, finally. I am not the one acting as a bodyguard. Lin Tian glanced at her, causing Tian Bing to shiver slightly, and then she awkwardly clarified, Elder, you misunderstand. I meant that I will help keep an eye out as well. Lin Tian then returned his gaze forward, taking Nan Gongyan's hand as they proceeded. Tian Bing exhaled in relief, while Wu Ying, unable to contain herself, teased, Why are you so afraid of him? Tian Bing replied, It's not fear, it's respect. After offering this explanation, she continued to follow, prompting Wu Ying to shake her head in exasperation. What a bunch of cowards. Revering someone merely at the foundation establishment stage as an elder. After a moment of reflection, Wu Ying joined the group again, and before entering the city, they had to pass through the guard team for verification, ensuring none were wanted criminals, before they were permitted to enter. Upon entering the city, Tian Bing and Lu Da, along with their companions, gazed in awe at the intricately crafted marble streets and the towering 5 to 6-story buildings, akin to rustic villagers discovering urban splendor. Nan Gongyan's excitement was palpable, while Wu Ying remained indifferent, scanning their surroundings. Master, this certification requires an application submission, followed by a waiting period for notification before entering the assessment stage, Subai explained to Lin Tian. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian replied, Then let us proceed with the submission. Indeed, please follow me. Subai led the group onward, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived at a place known as the Fengyun Gang. This organization served as the hub for managing information pertaining to various sects within the jurisdiction of Fengyun City. Upon entering, Lin Tian and his companions observed numerous individuals from various sects bustling about, while an eye-catching ranking of the top 100 lower-tier sects was prominently displayed on the wall. The Tianyang sect held the 66th position, a ranking that was neither particularly commendable nor disgraceful. Tian Bing remarked enviously, Master, look, the Tianyang sect is ranked 66th. Rubbish, Lin Tian retorted dismissively. At that moment, a voice from behind them interjected, Who dares to call our sect rubbish? Turning around, they beheld an elder with red hair. Subai's expression turned serious upon recognizing him. It's Elder Hongying from the Tianyang sect. I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be Elder Su from the inconsequential Tianshui sect. Elder Hongying remarked with a playful smirk. Subai, unable to retort, could only manage an awkward smile, while Elder Hongying's voice rose above the murmurs, You lot. So mismatched, dare to seek certification as a lower-tier sect? That's quite a lofty opinion of yourselves. As his words echoed, a crowd quickly gathered, many of whom were evidently familiar with the Tianshui sect. Whispers of astonishment circulated. The Tianshui sect actually has someone in the nascent soul stage. And so what? This lower-tier sect still requires assessment. Exactly. If they fail the evaluation, they cannot ascend to become a lower-tier sect. It seems there is no hope. Subai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially as he listened to the derisive comments about the Tianshui sect, leaving him utterly speechless. Tian Bing, however, could no longer bear it and adopted Lin Tian's most frequently used tone, Fear not. We shall surely become a lower-tier sect, and we will emerge as the strongest, even driving your Tianyang sect off the rankings. As soon as the words left her mouth, silence enveloped the crowd, and Tian Bing realized she had spoken too boldly. Regret was futile now. She could only muster the courage to laugh awkwardly. Elder Hongying, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter, prompting others to join in, clearly mocking Tian Bing. Tian Bing wished for a place to hide. Let us submit the application. We need not concern ourselves with them, Lin Tian said calmly, unaffected by the ridicule, and turned to Subai, instructing, Subai, proceed. Yes, Master. Subai replied promptly. Master? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, some unable to contain their laughter. How can a nascent soul cultivator refer to a foundation establishment individual as master? When did the Tianshui sect fall so low as to have a foundation establishment person as their master? Not only did the onlookers mock him, but even the king of the Red Eagles could hardly contain his laughter, nearly shedding tears at the absurdity of someone like him, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, claiming to be an elder. This is utterly ridiculous. Ruda, unable to endure the derision, especially given his straightforward nature, activated his dominance technique and declared, "Do not mock my master." The crowd was initially startled by his imposing aura, but soon erupted into laughter once more at Ruda's words. This hulking figure lacked even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, yet dared to act so brazenly. Fuming, Ruda threatened, "If anyone laughs again, I shall deliver a punch." Some among the crowd provocatively retorted, "You, big guy? Any cultivator in the chi refinement stage could easily defeat you." Upon hearing this, Ruda glared fiercely at the one who mocked him, readying to throw a punch, but was halted by Lin Tian's intervention. "Ignore them." "Yes, master." Ruda quickly composed himself, not daring to go against Lin Tian's wishes. Subai could see that Lin Tian was not easily provoked, so he dismissed the commotion and hurriedly submitted his application. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued their jeers, though Nagong Yin appeared displeased, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, causing everyone to shiver. "What is happening? It's so cold." Some of the less powerful cultivators hastily rushed out, while those of slightly higher cultivation levels began cursing, demanding to know who was causing the disturbance. At that moment, no one suspected Nangong Yin, but Tian Bing, observing from the side, was astonished to witness her abilities. Subai was still puzzled, glancing around, while the dancer, Wu Ying, began to tremble uncontrollably. Tian Bing, in the early stages of foundation establishment, found it difficult to withstand the chilling aura. The Ruda fared somewhat better due to his dominance technique, which allowed him to withstand some of the cold. Meanwhile, the king of the Red Eagles scanned the area, demanding, "Who is responsible for this? Stop your underhanded tricks." Tian Bing and the others laughed, while Wu Ying shook her head in exasperation, surprised that the elder from Tian Yang's sect was oblivious to the source of the cold. Who was causing this disturbance? A stern voice emanated from within a nearby room, prompting Lin Tian to pat Nangong Yin on the shoulder. Immediately, she retracted all of her power, as if nothing had occurred. The king of the Red Eagles hurried to the entrance of the room, watching as a middle-aged man emerged. This man had a distinctive mustache shaped like the character and deep wrinkles on his forehead that made him appear rather fearsome. "Master Ba, these people are definitely the culprits." The king of the Red Eagles spoke with great respect, addressing him as Master Ba. Subai, aware of this man's significant background, quickly stepped forward to explain, "Master Ba, this has nothing to do with us." The man cast a cold glance at the disciples of Tian Shui's sect, and then at those from Tian Yang's sect, stating icily, "I do not care about your grievances. Here, no one is to make a move. If I catch anyone, I will ensure their punishment." "Yes, Master Ba." The king of the Red Eagles responded promptly, but his eyes shot a cold glance at Subai and the others, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The individual known as Ba Yi glanced at Subai and then at the document in his hand, inquiring, "You are Subai, the elder of the Tianshui sect?" "Indeed." Subai replied respectfully. After examining the document, Ba Yi continued, "I have reviewed your information, and it is indeed accurate. However, there remains one final assessment." "Please proceed." "Ba Yi." Subai responded with utmost reverence. Ba Yi looked at Subai and stated simply, "Go to the blacksmith shop in the southern part of the city and retrieve a top-tier spiritual weapon bearing the seal of the Lord's Mansion from Manager Wang. However, be warned, Manager Wang has a notoriously bad temper. You will need to devise your own strategy. If you fail to accomplish this within 3 days, you will be deemed unsuccessful and must wait a year before reapplying." Subai acknowledged, "Understood. Very well, I wish you success at the earliest opportunity." Ba Yi concluded before retreating into the room. The Red Eagle King immediately straightened up and smiled at Subai, saying, "Elder Su, time is of the essence, otherwise failing to complete this in 3 days will only render you the subject of ridicule." Subai ignored the Red Eagle King's mockery and turned his gaze towards Lin Tian, who had already exited the building. A crowd quickly gathered, with some individuals following closely behind, playfully teasing, "Come, let us see how the Tianshui sect members are cast out by Manager Wang." Indeed, Manager Wang was infamous for his cold demeanor. They were truly unfortunate to have received such a task. From the conversations of the crowd, Tian Bing and the others discerned that this task was evidently exceedingly challenging. Prompting Tian Bing to ponder, "Ancestor, do you think Ba Yi is deliberately making things difficult for us? It's not a matter of whether or not, it is quite evident." Lin Tian remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Subai furrowed his brow, while Tian Bing anxiously questioned, "Ancestor, what should we do? Let us first assess the situation." Without further contemplation, Lin Tian led the group forward. Meanwhile, in the guild's resting room, The Red Eagle King presented a small pouch before Bai Yi with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Bai Yi." Bai Yi glanced at the pouch and replied, "Elder Hong, no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort." The Red Eagle King was pleased but expressed concern, asking, "Will Manager Wang truly assist him?" Rest assured, there are 100 assessment points throughout the city, and his is the most peculiar and difficult, with a current success rate of 0. 0? Indeed, hundreds of lesser sects attempting certification have been thwarted by him. Bai Yi remarked with a peculiar smile. Upon hearing this, the Red Eagle King was overjoyed and promptly stated, "I shall go investigate immediately. If successful, I will treat you to a drink soon." Very well. Bai Yi bid farewell to the Red Eagle King. Lin Tian and his group took a quarter of an hour to arrive at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, where the sounds of clanging metal resonated, and numerous individuals could be seen forging weapons. At that moment, Tian Bing stepped forward to inquire, "Who is Manager Wang?" However, the blacksmiths merely raised their heads momentarily before returning to their work, seemingly accustomed to the routine, which elicited laughter from the onlookers. Until a kind-hearted person near the door curiously asked, "Young lady, is this for a sect assessment?" Tian Bing affirmed, but the individual replied helplessly, "Do you have any idea how many sects our manager has assessed over the years?" Tian Bing shook his head, while Su Bai was seized by an ominous premonition. The man chuckled and remarked, "Hundreds have tried, and none have succeeded, so you might as well give up." Tian Bing, feeling anxious, immediately turned to Lin Tian, who had been observing the individuals inside for quite some time and noticed one person consistently hammering away. The rhythm of the strikes was unmistakable. The timing of the forceful blows and the gentle taps was clear. Seeing this, Lin Tian stepped inside, while Tian Bing and the others watched curiously from outside. After a short while, Lin Tian approached the middle-aged man, who was drenched in sweat, and smiled, "Master Wang, you are employing the art of tempering, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused, gazing at Lin Tian in confusion, while the others inside were intrigued by how Lin Tian recognized him. "You are familiar with the art of tempering?" inquired the burly man, his brow furrowing. Lin Tian replied confidently, "Not only am I aware, but I also know you have missed several strikes." "Missed several strikes?" The man's expression tightened, while Lin Tian grinned mischievously. "The art of tempering requires a total of 81 strikes, yet judging by your speed and sequence, you have likely managed no more than 60. The man was taken aback, while the onlookers struggled to comprehend the exchange. Just then, the Red Hawk King arrived, mocking, "Kid, you will never complete this task." However, Lin Tian continued to smile at the man before him, disregarding the Red Hawk King. After a moment of hesitation, the man asked, "Who are you? Provide me with the items required for the task, and I shall tell you." Lin Tian replied with a grin, prompting the crowd to anticipate the man's refusal, as no member of a sect had ever succeeded before. The Red Hawk King, meanwhile, continued to jeer, "Don't waste your effort. Master Wang would never give you anything." Master Wang, however, set down his hammer, reached into his pocket, and extracted a bag, retrieving a dagger stamped with the city lord's seal. "Here," he said, handing it to Lin Tian, leaving the onlookers astonished, while Tian Bing and Su Bai rejoiced. "Is this really happening?" Wu Ying murmured in surprise, while the Red Hawk King's smile froze, fixating on Master Wang. "Master Wang, you must be letting him off easy. What I do is none of your concern." Master Wang retorted, his personality striking, with a red birthmark on his left cheek that made him particularly intimidating. His eyes, resembling those of a venomous snake, glared at the Red Hawk King, who, feeling a wave of fear, could only point at Lin Tian and his companions, ultimately cursing Su Bai, "Consider yourselves lucky." With a huff, the Red Hawk King turned to leave. Master Wang, however, redirected his piercing gaze at Lin Tian, asking, "So, what will you say now?" "I am Lin Tian, of the Tian Shui sect. As for how I know, I shall return to discuss it with you another time. For now, I have to elevate the Tian Shui sect to a lower-tier sect," Lin Tian stated, taking the dagger and turning to depart. Tian Bing and the others joyfully followed him, while Master Wang stared at Lin Tian's retreating figure for a while, muttering to himself, "The art of tempering has long been lost. How could he possibly know about the 81 strikes?" The Red Eagle King, filled with indignation, approached Master Ba for a discussion. "Master Ba, you are mistaken." Master Ba, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" The task at hand was almost a gift, requiring no assessment. The shopkeeper Wang had simply handed over the spiritual artifact. The Red Eagle King gritted his teeth in frustration. "This makes no sense." Master Ba, skeptical, was interrupted by voices from outside. "Master Ba, we have completed the task." He quickly composed himself and donned a serious expression as he stepped outside, where the ethereal by presented a dagger. The crowd buzzed with surprise, realizing that the Tianshui sect had devolved to an inferior status. This assessment is far too easy. Indeed, the Red Eagle King's expression darkened. Yet Master Ba refrained from criticizing the dagger as it bore the official seal. He maintained his stern demeanor, declaring, "The task is complete. From today onward, the Tianshui sect shall be classified as an inferior sect." Tian Bing exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful." Bai also exhibited excitement, while Lin Tian remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Negong Yin and Lu De shared smiles, but Wu Ying worried about potential retaliation from the Tianyang sect. The Red Eagle King, however, made a sardonic remark. "There are already over 500 inferior sects. What is there to be pleased about?" Lin Tian fixated on the rankings and casually inquired, "How can we expel the Tianyang sect from the list?" The crowd, taken aback, assumed they had misheard, while the Red Eagle King arrogantly retorted, "Expel us from the list? Boy, do you possess the capability to challenge us?" Bai hurriedly leaned in to explain to Lin Tian to challenge the rankings. "We must prepare 3 individuals to face their 3 with a best-of-3 format. Is it truly that simple?" Lin Tian was surprised by the ease of it, but Bai did not share his optimism, particularly given the numerous talented disciples of the Tianyang sect. In a one-on-one format, Tianshui sect would struggle for participants. Lu De stepped forward, bowing, "Master, I am willing to fight." "So am I." Negong Yin chimed in eagerly. The onlookers laughed heartily, incredulous that the Tianshui sect would consider sending a non-spiritual individual and a child into battle. This remark displeased Negong Yin, who firmly insisted on participating. Master Ba, aware of the Tianyang sect's desire to punish the Tianshui sect, opportunistically added, "The rules for the challenge are straightforward. There will be 3 rounds, namely Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Each round can only feature 1 participant, and their cultivation must not exceed the specified level. For example, in the Golden Core round, only those at Golden Core level or below may compete." Lin Tian nodded in understanding, while Negong Yin suddenly turned to Lu De, smiling, "Uncle Lu, you take the Foundation Establishment round. I will take the Golden Core round, as I wish to compete with the formidable." "No, I will take the Golden Core." "You take the Foundation Establishment," Lu De immediately countered. The onlookers were left speechless, with some whispering, "Are these 2 unwell?" They are eager to challenge the Golden Core round. The people of the Tianshui sect seemed to lack common sense. Tian Bing and Wu Ying were well aware of the capabilities of Lu De and his companion. Thus they remained untroubled. However, Su Bai was anxious, old ancestor, this. Lin Tian glanced at Negong Yin and Lu De, hesitating for a moment before proposing. "How about this? Lu De for the Foundation Establishment team, and Negong Yin for the Golden Core team. Would that be acceptable?" "Splendid!" exclaimed Negong Yin, her joy palpable, while Lu De appeared disheartened. "Master, fear not, we can switch next time. After all, Tianshui sect aspires to be the premier inferior sect. There will be ample opportunities for competition." Lin Tian reassured them. Lu De instantly perked up, "All right." Yet, outsiders regarded Lin Tian with incredulity, some openly mocking, "Kid, do you seriously think you can become the top inferior sect? Are you certain you're not merely boasting?" Lin Tian chose to ignore them, instead turning to the Red Eagle King with a smile. "We have arranged our participants. What about yours?" Upon seeing the Tianshui sect dispatch these 2 individuals, the Red Eagle King chuckled. "And what of the 3rd round? Do you intend to have Elder Su compete?" Lin Tian shook his head. "We have already secured victory in the first 2 rounds. There shall be no 3rd. How audacious." Many were taken aback, even deeming Lin Tian mad, and believing the other members of Tianshui sect were equally deranged. The Red Eagle King laughed heartily for a while before addressing Lord Ba with a grin. "Since they wish to compete, our Tianyang sect shall gladly oblige." "Very well. Let us meet at the arena tomorrow. Everyone should promptly prepare their personnel." Lord Ba nodded and turned to depart. Lin Tian collected himself and led his group away, while the Red Eagle King cast a cold smile at their retreating figures, muttering, "The Tianshui sect is truly unhinged." Not only the Red Eagle King but countless others believed the members of Tianshui sect were insane, even assuming they were merely indulging in a game. Lin Tian disregarded the gossip, instead taking Negong Yin on a leisurely stroll through the city. Su Bai, however, followed anxiously, contemplating speaking out several times, but ultimately refraining. "What's the matter, Elder Su?" Tian Bing inquired with a smile. "This Tianyang sect boasts numerous talents in Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. If they face off against them tomorrow, I fear for the 2 of them." Su Bai observed the lack of spiritual energy in one and the youthfulness of the other, shaking his head helplessly. Tian Bing, however, eyed Su Bai with a peculiar smile. Elder Su, you must trust the old ancestor. His arrangements are undoubtedly sound. But Su Bai remained concerned, while Lin Tian seemed unfazed, continuing to enjoy the sights with Nan Gong Yin until they grew weary and decided to rest at an inn. Lin Tian instructed everyone not to wander about, while he headed to the blacksmith shop. Wu Ying quietly followed, curious about Lin Tian's intentions. Within a tavern in the city, the Red Eagle King observed the sullen demeanor of another elder, Duan Tua. What is troubling you? Still pondering your brother's fate? The Red Eagle King chuckled at Elder Duan. Duan Tua retrieved a stack of images from his robe and tossed them onto the table. I've uncovered the truth. This young man is the one who killed my brother. The Red Eagle King glanced at the images, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Lin Tian. How could it be him? Who? Duan Tua inquired with renewed interest, and the Red Eagle King hesitated before responding. That young man from Tian Shui's sect. The one Elder Su refers to as old ancestor. Where is he? Duan stood up in agitation, while the Red Eagle King reassured him. Do not fret. You will see him tomorrow. However, Duan Tu, lacking patience, bellowed, I cannot wait. I must go and kill him first. This is Windcloud City. Do you intend to act? Scoffed the Red Eagle King, causing Duan Tu to deflate and sit down. The Red Eagle King then glanced at him and said, Fear not. Once they lose tomorrow, they will surely leave Windcloud City. At that time, we shall join forces. How can that feeble by protect them alone? Duan Tu found this reasoning sound, thumping his hand forcefully on the portraits, declaring, I will make him wish for death. Indeed, but before he dies, let him thoroughly experience how we have humiliated the Heavenly Water sect. The Red Eagle King chuckled oddly. Gradually calming down, Duan Tu inquired, have the personnel arrangements for tomorrow been made? Yes. Our sect's top foundational expert and Golden Core Master will secure 2 victories to conclude the competition. The Red Eagle King grinned wickedly. Duan Tu felt somewhat uplifted by the Red Eagle King's words, yet his countenance remained fierce, proclaiming, those scoundrels from the Heavenly Water sect deserve to die. The Red Eagle King derided, a trashy, mediocre sect dares to rise. How absurd. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had arrived at the blacksmith shop, where the shopkeeper Wang was still unable to calm himself from Lin Tian's previous remarks, sitting there nursing a drink. The moment Lin Tian appeared, Wang's face lit up with joy. Little brother, you've come. I feared you would be anxious waiting. Lin Tian smiled, and in his excitement, Wang pulled him out of the shop, saying, Come, let us have a proper chat. As the two strolled down the road, engaging in lively conversation, onlookers were astonished, some even bewildered. Who is this young man that can converse so familiarly with the shopkeeper? Not far off, Wu Ying observed silently, knowing that someone was tailing Wang. He chuckled and said, Shall we shake her off? No worries, let us continue our conversation. Wang then inquired, So, you have read about the 1,000 hammering technique in an ancient book? Lin Tian nodded affirmatively, saying, The 1,000 hammering technique is renowned alongside the divine craftsmanship as one of the 2 great forging arts. Indeed, but the 1,000 hammering technique has been lost since my generation. I feel ashamed before my ancestors. Wang sighed. Wang Lingxue, is that your ancestor? Yes, indeed, he is an ancestor of mine. Lin Tian understood that Wang Lingxue had indeed practiced the 1,000 hammering technique a millennium ago, which was passed down to him, and could not help but smile. What are you laughing at, little brother? Wang asked, puzzled. Lin Tian replied, I find it quite a coincidence. Yes, a splendid coincidence. Today, I must share a drink with you, Wang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Tian, however, shook his head, saying, No need for a grand celebration. I will find a place to impart the remaining 10 or so hammering techniques to you. Wang nodded fervently, Yes, little brother. Moments later, Wang took Lin Tian to his home, and under Lin Tian's guidance, Wang diligently recorded the complete techniques. The figure of Wu Ying lingered outside the Wang residence, pondering the incongruity of a mere blacksmith inhabiting such a grand estate. Within the estate, Wang Baichue, the proprietor, expressed profound gratitude to Lin Tian, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be my friend. Anyone who dares to bully you shall contend with me. You are too kind, Lin Tian replied. Wang Baichue, whose true name was indeed Wang Baichue, sensed that Lin Tian was no ordinary individual and continued, Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Tian regarded Wang Baichue thoughtfully and admitted, I do have a favor to ask of you. Wang Baichue immediately perked up, inquiring, How are your connections in Fengyan City? Lin Tian casually asked, to which Wang Baichue boasted, I am a 5-star artifact master. Even the city lord treats me with deference. Nodding with a smile, Lin Tian said. Then I wish to inquire about something. Whatever you wish to know, I shall relay, Wang Baichue assured him. I seek items of extreme cold and over 1,000 years old. Lin Tian stated, to which Wang Baichue paused, as for over 1,000 years, I am currently unaware. After all, over 1,000 years is comparable to a nascent soul. However, I do know of a place that possesses an item of extreme cold, though it is exceedingly rare. Oh, where might that be? Lin Tian asked eagerly. The Fengyan Hall. There lies a deep-sea ice heart, said to originate from a peculiar stone beneath the icy ocean, imbued with the power of extreme cold. It cannot be held directly, lest one suffer frostbite. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Where is the Fengyan Hall located? He inquired. It is within the city, but acquiring it is no simple task. Oh, pray do elaborate. Wang Baichue continued. The Fengyan Hall is essentially a challenge platform established by the city lord for various prodigies, a place to attract talent. Lin Tian listened intently as Wang Baichue elaborated. The Fengyan Hall comprises 10 chambers. The Foundation Chamber, the Golden Core Chamber, the Nascent Soul Chamber, the Artifact Refining Chamber, the Alchemy Chamber, the Spirit Talisman Chamber, the Formation Chamber, the Beast Taming Chamber, the Physician Chamber, and the Body Technique Chamber. 10 chambers? Such an abundance. Lin Tian exclaimed. Indeed, each chamber hosts 100 rankings, with different privileges accorded to each rank in the city. The individual ranked first in each chamber is known as the Hallmaster. The deep-sea ice heart is a precious item. Thus, to obtain it, one must secure the position of Hallmaster in either the Foundation, Golden Core, or Nascent Soul Chambers, and also be the first in one of the other 7 chambers. Only then can one achieve the dual Hallmaster status to claim it. Lin Tian felt confident that this was no insurmountable obstacle. He turned to Wang Baichue with a smile, saying, let us proceed to the Fengyan Hall. What? No? Wang Baichue replied, somewhat astonished. Lin Tian chuckled. Do you have any reservations? Wang Baichue shook his head. No, not at all. I shall take you there at once. Wang Baichue promptly led Lin Tian to the Fengyan Hall, with Wu Ying trailing behind. However, upon reaching the entrance, Wu Ying was intercepted. Only Wang Baichue was permitted to escort individuals inside. Upon observing Wu Ying barred from entry, Lin Tian inquired, is she unable to come in? There are rules at the Fengyan Hall. Those wishing to challenge the various chambers must be escorted by the leader of a 100-strong lower sect or an individual authorized by the city lord. I am authorized by the city lord, but for her to enter alone, it would require my accompaniment. Then let us proceed without her, Lin Tian concluded. Lin Tian, disinterested and looking back, allowed Manager Wang to lead the way. Manager Wang responded with an acknowledgement and guided Lin Tian to the grand hall of the Fengyan Hall, where 2 elderly men were engaged in lively conversation. One was a master alchemist, his skin a rich bronze, exuding vitality that belied his age. The other was a master blacksmith, with a weathered visage yet bright eyes full of spirit, though his temper was somewhat volatile. Old man, my alchemical fire is undoubtedly superior to yours, exclaimed the alchemist. Nonsense. My alchemical fire can forge a 4-star elixir, the blacksmith retorted, escalating the argument. My alchemical fire can craft spiritual tools. They shouted at one another, spittle flying, while Manager Wang, standing at the entrance, offered Lin Tian a wry smile. These 2 are the overseers of Fengyan Hall, reputed to have achieved complete mastery in the nascent soul stage. They are quite formidable. Oh, what is the nature of their dispute? Lin Tian inquired. The bronze-skinned alchemist, known as Gu Lao Dan, and the frail blacksmith, called Tai Lao Ku, were engaged in a constant rivalry over whose craft was superior, alchemy or blacksmithing. Lin Tian paused, pondering the futility of their contention over 2 vastly different domains. Little brother, you do not comprehend. Both alchemy and blacksmithing require the fire of the Dantian, hence their competition revolves around whose fire is mightier. Manager Wang explained. Lin Tian could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. At that moment, Manager Wang respectfully interjected, Esteemed masters, he wishes to challenge you. Yet the 2 were still embroiled in their argument, oblivious to the interruption. Growing impatient, Manager Wang reiterated, Sirs, I have a friend eager to issue a challenge. Still, the 2 old men remained unfazed, their quarrel continuing unabated. Lin Tian, feeling compelled, threw a ball of flame into their midst, effectively halting their dispute. Both men stared, momentarily stunned, and Manager Wang was taken aback as well. Still arguing? Lin Tian inquired with a smile, drawing the attention of the 2 elder men. The alchemist, Gu Lao Dan, rushed forward, excitement written all over his face. Little brother, where did you acquire this fire? Tai Lao Ku, the blacksmith, leaned in eagerly, his gaunt form resembling a slender reed. Do not tell him. Tell me instead. Observing the comical antics of these two elderly children, Lin Tian could only offer a helpless smile. Meanwhile, Manager Wang gazed curiously at the flame Lin Tian had retracted, pondering if it could possibly be spiritual fire. Both Gu Laodan and Tai Lao Ku fixed their gaze on Lin Tian, anticipation evident in their eyes. Lin Tian nodded, affirming their speculation. Yes. In an instant. The two old men grew frantic, each seizing one of Lin Tian's hands, attempting to draw him closer. If you continue like this, you will tear me apart. Lin Tian protested awkwardly. They immediately halted, feeling embarrassed. Gu Laodan quickly released his grip, a sheepish smile gracing his features. Little brother, what is your name? What brings you here? Tai Lao Ku also loosened his hold, brushing Lin Tian's shoulder and asking, Does it hurt, little brother? Manager Wang stood in astonishment, never imagining that Lin Tian's arrival would make him the center of attention. Lin Tian glanced at the two men and declared, I wish to issue a challenge. To whom do you wish to challenge? Gu Laodan inquired eagerly. Lin Tian turned to Manager Wang and asked, Should I choose from the Foundation Establishment Hall, the Golden Core Hall, or the Nascent Soul Hall? Is any one of them suitable? Yes. Lin Tian inquired, What distinguishes the three palace leaders? Naturally. Different palaces entail varying treatment. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Tian asked, How does one undertake this challenge? Manager Wang gestured towards three towering structures in the distance, explaining that they represented the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages, each comprising 9 levels. Within each level lay arrays of differing intensity, along with ranking tokens placed in various locations. By obtaining the corresponding token and bringing it out, one could achieve a respective rank, causing the current holder to drop a rank, and so forth, until the last rank became void. Oh, is it really that simple? Lin Tian mused, surprised by the simplicity of it all. Manager Wang paused. Simple? Those two old rascals are captivated by your confidence. However, the ancient alchemist felt compelled to caution, young man. Before you proceed, I must inform you that once you enter the challenge, it will not cease unless you are gravely wounded and escape, or perish within. At this moment, Iron Old Man concurred. Indeed, at last, someone has spoken sense. The ancient alchemist glared. Do you even know how to communicate? Iron Old Man was about to retort. But Lin Tian, uninterested in their squabble, turned to the Nascent Soul Palace and smiled. I shall choose the Nascent Soul Palace. What? The three stared in astonishment, while Lin Tian feigned ignorance, asking, What is the matter? Manager Wang hastily replied, Young brother. The arrays corresponding to the Nascent Soul Palace possess damage and power at the Nascent Soul level. Not only you, but even I would not dare to step foot inside. The ancient alchemist, now serious, said, Youngster, you are merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. You should attempt the Foundation Establishment Tower instead. Iron Old Man agreed. Indeed. The Foundation Establishment Tower is worth a try. If you cannot succeed, you can still escape without facing death. But if you enter the Nascent Soul Tower, you will be utterly annihilated. Lin Tian sought a challenge with difficulty, otherwise, it would be too mundane. With a smile, he declared, I have made my decision. Please do not persuade me otherwise. The ancient alchemist grew anxious, and Iron Old Man was filled with dread. Manager Wang, not wishing to see Lin Tian walk to his demise, grasped his arm, shaking his head. Do not go. Let me go. Lin Tian responded, walking towards the so-called Nascent Soul Tower, which stood open. Ignoring their protests, he stepped inside. After finally spotting a promising talent, he lost just like that. The ancient alchemist lamented, his expression filled with anguish. Iron Old Man's withered face also twitched. Why didn't you stop him earlier? Don't blame me. You didn't stop him either. The ancient alchemist, in a sour mood, began to bicker once more, while Manager Wang shook his head in resignation. Upon entering the Nascent Soul Tower, Lin Tian was immediately met with the terrifying onslaught of the arrays. However, a peculiar smile spread across his face as he deftly evaded the strikes using his understanding of the arrays and a technique for traversing them. Were anyone to witness this, they would be astonished at how Lin Tian could dodge all the attacks as he began to ascend the tower. On the upper levels hung various tokens, and in some areas lay remnants of bones. Is this challenge truly so formidable? Lin Tian chuckled wryly and continued his ascent. Ascending from the 1st to the 9th floor, Lin Tian inhaled deeply and, in a single glance, spotted the coveted first token. However, he refrained from moving, as another token hung just above him. What is this? Is there something extraordinary about it? Lin Tian observed that this token was circular and purple, in stark contrast to the others, which were black and inscribed with numbers. Intrigued, he yanked it down, securing the first token as well. After a short while, Lin Tian exited the Yuaning Tower. The two individuals who had been bickering were startled back to reality by a loud exclamation from Manager Wang. The ancient alchemist immediately expressed his delight. "You didn't go in?" Iron Old Dry stepped forward to reassure him. "Young one, this tower is hardly entertaining. Let us proceed to the Foundation Establishment Tower." Manager Wang exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness you didn't ascend. It's far too daunting." To their astonishment, Lin Tian silently produced the token engraved with the number 1. Upon seeing it, Manager Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gazed at Lin Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. The ancient alchemist snatched the token and examined it for a long time, muttering, "In less than a quarter of an hour, you obtained this?" Iron Old Dry expressed his incredulity. The most formidable Yuan Inghall master, a genius from a century ago, took half an hour. Is there a time limit? Lin Tian was somewhat taken aback, to which the ancient alchemist fervently nodded. "Indeed, if you acquire the first but take longer than the previous hall master, you are only considered second." Iron Old Dry affirmed. "Correct, you must surpass the previous record to claim the title." Lin Tian acknowledged this, while Manager Wang urgently inquired, "Young brother, how did you manage to achieve this?" The two elderly gentlemen were equally curious, yet Lin Tian offered no further explanation. Instead, he produced another circular token and asked, "What about this token?" Manager Wang could not identify it, but the two old men's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ancient alchemist, trembling, held the token, exclaiming, This is no longer a Hall Master's token. It is the Hall King's." Iron Old Dry stammered. This has never been claimed since the establishment of the Fengyan Hall." "Oh, no one has claimed it?" Lin Tian mused. "I presumed it was also required for challenges." With a wry smile, he handed the token to the ancient alchemist. The two elderly men were awash in awe, while Manager Wang regarded Lin Tian as if he were a rare specimen. Yet, Lin Tian appeared troubled, pondering, which of the other 7 halls should I choose? The ancient alchemist, taken aback, responded, "You intend to pursue dual halls?" "Yes, I desire the deep sea's heart, hence I wish to attain 2 hall master titles." The two old men suddenly comprehended, but Manager Wang hesitated. These 7 halls pertain to vocational titles. It requires not merely cultivation, but significant expertise in that specific field. "Oh, how is the competition structured?" Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. Manager Wang elucidated. "For instance, in artifact refining, the challenge lies in crafting spiritual artifacts. The one who can produce the specified artifact in the shortest time is deemed the strongest. Indeed, rankings are based on a combination of time and quality." Iron Old Dry nodded vigorously, still caught in the exhilaration of earlier events. Lin Tian, however, hesitated, contemplating, between artifact refining and alchemy. "Which should I choose?" "Surely you can refine artifacts, given your possession of spiritual fire." The venerable Tai Laoku expressed a desire to take Lin Tian to attempt the alchemical challenge, eager to assess his proficiency in the craft. However, the ancient Dan was unwilling to concede, insisting that possessing spiritual fire did not necessarily equate to mastery in alchemy. Rather, it was undoubtedly indicative of exceptional skills in pill refinement. This assertion prompted Tai Laoku to counter. Yet as their debate intensified, Lin Tian, exasperated, interjected, "Gentlemen, please refrain from quarreling. I shall partake in both." "What? Both?" The two were momentarily taken aback, while the shopkeeper Wang cast a curious glance toward Lin Tian, inquiring, "You are capable of such feats?" Lin Tian responded with a murmured acknowledgement, opting for silence as he allowed them to lead the way, ultimately arriving at the refinement hall. The elder Tai Laoku, visibly excited, pointed towards a ranking board within the hall. "Did you see that? The top rank belongs to someone capable of forging mid-grade spiritual artifacts. And it only takes half a day. Is that all?" Lin Tian was taken aback by the apparent mediocrity of the top-ranked individual, leaving the 3 others momentarily stunned. Believing he may have misspoken, he curiously inquired, "What is the matter, gentlemen?" Tai Laoku, with a wry smile, replied, "Little brother, crafting spiritual artifacts is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, producing a mid-grade one is even more difficult. Therefore, those who make it onto the list are renowned blacksmiths from around Fengyan City." "Indeed. I'm only ranked in the 20s myself," Wang Baichue admitted awkwardly. Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. "So, doesn't it simply require producing a spiritual artifact with the shortest time and highest quality to claim the first place?" "Exactly. Look here, There's an explanation, Tai Laoka said, pulling Lin Tian aside. They approached a notice board where the details of the required spiritual artifact and the material recipes were displayed. This is the spiritual artifact, a sword. After Lin Tian acknowledged this with an O, he asked, "Are there materials available?" "I didn't bring any." "There are," Tai Laoka exclaimed. "Each challenger is permitted to collect materials once." He promptly handed Lin Tian a portion of materials. Lin Tian examined it. It was a large piece of profound iron. "Nearly a century old." "A century old?" he questioned. "Yes, with this you can forge a spiritual artifact. That is impressive," Tai Laoka replied. Then produced a piece of demon essence. "This is 300 years old, but you can only use this material once. If you need more, I'll have to purchase it myself, as the resources provided by the city lord's mansion are limited." Upon hearing Tai Laoka's words, Lin Tian smiled and reassured him. "No worries, once is sufficient." Tai Laoka remained skeptical, as forging spiritual artifacts was notoriously difficult, and the ancient alchemist understood little about the craft. Thus he could only observe silently. Meanwhile, Wang, the shopkeeper, expressed his concern. "Little brother, are you truly going to forge?" "Yes, I am about to begin," Lin Tian declared. And at that moment, he set to work. He placed the Fire King over the profound iron and, with a gentle caress, the entire block of iron began to ignite. In the next instant, the iron glowed a fiery red, with vibrant streams of color evaporating and even transforming into liquid droplets. The shopkeeper was left in shock. Tai Laoka, astonished, exclaimed, "This is the famed purification technique." "What is the purification technique?" the ancient alchemist asked, puzzled. Tai Laoka, trembling with excitement, explained, "Purification technique refers to the ability to evaporate or liquefy impurities within a material at varying temperatures, but it requires precise control. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could ruin the raw materials." The ancient alchemist, not a fool, quickly grasped the magnitude of Lin Tian's prowess, but soon felt a twinge of jealousy. Realizing how formidable this young man was at forging, Tai Laoka, now brimming with pride, acted as if the achievement were his own, exclaiming, "His fire is perfectly suited for forging." The ancient alchemist immediately objected, while Lin Tian furrowed his brow and interjected, "Could you two refrain from arguing? This will affect my work." The two fell silent at once, leaving Wang, the shopkeeper, incredulous that Lin Tian could command the two elderly mischief makers in such a manner. After Lin Tian's spiritual energy was depleted, he consumed a spirit pill, which piqued the curiosity of the ancient pill, who inquired, "Is that a spirit pill you are consuming?" "Indeed. It appears to be of superior quality. How did you acquire it?" "I have never encountered one before," the ancient pill responded, a look of bewilderment crossing its face. "I crafted it myself. It is not available on the market," Lin Tian casually remarked, leaving the ancient pill in a state of stunned silence for an extended period. As for Tai Laoka, he did not need to be prompted. He turned to the ancient pill and asked with intrigue, "Is this spirit pill difficult to concoct?" "Extremely difficult. In the entire Yunzhou prefecture, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of such a feat. I have spent hundreds of years refining pills without even scratching the surface." The ancient pill's voice trembled with astonishment. Tai Laoka and manager Wang were rendered speechless, while Lin Tian remained indifferent to their shock. After completing a sword, Lin Tian waved it, proclaiming that the materials used were already of the highest caliber. Tai Laoka snatched it eagerly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this truly of superior quality, and completed within half an hour?" The ancient pill, recovering from its shock, pondered. "Does that not make him the king of the artifact hall?" Tai Laoka nodded vigorously. Anyone capable of producing superior quality artifacts was indeed a king, and until now, no one had managed to craft such quality with those materials. Manager Wang's mind was blank. 2 kings? Lin Tian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and turned to the ancient pill, suggesting, "Let us proceed to the alchemy hall." "Yes, let us go." The ancient pill, unable to contain its excitement, pulled Lin Tian along, while Tai Laoka promptly followed suit. Manager Wang, in a daze, muttered, "Is he truly human?" Soon, they arrived at the alchemy hall, where the task at hand was simple, to concoct a foundation establishment pill, which, if of medium quality, could be completed in less than half a day to secure victory. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian presented his alchemy furnace, stating, "I shall use my own furnace." "Is that furnace a top-tier spirit artifact?" The ancient pill's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only the ancient pill, but even Tai Laoka inquired with curiosity, "Where did you acquire this top-tier artifact?" "I crafted it," Lin Tian replied, ignoring their astonished expressions as he began to refine the foundation establishment pill. The outcome was evident. Lin Tian produced a top-tier foundation establishment pill, shocking everyone present. It took a considerable time for the two old men to regain their composure, after which they presented Lin Tian with 3 tokens, those of the 3 halls kings. Before Lin Tian departed, the two expressed their reluctance to part, ultimately gifting him the deep-sea ice heart and urging him to visit often. Manager Wang then escorted Lin Tian away. On their way out, Manager Wang found himself at a loss for words, while Lin Tian cheerfully asked, "What is on your mind? You are truly terrifying." Manager Wang managed to utter. And Lin Tian curiously inquired, "Are those 2 old fellows unable to leave the inner sanctum?" "Yes, they have an agreement with the city lord, unless under special circumstances. They are forbidden from leaving the inner hall." "Why is that? I do not understand either." "It is likely a secret agreement between those 2 old codgers and the city lord." Lin Tian acknowledged with an "oh" and fell silent, stepping outside to find Wu Ying, who appeared anxious. As soon as Wu Ying glimpsed Lin Tian and the shopkeeper Wang engaged in cheerful conversation, she hastily followed them. Wang intended to invite Lin Tian for a drink but excused himself on the grounds of pressing business. With a smile, he told Lin Tian to seek him out whenever necessary. Subsequently, Lin Tian made his way back to the inn, while Wu Ying hurried to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, Wang stared in astonishment at Lin Tian, pondering how he could have been oblivious to his formidable presence had he not witnessed it firsthand. After a moment of awe, Wang took his leave, while the 2 individuals in the hall remained excessively excited, even ceasing their previous quarrel to contact the city lord, informing him of the emergence of a prodigy in Fengyun City, one who held the title of the 3 halls king. Upon receiving this news, the city lord immediately instructed them to ensure Lin Tian's safety as he rushed back from his retreat. "Did you hear? The city lord just communicated through the soundstone that he is returning," chuckled the elderly Tai Laoku. The venerable Gu Laodan expressed his own sentiments, reflecting on the city lord's decade-long absence. "What shall we do now? Should we announce it?" inquired Tai Laoku, curious. However, Gu Laodan expressed concern, stating that if they made an announcement, the lords from the other 4-tier cities might come to poach talent. "That's a valid point," Tai Laoku conceded. Yet Gu Laodan suddenly smirked, suggesting, "We could announce it without revealing his identity, couldn't we?" Instantly, Tai Laoku felt an itch of excitement. "Yes. Let us broadcast it first, and let the people from the other 4-tier cities feel envy and jealousy." "Excellent. Let us proceed," Gu Laodan exclaimed jubilantly. And thus the two began to disseminate the news. This information was officially released by the Fengyun Hall, with the 2 old tricksters personally delivering the proclamation to the populace. In no time, the news spread throughout the city and beyond. Lin Tian, who was on his way back to the inn, soon overheard countless whispers from the crowd. Wu Ying, intrigued, inquired, "What is this about a Yuaning master? They're so formidable that they have earned the titles of the Yuaning Hall King, the Alchemy Hall King, and the Weaponry Hall King. Why must it be a Yuaning master?" Wu Ying quickly clarified. "Those who enter the Yuaning Hall are naturally Yuaning masters. Who would be foolish enough to venture there as a Jindan master? That would be tantamount to seeking death." Lin Tian merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Wu Ying, unaware of the humor in Lin Tian's demeanor, became somewhat competitive, as if he had personally achieved those titles, making her question his arrogance. Lin Tian refrained from elaborating, fully aware that once the truth was disclosed, his peace would be irreversibly disrupted. Hence, he continued on his way back to the inn as if nothing had transpired. However, the news of a single individual from Fengyun Hall acquiring 3 hall titles stirred countless people, prompting many Yuaning experts to seek out the identity of this extraordinary individual. Even those from lower, middle, and upper-tier sects, upon receiving the news, were eager to locate this prodigious talent. Inside a tavern, the Red Eagle King observed the despondent Duan Tua beside him. "Have you heard? An unparalleled Yuaning genius has emerged. What does that have to do with us? Do you expect him to join our sect?" "Of course. Why would he? Our entire sect could offer someone, and he still wouldn't be interested." Duan Tua scoffed, declining to engage further in the conversation. King Hongying, convinced of his reasoning, chose not to dwell further on the matter, instead preparing to insult the people of Tianshui sect the following day. Meanwhile, Lin Tian strolled through the streets, inciting no suspicion whatsoever. No one considered that this individual, who had garnered the title of one of the 3 great palace kings, was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. At that very moment, in the inn, Tian Bing and others were eagerly discussing the news. Upon Lin Tian's return to his quarters, he overheard Tian Bing and Su Bai engaged in a heated debate. If our ancestor were to intervene, he would undoubtedly be the king of the 4 great palaces, the Foundation Palace, the Alchemy Palace, the Medical Palace, and the Body Technique Palace, Tian Bing asserted with unwavering confidence. Although Lu De could not comprehend the discussion, he nodded silently. Su Bai, having witnessed countless prodigies, understood the immense difficulty in achieving the status of Palace King. Thus he slightly shook his head in disagreement. Noticing Su Bai's skepticism, Tian Bing was eager to continue the argument when the door creaked open and Lin Tian entered. Tian Bing immediately rushed forward, excitement radiating from him. Ancestor, you must go to the homeland palace right away and secure a position as one of the 4 great palace kings to showcase your prowess. Why? Lin Tian retorted. To which Tian Bing responded with a grin, this way, your prestige will soar, and we shall bask in your glory. Lin Tian merely smiled in silence and found a place to sit, while Wu Ying teased, Miss Tian, you truly overestimate him. How could he possibly attain the title of Palace King? Tian Bing held steadfast confidence in Lin Tian's abilities, but Wu Ying remained unconvinced. And Su Bai felt the likelihood was slim. Lin Tian then turned to Nan Gongyan with a playful grin. Have you been well? Yes, I have been very obedient. Nan Gongyan replied with a laugh. After observing that Lin Tian had no intention of heading to the Fengnan Palace, Tian Bing sighed, Ancestor, I shall step out for a moment. Where are you going? Lin Tian inquired. I'm going to investigate who that person is and inquire about the 1,000-year demon essence in the extreme cold items, Tian Bing answered. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian replied, As for the extreme cold items, I will find someone to procure them. You need only assist me in investigating the 1,000-year demon essence. Understood, Ancestor, Tian Bing acknowledged. Promptly departing, while Wu Ying shook her head, muttering about Tian Bing's self-assumed role as a disciple. The others, including Su Bai, looked at Wu Ying with odd expressions, prompting her to awkwardly chuckle. It's nothing. I was merely speaking out loud. Please, continue your conversation. Yet Lin Tian interjected, Miss Wu, it is curious that you are not a member of our Tianshui sect, nor a relative of ours, and certainly not my friend. Why do you persist in following us? Wu Ying was rendered speechless, while Su Bai, unable to suppress a chuckle, stood up. I shall also go investigate the 1,000-year demon essence. After casting a peculiar glance at Wu Ying, he exited. Nan Gongyan then turned to Lu De. Uncle Lu, shall we go out for a stroll? Huh? Out? Lu De replied, surprised. Yes, let us hurry. Nan Gongyan exclaimed, pulling Lu De along as they exited. Before leaving, she playfully glanced back at Wu Ying and teased. Sister Wu, take your time chatting with the big brother. Do not get upset, or else you might get wrinkles. Wrinkles? I am wearing a mask. Where would wrinkles come from? Wu Ying immediately touched her face, evidently cherishing her appearance. Nan Gongyan, skipping happily, led Lu De away, leaving Lin Tian behind, who could only smile wryly, pondering, what is it with these individuals and their desire to avoid me? What did I do to deserve such treatment? Who told you to be so fierce? In a moment of playful banter, Wu Ying expressed her annoyance, while Lin Tian pondered, am I truly fearsome? I find myself rather agreeable. You, on the other hand, are quite intimidating. Lacking any humor, you exude arrogance and self-importance, not to mention your utter disregard for others. Wu Ying continued her light-hearted jests. If I am as you say, will you not take your leave? Must you persist in shadowing me like a tail? Wu Ying's expression soured, akin to having swallowed a fly, yet she found herself unable to expel it. Lin Tian could only chuckle in resignation as he moved to the window, observing Nan Gongyan and Lu De frolicking on the street below. Curiosity piqued. Wu Ying leaned closer for a glimpse and quipped, Is it because of your unsightliness that you wear a mask? Lin Tian, feeling rather amused, turned his attention to Wu Ying. Enraged, she retorted, You are the ugly one. Such a foul mouth. With that, she stormed out, leaving Lin Tian with a wry smile, acknowledging the fiery temper of the girl from the tomb gate. As she prepared to depart downstairs, Wu Ying paused, murmuring to herself, No, I cannot let him chase me away. I must compel him to give me the flame stone. Resolutely, she dashed back upstairs, only to discover that Lin Tian had vanished. How infuriating, to be driven away and left behind. Wu Ying immediately set out in search of Lin Tian, yet found no trace of him, which only fueled her frustration. Half an hour later, Lin Tian reclined in a tree outside the city, observing the agile spirit cat below, and inquired with a smile, What troubles you? Are you being pursued? Earlier in the city, Lin Tian had sensed a disturbance surrounding the spirit cat and had rushed out, just in time to witness its frantic dodging. Master, those old Yuaning fellows, upon sighting me, all attempted to capture me, but thankfully, I am swift. The spirit cat complained. In response, Lin Tian offered, Allow me to teach you a skill. What skill? The art of concealment paired with the shrinking technique. Once mastered, you will be able to shrink at will and mask your presence, making you indistinguishable from an ordinary kitten. The spirit cat, finding the prospect delightful, eagerly requested Lin Tian to instruct it, and he patiently obliged. After about half an hour, the spirit cat gradually diminished in size, transforming from a giant tiger into a diminutive plush cat, no larger than a pair of hands cradling it, utterly adorable. Moreover, its aura had completely coalesced, revealing no trace of spiritual energy. Impressive. As expected of a sacred-level spirit beast, your comprehension is remarkable. Lin Tian could not help but admire. The spirit cat, discovering its inability to vocalize, yet capable of communicating telepathically with Lin Tian, exclaimed in excitement, "Master, you are truly extraordinary. Of course, do you not see who I am?" Lin Tian chuckled, while the spirit cat wagged its tail in joy, exclaiming, "Then I can enter the city. Let us go." Lin Tian leapt from the tree and made his way towards the city, with the spirit cat perched on his shoulder like a small pet, unimpeded by any guards. However, upon entering the city, a mocking voice rang out, "Fool, is that truly you? I almost thought I was mistaken." Lin Tian turned to find none other than Lin Yan, the genius taken away by Taoist Ziyun long ago. Lin Tian cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing it entirely, while Lin Yan, having entered the sect with the ambition of one day standing over Lin Tian, was currently accompanying some senior brothers to witness the duel between Tianyang sect and Tianshui sect. Unexpectedly encountering Lin Tian ignited a fervor within Lin Yan. Yet, Lin Tian, disinterested, simply turned and made his way into the city. Lin Yan, incensed, thought to himself, "You fool, I am now a direct disciple of the sect master of Tianyang sect. Do you not perceive my greatness? Just trash. Nothing to boast about." Lin Tian retorted casually as he walked away, prompting Lin Yan to fume with rage. He contemplated confronting Lin Tian, but the guards nearby restrained him, forcing him to stifle his anger. Nevertheless, Lin Yan quickly caught up, taunting, "You're just jealous." Jealous? Indeed. How many aspire to become inner disciples of Tianyang sect? How many yearn to be a disciple of the sect master? Do you have any idea? Lin Yan continued, "I don't know how many, but I do know that Tianyang sect will soon fall into obscurity." Lin Tian smirked enigmatically. Believing Lin Tian to be spouting nonsense, Lin Yan scoffed, "I truly don't understand why Tian Luo would fancy a fool like you." Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled the existence of his betrothed. Observing Lin Tian mumbling to himself, Lin Yan sneered, "I think Tian Luo does not cherish you. Rather, she merely uses you to placate others." Lin Tian's knowledge of Tian Luo was limited to the day of their coming-of-age ceremony. Since then, he had not seen her and had no idea what she looked like. As Lin Tian pondered this, a voice called out from a distance, "Junior brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Yan snapped back to reality, noticing a young man approaching, and immediately stepped forward with deference. "Brother Fun." The young man, clad in a striking crimson robe, possessed an attractive visage and was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. As he walked, the fluctuation of spiritual energy revealed his spirit root, manifesting as 8 ethereal shadows, indicative of a top-tier spiritual root, a true prodigy within Tianyang sect. Even Lin Yan regarded him with utmost respect, yet upon hearing Lin Yan's words, he could not resist a sly grin. "Brother Fun, he is merely a fool, claiming that our Tianyang sect will soon be relegated to an inconsequential sect." Upon hearing this, Brother Fun's demeanor shifted, his small eyes widening in displeasure as he deliberately unleashed his spiritual energy. The onlookers could clearly discern the nature of his spirit root. Indeed, it was a fire-type, top-tier spiritual root. Could this truly be the genius of Tianyang sect, Fan Xiaotian? They murmured in awe. If he is here, then Tianshui sect is surely doomed. The crowd buzzed with speculation, believing Tianshui sect was courting disaster, while Lin Tian, indifferent, chose not to acknowledge them and headed back to the inn with the spirit cat in tow. Lin Yan, eager to stoke the flames, exclaimed, "Brother Fan, look. This brat disregards you entirely. Who is this person to treat me with such disdain?" Brother Fan seethed, while Lin Yan mocked, "A foolish child who has always boasted of tearing the heavens asunder and shattering the earth." Upon hearing the insult, the cold glimmer in Wen Xiaotian's eyes flickered. "Do not let me seize the opportunity, otherwise I shall eliminate him." "No need for Brother One. I can personally deal with him," Lin Yan arrogantly retorted. Indeed, being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was easy prey. When Xiaotian reigned in his imposing aura and glanced at Lin Yan, "Let us go. The 2 elders and Brother Gu are awaiting us at the tavern." "Agreed." Lin Yan promptly followed suit, choosing to ignore Lin Tian. As Lin Tian made his way back, he overheard numerous conversations regarding the confrontation between the disciples of the Tianshui sect and the Tiannong sect, as if someone were deliberately spreading the news. Moreover, some gambling establishments had even begun to take bets on the outcome. Nevertheless, this did not perturb Lin Tian in the slightest. Upon returning to the inn, he found Wu Ying glaring at him, demanding, "Where have you been? Must I report to you regarding my whereabouts?" Lin Tian chuckled, just as Tian Bing returned and teased, "You two, still quarreling after all this time?" Lin Tian plopped down on a chair, while the spirit cat leapt onto a nearby table to rest. "Where did this adorable little cat come from?" Tian Bing exclaimed, rushing over to scoop it up and nuzzle it against her face. Wu Ying, too, gazed curiously at the small creature, prompting Lin Tian to clear his throat. "It's merely that spirit cat, just reduced in size." Tian Bing dropped it in shock, exclaiming, "What? Is it that spirit beast?" The tiny cat shot her a glare before closing its eyes, causing Tian Bing to exhale in relief. "You scared me to death." Wu Ying, however, gazed at the diminutive creature with intrigue. "Why has it shrunk so much?" Lin Tian chose not to explain, which incited Wu Ying's frustration. Her teeth clenched in irritation. Curiously, Lin Tian turned to Tian Bing and inquired, "About your sister, why have you never mentioned her?" Upon hearing this, Tian Bing's expression shifted markedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked, while Wu Ying wondered why Lin Tian was asking about her sister. Tian Bing, with an unusual demeanor, replied, "At the last coming-of-age ceremony, my sister returned home and was approached by someone claiming to be from the Yun prefecture. This person wished to marry her, but she refused, citing her engagement, and left a letter before seeking her master." "Her master? I have no idea who that is," Tian Bing admitted awkwardly. Suddenly, Lin Tian laughed. "So you were upset and came to settle the score with me?" Tian Bing quickly backtracked. "Ancestor, that was all a misunderstanding." Lin Tian had no intention of holding a grudge, yet he was intrigued by Tian Luo's resolute nature. He pondered whether Tian Luo truly harbored feelings for him or was simply deflecting others' advances. Seeing Lin Tian lost in thought, Tian Bing continued, "Ancestor, you are unaware. Ever since my sister learned that you were her fiancé, she has insisted on pestering my father to find you. But as you know, my father is rather traditional. Hence he only brought her to meet you at your coming-of-age ceremony." "Oh," Tian Bing, fearing Lin Tian was upset, continued to reassure him, "Do not worry. My sister will undoubtedly return, and she is fond of you, never to be enamored by another." "How can you be so certain?" Lin Tian inquired with a playful smile. Tian Bing fervently nodded. "Since my sister saw you at the coming-of-age ceremony, she told me, 'I shall marry no one but you.' She even made a blood oath with my father. She would not deceive you." This indeed piqued Lin Tian's curiosity about what exactly this young girl found appealing about him. Meanwhile, Wu Ying, after listening for a while, finally comprehended the situation and chuckled. "So, it turns out you have a fiancée, and she's the sister of your disciple. Is this relationship meant to amuse me to death?" Tian Bing, feeling increasingly anxious, was about to rush over to cover Wu Ying's mouth, when Su Bai entered in a state of panic, exclaiming that something was amiss. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Su Bai, and Lin Tian glanced over, inquiring what was wrong. The foremost foundation establishment expert of Tianyang sect, the #1 in spiritual roots, Fan Shao Tian, has arrived, along with Gu Yi, the top of the Golden Core realm, who possesses a half-demon physique. Lin Tian was unaware of who these two were, but Tian Bing's face displayed shock. Even Wu Ying, who had spent years in Tian Mu Min, expressed astonishment, saying, "I've heard of this half-demon. They say he is quite formidable." Su Bai, with a tense expression, confirmed, "Indeed. He is a half-demon, possessing the bloodline of a demon. It is said that when he fully unleashes his golden core prowess, his strength is comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, which is exceedingly frightening." Tian Bing grew frantic, exclaiming, "Doesn't that mean the young girl will be in grave danger?" Wu Ying turned to Lin Tian, teasingly suggesting, "You should cancel the competition quickly. There's still time." Tian Bing and Su Bai looked to Lin Tian, awaiting his command, but Lin Tian, with a peculiar gleam in his eyes, reassured them, "No worries, I have my plans." Su Bai and Tian Bing exchanged glances, while Wu Ying began to feel anxious, realizing that Nangong Yin was still just a child. She admonished Lin Tian, "Hey, you fool. This is not the time for jokes. If you let her face that half-demon, she won't even know how she died." Lin Tian turned to Tian Bing and instructed, "Bring Nangong Yin here. I have something to discuss with her. You two needn't come in." After a brief exchange of glances, Tian Bing and Su Bai went to fetch Nangong Yin. Lin Tian then gestured for Wu Ying to leave. However, Wu Ying, with good intentions, turned to Nangong Yin and urged, "Little girl, your opponent tomorrow is exceptionally fearsome. It's not too late to have second thoughts, you know?" Nangong Yin blinked her bright eyes and retorted, "Why should I have second thoughts?" "Because your opponent is a half-demon, and they are terrifying," Wu Ying reiterated, fearing that Nangong Yin might not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. To her astonishment, Nangong Yin replied, with a hint of childish defiance, "Who cares what kind of demon it is? I will freeze it into pieces." Wu Ying was taken aback by Nangong Yan's boldness, while Lin Tian smiled at her, thinking, "Excellent, she is just like me, undaunted. You will be the one to regret it." Wu Ying quipped, and at that moment, Lin Tian shot a glance at Tian Bing, who promptly pulled Wu Ying outside. Wu Ying protested, "You are going to get her killed." With a bang, the door shut. Nangong Yin looked at Lin Tian and assured him, "Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely win." "You wish to win? Good. But I must teach you a few things, just in case," Lin Tian cautioned Nangong Yin, fearing her impulsiveness, for she had absolutely no practical combat experience and relied solely on the Tian Han technique to freeze others. Nangong Yin, however, was quite obedient to Lin Tian, nodding as she said, "Big brother, you say, and I will certainly study diligently." Noticing that Nangong Yin exhibited no resistance, Lin Tian began to explain, "The Golden Core Master you will encounter tomorrow is a formidable opponent. If you cannot quickly freeze him, he will strike you with the swiftest of spells. As you are only at the Qi refinement stage, your defense is virtually non-existent. If he makes contact, it could be fatal. Do you understand? Then I will freeze him as quickly as possible." Lin Tian chuckled and replied, "There are always unforeseen circumstances. After all, nothing in this world is absolute. Therefore, I must craft an armor for you that complements your cold art. However, since you have yet to establish your foundation, you cannot learn the technique of mental control. Hence, I will imbue the magical artifact with special talismans, and you need only learn to manipulate those talismans." Nangong Yin did not fully comprehend but still agreed, saying, "Big brother, please teach me. I will remember." Lin Tian then took out a talisman and instructed her on its usage before handing it to her. "From now on, you shall train with this talisman until you can wield it skillfully." Nangong Yin nodded obediently, took the talisman, and began her training. Lin Tian opened the door to find Tian Bing and others still gathered outside, while Wu Ying glared at Lin Tian, insisting, "You had better make her withdraw from the competition." Lin Tian ignored her and turned to leave. Rather than pursuing him, Wu Ying entered the house, intending to persuade Nangong Yin. However, Nangong Yin was silently reciting something, unresponsive to Wu Ying's words, which left Wu Ying exasperated as she glanced at Tian Bing, questioning, "Is this girl bewitched?" Tian Bing, perplexed, looked at Nangong Yin and then at the peculiar talisman, expressing confusion over why the Ancestor would give her such a thing. Su Bai also wore a puzzled expression, and as for Lu Da, he was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Lin Tian arrived at the blacksmith shop, seeking Wang Baichue once more. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Wang Baichue approached with a smile, saying, "Little brother, you are quite well known now." "It is merely a hollow reputation. It means little," Lin Tian replied. Wang Baichue was impressed by Lin Tian's insight, stating, "I must respect your perspective. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Wang Baichue, I have a matter to discuss." "Oh? Speak." "I am in need of some materials, and given your familiarity with Fengyan City, you should know where to procure the finest and most comprehensive goods. You have indeed come to the right person. Let me there." "Very well." Wang Baichue, delighted, escorted Lin Tian to the first equipment shop in Fengyan City, the Ancient Artifact Pavilion. The establishment was vast, bustling with patrons engaged in commerce. Wang Baichue guided Lin Tian to the shopkeeper, saying with a smile, "Shopkeeper Liu, this is my friend. He wishes to purchase some items, so please offer him the best prices, understood?" Shopkeeper Liu, distinguished by his long eyebrows that hung at the sides of his face and a sharp nose that gave him an eccentric air, regarded Wang Baichue with utmost respect, responding, "Rest assured, Boss Wang, I will ensure he receives the most favorable terms." The onlookers within the shop were filled with curiosity about Lin Tian's identity, wondering why even the esteemed master craftsman, Wang Baichue, treated him as an equal. Ignoring the puzzled gazes, Lin Tian followed Manager Lu to the precious goods section on the second floor. "Young master, the materials here are all rare treasures, each worth tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones," Manager Lu boasted as he showcased the exquisite items. As Lin Tian wandered through the collection, His attention was drawn to a particular set of scales. "What about these scales?" he inquired. Manager Lu immediately seized the opportunity to elaborate. "These are sourced from the depths of the ocean, reportedly shed by ancient sea monsters over a millennium ago. They are exceedingly difficult to obtain, hence their exorbitant price, 1 million for a single scale, and there are over 100 here, all consigned by customers. If you wish to purchase them, I can waive any commission fees." However, Wang Baichue frowned and interjected, "Manager Lu, everyone knows these scales are incredibly hard and nearly impossible to melt down. They could remain unsold here, yet you dare to ask such a high price? Master Wang, you misunderstand. These are not ours to sell. We are merely acting as intermediaries." Manager Lu replied awkwardly. Wang Baichue turned to Lin Tian, advising, "Young brother, if you seek scales, I can find you better ones." Lin Tian scrutinized the scales for a moment, calculating their worth, 1 million each. 10 scales would amount to 100 million, and 100 scales? Wouldn't that total a staggering 1 billion? In the past, such a price would not have caused him to flinch, but now he found himself lacking the necessary funds. As Lin Tian hesitated, a group of individuals approached the staircase, laughing heartily. "I just happen to need scales. If they don't want them, I'll take them," declared a young man clad in black armor, adorned with a red scarf around his neck. Manager Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't this the esteemed young master Qiulong from the first sect, He Hongling?" Qiulong, the young master of the first sect's He Hongling, was accompanied by the Eagle King. Initially, the Eagle King sought to ingratiate himself with Qiulong, but upon encountering Lin Tian, he promptly encouraged Qiulong to confront him. With a mocking tone, the Eagle King sneered at Lin Tian. "Do you know who this is? Young Master Qiu, of the He Hongling, is your age, yet he has already attained the Golden Course stage. This is true power." Qiulong dismissed Lin Tian with a disdainful glance as he approached the scales, grinning. "These scales are quite impressive. I shall take them back to the masters of Yunzhou Prefecture for refinement. They will surely be transformed into a top-tier spiritual artifact." Manager Lu awkwardly chuckled. "Young master, these are already claimed by this gentleman." "Claimed? Yet he has not paid," Qiulong retorted with a peculiar laugh, leaving Manager Lu in a quandary, as he could not afford to offend either party. The Eagle King chimed in with a taunt. "Manager Lu, our young master Qiu has a boundless future, destined to become an immortal. Do you truly wish to cross him?" Flustered, Manager Lu felt increasingly uneasy as Qiulong cast a glance at Lin Tian, taunting, "Young man, if you are wise, you will concede. After all, you cannot afford them." Lin Tian, however, grinned wickedly, replying, "I have never relinquished anything I desire to anyone." "Ah, are you still trying to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I am the esteemed young master of the Black and Red sect. And you? Merely a pauper of a pitiful sect. Can you truly present such a sum of spirit stones?" Lin Tian remained silent, yet Manager Lu, with a sudden flash of insight, quickly interjected. "How about this? Whoever presents the spirit stones first will claim them." This way, Manager Lu would no longer find himself caught uncomfortably between the two parties. "What is the price?" inquired Qiulong casually. Manager Lu promptly replied, 1 million for each, and 100 for 10 billion. "What? Are you attempting to rob me?" Even as the junior master of a lower-ranked sect, Qiulong could not possibly muster such an exorbitant amount. Manager Lu, feeling awkward, clarified, "It is not I who am selling, but rather the customers. So, young Master Qiu, I am merely acting on behalf of others." Qiulong's expression soured as he glanced at the Red Eagle King. "Do you have such a sum?" The Red Eagle King, knowing that accumulating such wealth in a lifetime was impossible, could only shake his head in embarrassment, leaving Qiulong in an even more awkward position. In contrast, Lin Tian turned to Wang Baichue with a smile, asking, "Manager Wang, I may need to borrow a little from you." Manager Wang was renowned as a master craftsman in the vicinity and had earned a substantial fortune over the years. He was more than willing to spend, stating jovially, "Young brother, whatever catches your eye today, I shall cover the cost." Manager Lu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Baichue would foot the bill for a young man, especially for such a princely sum. This made him glance at Lin Tian, curious about his true identity and why Wang Baichue would extend such generosity towards him. Meanwhile, Qiulong and the Red Eagle King, having failed in their attempts to assert dominance, felt humiliated by Lin Tian. In a fit of anger, Qiulong contemplated threatening Wang Baichue, but upon recalling the latter's status, he immediately faltered. Yet, with widened eyes, he turned to Lin Tian and threatened, "Listen here, if you do not acquiesce to my demands, I will ensure you cannot leave Fengyan City. Lin Tian cast a disinterested glance at such individuals, continuing to focus on Manager Liu. Manager Liu, please assist me in packing these items, including the sea crystal, the ice mountain stone, and the winged stone. Upon witnessing Lin Tian select these exceedingly precious items, Manager Liu cast a peculiar look at Wang Baichue. Wang Baichue, with a smile, declared, "Pack them all, they are on my account." Very well. Manager Liu promptly became busy, while Qiu Long and the Red Eagle King could only exchange bewildered glances. It was not until Lin Tian completed his payment and departed that Qiu Long angrily glared at Manager Liu. The latter offered an awkward smile, saying, "Young Master Qiu, you cannot blame me. I am merely a humble worker at the Antique Pavilion." Aware of the Antique Pavilion's reputation, Qiu Long could only grunt in response. Looking toward the Red Eagle King, the Red Eagle King, appearing suddenly serious, suggested, "Young Master Qiu, we should consult Elder Ba regarding this matter." Elder Ba? Yes, Du Ba, the leader of the faction. Let us go. Immediately, Qiu Long took the Red Eagle King and left, while Manager Liu gazed at the gleaming spiritual stones in the bags. His excitement palpable. This is a windfall. On the street, Lin Tian turned to Wang Baichue and remarked, "I shall return these spiritual stones to you as soon as possible. No need for haste. I have no shortage of these stones." Wang Baichue immediately replied with courtesy. Lin Tian could only smile and respond, "Very well. I thank you for today. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Consider it a favor owed." Excellent. Wang Baichue had been eagerly awaiting this acknowledgement from Lin Tian. After Lin Tian took his leave, Wang Baichue felt exhilarated, thinking to himself that this expenditure was worth every coin. However, as he neared home, Elder Ba and Qiu Long appeared. With Elder Ba present, Qiu Long felt significantly more assured. He inquired of Elder Ba, "Elder, is Manager Wang truly affiliated with the City Lord's Manor?" Elder Ba, also part of the City Lord's Manor, confirmed, "Indeed, Manager Wang is associated with the City Lord's Manor. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed to oversee the tests. However, Manager Wang's actions have incited my ire," he said, frowning. "As a craftsman for the City Lord's Manor, why would you assist someone from a minor sect?" Manager Wang shot them a stern glance and replied, "Du Ba, I care not for your reasons to confront that young man or his sect. However, out of respect for our shared affiliation with the City Lord's Manor, I advise you most strongly, do not offend that young man, lest you meet a dire fate." Upon hearing this, Du Ba could not help but burst into laughter. "Pray tell, Manager Wang, what connection do you have with the Tian Shui sect to issue such a threat?" "This is no threat, but rather a caution regarding his identity, which you cannot provoke." Manager Wang thought of Lin Tian's background and the affection the two old rascals had for him. If Du Ba persisted in his current course, his downfall would be inevitable. Yet, Du Ba misinterpreted Manager Wang's concern as a sign of familial ties or friendship with Lin Tian. He retorted, "Manager Wang, heed my words. Do not presume that your status as a craftsman instills fear in me. I have said what needed to be said. The choice is yours." Manager Wang stated before returning to his residence, unwilling to waste further words on them. Du Ba clenched his teeth in frustration, while Qiu Long, taken aback by the unexpected outcome, exclaimed, "Eighth Master, what does this mean?" On the side, Hongying Wang chimed in, "What could it mean? That brat must have offered Manager Wang some enticing benefit, causing him to favor the boy and disregard our Eighth Master's words." The remark grated on Du Ba's ears, prompting him to snort in response, "Just wait and see how I deal with that bunch. Eighth Master, rest assured. Tomorrow at Tianyang sect, we shall teach those audacious fellows a proper lesson." Hongying Wang vowed. Du Ba grunted in agreement. "I'm curious to see what this brat possesses that makes Manager Wang so willing to spend money on him." With that, Du Ba, seething with rage, departed with his two companions. Meanwhile, Lin Tian sought solitude to refine his artifacts, ensuring that Su Bai and the others provided protection outside. However, Wu Ying was eager to burst in, only to be restrained by the group. "Is it really necessary to be this cautious over mere artifact crafting?" she protested. Yet the muffled sounds of thuds and the scent of something burning emanated from within the room. This left Wu Ying bewildered, wondering aloud, could this boy possibly blow himself up while refining artifacts? Tian Bing, after observing Wu Ying for a while, reassured her, "Miss Wu, please remain calm. The Ancestor undoubtedly has a plan." Wu Ying, exasperated, retorted, "Just because he allowed Nagong Yin to participate in the competition, I intend to oppose him at all costs." The others understood Wu Ying's good intentions, yet they were bound to follow Lin Tian's orders. As evening approached, Lin Tian emerged from the room, drenched in sweat, only to find Wu Ying pacing anxiously. Ancestor, how did it go? Have you produced anything remarkable? Tian Bing inquired eagerly, while Lu Di also cast a curious glance at Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian revealed a small, interconnected suit of armor that shimmered with silver light. Not only that, but it also featured a small helmet with a transparent cover resembling a headpiece. What is this? Is it for swimming? Wu Ying scoffed, her irritation still simmering. Lin Tian chose not to engage in further banter and headed to Nangong Yan's room. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Nangong Yan's excitement was palpable. Big brother, I've memorized it all, she exclaimed. Oh, is that so? Then demonstrate it for me, Lin Tian replied, closing the door to keep the others waiting outside. Nangong Yan promptly followed Lin Tian's instructions, enveloped in a chilling aura that formed a closed cover around her. Good, now put this on. Lin Tian handed the armor to Nangong Yan, assisting her with the headpiece as he smiled and said, now, give it another try. Once she donned the armor, it melded seamlessly with her form, leaving no gaps whatsoever. This brought great joy to Nangong Yan, who exclaimed, Big brother, how marvelous. Now, try running around a bit, Lin Tian encouraged, amused. As she attempted to run, an overwhelming force propelled her body against the wall, nearly creating a hole in it. Startled, Nangong Yan quickly realized she was unharmed and joyously declared, Big brother, this is amazing. Upon this spirit armor, I have infused certain abilities that will allow you to teleport instantaneously. However, you may only traverse a maximum of 10 steps at a time. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise control, ensuring that your adversary cannot strike you, while also being cautious not to tumble off the arena. Do you understand? After conveying this, Nangong Yan eagerly began to practice under Lin Tian's guidance, striving to master her movement speed and distance. The longest distance she could cover was 10 steps. Yet her speed could reach that of a perfected golden core cultivator in an instant. Once Nangong Yan had fully grasped the intricacies of the spirit armor, she excitedly inquired, Big brother, what shall we name it? It has not yet been named. Perhaps you could think of one? Nangong Yan's eyes sparkled with joy. This was crafted for me by Big brother, and with such swiftness that it 1T heard upon impact. Let us call it the Celestial Speed Armor. Celestial Speed? Indeed, Celestial is your name, Big brother, and speed denotes swiftness, whereas armor signifies defense, she cheerfully elaborated. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised by the directness of her naming and chuckled, Very well. We shall call it the Celestial Speed Armor. Big brother, shall I wear it continuously? No, I will teach you how to conceal it. Lin Tian commenced instructing Nangong Yan on how to freely alter its size. However, when the Celestial Speed Armor vanished, Nangong Yan began to glance around, puzzled. Where has it gone? It resides within your Celestial Cold Pearl. When you wish to summon it, simply recite the incantation I taught you, and it will materialize. Do you comprehend? Nangong Yan was overjoyed and promptly attempted it. Indeed, by following Lin Tian's instructions, she summoned it forth in an instant and swiftly donned it. The result filled her with elation. Outside, Wu Ying remained unaware of the happenings within, calling out, Are you finished? The challenge letter has arrived. At that moment, Lin Tian opened the door, intrigued by Wu Ying's words. Challenge letter? Wu Ying glanced at Su Bai, who, with a troubled expression, handed a letter to Lin Tian and said, It was just delivered by someone from the Tianyang sect. What does it say? Read it aloud. Lin Tian casually remarked, taking a seat as he awaited Su Bai to read the letter. Su Bai unfolded the letter and, upon reading its contents, furrowed his brow. Tian Bing snatched it away and exclaimed angrily, The Tianyang sect is exceedingly overbearing. Lin Tian, with his eyes closed, silently listened, his expression devoid of any emotion. Tian Bing fumed. This was left by their red elder, indicating that they intend for Lu Da and Nangong Yan to suffer a fate worse than death, and what else? Continue. Lin Tian remained remarkably composed. Tian Bing gritted his teeth and continued, Moreover, the Tianyang sect is hosting a gamble at the Wind and Cloud Betting House, the largest establishment in the city, stating that if our Tian Shui sect wins, they will pay out 100-fold. We must hurry and place our bets. Upon finishing, Tian Bing, incensed, tore the letter apart, his face flushed with indignation. These people are intolerably arrogant. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before turning to Tian Bing. How many spirit stones did we acquire from the last raid on the Tujia fortress? I calculated it to be around 200 million, along with some other materials. Tian Bing replied hesitantly. The others were unaware of the conversation between Lin Tian and Tian Bing, But Lin Tian smiled and asked, "Is this betting house reliable?" "Quite reliable. The person in charge is affiliated with the city lord's manor," Tian Bing affirmed. Tian Bing appeared to sense Lin Tian's intentions as a peculiar expression crossed her face. "Go ahead, wager the entire 200 million. Let them at Tianyang sect see how much they can compensate," Lin Tian casually remarked. But Tian Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, are you truly gambling? 100 times. Why not seize this opportunity to gain?" Lin Tian responded. Aware that he would require more spirit stones in the future, particularly for managing the Tian Shui sect, where mere materials and disciple stipends would constitute a substantial expenditure. Previously, he had contemplated selling some alchemical pills or spiritual artifacts to earn spirit stones, but now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he eagerly anticipated placing his bet. Yet, Tian Bing, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "But what if we lose?" "What? Do you not trust me?" Lin Tian chuckled, to which Tian Bing resolutely replied, "Regardless of victory or defeat, we cannot afford to lose our pride." Having said this, Tian Bing and Su Bai hastened to the Feng Yun gambling house. Meanwhile, Wu Ying found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Tian, ultimately approaching Nangong Yin to advise, "Little girl, heed your sister's counsel and do not participate." Nangong Yin, a spirited and clever girl, had tucked away her spiritual armor and mysteriously declared, "Sister Wu, just wait for my performance tomorrow." With that, she resumed her practice of deploying spiritual talismans, leaving Lin Tian to chuckle helplessly at her antics. Wu Ying, full of frustration, wished to confront Lin Tian, but he was already enveloped in a chaotic force within him. Momentarily startled, Lin Tian quickly retreated to his room to meditate, leaving Wu Ying fuming in silence. As Lin Tian focused on his dantian, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The day spent refining pills and forging instruments had caused the energy flow to alter the reincarnation spiritual eye. He noticed a small fissure had appeared on the seed of the reincarnation spiritual eye, akin to a seed splitting open. Not only that, but the released spiritual energy was also more potent, and the internal energy circulation had considerably accelerated. It seemed he had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lin Tian smiled in satisfaction and continued to meditate, stabilizing his internal energy. The night passed in this manner. When dawn broke, the assembly awaited downstairs, and only upon Lin Tian's arrival did they set off towards the guild. Wu Ying ceased her nagging, though her face was etched with fury, as if she wished to whisk Nangong Yin away immediately. Tian Bing, however, felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly at the thought of the 200 million. While Su Bai cast worried glances at the boisterous Lu De and Nangong Yin, sighing helplessly. Only Lin Tian wore a smile. As the passers-by on the street murmured amongst themselves, "Look, the people from Tian Shui sect are about to duel with those from Tianyang sect. Isn't this a guaranteed loss? Indeed, they are merely walking to their demise. I heard they wagered 200 million at Feng Yun gambling house, betting on their own victory. The one in charge must be elated. Do you think the setup by Tianyang sect is a mere coincidence? The people from Tian Shui sect truly are foolish." All along the way, the crowd's lack of faith in Tian Shui sect only served to heighten Tian Bing's anxiety. Upon arriving at the guild, they found a throng of onlookers gathered, and as they were led to the arena within the guild's inner courtyard, it was clear that the area was already teeming with spectators. Even the esteemed Master Wang has arrived, squeezing his way through the crowd. With a concerned glance at Lin Tian, he inquired, "Are these two capable?" "Rest assured, Master Wang, they are absolutely capable," Lin Tian replied with a confident smile. However, to the onlookers, it seemed as though Lin Tian was merely engaging in self-hypnosis. At that moment, not far from the arena, the stern-faced Eighth Master declared, "Is everyone here? Shall we commence?" The atmosphere instantly erupted with excitement. Seated nearby, Duan Tua glared at Lin Tian, wishing he could soar over and strike him down, but was restrained by the Red Eagle King, who cautioned, "This is within the city. Do not act impulsively." With a huff, Duan Tua relented, while Chiu Long, beside him, impatiently asked, "Elder Hong, can we trust your two disciples?" "Absolutely trustworthy," the Red Eagle King assured. At that moment, the Eighth Master turned his gaze towards the crowd, asking, "Is the Foundation Establishment Group ready?" From the throng, Fan Shaotian stepped forward, casting a disdainful smirk at Lin Tian and his companions as he passed. Lu De glanced at Lin Tian, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Lu De to ascend the arena. "Be prepared to announce when ready," the Eighth Master instructed the two. While Fan Shaotian deliberately revealed his spiritual roots, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Fan Shaotian taunted Lu De, "Big guy. Your physical prowess is nothing but trash compared to mine. Luda remained silent, biding his time for the eighth master to signal the start. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyang sect erupted in raucous jeers, some mocking. Has Tianshui sect run out of capable fighters? They're sending someone without any cultivation to the stage? Indeed. Tianshui sect is a third-rate sect. What could they possibly offer? Laughter echoed, while the expressions of Tian Bing and others soured. Particularly, Lin Yan, accompanied by members of Tianyang sect, approached Lin Tian's group, derisively addressing Lin Tian. So, this is your disciple, huh? Lin Tian chose to ignore him, but Lin Yan continued mockingly. Silence, is it? I hope you still maintain that bravado when he burned to a crisp. Upon witnessing Lin Yan's taunts directed at Lin Tian, Nangong Yin shot a furious glare at him. Lin Yan, feeling an unaccountable shiver, nonetheless continued to ridicule her. Little girl, don't be anxious. My half-demon senior brother will send you on your way in the next match. Nangong Yin retorted. I'll be the one sending him on his way. Observing the audacity of such a young girl, Lin Yan laughed heartily. What an ignorant little brat. At this juncture, the eighth master called for the match to begin, drawing all eyes to the arena, where a shocking scene unfolded. Fan Xiaotian, brimming with self-importance, unleashed a barrage of fireballs before Luda, taunting, come on, you can't hit me, can you, big guy? Yet, as Luda unleashed his Titan body technique, he charged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Fan Xiaotian in an instant. Terrified, Fan Xiaotian quickly conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy, then let out a sigh of relief. Boasting, I have a shield. Come at me. But in the next moment, tragedy struck for Fan Xiaotian as Lu Di executed the heavenly fist, delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding bang, the protective barrier shattered, and that punch landed squarely on Xiaotian. His complexion instantly paled, and with a swift whoosh, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground below the arena. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and then Tian Bing erupted in excitement, shouting, excellent. Nagong Yin chimed in with a smile. Uncle Lu, you are truly remarkable. Luda revealed a grin, and Lin Tian expressed his satisfaction, while the members of Tianyang sect stood dumbfounded, as did the onlookers. Meanwhile, the enigmatic eighth master observed the Red Eagle King with a peculiar expression, eager to see his next move. The smile on the Red Eagle King's face had frozen, as he sat there in a daze until when Xiaotian struggled to rise, attempting to charge back onto the stage, only to discover his body felt as though it would disintegrate. He collapsed to his knees and ultimately lay on the ground, convulsing. Someone rushed over to check on him and gasped in horror, shouting, he is dead. What? The members of Tianyang sect were left in shock, while the spectators whispered among themselves, ISNT when Xiaotian, a foundational genius. How could he die from a single punch? This is simply unbelievable. That burly figure, possessing such formidable strength? The murmurs grew louder, and the Red Eagle King could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, gazing at Xiaotian's lifeless body, his heart aching as he cried out, next match. Eighth Master had no choice but to steady his emotions and prepare for the next bout. Luda stepped down from the arena, and Nagong Yin turned to him, excitedly exclaiming, watch me. As Nagong Yin ascended the stage, many began to jest, little sister. You're merely at the Qi refinement stage, challenging someone at the Golden Core stage? Are you out of your mind? You're the one who is out of your mind. Nagong Yin retorted, her eyes wide, prompting laughter from the crowd, though some felt a pang of sympathy for the adorable girl. Thus, a few voices of concern emerged. Little girl, step down, don't meddle in adult affairs. Indeed. Little one, this is a matter for grown-ups. Why are you getting involved? Observing Nagong Yan's popularity, Tian Bing's anxious heart felt somewhat reassured. However, when a man radiating faint golden light stepped onto the stage, Tian Bing's breath grew rapid. This man had a prominent nose and a slightly bluish complexion, as if blue blood coursed through his veins. The onlookers were filled with curiosity about what kind of demonic entity this half-demon was born from. Meanwhile, Wu Ying was even more nervous than Tian Bing, and on the other side, Qiulong inquired of the Red Eagle King, I say, Elder Hong, this second one won't he lose, will he? Fear not. This second one is a half-demon, as you know, the Red Eagle King replied confidently. Qiulong's eyes lit up. I see. Guyi. If I recall, he ranks among the top 10 in the Wind and Cloud Hall's Golden Core group. Indeed, 8th in the Wind and Cloud Hall. The Red Eagle King boasted. That's a relief. Otherwise, if you lose again, your stake in Tianyang sect will be lost. Qiulong remarked leisurely. Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. The Red Eagle King smiled confidently, while Lin Yan, standing nearby, cast a cold sneer at Lin Tian, saying, "Kid, you won the first round by sheer luck, but in this second round, that little girl is surely doomed. With my presence, no one can harm her." Lin Tian exuded unwavering confidence. Yet Lin Yin could not bear to witness the scene and shouted to Gu Yi, "Brother Gu, eliminate her." Lin Yan's ruthless demeanor instantly drew the ire of several compassionate onlookers, who admonished him, Do you lack any sense of empathy? She is merely a young girl." Lin Yin retorted defiantly, "If you seek compassion, direct your pleas to the Tianshui sect, ensuring they do not allow a young girl to compete." Many found his argument compelling, prompting some to voice their grievances against the Tianshui sect, which left Tian Bing and his companions in a foul mood. Wu Ying turned to Lin Tian and questioned, "You scoundrel, do you not feel a shred of remorse?" "Remorse? For what reason?" Lin Tian replied, "You are sending a girl under 10 years old into battle. How cruel is that?" Lin Tian simply responded, "In this world, compassion is a rare commodity. Thus, one must be sufficiently strong to prevail." Wu Ying was taken aback by Lin Tian's retort, leaving her too enraged to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Tian gazed intently at Nagong Yin, silently urging, "Little girl, you must grow. I cannot protect you forever, so strive to become ever stronger." On the stage, Gu Yi regarded Nagong Yin with disdain, declaring, "You are so small. How am I to engage with you? You had best tread carefully, for should I defeat you, I shall not extend any sympathy, in a manner befitting an adult." Nagong Yin retorted. However, the 8 master disregarded their exchanges and announced, "Let the match begin." Instantly, the audience was divided. Some hoped for Nagong Yin's safety, while others wished for the victory of the Tianyang sect. At that moment, a radiant set of spiritual armor enveloped Nagong Yin, sparking the curiosity of the spectators. "Look, the girl possesses spiritual armor. Is that a spiritual artifact?" "It seems so." Manager Wang cast a peculiar glance at Lin Tian, inquiring, "Did you craft that?" "Indeed. I toiled all day yesterday for this very purpose," Lin Tian replied with a smile. Manager Wang, still skeptical, asked, "Is it truly a spiritual artifact?" "Yes." "Of the finest quality," Lin Tian confirmed. Manager Wang gasped in astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts, to think he could even melt those scales. How formidable. Qiu Long, present as well, looked on with suspicion. "Elder Hong, do you not recognize the scales on that girl? Did that young man purchase them yesterday?" Elder Hong glanced at the armor and replied, "It appears so, but how could it have transformed into spiritual armor so swiftly? Could it be that Manager Wang assisted in its refinement?" Qiu Long inquired with curiosity, to which Elder Hong readily agreed. In this city, Manager Wang indeed possesses such capabilities. Qiu Long's displeasure grew. What was once his treasure was now claimed by another. How infuriating. "Young Master Qiu, if you desire it, I could have my men eliminate her and seize the armor," Elder Hong jested. Qiu Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, do it swiftly." Elder Hong then called out to Gu Yi, "Gu Yi, take her down and present her armor to young Master Qiu." The crowd gasped at this proclamation. While Tian being chastised, your Tianyang sect is truly ruthless. Luda felt a surge of anger, and there was no need to mention Wu Ying, who cast a fierce glare at Lin Tian, demanding a solution. Lin Tian stood silently, saying nothing, when suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from Nagong Yin, enveloping the surroundings in an icy chill. Those below the stage trembled in fear, exclaiming, "What is happening? I feel as though I will be frozen." Those nearest to the arena were alarmed, and soon the ground beneath them began to freeze. Panic ensued as everyone recoiled, while Gu Yu on the stage was instantly encased in ice. Witnessing this scene left the crowd in astonishment. The Red Eagle King furrowed his brow, pondering if the little girl capable of freezing those at the Golden Core level was also responsible for the earlier slaughter of bandits at the foot of the mountain. Qiu Long, growing anxious, remarked, "Your people are on the verge of defeat, yet you remain so composed." The Red Eagle King, regaining his composure, smiled reassuringly, "Fear not. Gu Yi is a half-demon, and he has yet to unleash his true power. Can that truly break through?" Qiu Long inquired with curiosity. The Red Eagle King chuckled enigmatically. "Just watch." At that moment, the audience observed a surge of demonic energy radiating from Gu Yi, with a dark mist swirling atop the icy layer. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Look, he is about to undergo demonization." The overwhelming aura was palpable. "That girl is doomed." Tian Bing, who initially believed victory was assured, suddenly wore a look of alarm. Wu Ying frantically shouted, "Hurry, get off the arena." Meanwhile, the ice surrounding Gu Yi began to crack and shatter, revealing his unscathed form. The members of Tianyang sect erupted in joy. while Lin Yin turned to Lin Tian and the others with a mocking grin. You see, this is the power of a half-demon. How could a mere girl compete? Tian Bing was utterly stunned, and Wu Ying, in a frenzy, disregarded Lin Tian's authority, urgently insisting, "Stop dawdling, get her down." Lin Tian remained unmoved, and Lin Yin, witnessing this, secretly laughed, curious how long Lin Tian could maintain his calm demeanor. On the other side, the Red Eagle King finally felt a sense of relief and turned to Qiu Long with a smile. "Did you see that?" Qiu Long was quite satisfied. While Gu Ye's visage was tinged with a bluish hue as he widened his eyes, his aura reaching its peak. With a single hand, he unleashed a colossal golden palm strike, a powerful attack from a golden core genius. Many averted their gazes, hastily closing their eyes. A thought flickered in each member of Tian Yang's sect's mind. It must be over. Tian Bing, however, was entranced, her hands trembling slightly. Luda, in a fit of urgency, attempted to rush in, but was restrained by Lin Tian's grip on his arm. Flustered, Luda watched as Wu Ying dashed forward. Yet, the attack was too swift. She had not yet reached the arena when it was already upon Nangong Yin. At that moment, a flash of water spiritual energy emanated from Nangong Yin, and she vanished from her original position on the stage, completely evading the attack. Stunned silence enveloped the arena, save for Lin Tian, as the astonished crowd opened their eyes. The spectators gasped in amazement, wondering how Nangong Yin had accomplished such a feat. Tian Bing, both astonished and elated, turned to Lin Tian and exclaimed, "Ancestor, what is happening?" Luda gazed at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression, while Manager Wang, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Is it that spirit armor?" Subai was equally astonished, realizing that the spiritual armor bore mystical symbols. That girl was manipulating the armor through the control of these symbols. Tian Bing and others finally understood why Nangong Yin had insisted on training with spiritual talismans the previous day, while Wu Ying turned to fix her gaze on Lin Tian. Lin Tian merely smiled at the arena, saying little, yet Lin Yin was incensed, shouting, "Senior brother Gu, eliminate her." At that moment, you could hardly believe that someone at the Qi refinement stage could evade his attacks, prompting him to strike again. Nangong Yin darted around with remarkable speed, making it impossible for Gu Ye's assaults to land. Frustrated, Gu Ye prepared to unleash his ultimate move, while Nangong Yin took a deep breath, gathering her strength. The crowd then witnessed the golden light flickering around Gu Ye as his spiritual energy gradually intensified, and Nangong Yin mirrored this, surrounded by a veil of white mist. Subsequently, ice began to form beneath Gu Ye's feet. He refused to believe that Nangong Yin could ensnare him, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his formidable golden light, transforming it into a flurry of darts aimed at Nangong Yin. However, she continued to maneuver swiftly, even closing in on Gu Ye. The spectators gasped in astonishment, questioning whether the girl had lost her senses. Nangong Yin was not mad. Rather, she sought to draw near to her opponent, thereby amplifying the potency of her freezing technique. Indeed, when she found herself merely 3 steps away from the ancient figure, she abruptly halted, as the ancient entity prepared to strike her down from a distance. It was instantly encased in ice. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and just as the ancient figure attempted to shatter the ice with its demonic power, it was already too late. The spectators beheld as Nangong Yin launched herself forward with a forceful impact, and with a resounding crash, she collided with the ancient figure. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding scene, the ancient being shattered into countless fragments, akin to ice splintering, and collapsed to the ground, ultimately freezing entirely and transforming into stone. Nangong Yin clapped her hands, decisively kicking the stones off the stage. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Tian Bing, overwhelmed with excitement, burst into tears and exclaimed, "Little girl, you are truly remarkable." Luda also revealed a foolish grin, while Subai, in a dazed manner, exclaimed, "Have we emerged victorious?" Manager Wang marveled at the terrifying nature of the spiritual armor, particularly when he recalled the presence of spiritual runes upon it, which deepened his admiration for Lin Tian's prowess. The onlookers exchanged glances until someone exclaimed, "The Tianshui sect has leveled up." The Tianshui Gate has ousted the Tianyang sect from its ranking. Amidst the clamor, the majestic king of the sky, trembling, sat there, while Qiu Long furiously exclaimed, "Elder Hong, do you have any idea how much I have invested in you? 100 million. Will you compensate me?" The expression on the face of the king of the Red Eagles was far from pleasant. "Young Master Qiu, young Master Qiu." At that moment, Nangong Yin leaped off the arena and pounced onto Lin Tian, causing the spiritual armor to vanish autonomously. It was only then that Nangong Yin began to cry with excitement, exclaiming, "Big brother, I have one. Lin Tian understood that Nangong Yin had just endured a considerable amount of pressure, for so many eyes were upon her, and she was more anxious than anyone else. This was something Lin Tian had not anticipated, yet she accomplished it nonetheless. Lin Tian, feeling a sense of relief, smiled gently and reassured, "It's all right." Meanwhile, Nangong Yin clung to Lin Tian, unwilling to leave, while Wu Ying, in a state of disbelief, murmured, "She actually won?" Lin Yin looked on in confusion. And Tian Bing rushed through the crowd, approaching Elder Hong with a grin, stating, "Elder Hong, I wagered 2 billion yesterday. As per our agreement, you must provide me with 200 billion within 3 days, or I shall report you to the city lord's mansion." "What? 200 billion? Some uninformed individuals gasped in astonishment, while Elder Hong, consumed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Tua was equally taken aback by the crushing defeat of Tianyong sect. With an air of triumph, Tian Bing turned to the 8th Master, saying, "8th Master, please announce the results." Though the 8th Master cursed inwardly as a public figure, he could only adhere to his duties, and he addressed the crowd, declaring, "From today onwards, Tianshui sect shall replace Tianyong sect. Tianyong sect has fallen out of the top 100. They may only challenge other sects in a month." The members of Tianyong sect were left speechless, as they had come to witness a spectacle, only to find their own sect reduced to a lesser status. The target of mockery from those around them. "So this is the fate of Tianyong sect," they lamented. Soon, Tianyong sect would hold a recruitment event, which felt like a stroke of misfortune. "I'm tempted to join Tianshui sect," someone exclaimed. Indeed, Tianshui sect is remarkable. They have cultivated an individual with no cultivation or chi refinement into such a formidable being. In a matter of moments, Tianshui sect's prominence eclipsed that of Tianyong sect. With countless individuals contemplating joining their ranks, Elder Hong grew anxious, for new disciples were the lifeblood of Tianyong sect. A reduction in their numbers would spell disaster for the sect's future. Thus, he turned to Chiu Long, pleading, "Young Master Chiu, you must find a way to have them challenge you." Chiu Long was also contemplating this, and he stood up, glaring at Tian Bing. "If your Tianshui sect is so formidable, are you brave enough to challenge our top-ranked black-red sect?" This provoked a wave of disdain from the crowd. "Young Master Chiu, how shameless you are. You want Tianshui sect to challenge you? Indeed, your black-red sect has held the top position for centuries. No sect has been able to shake your dominance." Yet the members of Tianyong sect retaliated with mockery. "Isn't Tianshui sect supposed to be so powerful? Aren't they so arrogant?" In an instant, the two factions began to bicker. At that moment, Lin Tian, accompanied by the others, interjected with a sudden inquiry that stunned the crowd. Those unfamiliar with Lin Tian began to wonder about his identity. "Isn't he said to be the ancestor of Tianshui sect? What? An ancestor at the foundation establishment stage? Surely this is a jest." Many were left bewildered. Wu Ying, recognizing Lin Tian's impending arrogance, hastily advised him, "You fool, do not act recklessly. They are from the black-red sect." However, Lin Tian coldly retorted, "Whoever obstructs Tianshui sect shall meet their doom." Such audacity ignited a spark of admiration and astonishment in the hearts of many. Chiu Long burst into laughter, joined by the derisive chuckles of the Tianyong sect members. In that moment, the 8th Master of the Ba family eagerly anticipated the Tianshui sect's challenge against the formidable Black-Red Alliance. He could not help but ask again, fearing that Lin Tian might reconsider, "So, you are indeed set on challenging the Black-Red Alliance?" Tian Bing and Su Bai exchanged worried glances with Lin Tian, fully aware that the Black-Red Alliance was not to be underestimated, especially given its profound heritage as a top-tier sect, boasting an abundance of prodigious talents. To their surprise, Lin Tian chuckled and remarked, "We will challenge them sooner or later. We might as well do it now." While his words seemed nonchalant, to others they appeared akin to a mere egg attempting to strike a stone. The 8th Master, however, was elated and promptly declared, "Very well. In 3 days, the Tianshui sect shall challenge the Black-Red Alliance." Lin Tian was perplexed by the 3-day time frame. Having noted that the Tianshui sect had only taken a day to prepare for their previous challenge against the Tianyong sect, the 8th Master shot Lin Tian a disdainful look and explained, "Young man, it is customary for any sect challenging the top-ranked factions to have 3 days for preparation. This allows us to draw a larger audience from the surrounding areas, ensuring the event is a grand spectacle. Thus, we must allocate ample time for preparation." Taken aback by such formality, Lin Tian merely acknowledged it, while the 8th Master turned to Su Bai and inquired, "Elder Su, may I ask who the Tianshui sect will be sending into the fray?" Su Bai glanced at Lu De and Nangong Yin. Just as they were poised to discuss whether to enter the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stages, Lin Tian interjected with a question. Can one person challenge multiple matches? The eighth master chuckled. As long as that individual's cultivation is below the Golden Core stage, they may challenge in the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or even nascent soul stages. Lin Tian was quite pleased with this outcome and instructed Subai, register me for both the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages. After saying this, he disregarded the astonished expressions of those around him and promptly took Nangong Yin in his arms, departing the scene. Luda, momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with excitement, Master, we are finally going into action. Initially worried, Tian Bing was instantly uplifted upon hearing Lin Tian's decision to personally engage, even going so far as to provocatively challenge Qiulong. You might as well prepare for defeat. Qiulong, taken aback, laughed. What? You want to participate? Ignoring him, Lin Tian continued on his way, while Lin Yin mocked him from the sidelines, truly unaware of your own limitations. The Tianshui sect members followed suit, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, Manager Wang chuckled. Now this is getting interesting. The eighth master turned to Qiulong and said with a grin, Young Master Qiu, do return and prepare well. Rest assured, he is merely a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. I could easily dispatch 2 individuals to handle him. Qiulong, brimming with arrogance, retorted. Indeed, the Black-Red Alliance is far beyond what these Tianshui sect members can contend with. With a triumphant smile, Qiulong declared, I shall return to the sect. Until we meet again. In the next moment, he left with an air of self-satisfaction, while the Red Eagle King and Duan Tua also rose to depart with the Tianyang sect members. However, the Tianyang sect soon found themselves the subject of ridicule, leaving the expressions of the Red Eagle King and his companions rather grim, particularly Duan Tua, who lamented, Elder Hong, we owe the Tianshui sect 2 billion within 3 days. What shall we do now? The Red Eagle King, suppressing his fury, replied, I must return to the sect immediately to confer with Elder Z and the others. The camel, unwilling to depart, spoke up, declaring, as long as that lad remains alive, I shall never leave. The Red Eagle King, unable to contend with this resolute camel, coldly responded, Then you shall stay and oversee the remaining disciples while I report back. With a resigned sigh, the Red Eagle King departed, leaving the camel to survey the disheveled group before him. What are you all dawdling for? Move. The crowd complied, while within the throng, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with malice. You will see how you perish in 3 days, boy. In another location, upon returning to the inn, Lin Tian found himself ensnared by Wu Ying's relentless questioning. Hey, young man, you cannot be serious, challenging the Black and Red leader? Is there a problem? Indeed, there is. Do you even comprehend who the Black and Red leader is? That is the foremost sect of the lower ranks. Do you realize what that title signifies? It is an entity that has withstood countless challenges from various sects for centuries without faltering. And yet, you are merely walking toward your demise. Wu Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Tian merely smiled in silence, while Tian Bing chuckled at the exchange. Miss Wu, we are not in haste. Why are you so anxious? Luda chimed in naively, Miss Wu, the skills I possess, as well as those of the young lady, were taught to us by our master. Do you truly believe our master would allow us to falter? Wu Ying, taken aback by their carefree demeanor, retorted, You are all a bunch of lunatics. With that, she turned on her heel and left. Tian Bing and the others erupted in laughter, though Subai felt a twinge of apprehension and glanced at Lin Tian. Patriarch, you are in the mid-stage of foundation building. Is it truly safe to confront the Black and Red leader? Do not worry, it will be fine, Lin Tian replied casually, prompting Subai to refrain from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Tian Bing entertained thoughts of what would transpire if the higher-ups of Tianyang sect discovered they had fallen into obscurity and lost 200 billion. Observing Tian Bing's excitement, Lin Tian turned to Subai and instructed, You should send word back to Tianshui's sect, ensuring they are prepared to prevent any surprise attacks from Tianyang's sect. Understanding Lin Tian's intent, Subai hurried to make arrangements. Lin Tian then addressed the rest, In the coming days, I shall focus on my cultivation. As for you all, remain here and do not wander off, understood? Yes, I will keep a close watch on them, Tian Bing promptly assured him. While Lin Tian chose to leave behind the spirit cat, as it could communicate with him mentally and alert him to any issues. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian ventured to a secluded grove outside the city, surveying the surroundings. This place should be devoid of people. It is perfect for some tranquility. With that, he sat cross-legged, embarking on his quest to comprehend heaven and earth through the reincarnation spirit eye. As the reincarnation spirit eye was stimulated, it began to emit a wondrous energy, seemingly absorbing the essence of the cosmos. Yet, after half a day, the reincarnation spirit eye showed no signs of transformation. Is this method truly effective? Lin Tian pondered. Recalling the descriptions within the reincarnation killing heaven technique regarding the understanding of heaven and earth, he felt a flicker of doubt. With no other recourse, Lin Tian persevered until nightfall, when he reluctantly returned to the city. Upon reaching the inn, Tian Bing presented a piece of beast hide before Lin Tian, exclaiming, "Patriarch, look what I have discovered." "What is this?" "Take a look." Tian Bing was filled with immense excitement, while Lin Tian curiously unwrapped the hide, revealing a map of Fengyun City. Not only that, but it also depicted routes extending beyond the city. What could this signify? "Look, it is marked with potential locations of various demons." Lin Tian glanced at it and noticed several markings, most of which dated back several centuries. "This is a distribution map of demons, which I painstakingly acquired from some demon hunters," Tian Bing chuckled. "What use is it?" Tian Bing immediately pointed to a small red dot, saying, "See. This indicates a demon that has existed for a millennium. I inquired and learned that an ancient demon resides there, living in a swamp, and is said to be of the water element. Isn't that precisely what you desire?" Lin Tian's spirits lifted as he smiled, acknowledging her cleverness. However, Tian Bing awkwardly added, "Master, let us consider visiting it later." "Why?" "This demon has entrenched itself for centuries, and countless experts have perished trying to confront it. I believe it's best for you to wait until your cultivation improves. Then you will surely be able to vanquish it." Lin Tian, brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, "In this world, there is no place I fear to venture." With that, he stood up abruptly. Tian Bing, alarmed, exclaimed, "Master, where are you going?" "To subdue the demon." With those 3 words, Lin Tian intended to depart, leaving Tian Bing in shock, wondering if she had made a grave mistake. Yet, upon exiting the inn, Lin Tian noticed something peculiar. The elusive Wu Ying had not been seen for an entire day. Could it be that the young girl from Tian Mu Min had been driven away? Lin Tian suddenly felt a sense of discomfort as the dance shadows no longer entwined him. Perhaps it was time to return to the Tomb of Heaven. After hesitating for a while, Lin Tian decided to disregard these thoughts and ventured into the city to procure some materials before heading towards the misty marshes, located several dozen miles away from Fengyun City. The atmosphere within the Tianong sect became lively, particularly upon hearing that they had lost to the Tianshui sect and would not be able to challenge the top 100 for another month. This news caused widespread concern among countless individuals. In the inner elder hall of the Tianong sect, Taoist Ziyun was infuriated, exclaiming to Elder Hong, 200 billion. "How dare you gamble so recklessly?" Elder Hong, aware of Taoist Ziyun's formidable reputation, grew anxious, admitting, "I did not anticipate the terrifying prowess of the 2 individuals sent by the Tianshui sect." Taoist Ziyun was rendered speechless with rage, while Elder Lang, as the law enforcement hall elder, expressed confusion. Who are these people from the Tianshui sect that they could defeat both Fan Shaodian and the half-demon Gu Yi? Taoist Ziyun glared at King Hongying, awaiting his response, while Matriarch Mia furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. King Hongying quickly shifted the blame onto those 2 individuals, elaborating, "That large fellow is the one who injured a disciple of the law enforcement hall, and the little girl is the one who killed a disciple within the stronghold." "What? They are both from the Tianshui sect?" Taoist Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief, to which King Hongying fervently nodded, adding, "And that large fellow's master is the one who killed Elder Duan's brother." In an explosive rage, Taoist Ziyun shouted, "The Tianshui sect." Elder Ling's brows knitted further, realizing that the Tianshui sect had long since begun to provoke them. "They are utterly reckless." Taoist Ziyun's eyes glinted coldly, while King Hongying sought to calm the others, saying, "Everyone, do not panic. The individuals from the Tianshui sect have already issued a challenge to the Black and Red League, with the competition commencing in 3 days. Taoist Ziyun and Elder Lung exchanged perplexed glances, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. After King Hongying explained the details, he remarked, "That lad is merely at the mid-foundation stage and is so arrogant. It is tantamount to courting death." However, Matriarch Mia expressed skepticism, pondering that this young man must possess considerable strength to have nurtured 2 such formidable individuals. Matriarch Mia, he is merely at the mid-foundation stage, no matter how impressive. He cannot possibly rival a golden core cultivator, right? What about that little girl? Matriarch Mia shot a frosty glance at King Hongying, who hesitated before responding. The Black and Red League is formidable. Their participants are undoubtedly exceptional. Elder Lung concurred, nodding, indeed. A mid-foundation stage individual can at most possess strength akin to that of a golden core cultivator, rendering them incapable of contending against the talents of the Black and Red League. Yet, Taoist Ziyun's eyes glimmered with determination, declaring, I care not for his capabilities. I demand that 200 billion be returned to me. Elder Ziyun, what do you mean? King Hongying inquired with suspicion, to which Taoist Ziyun replied coldly. Transfer the 200 billion to Subai. In 3 days, I will personally approach them to place a bet and reclaim our losses. King Hongying perceived this as an opportunity, vowing to ensure they would suffer a significant defeat. The Taoist Ziyun, rising with a hum, proclaimed, It is fortunate that they cannot produce any spirit stones. At that moment, we can take the opportunity to vanquish the Heavenly Water Sect, ensuring their complete annihilation. However, Master Miao expressed her concerns, but we have an agreement with the Demon Cloud Sect, forbidding us from harassing the Heavenly Water Sect. Ziyun Taoist cast a glance at Master Miao, saying, You are mistaken. This time we shall place a heavy bet. If the Heavenly Water Sect loses, they will be the ones to default. With the support of Fengyan City behind us, what can the Demon Cloud Sect do to us? Master Miao found herself at a loss for words, while King Hongying immediately raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Taoist Ziyun, your strategy of using others to do your bidding is splendid. The Heavenly Water Sect is hardly worthy of competing with me. With that, Ziyun Taoist strode away. Master Miao shook her head in resignation before turning to leave. When she next appeared, she entered a secret chamber and addressed the famished Fen Qingqing, your brilliant kin. Fen Xiaodian has perished. Fen Xiaodian? Fen Qingqing expressed her surprise. Master Miao confirmed with a nod, prompting Fen Qingqing to inquire in confusion. How could he die with such exceptional spiritual roots? What on earth happened? Master Miao, aware of Fen Qingqing's status as the eldest daughter of the Fen family and that Fen Xiaodian was her cousin, proceeded to explain the situation. Upon learning that it was due to a duel with the Heavenly Water Sect, Fen Qingqing gasped, Master, what has become of the Heavenly Water Sect? You seem quite concerned about them. Master Miao regarded her with suspicion. Fen Qingqing quickly composed herself, awkwardly responding, No, it's nothing. Master Miao, with a serious demeanor, remarked, I raised you since childhood. I know your character well. Master, I do not understand what you are implying, Fen Qingqing retorted. You express concern for the Heavenly Water Sect despite your cousin's death. Speak. What is your connection to them? Master Miao began to grow impatient. Fen Qingqing, anxious, replied, Master, please do not press me. Speak. Fen Qingqing clenched her teeth, declaring, I would rather die than reveal anything. Seeing that firmness would not yield results, Master Miao sought to appeal to her emotions, saying, Child, I do not wish to restrict your freedom. I merely fear you may be deceived. Master, rest assured. I am going to learn medicine. I will not be deceived. Learn medicine? Is my medical knowledge insufficient for you? Master Miao continued to pry. While Fen Qingqing excitedly thought of Lin Tian's 9-star medical arts, exclaiming, he is well versed in the 9-star medical arts. Master Miao was initially taken aback but quickly regained her composure to inquire, Are you saying someone from the Heavenly Water Sect possesses the 9-star medical arts? Yes. Fen Qingqing replied instinctively, only to realize she had been trapped and immediately fell silent. Master Miao, astonished, demanded, Who is he? No, I will not say. Fen Qingqing knew Lin Tian's cultivation was not high, and if the Tianyang sect learned of this, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she shook her head repeatedly. Master Miao became increasingly anxious, assuring her, Do not worry, I will not inform anyone. No. Fen Qingqing realized she had been deceived and immediately declined. However, Master Miao anxiously urged her, In 3 days, there will be a significant battle at the Tianshui sect. If we lose, we will fall into the trap set by Elder Z. You must inform me promptly so I can avert this disaster, otherwise. The Tianyang sect will undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of this 9-star physician. Fen Qingqing was aware that Lin Tian lacked the power to obliterate the Tianyang sect. Thus she remained resolute in her silence. Master Miao, believing that the skilled physician was a formidable master, feared that the Tianyang sect would continue to make mistakes. She implored, Little girl, truly, in 3 days, the Tianshui sect will confront the Black-Red leader. Elder Z will place heavy bets to ensure the Tianshui sect's defeat, allowing the Tianyang sect to exploit the situation and even destroy them. Really? Fen Qingqing asked skeptically. Master Miao nodded fervently. But to confirm her suspicions and to meet someone from the Tianshui sect, she hesitated, Then take me to witness the duel in 3 days. And I shall tell you then. Master Mia was momentarily taken aback, but reluctantly agreed. Very well, you must stay here and not wander. With that, she hurried off to inform Taoist Ziyun about this grave matter. Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing pondered, will the Tianshui sect really encounter trouble? When Master Mia conveyed this situation to Taoist Ziyun, he burst into laughter, leaving her perplexed. What are you laughing at? Do you not think your disciple is deceiving you? Deceiving me? She replied, bewildered. Indeed. Do you believe that anywhere nearby, even in Yunzhou Prefecture, there could exist someone with 9-star medical skills? Taoist Ziyun countered. Master Mia was momentarily stunned, contemplating the possibility that her disciple might indeed be lying. Yes, though at least I know your disciple intends to leave the sect because of the Tianshui sect. Taoist Ziyun's smile gradually faded, replaced by a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The Tianshui sect truly deserves to perish. Skeptical yet contemplative, Master Mia turned to leave, planning to take Feng Qingqing to observe the events unfold in 3 days. Taoist Ziyun, on the other hand, retrieved a communication stone and darkly instructed the Red Eagle King. Go, spread rumors within the Tianshui sect, declaring that in 3 days, anyone who dares to remain is opposing the Tianyang sect. The consequence is unequivocal, death. Understood. The Red Eagle King, upon receiving the message, immediately set about making arrangements. Taoist Ziyun scoffed, the Tianshui sect. Such a dilapidated sect does not deserve to be considered a lower-tier sect. They are merely dreaming. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing within the Tianyang sect, leisurely examining the map in his hands as he approached the marshland. A Largen was stationed a mile away from the misty marsh, bustling with activity. The sounds of boisterous men drinking and toasting could be heard from outside. Curiously, Lin Tian lifted his gaze to read the sign of the inn, Demon Guest. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the main beams of the inn were crafted from a unique material, indicating it was no ordinary establishment. Intrigued, Lin Tian was drawn to both the name of the inn and the materials used in its construction. He stepped forward, entering the inn where dozens of tables were filled with patrons enjoying their revelry. At the entrance, a young attendant, clad in tattered clothing, moved with remarkable agility. Swiftly arriving before Lin Tian with a smile, inquiring, esteemed guest, are you seeking lodgings? Lin Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he curiously asked, what makes this place so lively? This is the Yaokan Inn, the only tavern within 100 miles. Nearby, those who hunt or subdue demons often come here to drink and relieve their boredom. Relieve their boredom? Lin Tian echoed, intrigued. Indeed, a group of rugged men, faced daily with myriad dangers, find solace in drink, and it also allows them to meet new acquaintances. Are these individuals part of the same group? No. They come from various places each day, the young attendant replied, shaking his mushroom-shaped head amusingly. Lin Tian nodded, glancing at the long path leading to the marsh. Does this road lead to the Misty Marsh? The Misty Marsh? The attendant widened his eyes at Lin Tian. After Lin Tian affirmed his query, the attendant scrutinized him before declaring, young brother, it is not my intention to belittle you, but that marsh is a forbidden area. Not even the most seasoned cultivators dare venture there. Unfazed by the attendant's opinion, Lin Tian replied with a grin, I merely ask if it is accessible. Yes, you can certainly go, but at night, the path outside the Misty Marsh is shrouded in fog. Approaching it is quite challenging, so I suggest you wait until dawn. It would be much easier then. The attendant rambled on, clearly hoping to persuade Lin Tian to stay the night. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to spend a night there, Lin Tian decided to explore this peculiar inn. Very well, I shall stay for 1 night. Excellent. The attendant immediately led Lin Tian to the counter, where a mature proprietress stood. Appearing to be in her 30s, she was well preserved, her skin fair and supple, adorned in a striking red qipao, reminiscent of a bride. However, as Lin Tian observed the stitching and buttons on her dress, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing it was a demon-slaying outfit, indicating that the proprietress was also a demon hunter. Yet, the prominent curves beneath her exquisite red gown could not be concealed. Proprietress, bring me a bottle of wine. And put it on my tab. You old scoundrel, you already owe for 5 bottles. The proprietress retorted playfully as someone in the distance laughed. Upon returning from hunting a 500-year-old demon, I shall exchange spirit stones for you. Very well, I shall not fear you. She called out to the others, Old Gio. Hurry and get this esteemed guest a bottle of wine. Coming. An elderly man approached, leaning on a cane, with a jug of wine in the other hand. Soon, another patron shouted, Proprietress, I would like a plate of fine beef. Certainly. The proprietress replied cheerfully, appearing quite busy. Moreover, the demon hunters and subduers occasionally teased her. Proprietress, you are becoming increasingly youthful. Proprietress, it must be quite dull for you to guard this in alone. Why not join us? Proprietress, come adventure with us in the world. These individuals, unabashedly teasing, found the proprietress unperturbed. She even responded with a smile. If you could capture that ancient demon for me as a betrothal gift, I would gladly follow whoever brings it. The crowd immediately erupted in a chorus of jeers, with some jesting. If I had that ability, I would directly head to Yunju Prefecture to become a demon slayer or a demon hunter. Why would I be here? Indeed, if I possessed such power, I would have an endless supply of spirit stones and could change women daily. The proprietress, laughing, remarked, you all are merely a bunch of cowards. Unfazed, the crowd continued their banter, while the young attendant raised his voice several times. Madam, he requires lodging. This proclamation drew the attention of the entire assembly, leaving them exchanging glances. Could a Foundation establishment cultivator dare to come here? Did this lad not realize that the nearby demons were all over 3 centuries old? They were comparable to golden core cultivators. The onlookers, their faces flushed with mirth, turned their gazes toward Lin Tian, who in turn noticed the proprietress, slightly taken aback. Her long eyelashes, luscious lips, and delicate skin bore no resemblance to that of a laborious innkeeper. What are you staring at, young man? Someone chuckled, while another quipped. It seems this lad is smitten by the proprietress's beauty. Indeed, she was renowned for her allure. How could he not be captivated? To be candid, Lin Tian was indeed surprised at first sight, yet his vast experiences led him to discern that this woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Especially considering the establishment she ran and her exquisite complexion. Unable to resist, Lin Tian inquired, how much for a night's stay? 100 spirit stones for a lower grade room, 1,000 for a middle grade, and 10,000 for a superior one. Is there a significant difference? Lin Tian was taken aback by the stark disparity in room rates. While the proprietress, with a seductive smile, explained, the better the room, the greater the defenses, especially the superior room, where not even demons can take you away. Demons would come here? The proprietress nodded, smiling. This vicinity is notorious for its demon mountains, and at night, various demons roam, seeking to feast on humans. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled. Then I shall take the lower grade room. What? The proprietress assumed Lin Tian would opt for at least a middle grade room, yet he chose the lower one. Not only her, but the entire assembly stirred in surprise, with some kindly advising, young brother, don't skimp on the cost. The lower grade room offers no defenses. Any century-old demon could easily infiltrate your room. If you lack golden core or nascent soul cultivation, do not stay there. Indeed, young brother, heed my words. At the very least, you should choose a middle grade room to ensure your safety. However, Lin Tian merely wished to assess the prowess of these demons. And before the crowd could finish their warnings, he reiterated to the proprietress, I will take the lower grade room. The proprietress, assuming Lin Tian was merely trying to save money, shook her head in resignation. Very well. I shall grant you a middle grade room. You can owe me the payment for now, and settle it next time. The crowd then exhaled in relief, chuckling. The proprietress is indeed kind. It is common knowledge in this vicinity that the proprietress possesses the utmost integrity. Indeed, her benevolence piqued Lin Tian's curiosity regarding her origins. The proprietress then instructed a young attendant to escort him to a medium room located in the center of the 3rd floor. Yes, madam, replied the attendant, who promptly led Lin Tian upstairs, chuckling as he ascended the staircase. Young man, the proprietress is truly kind to you. She has allocated the best of the medium rooms for your stay. The best? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed, all the rooms on the 3rd floor are of medium size, but those situated closer to the sides are more susceptible to the seductive calls of certain demons. In contrast, the central room requires the surrounding occupants to be dealt with first before any attention could be turned to you. Surprised by the design of the inn, Lin Tian asked, how long has this establishment been in operation? The proprietress must have been here for some time, hasn't she? Upon sensing Lin Tian's inquisitiveness about the proprietress and the inn, the young attendant chuckled mischievously. My young brother, are you perhaps interested in our proprietress? I believe anyone would be curious, Lin Tian retorted. However, the attendant's smile gradually faded, and he hesitated before asking, young brother, what brings you here? I am here to hunt demons. The attendant expressed disbelief, scrutinizing Lin Tian with an odd gaze. Are you certain? Absolutely, Lin Tian asserted. The attendant, still skeptical, remarked, the demons here are all at least 200 or 300 years old. With your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to withstand them. Attendant, I inquired about the proprietress in the inn. Why do you divert the conversation to my cultivation? Lin Tian, realizing the attendant's attempts to mislead him, chuckled. The attendant feigned ignorance, shaking his head. I've only been here for a few years. I know nothing else. Is that so? At that moment, the proprietress called from downstairs, Attendant, hurry and assist me. Why are you dawdling? The attendant smiled at Lin Tian, saying, Esteemed guest, here is the key to your room. Please, make yourself comfortable. With that, he handed Lin Tian a key and hurried back downstairs. Lin Tian quietly observed the attendant's departure until he turned to unlock the door, only to discover that the window was semi-transparent and adorned with various symbols. The presence of demon-repelling talismans suggested that numerous demons might indeed visit during the night. As Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the walls were similarly decorated with symbols. This heightened his intrigue about the inn, prompting him to close the door and descend the stairs, where he found a corner to observe the proprietress and the patrons around her. Esteemed guest, do you require anything? A man known as Old Gio approached Lin Tian, leaning on a cane and inquiring politely. Lin Tian scrutinized him, noticing that apart from his eyes and nose, the area around his mouth was obscured by curly whiskers, rendering his facial features nearly unrecognizable. Have I startled you, esteemed guest? Old Gio chuckled awkwardly. Lin Tian returned to his senses and smiled. Not at all. Please bring me your finest wine. Upon stating this, he presented over 10,000 spirit stones as payment. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Lin Tian produced such a sum. With some questioning, young brother, how is it that you possess such wealth? Why did you choose a lower-tier room earlier? I wish to experience what a lower-tier room entails. Lin Tian casually remarked without further elaboration. However, some teased him. Little brother, staying in a low-tier room might not be so pleasant. Indeed, in such a room, the myriad sounds of demons at night could instill a deep sense of terror. Moreover, with the slightest misstep, one might be lured away by female demons and devoured. Undeterred by the various threats from the crowd, Lin Tian remained unfazed until that elder, Jiu, brought forth some wine. The nearby drunks, upon glimpsing Lin Tian's fine liquor, displayed gluttonous expressions, and some even approached him, suggesting, Little brother, shall we share a table? Lin Tian did not oppose, and with a smile, he said, If you can answer my question, this wine is yours. The moment those words escaped his lips, a multitude rushed forward, eager to respond to any inquiry Lin Tian might pose. Yet, Lin Tian turned to the elder Gio and said with a grin, Bring me 2,000 spirit stones worth of top-quality wine. The elder Gio, momentarily taken aback, promptly procured the spirit stones and went to fetch the wine. The gathering erupted in discussion. It turned out this young fellow was quite wealthy. Was he perhaps the scion of a rich family? Indeed. He had just spent 30,000 spirit stones on wine. Some clicked their tongues in amazement. The tavern mistress, puzzled, glanced at the attendant beside her and asked, What is the matter? The attendant chuckled. That lad aims to win over the drunkards with wine, inquiring about the inn and you. Me? She responded. Yes. It seems a wealthy young master has taken a liking to you. The attendant teased. The tavern mistress, evidently accustomed to such attention, smiled and said, As long as he is willing to spend, I have no qualms about his inquiries. After all, I shall profit today. Should I collect 1,000 from him? The attendant suddenly remembered the cost of the lodging. The tavern mistress shook her head with a smile, saying, We're not short on time. The attendant nodded and joined the crowd, curious to hear Lin Tian's questions, while the tavern mistress continued her work, unbothered. Lin Tian began to inquire about the inn and the tavern mistress, but the patrons only knew that this inn had existed for several millennia, changing ownership every century. The tavern mistress had been there for nearly 10 years, transitioning from a youthful girl to a mature young woman. Many spoke with drooling anticipation, noting that despite 10 years passing, she hadn't sought a partner, insisting that only by slaying that millennial demon would she consider marrying. Others lamented how many self-important nascent soul geniuses had ventured forth before, only to meet a gruesome end, truly a tragic fate. Amidst the collective sighs, Lin Tian found himself intrigued by the tavern mistress's grudge against the millennial demon, wondering why she would wait 10 years or even longer. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a fragrant scent, rousing the drunks from their stupor. Some nascent soul individuals became grave. It was the millennial demon's minion. The flower demon. What brings her here? They murmured in fear. It is said she appears once a year. But it has been less than 6 months since her last visit. Why is she back? Someone exclaimed in terror. What are you dawdling for? Hurry, retreat to your rooms. A multitude of individuals surged upstairs, including numerous gold core masters, and even some nascent soul cultivators, hastening toward the superior rooms above. Some who had yet to secure accommodations hastily tossed 1,000 spirit stones to the proprietress, exclaiming, "Madam, please, grant me a superior room." The proprietress furrowed her brow, retrieving a bundle of keys and tossing them one by one into the crowd, who eagerly snatched them and dashed away. However, Lin Tian remained undisturbed, quietly savoring the wine in his cup, as the proprietress prepared to instruct the waiter to close the door. She was taken aback to see Lin Tian still unmoved in the hall. "Young master, what are you dawdling for? Quickly, proceed to a superior room," she urged. "This demon must possess 800 years of cultivation," Lin Tian stated calmly. The proprietress, startled that he could sense her thoughts, replied hastily, "Indeed, an 800-year-old demon, with prowess comparable to a nascent soul elder. One without peak nascent soul strength cannot resist." Lin Tian remained silent, continuing to drink, while the anxious proprietress urgently directed the waiter, "Take this young man to a superior room at once." "Yes." The waiter hurried over to Lin Tian, intending to escort him away, when suddenly a golden blur surged through the door. The proprietress gasped, "Be careful." The waiter turned just in time to see a streak of golden light approaching, revealing a beautiful woman with an enchanting smile. Startled, the waiter swiftly dodged, but the alluring demoness lunged at Lin Tian, eliciting gasps of horror from the observing gold core and nascent soul experts. "This young man is doomed. A mere encounter will seal his fate." At that moment, an individual known as Old Gio hurled a bottle of wine from a distance, which ignited in flames upon contact with the demoness. "Fairy, do not harm him," he shouted. The crowd sighed in relief upon witnessing Lin Tian's rescue, yet he remained unfazed. The proprietress urged, "Young master, quickly depart." Simultaneously, a slender red cord shot from her sleeve, swiftly entwining the golden light. The golden light gradually transformed into a youthful maiden, exuding a potent demonic aura and a wicked grin. "This young man is mine," she declared. The flower demon unleashed a formidable presence, extinguishing the flames and snapping the cord. Gasps of shock echoed from the onlookers, who shivered in fear. What a terrifying fairy! An 800-year-old flower demon is indeed formidable. Some turned pale, mourning Lin Tian's fate. Unperturbed by the astonishment surrounding her, the flower demon breezed to Lin Tian's side, delicately tracing her fingers down his cheek while licking her lips. "What a tender little creature," she purred. The proprietress immediately shouted, "Flower demon, release him at once." "Oh dear. Why so fierce, madam?" The flower demon chuckled playfully at the proprietress. The proprietress glared at her, warning, "Do not force me to turn you to ashes." "Is that so? You still lack a bit of strength." The flower demon teased, prompting the proprietress to furrow her brow as she unfastened the buttons of her attire, preparing to confront the demoness. Long legs were exposed, with only a white mini-skirt shielding the lower half, while the upper body was adorned in a suit of silver armor. However, at this moment, the onlookers had lost their interest and admiration. Their eyes fixated on the Chongsam that swiftly transformed into a massive red cloth, soaring towards the flower demon, who, in turn, immobilized the fabric from afar. Yet, the proprietress was undeterred, intensifying her efforts, and the flower demon responded in kind, laughingly taunting, "Madam, I have encountered your demon-subduing cloth before. You have seen it. Yet you still refuse to flee?" The proprietress retorted sternly. The flower demon, with a wicked grin, countered, "But your cultivation is too feeble to unleash the full might of that cloth. Last time, I drove you away. I shall certainly succeed again," declared the proprietress. Then turning to Old Gio, she commanded, "Activate the grand formation." Yes, Old Gio swiftly moved about, pressing against certain walls, and soon, golden light flickered around them. Under this radiant glow, all demonic energy dissipated. It was, in fact, the demon exterminating formation. Lin Tian mused quietly. Yet, this flower demon appeared well prepared. She produced a flower that radiated a dark luminescence, enveloping both herself and Lin Tian within its grasp. How could this fail? The proprietress gasped, and the onlooking cultivators gasped in unison. The inn's formation has failed. What now? Some exclaimed in alarm. Others panicked, realizing that even the premium rooms were of no use. Indeed, the premium rooms were part of the inn, yet the flower demon seemed unafraid. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, seated calmly, continued pouring wine, stating with serene composure, "The light of the demon exterminating formation, upon encountering the soul-devouring flower, will lose its potency." The flower demon was taken aback that Lin Tian recognized the flower in her hand, and upon hearing its name, the proprietress was astonished, How could such a flower exist? The flower demon, with a triumphant smile, replied, Madam, my grandmother has long desired to obliterate your inn, but was hindered by the demon exterminating formation. Therefore, she spent centuries seeking this very flower and entrusted me with the task of shattering your establishment. At the mention of her grandmother, the proprietress's expression shifted dramatically. While old Joe urgently implored, Madam, what shall we do now? We cannot allow her to destroy the inn. It would spell disaster. The proprietress grew frantic, and the cultivators within the room were equally terrified, particularly upon hearing that the flower demon intended to demolish the place, causing some to wail in despair. It's over. We're going to perish here. How could this happen? I do not wish to die here. The flower demon, reveling in her triumph, declared, Tonight, I shall begin my enjoyment with this young master. As she approached, intending to lick Lin Tian with her tongue, he accidentally spilled wine from his cup, splattering it all over her face. If you wish to avoid death, then begone. Lin Tian's simple command resonated like a thunderclap from the depths of hell. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and the proprietress could hardly believe that Lin Tian dared to speak thus to an 800-year-old demon. The flower demon, momentarily taken aback as she wiped the wine from her face, furiously exclaimed, I abhor wine. How dare you douse me? It seems you have no intention of leaving. Lin Tian extended his right hand, and soon everyone beheld a glimmer of golden light emanating from it. The onlookers were perplexed by Lin Tian's intentions, however. In the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Lin Tian's index finger swiftly tapped the forehead of the flower demon, who, bewildered by the sudden motion, found herself unable to evade the impending touch. What is happening? The flower demon's heart raced with alarm as Lin Tian placed his palm upon her forehead. She stood rigid, her eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, What are you doing? Curiosity rippled through the crowd, while Lin Tian smirked, stating, I have given you a chance. But since you refuse to leave, it is time to surrender your demon core. The demon core, the essence of a demon's power, once extracted, would render her cultivation null and void. This revelation sent a wave of panic through the flower demon, prompting her to plead, Young master, I was wrong. The spectators exchanged glances, and even the innkeeper was baffled by Lin Tian's actions, questioning how an 800-year-old flower demon could be so immobilized. Yet, Lin Tian showed no mercy. Instead, he suddenly grasped the forehead of the flower demon, and a golden demon core flew into his palm. The flower demon, weak and pale, gasped for breath, begging, Young master, please, don't kill me. Lin Tian pocketed the demon core and, with the other hand, seized the soul-eating flower. Instantly, the golden light of the demon-slaying formation caused the flower demon to wail in despair. No, I don't want to die. As she sank to the ground, writhing in discomfort, she gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a small pink flower. Lin Tian inspected the flower and remarked, You still hold some value. I shall spare your life for now. Thank you, young master. He then stored her in his chincoin bag, slowly seated himself, poured another drink, and casually inquired, Innkeeper, do you have anything to pair with this wine? The innkeeper, suddenly snapping back to reality, hurriedly called out to old Gio, Bring forth all the finest dishes. At once, old Gio dashed off, while the innkeeper hastened towards Lin Tian. Meanwhile, the little waiter in the corner stood in shock, marveling at Lin Tian's remarkable disguise. Not just him, but everyone in the inn surged forward, eager to pay their respects. Someone urgently asked, Young brother, which sect do you belong to, as a demon slayer? Young brother, why have we never seen you before? What young brother? He is a master. Yes, a master. Look at you all, acting like fools just moments ago. Some even mocked their peers, who in turn retaliated with jibes. The innkeeper cast a cold gaze over the crowd, commanding, Disperse at once. Instantly, they complied. Parting as the innkeeper approached Lin Tian. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, May I ask your name, young master? Lin Tian turned to regard her. The innkeeper, clad in a white short skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, approached him step by step. Lin Tian couldn't help but admire the innkeeper's genuine charm. Noting that even as she moved, the collar of her armor seemed on the verge of bursting open. Even the nearby drunken patrons were left salivating, some even touching their noses in disbelief, as if they were about to bleed. It was only then that the proprietress realized the predicament, quickly waving her hand, causing the cheongsam floating above her head to swiftly envelop her, wrapping her entirely in one fluid motion. Embarrassed, she cast a shy glance at Lin Tian, who, in turn, observed the server pouring drinks and the one delivering dishes, before settling his gaze back on the bashful proprietress. May I inquire about something? He ventured. Previously, such a question would have garnered no response from these individuals, but at this moment, Lin Tian's inquiry elicited a much more courteous demeanor from them. The proprietress, clearly aware of Lin Tian's intent, extended her hand towards the side passage and gestured, "Please." Seeing the proprietress's perceptiveness, Lin Tian rose to follow her lead, while the onlookers attempted to draw closer. However, they were promptly intercepted by the server, Old Gio, who barred them from advancing even a step, leaving the crowd to retreat and engage in hushed discussions. Some, as if reborn from calamity, frantically demanded Old Gio to fetch more wine, resulting in a lively atmosphere within the inn. In the basement of the inn, the surroundings were illuminated by flickering lights, and Lin Tian noticed the walls adorned with various runes. Additionally, one wall bore numerous inscriptions, each displaying names. "I am of the Fuyo clan," the inscription declared, listing the lineage of clan leaders throughout the ages, changing every century, unless unforeseen circumstances necessitated an immediate replacement. Lin Tian grasped the significance. Indeed, he was in the presence of the Fuyo clan. "I am Fushi, the 38th clan leader, and those two earlier were esteemed guests of our clan." Lin Tian understood that these guests were cultivators invited by prominent families, some of whom had been passed down through generations. "What deep enmity do you harbor against that millennial demon? You seem to loathe her intensely," Lin Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, Fushi's expression darkened. "My father was slain by her 10 years ago, and I vowed to eradicate her." "Oh, how much do you know about this demon?" "She is a 1,000-year-old water demon, reputed to possess toxins and the ability to thrive in marshes. Beyond that, I know little else," Fushi explained with resignation. Lin Tian nodded, indicating his understanding, while Fushi, after studying Lin Tian for a moment, hesitantly asked, "May I inquire which demon-slaying sect you belong to?" "I am Lin Tian of the Tian Shui sect," which is not a demon-slaying sect, but rather a traditional lineage, he replied. Fushi, intrigued, questioned, "Then how did you subdue that 800-year-old flower demon just now?" "I possess specialized abilities to counter demons and beasts, so as long as I choose to, even a millennial demon will submit before me," Lin Tian stated with an air of confidence. Fushi, astonished by the existence of such remarkable powers, implored, "Young Master Lin, might you impart this ability to me?" "Impart it to you?" "Yes. I wish to avenge my father and slay that ancient fiend." Lin Tian hesitated before responding. "Even with a millennium, you might not master it." Vuxi believed she had misheard and inquired, "Young Master Lin, do you mean it is exceedingly difficult?" Lin Tian could only shake his head helplessly. Recalling the 2 millennia he had spent mastering the beast-confining and demon-confining techniques, skills he had only comprehended upon achieving divinity. Yet Vuxi, unwilling to accept defeat, grew increasingly anxious, declaring, "Your abilities are my only hope. I desire the demon core of that ancient 1,000-year-old monster. If you seek vengeance, simply accompany me tomorrow." After Lin Tian spoke, he turned and departed. Vuxi was immediately filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" Upon returning to the surface, Lin Tian found himself surrounded by curious onlookers eager to discuss the earlier scene, but he swiftly slipped back into his room, leaving them disappointed and resigned to return to the first floor for drinks. Lao Jiao approached the gleeful Vuxi, his curiosity piqued. "Madam, what did you discuss down there? You seem different now. Is it that obvious?" Vuxi feigned calmness, to which Lao Jiao nodded affirmatively. Vuxi set aside her tasks with a smile. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany him to the Misty Marsh." "What? You're going to the Misty Marsh with him?" Lao Jiao exclaimed in shock, his voice rising and drawing everyone's attention. Countless gazes converged upon Vuxi, who shot Lao Jiao a glare, admonishing him to keep quiet. He immediately lowered his voice. While the crowd speculated whether Lin Tian truly intended to venture to the Misty Marsh, some contemplating joining him to uncover the truth. Vuxi, however, leaned toward Lao Jiao and whispered, "After I depart tomorrow, you must look after the place. However, if I encounter any mishap, you two should leave at once." A sudden seriousness overtook her expression. Lao Jiao, distressed, responded, "Madam, how can you abandon us? This is an order." Vuxi glared, prompting Lao Jiao to sulk. "Understood." Vuxi then resumed her cheerful busyness. Meanwhile, within his chamber, Lin Tian scrutinized the flower demon in his grasp, asking, "Now, tell me, how many years has your grandmother cultivated?" 1,000 years, the flower demon stammered, trembling. "Specify." Lin Tian's glare intensified. The flower demon, unable to conceal the truth, confessed, "Grandmother has cultivated for 1,500 years." "Oh, so formidable? Why did she not come herself, sending you instead?" The flower demon replied in a fluster. Grandmother is currently engaged in cultivating a demon technique and cannot be disturbed. However, she said that once successful, she would be able to defy any demon extermination array and even breach the humans' fourth-tier cities. What demon technique? I do not know. She acquired it from an ancient demon and did not disclose further details, only stating that it would grant her immense power upon completion. Understanding her reluctance, Lin Tian insisted the flower demon reveal the location of the ancient demon, but she frantically protested, "You intend to seek her out? Indeed, you will not succeed." Why? Beneath the marsh lies a demon palace, and her subordinates include numerous demon guardians with cultivations ranging from 500 to 1,000 years. Among them a demon general nearing 1,000 years of cultivation, who is exceedingly formidable. Lin Tian, however, gazed at the flower demon with a smile and inquired, "Haven't you also existed for 8 centuries? Yet you fell into my hands." The flower demon, still unconvinced, retorted, "I was utterly unprepared, which allowed you." Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. "Tomorrow, I shall guide you to the marsh, and then you will understand that even with their defenses, the outcome remains unchanged for those demon guards." With that, Lin Tian stored away the flower demon and, noting that there was still some time until the morrow, sat in meditation to continue his enlightenment. At that moment, the seed of the reincarnation spirit I began to exhibit unusual behavior. "Oh, a change?" Lin Tian observed curiously. He noticed that the cracked seed seemed to be absorbing something, beginning to quiver. This revelation piqued Lin Tian's interest, prompting him to study the gas being absorbed by the seed. After a prolonged examination, Lin Tian was taken aback. It was demon energy. He could scarcely believe that his reincarnation spirit could actually absorb demon energy, so he confirmed it again. Indeed, the reincarnation spirit was extraordinary, capable of absorbing demon energy. In Lin Tian's understanding, every cultivator's spirit could only absorb spiritual energy, then celestial energy, and finally divine energy. The thought of absorbing demon energy or demonic energy was unfathomable, as it would lead to madness or even fatal repercussions. Yet now, Lin Tian could do so, which filled him with immense joy. Could it be that he could also absorb demonic techniques? Long ago, Lin Tian had contemplated whether humans could learn demonic arts like demons or half-demons, as many terrifying abilities resided within those arts. Thus, this significant discovery exhilarated Lin Tian, and he continued to meditate, allowing the reincarnation spirit to absorb the demon energy from the nearby demon mountain. This continued until the next day, when Lin Tian reluctantly rose and descended to the lower floor. To his surprise, a multitude awaited him at the entrance, including Fushi, who stood at the base of the stairs, beaming as he looked at Lin Tian. "Young Master Lin, many demon slayers and hunters are eager to accompany you. Are they not afraid of death?" Lin Tian asked, somewhat astonished. Fushi smiled in response. "They said they are unafraid with you leading. You should advise them against coming. There are far too many demons, and I have no time to look after them." Lin Tian replied before moving on his way. The crowd respectfully addressed him as Master Lin. "Master Lin?" Lin Tian glanced at Fushi, who awkwardly explained, "They insisted on knowing your name, so Hearing this, Lin Tian opted not to dwell on the matter, instead proceeding along the path to the marsh. Fushi hurried to keep pace, followed by the others, who initially engaged in light-hearted banter, even expressing their determination to see what a millennium-old demon looked like. However, as they neared their destination, the group gradually slowed their pace, for a green mist had begun to emerge ahead. Fushi, gravely beside Lin Tian, remarked, "Look, the poisonous gas outside the marsh is quite potent. Hold your breath." Lin Tian instructed, and with a wave of his spiritual energy, he formed a protective barrier, enveloping himself entirely before advancing further. Others quickly followed suit, and these noxious gases were naturally contained within their respective barriers. However, none dared to stray far from Lin Tian, fearing that the old demon might emerge and shatter their protection, leaving them susceptible to poison. Fushi was particularly cautious, while Lin Tian, preoccupied, continued walking until he realized that the path seemed interminable. This compelled him to activate his heavenly eye, revealing an array of redundant pathways and the lurking figure of the demon queen, who cackled mischievously, causing them to circle in place. Circling in place? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and Lin Tian turned to Fushi, advising, "Demons are beginning to appear. Keep an eye on these people and refrain from wandering." After uttering this, he dashed swiftly towards a certain direction, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Yet, they struggled to keep up with Lin Tian, becoming akin to headless flies. Frantically calling out, "Master Lin, where are you?" Fushi, in a state of panic, quickly instructed, "Everyone, stay put and do not stray." The group reluctantly remained stationary, paralyzed by fear, while Lin Tian had already burst through the foggy array and arrived at the top of a hill. Atop this hill, a 500-year-old grass demon was gleefully brandishing a withered branch, its voice dripping with mockery. "How amusing it is to see you humans spinning in circles." Lin Tian observed the demon and inquired with a smile, "Is this enjoyable?" The grass demon, taken aback upon spotting Lin Tian, exclaimed, "You, how did you escape?" Gazing at this straw-like creature, Lin Tian leaned back casually and replied, "You do not even know how I escaped, yet you wish to confine me?" The grass demon scoffed, "You, a mere foundation-building human, dare to be arrogant before this king? Dispense with the demon array." Lin Tian merely uttered 4 words, but the grass demon ignored him, leaping forward with the intent to seize Lin Tian. In an instant, an unusual power emanated from Lin Tian, leaving the grass demon astounded, unable to muster even a trace of demonic energy. "Who are you?" it stammered. Lin Tian paid little mind to its question, placing a hand on the demon's forehead and extracting its demon core. The grass demon gasped in terror, "My demon core." Lin Tian examined the wood-type demon core and smiled slightly, "I shall take this." Just then, a golden arrow whizzed by from a distance, and Lin Tian swiftly evaded, only for the arrow to strike the grass demon directly. The already weakened demon, upon encountering this demon-slaying arrow, struggled momentarily before vanishing, while the demon array beneath the hill gradually dissipated. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures approached Lin Tian. One was a middle-aged man in his 30s, possessing early-stage nascent soul cultivation, accompanied by a teenage attendant bearing a quiver of arrows. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man donned white shadow armor and a blue Taoist robe, with a black headscarf tied around his forehead, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Shouldn't you express gratitude to the gentleman who saved you?" the attendant chided, shooting a glare at Lin Tian. The latter remained silent, while the middle-aged man approached the spot where the grass demon had been, and upon discovering the absence of the demon core, he cast a cold gaze upon Lin Tian, asking, "Did you take it?" "It was I who retrieved it," Lin Tian replied. And the middle-aged man immediately shot him a cold glare, stating, "If you wish to live, hand it over." The young attendant, still lingering by the side, ominously warned, "Do you know who he is?" Lin Tian, of course, did not recognize him and remained silent. The attendant, mistaking Lin Tian's silence for fear, chuckled, "He is Lu Yin, a 5-star demon hunter from the Heavenly Hunt Palace, known as the One-Arrow Killer." Lu Yin, the aforementioned individual, was not inclined to engage in conversation and stretched out his hand, demanding, "Give it to me." Lin Tian retorted, "Why should I give you my belongings?" Lu Yin then laughed sinisterly, "Boy, had it not been for my arrow just now, you would have already been devoured by that 500-year-old demon. Are you certain it was you who saved me?" Lin Tian was taken aback by such audacity. Lu Yin had no idea that the grass demon had already been subdued by Lin Tian. Moreover, he was notoriously overbearing. Once he set his sights on a demon, no one dared to contest him. Thus, Lu Yin chuckled, "Xiaoshi, do enlighten him about my temperament." The young attendant, Xiaoshi, began to intimidate, "Boy, my master is a renowned demon hunter in the vicinity. Countless individuals have encountered him and treated him with utmost respect, while demons flee in terror at his sight. And what does that have to do with me?" Lin Tian casually retorted, causing Lu Yin to frown in displeasure. The attendant immediately escalated the threat. "He has a temper. Once he desires something, no one can take it away, or else it's death. Isn't that akin to being a bandit?" Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin shot him a cold glare. "What of it? Do you dare to challenge me?" Xiaoshi chimed in, "Exactly. Just look at your own strength. Boy, will you hand it over or not? If not, I'll toss you into the swamp to feed that millennium-old demon." Lu Yin seized Lin Tian by the collar, his demeanor menacing. At that moment, those below the mountain, having witnessed the disappearance of the demon formation, rushed up the mountain upon seeing Lin Tian. They were astonished to find Lu Yin accompanying him. "Taoist Lu Yin, what brings you here?" "Lu Yin, you too?" It was evident that everyone was familiar with him. Upon spotting Fushi, Lu Yin released his grip and donned a gentlemanly smile. "Miss Fushi." Fushi, perplexed, inquired, "What did you just do to him?" Lu Yin, aware of Fushi's benevolent nature and her disdain for bullying the weak, sweet-talked. "Just now, a 500-year-old demon was about to kill him. I shot an arrow to save him, yet he not only showed no gratitude but also took the demon's essence. How despicable." "You saved him?" Fushi scrutinized Lu Yin, while others, equally bewildered, fixed their gazes on him. This left Lu Yin perplexed as to why they doubted his words. He turned to the attendant, and Xiaoshi quickly corroborated, "Indeed, our master saved him, and he showed no gratitude." However, Lin Tian paid them no heed and turned to descend the mountain. Lu Yin, infuriated, exclaimed, "Miss Fushi, see. This boy is utterly ungrateful. You are the one lying." After Fushi finished speaking, she indignantly followed Lin Tian's pace. The others, who had just been polite to Lu Yin, suddenly dispersed in the blink of an eye, with some even expressing disdain. How shameless! Lu Yin, feeling both angry and anxious, exclaimed, "What do these people mean? Would they rather trust a foundation-building cultivator than me, a demon hunter of great skill?" The book boy, sensing Lu Yan's frustration, hurried to placate him. "Sir, please calm down. We are in the misty swamp. They will surely come to seek your assistance later." This remark somewhat lifted Lu Yan's spirits, and he retorted with pride, "Let's show them my capabilities." With that, Lu Yan promptly took the book boy and followed. However, the crowd completely ignored Lu Yan along the way, which greatly displeased him. He turned to the book boy and ordered, "You, find out what is going on." The book boy hesitated but reluctantly approached to strike up a conversation, while Lu Yan quietly trailed behind. After a while, the book boy returned, panting, "Sir, you will never believe this." Lu Yan snapped, "Enough with the nonsense. Speak." The book boy, flustered, replied, "That young man is a formidable expert. It is said that last night he subdued a flower demon that has existed for 800 years. What? 800 years? How is that possible? Even I can only subdue one that is 700 years old at most." Lu Yin immediately dismissed the claim. The book boy was skeptical as well, but he added, "They also mentioned that they are heading inside to find a 1,000-year-old demon." What? Have they gone mad? A 1,000-year-old demon? Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The book boy pointed at those people mockingly. Could they be deceived? Sensing something amiss, Lu Yin declared, "Let us go and see for ourselves." "Sir, do you really want to go? That is a 1,000-year-old demon." The book boy began to feel anxious. Lu Yin retorted, "If they are not afraid, why should I be?" With a huff, Lu Yin quickened his pace and approached Fushi, smiling, "Miss Fu, it has been a while since you visited our heavenly hunt palace. Our palace master misses you greatly." "Isn't your palace master in seclusion?" She replied, "Yes, he is, but he said that if you come, he would definitely meet you." Lu Yin continued to smile after successfully striking up a conversation. "Then I shall not trouble him," Fushi said, dismissing him, which left Lu Yin feeling quite dejected. Meanwhile, Fushi leaned closer to Lin Tian and asked, "Young Master Lin, is the swamp ahead where the 1,000-year-old demon resides?" Just as Lin Tian was about to respond, Lu Yin interjected confidently, "Miss Fu, if you seek the 1,000-year-old demon, you can just ask me. I am a 5-star demon hunter from Heavenly Hunt Palace. I am exceptionally skilled at finding and exterminating demons." The crowd erupted in derisive laughter, with some mid- and late-stage nascent soul cultivators mocking him. "A 1,000-year-old demon. Do you dare to enter and exterminate it?" "Indeed, fellow Lu, why not go ahead and scout the path?" Lu Yin, typically domineering and dismissive, found himself incensed as he was mocked by these individuals. He retorted, "You old geezers. Not long ago you were begging me to summon aid from our Heavenly Hunter Palace to vanquish demons. What is it now? Have you all begun to look down upon me?" He continued, "We sought your help, yet you, time and again, took advantage of our goodwill without offering anything in return. Indeed, you even pilfered my 500-year demon core last time. And let us not forget about my 600-year one, which I painstakingly acquired. Had it not been for the reputation of the Heavenly Hunter Palace, I would have long since rendered you incapacitated." An elder among them, clearly irate, echoed Lu Yan's sentiments. Lu Yin was taken aback that his mere words could incite such ire among these elders. Beside them, Fushi shook his head in exasperation and remarked, "Lu Daozhong, we are all in the business of exorcising and hunting demons. Why must you covet the fruits of others' labor?" I did not steal anything. They are merely slandering me." Lu Yin protested, but Fushi halted and confronted him. "And what about just now? We witnessed you preparing to strike at young Master Lin. This lad was supposed to be saved by me. The demon core rightfully belongs to me." Lu Yin attempted to defend himself. "Foolishness," Fushi scoffed, choosing to dismiss Lu Yin and instead turned to Lin Tian, advising, "Young Master Lin, do not stoop to his level." However, Lin Tian suddenly halted and spoke, "Everyone. According to the flower demon, the 1,000-year-old demon possesses an underground palace guarded by numerous demon sentinels. That 500-year-old grass demon was merely a scout, now that it has perished. Those sentinels are likely to emerge swiftly. Therefore, if you wish to avoid demise, I suggest departing immediately, for soon there may be no opportunity left. The mention of the demon palace and the sentinels startled the crowd, prompting the less experienced cultivators to flee in haste. Only the veteran Yuaning masters remained, all adept at demon hunting. Nonetheless, they clung to Lin Tian, with some politely asserting, "Master Lin, as long as it is not the 1,000-year-old demon, we can manage the rest ourselves." "Are you certain?" Lin Tian countered, to which they nodded in agreement. With that reassurance, Lin Tian led the group onward, while Lu Yin attempted to speak but was ignored, causing his spirits to plummet. He glared at his attendant and demanded, "What must I do to humiliate this brat and earn Miss Fu's admiration?" "That's simple. There will undoubtedly be many demons shortly. You need only to choose a few formidable ones to slay, and engage in minor mischief to bring misfortune upon this lad. After all, he has just begun his foundational training. Perhaps he will inadvertently find himself devoured by a demon." "Excellent. You are indeed useful," Lu Yin exclaimed with delight, drawing his bow in preparation to showcase his prowess. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived at the edge of a murky swamp and observed, "This, indeed, is the swamp." "Such potent demon energy," Fushi remarked in astonishment, with the other Yuaning masters equally taken aback. Lin Tian, however, noticed that his reincarnation spirit was autonomously absorbing the demon energy. How intriguing, he mused inwardly, while Lu Yin aimed an arrow at a specific point, striking true. Instantly, a demon, resembling a great fish, surfaced from the swamp. "Behold, a demon with 5 centuries of cultivation. Now you recognize my prowess, do you not?" Lu Yin boasted before the crowd. However, these individuals held him in disdain, for they were seasoned Yuaning experts, formidable demon hunters. Thus, Lu Yin's attempt at bravado backfired, drawing countless scornful glances, leaving him in an awkward silence as he turned to the scholar attendant. The attendant, in a flurry of anxiety, scanned the surroundings and pointed to a location, exclaiming, "Look, there lies a demon." The crowd turned their gaze, only to find not a demon, but a dilapidated stone pillar, one end exposed above the marsh. Just as curiosity about the pillar arose, the surface of the marsh erupted with a multitude of bubbles. "Look, bubbles!" the attendant shouted in excitement, and Lu Yin, recognizing his moment to shine, swiftly nocked an arrow, igniting it with flames. The Yuaning experts furrowed their brows, bracing themselves, while some glanced at Fushi, the innkeeper, asking, "Is that the millennia-old demon? Its presence seems formidable. It cannot be." Fushi shook her head, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. Yet, the next moment, the emergence from the marsh left many in astonishment. Groups of demons stood upon a floating stone platform, each circular and large enough to accommodate 2 legs. These demons, both male and female, displayed a variety of forms and an array of skin colors. Each exuded a potent aura, rivaling that of peak Yuaning masters. Moreover, they deliberately radiated the light of their demon cores. Surrounding their foreheads, 7 layers of brilliance shimmered, each layer representing a century of demon cultivation, 7 layers signifying 7 centuries. The assembly was left in awe. All of them are 7 centuries old? This is preposterous. An elderly figure trembled. Fushi was also taken aback, for most had only encountered 5 or 6 centuries at most, while 7 centuries were exceedingly rare. As for Lu Yin, who had initially been arrogant, finding himself confronted by hundreds of 7th-century demons, akin to a small battalion, left him parched. Only Lin Tian remained composed, remarking, "There is still an 8th-century demon behind. It must be a skeletal spirit." At this utterance, the crowd gasped in horror, while Lu Yin scoffed, unable to fathom the claim, retorting, "Boy, do not spread alarm. How could there be an 8th-century demon?" Fushi immediately countered, "We saw it just yesterday." That was an anomaly," Lu Yin mumbled, feeling embarrassed. Fushi, disregarding him, turned to Lin Tian and inquired, "What shall we do now?" "Capture the leader first," Lin Tian declared, invigorating the crowd. Fushi then addressed everyone, saying, "Esteemed guests, there are far too many 7th-century demons, but we can unite our strength with young Master Lin to tackle the 8th-century one first." Agreed. The crowd promptly unleashed their spiritual energy shields, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed by the 7th-century demons. Meanwhile, Lu Yin pondered how to outshine the others, fixing his gaze on them, insisting, "Look at me. Allow you to witness the prowess of our Tianlai Palace's demon hunting eyes." The crowd cast dubious glances at Lu Yin, while Fushi also regarded the small mark on Lu Yin's forehead with intrigue. At that moment, Lu Yin removed the headscarf that covered his brow. Revealed was a tiny dot resembling a small eye. Sensing the attention of the onlookers, Lu Yin felt a surge of pride and turned to Fushi with a smile, declaring, "Miss Fu, allow me to demonstrate how I subdue these demons." Upon finishing his statement, The small eye on Lu Yan's forehead blinked, and a brilliant red light surged forth. This crimson glow rapidly expanded, enveloping the 700-year-old demons. The demons, in a frenzy, began to lash out at the red light. The spectators believed Lu Yan possessed the power to vanquish these ancient beings effortlessly. However, halfway through, not only did he fail to eliminate them, but he also provoked their wrath. The demons erupted with furious roars, unleashing powerful gusts of energy that shattered the red light. Lu Yan experienced a backlash, blood surging from his heart, yet he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Lin Tian, observing the scene, shook his head in resignation. The demon hunter's eye, though renowned alongside the heavenly eye, consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy with each use. Lin Tian knew Lu Yan's strength could at most restrain 2 or 3 demons simultaneously, and exceeding that number would inevitably lead to backlash. Lu Yan was aware of this, but, driven by pride, stubbornly insisted, "Look, I have already trapped hundreds. If you continue to push yourself, your body will soon give out." Lin Tian warned succinctly, causing Lu Yan to hastily retract the power of the demon hunter's eye while attempting to maintain a facade of nobility. "I find it much more entertaining to slay them one by one." This proclamation immediately drew a chorus of curses from the crowd, especially as the enraged demons began their frenzied assaults on everyone. The people fought back, berating him. "You scoundrel! How can someone so shameless exist in the Heavenly Hunter Palace? You've incited these demons." Lu Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After experiencing backlash, even a single 700-year-old demon posed a considerable challenge for him, forcing him to defend himself with the demon hunter's bow. As the crowd continued their tirade, some yelled, "Lu Yan, this is not over. And just wait, Lu Yan." Amidst the uproar, Fushi noticed that the demons were deliberately avoiding Lin Tian, not daring to approach him. Consequently, Fushi stood by, observing as the demons retreated on their own. "What is happening?" Fushi wondered, intrigued. "I have cast the demon binding technique, preventing these demons from approaching," Lin Tian explained. Although Fushi was unfamiliar with the specifics of the demon binding technique, witnessing the 700-year-old demons hesitating to come within a step of Lin Tian filled her with admiration. Several Yuaning elders quickly recognized this phenomenon and flocked to Lin Tian's side, confirming that the demons dared not approach. This brought great joy to the Yuaning elders, who praised, "Master Lin, you truly are formidable." Others chimed in, "Master Lin's presence is such that even demons do not dare to come near." Instantly, all the Yuaning elders gathered around, ensuring their safety. However, Lu Yan and the attendant found themselves surrounded, becoming the prey of all the 700-year-old demons. The attendant, terrified, began to weep. "Sir, there are so many demons." Lu Yan was taken aback, and in a fit of anxiety, his attendant shouted, "Sir, hurry, go to them." Lu Yan's expression darkened. It felt as though he was imposing upon others, which caused an inner turmoil within him. The old monsters nearby laughed mockingly. "Hey, Lu Bigmouth. Come here. Stop pretending to be brave." "Indeed, Lu Bigmouth, your skin is already thick. What is there to fear? As long as you are alive. What does it matter if your skin is thick?" Some among them smiled slyly. "Lu Bigmouth, are you not a 5-star demon hunter capable of vanquishing 700-year-old demons? Why are you just standing there? Quickly draw your bow and eliminate them." Lu Yan was notoriously domineering and thick-skinned, and upon seeing the multitude of demons, he could easily disregard their jeers. He enveloped himself and his attendant in a gust of energy and swiftly soared over the heads of the demons. However, those demons launched a frenzied assault. As the two landed within Lin Tian's vicinity, the attendant was already drenched in blood, trembling in fear. "Sir, am I going to die?" At that moment, Lu Yan was also covered in wounds, but as a nascent soul cultivator, such injuries would not be fatal. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he glared and retorted, "What are you whining about? You won't die." The attendant, aware of Lu Yan's foul mood, dared not utter another word, while the others laughed mockingly. As for Fushi, he sighed helplessly and turned to Lin Tian. "Young Master Lin, what shall we do now?" Lin Tian contemplated the 700-year-old demons before glancing at the swamp, lost in thought for a moment. Lu Yan, never one to miss a chance for sarcasm, remarked, "Kid, didn't you say there were 800-year-old demons? Where are they? You want to see?" Lin Tian shot Lu Yan a strange smile, to which Lu Yan countered, "I just want to see if you were merely bluffing." Lin Tian grinned enigmatically and said, "Ask your attendant, and you'll know." The crowd became curious as to why Lin Tian would ask the attendant, and Lu Yan interjected, "Kid, are you looking for trouble? You brought a demon in without even realizing it." Lin Tian bluntly pointed it out, causing everyone to recoil in fear upon hearing that the attendant was a demon. Lu Yan glanced at the attendant and then at Lin Tian, suspecting that Lin Tian was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Enraged, he snapped, "Kid, I am from the Heavenly Hunt Palace. Do you wish to court death? Oh, so formidable? Then you can leave. Don't enter my circle," Lin Tian said with a broad smile. This left Lu Yin momentarily speechless. Fu Shi, intrigued, turned to Lin Tian. "Young Master Lin, is this attendant truly a demon?" As fellow demon subjugators and hunters, they should have heard of the demon bone technique, right? Lin Tian leaned back, hands behind his head, and smiled at the attendant. The others, no fools, immediately retrieved their respective treasures and began to assess the attendant. Lu Yin adamantly denied it, asserting, "I am a 5-star demon hunter. How could I possibly be unaware if a demon has infiltrated my attendant's body?" The attendant trembled beside him, grasping Lu Yin's arm. "Sir, am I truly possessed by a demon? Fear not. If I say there isn't, then there isn't. Do you think their demon detection techniques are superior to mine?" Lu Yin proclaimed with unwavering confidence. The flowing flame evidently underestimated the ability of onlookers to discern the truth. However, beams of light emanating from various magical artifacts illuminated the book boy, revealing every bone within his frame with startling clarity. Astonishingly, traces of demonic energy were discernible within these bones, and upon closer inspection, one could observe the glow of 8 layers of demon cores, 8 centuries of demonic essence. A gasp of disbelief echoed from the crowd, and Flowing Flame, upon witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, hastily retreating to the side, stammering at the book boy. "You." The book boy, realizing he had been exposed, steadied himself and grinned enigmatically. "Your book boy has long since become my delicacy. Despicable. I shall slay you." Flowing Flame, incensed, drew his bow and released an arrow, only for the book boy to effortlessly deflect it with a single wave of his hand. Flowing Flame stood dumbfounded, while the crowd gasped in astonishment. However, Vuxi cast a worried glance at Lin Tian, asking, "Young Master Lin, how is it that he can enter here? Yet a demon of 7 centuries cannot?" The crowd, intrigued, turned their gaze toward Lin Tian, who, observing the book boy's intense stare, remarked with a smile, "He is a skeletal spirit, capable of infiltrating the bodies of those with significantly weaker cultivation. By merging with their bones, he can render his entire form indistinguishable from that of a human, thus enabling his clandestine entry." The crowd soon grasped the revelation, while the book boy sneered, "Not bad. Young man, your presence has instilled fear in my subordinates. But you are not exempt," Lin Tian calmly retorted, yet the book boy chuckled ominously. "I can simply take your life from afar. Why would I need to approach you?" "Oh, is that so? Then do try," Lin Tian replied with a cryptic smile, while Flowing Flame silently observed, inwardly cursing, "Let us see how you meet your demise." At that moment, the book boy extended his right hand, pointing at Lin Tian with a sinister grin. "Your courage is commendable, and I admire it, yet you must still perish." In the next instant, a brilliant white light shot forth from the book boy's hand, aimed directly at Lin Tian. Vuxi, alarmed, attempted to summon a protective artifact, but it was too late. The white light struck Lin Tian with considerable force. Yet, with a mere poof, the light only tore a hole in his clothing, leaving Lin Tian unscathed. "What is this?" the book boy exclaimed, astonished, as the spectators revealed their shock. Vuxi, equally curious, looked to Lin Tian, who smiled at the book boy, saying, "I can create an area where demonic powers are rendered ineffective, thus ensuring my immunity to any demonic techniques." "What? Immune to all demonic techniques?" The book boy was left dumbfounded, as the crowd erupted in admiration, each approaching Lin Tian with reverence. "Master Lin, you are truly formidable. Master Lin, vanquish this foul skeleton." Some even pointed at the book boy, taunting, 8 centuries of demonic essence, and yet you fail to kneel before Master Lin?" Flowing Flame, watching intently, felt a surge of resentment. Who exactly was this young man, to be impervious to demonic sorcery? Lin Tian, of course, had cultivated the demon binding technique, which not only confines demons but also possesses the remarkable ability to negate demonic spells. Otherwise, he would have met his end countless times. However, this negation was relative. Should a demon wield abilities that are not classified as demonic sorcery, the situation would be entirely different. At this moment, the skeletal spirit within the attendant's grasp was utterly confounded, possessing only the ability to wield sorcery, devoid of any other talents. In his frustration, he unleashed several bursts of white light. However, no matter how vehemently he attacked, the only result was the tattering of Lin Tian's attire, while he himself remained unscathed. The attendant cursed vehemently, "Despicable." Yet Lin Tian, surveying his torn garments, gravely remarked, "Though my clothing may be inexpensive, It is not meant for such humiliation. With that, Lin Tian stepped forward, prompting the onlookers to shout in unison, "Eliminate this demon. Subdue it." Aware of Lin Tian's formidable nature, the attendant hastily retreated, issuing orders to the demon army to withdraw. He and the demons leapt onto the stone platforms, which began to sink into the abyss. Observing this, Lin Tian leapt onto the nearest stone platform, effortlessly casting the 700-year-old demon aside onto the shore. Seeing this, Fushi quickly jumped onto the same platform and embraced Lin Tian, leaving him bewildered. "Miss Fu, this is rather cramped." Yet, in an instant, the platform vanished like a mechanism, disappearing before the eyes of the crowd. Those on the shore gazed enviously, particularly captivated by the sight of Fushi clinging to Lin Tian, which left many drooling with desire. Meanwhile, Lu Yin seethed with jealousy, gritting his teeth in anger. "Just wait. I will make you pay dearly." The stone platform had descended into the underground palace, where the demons swiftly concealed themselves. Once Lin Tian landed, Fushi promptly leaped off, her face flushed as she stammered, "I embraced you in a moment of panic, so please do not take offense." Lin Tian, feeling a sense of oppression, replied, "Your armor is far too rigid. I could scarcely breathe." Fushi's cheeks turned crimson, akin to a monkey's rear, as she awkwardly admitted, "I forgot to remove my armor." As Fushi spoke, she reached into her red dress, leaving Lin Tian bewildered. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "I must loosen it, to avoid compressing you again in the future." Lin Tian quickly interjected, "No, it's better you keep it on. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" she pressed. "Otherwise, it could pose an even greater threat to me." Lin Tian coughed lightly, resigned, and then proceeded toward the underground palace, leaving Fushi perplexed by his words. Yet Lin Tian mused inwardly, were it not for the armor, the weight of her body would have been perilous. Fushi followed behind, entirely oblivious to Lin Tian's thoughts. Once he gathered his composure, he activated his celestial vision, diligently searching for traces of the demons. "Young Master Lin, this underground palace is quite expansive," she observed. "Indeed. It likely harbors many demons. Is that ancient demon also present?" "That remains uncertain. We must capture that skeletal demon to ascertain." At this moment, Lin Tian had yet to locate the 1,500-year-old demon and could only press onward until he arrived at a grand hall. This hall was adorned with countless stone statues, within which some demons were concealed. These demons, hidden within, dared not emerge, and Fushi marveled. "What are these?" "These are demon stone statues, allowing them to remain concealed from humans while also repelling any exorcism or demon-slaying spells," Lin Tian explained, leaving Fushi in doubt. "Young Master Lin, you appear to be merely in your teens, yet you seem to possess an understanding beyond your years. Do not be deceived by appearances. Sometimes the essence of a matter is obscured," Lin Tian remarked with profound significance. Fushi paused for a moment before chuckling. "Young Master Lin, your words are truly amusing." "Amusing? Some say I am quite fierce, and others label me aloof." At that moment, Lin Tian recalled the persistent criticism from the shadowy figure of Wu Ying. "Not at all. I find you rather agreeable," he replied. Fushi, displaying a maturity that allowed for deeper insight, appeared contemplative. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a massive stone door obstructed their path, and a strange aura began to emanate from all around. Fushi's demeanor turned serious. "What is that smell? It is unbearable." Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Yao Huan-san. Yao Huan-san. What is that? Have you heard of Huan He-san?" Lin Tian inquired with an unusual expression, prompting a startled response from Fushi. "The potion that induces wild revelry for days and nights? It is quite similar. Originally intended for use on demons, when applied to humans, it leads not to mere days of indulgence, but to exhaustion and death." Lin Tian's expression darkened. At that moment, from the shadows, a skeletal spirit cackled. "You too. Feel free to perform. Let us witness how you humans succumb to exhaustion and perish." Fushi, taken aback, immediately enveloped herself in a fiery red aura for protection. But the skeletal demon mocked, "Futile. This place is enshrouded by a demon stone formation. No shield can withstand these gases." "Demon stone formation?" Fushi was perplexed, while Lin Tian pointed towards the stone statues, explaining, "The arrangement of demon stone statues forms a formation that can penetrate a cultivator's aura, allowing outside gases to infiltrate our bodies." Fushi was instantly alarmed. Does that mean? She soon felt something amiss in her body. Sweat began to pour down her face, and she felt a feverish heat enveloping her. What is happening? Fushi's complexion turned flushed, her body radiating warmth, causing Lin Tian to frown deeply. "You are already succumbing." "What? I?" Fushi began to panic, her hands involuntarily tugging at her clothing, desperately trying to tear it away. The demons lurking in the shadows erupted in laughter, particularly the skeletal one who taunted, "Beautiful lady, hurry, strip off your clothes and seize the man before you, or you shall perish from the heat." Hearing this, Fushi's hands became even less obedient, yet her mind remained somewhat lucid as she gazed at Lin Tian in terror. "Young Master Lin, my hands." "I understand." Fushi panicked. "My consciousness is fading, and my vision is blurring. I shall assist you in expelling the toxins. But remember to keep your thoughts clear." Lin Tian immediately positioned himself behind Fushi, placing a hand on her back. Fushi emitted a soft moan. The demons in the shadows continued their mockery. "Kid, don't hold back. This is a splendid opportunity to claim the beautiful lady. Indeed, young man, such a magnificent beauty. Miss this chance, and it will be lost forever." Yet, the taunts of these demons could not shatter Lin Tian's formidable will. The skeletal demon, realizing that Lin Tian was not easily deceived, secretly cursed, wondering how this human could remain unafraid even in the face of the demon's charm. Lin Tian possessed profound medical knowledge. Such a trivial poison could be expelled from his body in no time. However, the situation was different for Fushi. Under the enchanting sounds of those demons, she suddenly became dazed, gradually losing her sense of self. In the next moment, Fushi unexpectedly turned around and embraced Lin Tian. Startled, he swiftly pointed his finger at her forehead, exclaiming, "Break." However, this Fusai was significantly affected, leaning entirely on Lin Tian's shoulder, whispering softly into his ear, I feel so hot." Lin Tian was acutely aware that the other party had been significantly affected. However, his current level of cultivation was insufficient to forcibly extract the poison from them. He could only call out, "Miss Fu." Fu's eyes were completely entranced, rendering her oblivious to Lin Tian's voice, which left him in a state of distress. It was not until Lin Tian noticed that the reincarnation spirit within him was absorbing the poison from her body that he felt a surge of joy, nearly forgetting about it altogether. The reincarnation spiritual possesses the ability to absorb demonic energy, a discovery made by Lin Tian just yesterday. At this moment, the demonic elixir before him is, in essence, concocted from demonic energy and a selection of rare medicinal herbs. It is fortuitously being absorbed and decomposed by the reincarnation spiritual eye. Meanwhile, the entity named Vuxi, nestled in Lin Tian's embrace, is already drenched. Just as Vuxi is poised to take the next step, Lin Tian's authoritative shout jolts him back to reality. The toxins within Vuxi's body have mostly dissipated, and upon regaining his senses and realizing he is sprawled in Lin Tian's arms, he gasps in surprise and exclaims, I'm fine now." Lin Tian quickly regained